Chapter 76. The potential of these little guys has been raised to SS level. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. As a result, the strength of his Grey World army has risen to another level. It shouldn't be a problem to conquer the nightmare level dungeon. There are 100 fruits left. Lu Shu chose to feed the crane. The crane swallowed an intermediate growth fruit and gained 20 evolution points. It didn't take long. The crane's evolution points have been increased to more than 2,000 points. Spending 1,000 evolution points, successfully evolved to the 3rd level. A new panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Enlightenment Crane. Category, Mythical Creature. Level, 3rd level. Cultivation level, acquired level 1 blessing. Aura, comprehension 50. Evolution points, 1200 evolution. Points required to upgrade to level 4, 5000. Although there is still more than 3000 evolution points left, but consider that the crane can automatically upgrade. For the remaining gap, once more advanced growth fruits appear, it should be easy to catch up. Ding! Your street lamp flowers produce X 10,000 street wicks. Street wicks. Production cycle, 7 days. Function, wicks that can dispel gray fog and provide vision can be left in a corner of the gray world to provide vision for a period of time. Isn't this just an eye? Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. It's like inserting eyes on the map of the Grey World. It can gain a period of vision. If you want to conquer the Grey World copy and are worried about what will happen, you can set up street lights around it. The wick of the flower. In this way, you can directly detect any situation. Moreover, the street wick can also be directly transported to the copy through the control of spiritual energy, and the view inside can be viewed in advance. In terms of vision, the street light flower, although the wick is a consumable, it provides a lot of room for maneuverability. Thinking of this, the preparations are almost complete. It's time to trigger and conquer the Grey World. During this period, his strength has undergone a qualitative change. Leap and growth. Lu Shu already has some confidence in conquering the nightmare level dungeon, and he also has enough knowledge. He is fully confident that he can get the first kill achievement reward of the nightmare level dungeon this time. A teleportation light curtain descended. Soon, Lu Shu led a large army back to Bixiao Holy Land. After searching for a while again, it was determined that there was no good stuff left in the Holy Land. Lu Shu then took all the troops and returned to the Grey World. After a day of traveling, an extremely deep manor appeared in front of you. The view ahead was pitch black. The entire manor was full of ghosts. A copy panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Demonic Manor. Coordinates sad phase 64, 55. Danger factor, S. Boss, Demonic Manor Master, Abyss level. Items, Special Fertilizer, Search Torch, Demonic Advanced Skills Illustrated Book, Demonic Suit, Demonic Seed. Before conquering the dungeon, Lu Shu first sprinkled the wicks of street lanterns near Devil Manor and Endless Flame City. The bright light particles immediately lit up the grey fog. Even if you are far away from the wick, this place can still provide Lu Shu with a view. This is a very strange experience. It seems that as long as you communicate your mental power to the wick of the street lamp, you can be aware of everything around you. Each wick can provide a field of view of approximately 10 meters. Lu Shu casually dropped 1,000 wicks and spread them out, gaining a field of vision of 10,000 meters in radius. Devil's Manor and Endless Flame City formed like two closed intersections. You must pass through these two dungeons to reach the deepest Wailing Abyss. This time, to conquer the more difficult nightmare level dungeon, Lu Shu didn't want any changes or accidents to happen. Therefore, sprinkle the wick of the street lamp flower outside the two copies. This 10,000 meter field of vision allows Lu Shu to predict any nearby information in advance. This way, when you conquer the dungeon, you won't be afraid of other sacred tree masters coming to cause trouble. Devil's Manor. Just entering it, Lu Shu raised the undead bone staff in his left hand and the soul control order in his right hand. An army of 100,000 dead souls suddenly covered the entire sky. The scene is even scarier than Devil Manor. Those who didn't know better thought that the area where Lu Shu was located was the dungeon. Devil Manor, compared to Lu Shu, he is like a little monster. Then, the army of dead souls all poured into Devil Manor. The nearby demon guards appeared in view. When they see an intruder, they immediately roar and fight without fear of death. Demon Warrior. Category, Demon. Danger coefficient, A. Perception range, 100 meters. Power, 300. Speed, 250. Defense, 320. Skills, Demon Fighting Spirit, Domineering Body Protection, Death Charge. Description, they are warriors among the demon clan, born with suitable for fighting, you don't know death. If you fight with them, you'd better pay attention to their life-threatening fighting style. However, these demons looked insignificant in front of an army of hundreds of thousands of dead souls. Nightmare souls and corrupt souls constantly release curses. The undead souls are at the forefront, resisting the damage. Just one of the nearby demons will be attacked by dozens of dead souls. Although demons have certain restraint properties against dead souls, and are a more advanced race after all. However, there are too many dead souls nearby. The demon warriors were completely unable to resist so many dead souls, and they were all suppressed. The breath of the curse continues to weaken their fighting ability. In the battlefield, the Black Shadow Revenants have also entered harvesting mode. Every time its figure passed an enemy, the dark black magic blade slit the demon's throat without any suspense. Countless demons fell into a pool of blood without even the ability to resist. At this stage, the Abyss-level dungeon has already been pushed by Lu Shu. One prompt after another popped up in front of me. You killed the demon warrior and got demon armor, platinum level, X1. You killed the demon warrior and received demon boots, platinum level, X1. You killed the demon warrior and got the demon sword, platinum level, X1. The explosion rate of this equipment is too high. Lu Shu looked surprised. Even if the demon warrior is a relatively advanced monster, it does not carry such explosive equipment. In the blink of an eye, there are dozens of platinum-level demon suits in Lu Shu's warehouse. Most of the equipment is repeated armor, boots, arm guards, long swords, etc. The level is at most platinum. However, with so much equipment, all used to be thrown on the 5-color altar, it is enough to light up several gods' stone. Seeing this, Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he started killing the monsters in demon manner. Pikachu and Yumi watched from behind and started to get excited. Lu Shu smiled and said, "Wait until the boss battle, it's up to you to take action." Crack. Ahead, the sound of souls being eaten suddenly came from the front. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he looked forward. Deep in the devil's manor, a large area of devil flowers appeared. The appearance of this flower is extremely ferocious, like a devil's mouth, with a blue aura lingering around it, looking extremely monstrous. Eat a dead soul. The devil flower has become even more powerful. Lu Shu's eyes moved. A monster panel immediately popped up in front of you. Devil flower. Category, demon, cursed plant. Perception range, 120 meters. Power, 450. Speed, 350. Defense, 150. Skills, Devour, Demonic Coil, Soul Absorption, Devour Enhancement. This kind of devil flower has a strong restraint effect on the souls of the dead. Its soul absorption can swallow the dead soul directly into its belly. Moreover, after devouring the souls of the dead, the devil flower can become more powerful and is the nemesis of the army of dead souls. After seeing devil flower's skills, Lu Shu immediately asked the army of dead souls to retreat and let his pets take action. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, use the power of the shock fruit to deal with these devil grasses. Little white fox, wait behind you. Your skills are more important. Reserve your mental power first. The little white fox originally wanted to take action. However, the power of the dark fruit is much more expensive than other powers. Lu Shu planned to save all the little white fox's dark fruit powers for the final boss. These devil flowers, just leave it to Pikachu and Yumi to deal with. Yumi turned into a flash of light and possessed Pikachu. After eating the intermediate growth fruit, Pikachu and Yumi's attributes have all been improved. In addition, the bonus brought by the body. Pikachu's current attributes have increased again. Check the pet attribute panel. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Power, 100,000 volts, shock fruit. Physical, A. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive potential, SS. Pikachu's speed has also reached S level due to Yumi's possession. Moreover, if the spirit reaches S level, the corresponding potential even reaches SS. This bonus. Lu Shu showed a surprised expression. After many times of feeding growth fruits, Pikachu's attributes, after reaching a certain level, will immediately exceed the upper limit as long as Yumi possesses him. S-class is a big watershed. Now, Pikachu's speed seems to be as fast as the flash of light. When Lu Shu just gave the battle order, Pikachu's figure had almost arrived on the battlefield. A slap. Shout towards the devil flower. Boom. The power of the Jinjin fruit was completely released at this moment. The violent air waves sent out a harsh space sonic boom. Such a big devil flower, after being slapped down, even its shadow disappeared in an instant. This scene shocked Lu Shu's heart. The mental power has reached S level, and Pikachu's superpowers have become stronger again. The power of the Jinjin fruit can be completely released. Although the devil flower is very powerful in all aspects, because it is a plant, it basically has no defense ability when faced with physical damage. Poor defense is the biggest weakness of this plant. Lu Shu made a judgment at a glance. Pikachu's shock fruit, combined with the use of S-level mental power, instantly transformed into a deadly assassin on the battlefield. Whenever Pikachu's figure turned into a flash of light, it appeared on the devil flower. When it was nearby, slap it down, let alone a devil flower. Several nearby devil flowers not far away all suffered the same fate. Soon, a series of kill prompts popped up in front of my eyes. You killed the devil flower and obtained the devil flower seed X1. You killed the devil flower and got X1 advanced fertilizer. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. The seeds of the devil flower. As long as you plant it, you can get 100 devil flowers. This kind of plant is specially designed to restrain the monsters of dead souls, and after devouring the dead souls, it can also evolve. If you plant these devil flowers on your own sacred tree island, you will get an army of devil flowers. However, most of what the devil flower drops is high-grade fertilizer. I haven't tried using special-grade fertilizer yet. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The quantity of high-grade fertilizers is relatively scarce. Therefore, Lu Shu has not yet tried to fuse high-grade fertilizer into super-grade fertilizer, and swept away the nearby devil flowers. Lu Shu has obtained hundreds of packages of high-grade fertilizer and dozens of devil flower seeds. The inventory is quite sufficient. Synthetic super fertilizer is no longer a problem. Lu Shu plans to try the effect of top fertilizer after defeating this dungeon boss. By synthesizing and upgrading high-grade fertilizers to top-grade fertilizers, the growth speed of the sacred tree can be increased to a certain extent again. Who destroyed my manor? A roar suddenly came from a distance. The demonic manor lord's whole body is surrounded by demonic flames, and the huge wings behind it fly high in the sky with its body. Those demonic eyes stared at the intruder below, extremely angry. The moment he saw the Demon Manor Lord, the boss panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Demon Manor Master. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 250 meters. Power, 1110. Speed, 830. Defense, 1010. Skills, Blood Demon, Demonic Power, Demonic Roar, Demonic Summoning, Death Charge, Demonic Armor, 3 times Violent. Description: although the Demon Manor owner likes to grow flowers, this does not mean that he is a person who is good at cultivating his moral character. On the contrary, he likes to look at the cultivated flowers and devour the weak and poor souls one after another, just like appreciating a piece of cruel art. Taste. Yummy, possessing the little white fox. Little white fox, use void teleportation. Go to the Demon Manor owner and unleash the power of the dark fruit on him. At this moment, Lu Shu finally issued an order to attack the little white fox. 100 Yumi turned into flashes and immediately possessed the little white fox. At the same time, Escape Fox. Type, Elf. Power, Void Teleportation, Hostile Perception, Void Crack, Dark Fruit. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. After being possessed by Yumi, the little white fox's overall potential reached the SSS level. Lu Shu was shocked when he looked at the data. Before he could react, 100 SSS-level little white foxes had already launched Void Teleportation at the same time. Came to the side of the Devil Manor Lord. The next second. At the same time, the powers of the dark fruit are cast. 100 extremely black holes in the void shrouded the body of the Demon Manor Master. Chapter 77. A dark curtain of light enveloped the Demon Manor owner's entire body in an instant. At that moment, the whole world seems to have become quiet. The huge body of the Demon Manor owner seemed to be enveloped by the light of death. The next second, its entire body disappeared into the black hole abyss of nothingness. Along with the deafening roar, it also fell silent instantly. The world is silent and everything is empty. When the black hole disappeared, the owner of the Demon Manor also disappeared with him. It's like it evaporated out of thin air. Is this an instant kill? Lu Shu was stunned. Although he knew that the little white fox must have become stronger after eating the dark fruit. But it was hard to imagine that 100 little white foxes, using the power of the dark fruit at the same time, could instantly kill an abyss-level boss. How shocking the devouring scene would be. If other divine tree masters were to see this scene, they would probably be extremely shocked. For them, the abyss-level boss is an insurmountable chasm. If they activate a skill at will, it can make the entire team's scalp numb. However, the little white fox only teleported for a short period of time, and then gently touched forward with his hand. The owner of the demon manor was killed instantly. The abyss-level boss has no face. Huh. Not a single skill was used, just disappeared. Pikachu and Yumi were also stunned. Especially Yumi, possessed the little white fox. From the closest distance, they observed when the little white fox used the power of the dark fruit. When did the little white fox become so powerful? The impact and shock of this scene made Yumi hang on to the little white fox, unwilling to leave. Hug. Thighs, hug your thighs. Successfully killed the demon manor owner. Soon, the little white fox cleared the void teleportation level and jumped back, with a hint of shyness and surprise in its ruby-like eyes. It seemed that even the little white fox himself didn't realize that he had become so powerful. Well done, little white fox. After reacting, Lu Shu couldn't help but praise. Pikachu and Yumi couldn't help but touch the little white fox's hair. It seemed to say that the little white fox had become the strongest in the team. The little white fox showed his enjoyment. The look on his face. My wish has finally come true. Not only can I follow Pikachu and Yumi to fight on the front line, but also, the little white fox's current strength can even protect his companions from harm. This is the most gratifying thing. After a while, a prompt sounded in Lu Shu's ear. You successfully killed the boss of Demon Manor, the Lord of Demon Manor. Obtain the Master Level Skill Illustration, Minor. Get Demonic Pendant, Master Level, X1. Obtain X10 Seeds of the Abyss Demon Flower. Get Special Fertilizer X10. Get Scepter and Torch X1. Lu Shu's eyes were first focused on the Skill Illustrated book. Do you want to learn the Master Level Skill Illustrated book, Minor? Yes. The next second. In front of Lu Shu's eyes, the Skills panel popped up. Minor. Level, Master Level. Function, you can use legendary ores to build defense lines and other various ore buildings. With the Master Level Minor Level, 25,000 Earth Level Basalt ores collected from Bixiao Holy Land can be used. However, if we want to form a complete defense line, we still need half the quantity. Subsequently, Lu Shu set his sights on the Devil Pendant. Demonic Pendant. Type, Jewelry. Grade, Extraordinary. Attributes, Magic 300, Spirit 100, Magic Penetration 100. Demonic 8-piece set Sad Phase 38. Set effect, Demonic Restraint 20, Demonic Perception 30, Demonic Gain 20. Description, Pendant forged by demons. Still 5 pieces left. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Lu Shu did not wear platinum-level demonic equipment. The level of these equipment was too low. Now, extraordinary-level weapons and diamond-level suits are Lu Shu's first choice. Next, copy Endless Flame City. It seems like you can get more advanced demon suits there. Moreover, while the risk factor is higher, you can also get more advanced rewards. Although the Devil's suit has only been collected in 8 pieces until now. But he learned from the map information that Endless Flame City has more equipment output. Legend has it that the Devil's suit is there. Equipment Foundry. The level of danger factor is also a dungeon difficulty that Lu Shu has never challenged before. There will be more output there. Do you want to use Wand Torch X1? Yes. Search range 100. Lu Shu's field of vision was once again expanded by 100 meters. Now, the fire source in his hand is as bright as a small sun. With a field of view of more than 400 meters, the surrounding area is bright. Even the perception range of the abyss-level boss is not as large as Lu Shu. Suddenly, Lu Shu felt a sudden movement from the wick of a street lamp flower. Anyone? Through the transmission of spiritual power, Lu Shu transferred his thoughts to the wicks of street lamps that were experiencing strange movements. A small team appeared in front. A Divine Tree Master's panel caught Lu Shu's attention. Divine Tree Master, Netherworld. Power, Nether Warlock, Profession. Level, Master Level 3. Talents, Netherworld Fruit, S level, Spiritual Fruit, A level, Maturity Acceleration, S level. Luck, E. Spirit, A. 2 kinds of fruit talents. Lu Shu suddenly became interested in the Netherworld. The Netherworld Fruit can give you a new profession, the Netherworld Warlock. This profession can summon the power of the netherworld, and its system is close to controlling the void. If the level is high, you can use the void to the spell can swallow everything, and the attack power is very powerful. Or, summon the void of the netherworld, shroud it around you, and gain the attribute of near immortality. The netherworld has both extreme offensive and defensive power, and has a huge impact on mental power. Demand. Because the skills of this profession are too unnatural and perverted, just like using a plug-in. In addition, his sacred tree can also produce spiritual fruits. If you eat them, you will get spiritual power for free. Cultivation to immortality is even more straightforward. Lu Shu's spiritual power reached S-level only after he broke through to the Golden Core realm, and the other two professions have already broken through to the master level. However, Nether's profession is only at the master level, and he has already achieved such a high level. Mental power. You can imagine how effective his divine tree talent combination is. Therefore, Netherworld can also get a high ranking in the rankings. This person's fruit is a bit interesting. Lu Shu laughed softly. As far as he knew, Yu Ming seemed to be the top general of the Dark Knight Alliance. His position was second only to the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance. And his talent, of course, goes without saying. Since you are the sacred tree master of the Dark Knight Alliance, I will accept your sacred tree. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he did not take action rashly. The Nether Warlock is a profession that is difficult to kill. In addition, there are more than a dozen gods with A-level talents around him. The Tree Master is not an easy team to deal with. With Lu Shu's current strength, defeating a team of more than a dozen people will naturally not be a problem. But the Nether Warlock's ability is very strong, maybe in under the cover of the gang, he can escape. If you want to kill, you must kill thoroughly. Otherwise, if you let a fish slip through the net, you risk exposing your sacred tree ability. A plan gradually emerged in Lu Shu's mind. He left a teleportation formation in Devil Manor. On the island, Lu Shu's body sent a new clone to the Devil Manor, where it stayed, waiting for the arrival of Yu Ming and others. Lu Shu led the large army and continued to advance in the direction of Endless Flame City. All that's left is to wait for Netherworld's team to move one more coordinate. One of Lu Shu's clones is at Devil Manor, waiting for their arrival. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened his eyes. Do you want to use synthesis to combine 10 packages of high-grade fertilizer into one package of premium fertilizer? As a white light curtain lights up, the next second, Lu Shu had an extra bag of special fertilizer in his hand. He came to the side of the sacred tree. Just in time. By this time, the duration of the last package of high-grade fertilizer has also ended. It's time to try the effects of special fertilizer. Lu Shu gently sprinkled the special fertilizer on the sacred tree. Your sacred tree is absorbing special fertilizer, and its growth points are 100. Next to the sacred tree, there is an extra row of buff boxes saying, absorbing special grade fertilizer. At the same time, Lu Shu opened the sacred tree panel. The growth rate of the sacred tree has also been increased. Products: Golden Elixir Fruit, Golden Elixir Skill Fruit, Golden Elixir Martial Arts Fruit. Production Cycle, 2-5 days, 160-0650. Growth Points, 27525, 20, 0x10020000 day. Next stage, Holy Tree, 100,000 growth points. The production cycle has been shortened a bit. Moreover, the number of growth points gained every day has increased from 1,700 points to 2,000 points a day. It is indeed a special grade fertilizer, it is really useful. In this way, my sacred tree will grow from a high-level spiritual tree to a holy tree in just over a month. Lu Shu felt a bit expectant. After using the special fertilizer, he looked in the direction of the crane. Unexpectedly, he found that the crane had reached the third level of acquired life. As the level of the Bodhi tree increased, it had more influence on the crane. The role of enlightenment. The continuous blessings of nearby mythological buildings make the spiritual energy in the sacred tree island very rich, and the crane's growth rate exceeds Lu Shu's imagination. It feels like it won't take long for the crane to break through to the innate level. Realm. When the time comes, this seemingly elegant and easygoing crane may become unexpectedly violent when fighting. Next, Lu Shu walked to the 5-color altar. This time, all the platinum-level equipment swept from Devil Manor throw them all on the altar. Buzz. As 3 voices sounded, the 5-color altar was suddenly lit up with 3 more divine consciousnesses. There are only 2 divine stones left before the next fate critical strike, and it will be completely lit up. Unlocking luck critical strikes is not just as simple as getting a treasure map. If necessary, it can even turn disaster into good fortune. I can more successfully achieve what I want. Lu Shu thought to himself. Anyway, luck strikes are never too much. As long as you have luck blessing, you will never lose money. Whether it's saving your life, clearing a dungeon, or finding a treasure map. In short, luck strikes, the range of use of the attack is quite wide. The remaining 2 sacred stones, you only need to clear the copy of Endless Flames City. Lighting these 2 sacred stones is definitely not a big problem. At this time, Lu Shu noticed that the golden dragon koi carp was calling to him on the coast of the island. The spiritual consciousness is thrown over. I saw that the golden dragon koi had returned from the deep sea and returned to the coast, prancing about as if calling Lu Shu to come over. Seeing this guy's actions, Lu Shu immediately came to the island. Seeing that Lu Shu had come over, the golden dragon koi suddenly opened its mouth and vomited on the ground next to it. Hundreds of fresh sea fish were spitted by the golden dragon koi to the coast, and their bodies were still rolling and jumping on the beach. At the same time, a series of panels popped up in front of Lu Shu. Deep sea fish meat. Category: Special grade ingredients. Function: Produce extremely delicious fish meat, which has a certain role in promoting the growth of pets. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. These fish. After the golden dragon and koi carp finished all this, they continued to swim towards the deep sea. Before that, Lu Shu has been exploring the grey world. I didn't expect, maybe, after the grey fog fades. In this deep sea, there may be endless treasures that can be explored. The fish that golden dragon koi brought back this time were just thanks to Lu Shu for feeding them before. Perhaps, in this deep sea, there are endless treasures waiting to be explored by yourself. Lu Shu immediately collected the fish meat. Use cooking. In front of Lu Shu, several extremely delicious fish dinners appeared. Take a bite. The delicious deep-sea fish often only need simple and unpretentious cooking to get an extremely delicious taste. Lu Shuxian enjoyed it by himself. Put these fish dinners on the auction market. In the recent trading panel, the value of primary fertilizer has declined. The sacred tree masters explored a wider range of grey realms, and over such a long period of time, many low-level sacred tree masters were eliminated. Nowadays, sacred tree masters usually use mid-level fertilizers to trade. Lu Shu himself also wants to make top-quality fertilizer. Then, he raised the price of the delicacies he put on it regularly every day to mid-level fertilizer. As for the limited edition delicacies, the price has been increased to that of high-end fertilizer. The limited edition ingredients have been replaced with fish. The moment Lu Shu used the new top-grade fish ingredients to make delicacies and put them on the transaction interface, the World public screen of Shinshu game once again caused an uproar. Chapter 78. World public screen. Hey, come and see, Mr. Lu Shu has released a new delicacy. This time, the ordinary daily delicacies seem to have become the previous limited edition delicacies, but the quantity has become 100 servings. Hahaha, this time I finally have the opportunity to taste the limited edition delicacies of Lu Shu Boss. Etc. Look, it seems that Lu Shu Boss has released a new limited edition delicacy. Damn it. It's actually made from top-quality fish. How come Mr. Lu Shu can even get fish and meat? Does this kind of thing really exist in the grey world? It should be the deep sea outside the island. I have also explored there, but in the shallow sea area, I can only find a very small number of fish, and the quality of the ingredients is not that high. Doesn't this mean that the island range of Lu Shu Boss has expanded to the deep sea? That's too powerful, right? How much of the grey world must Mr. Lu Shu explore before he can expand the area of the island to the deep sea? Yes, the tree-rolling boss. It deserves to be number 1 in the rankings, it is so strong. The moment Lu Shu's delicacies were put on the shelves, they were all sold out. These bosses don't care whether it is primary fertilizer or intermediate fertilizer. Even if it is high-level fertilizer, they will take action without hesitation. Lu Shu slowly cultivated their consumption habits. Therefore, the price of gourmet food changes with the market. This group of regular customers will not hesitate at all. As long as there is a product within a reasonable price range, they will grab it without even frowning. After the price of primary fertilizers in the market dropped, intermediate fertilizers gradually became the mainstream commodity for exchange and trading. Lu Shu raised the price. In the eyes of all the sacred tree masters, there was no problem at all. The sales during this period are obvious to all. It's not like you want a piece of platinum and diamond equipment. Luxuriating yourself with some high-grade fertilizer seems to be a normal thing in the eyes of most sacred tree masters. However, It is this kind of values that will bring huge benefits to Lu Shu invisibly. In the Sacred Tree game, as long as you earn something from other Sacred Tree masters, the income will be calculated at twice the rate. Because you have made money and others have lost money, the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. Even, this gap is invisible and growing invisibly. Some Sacred Tree masters are aware of this and want to use this method to gain a market for some delicious food. Whether it is the ingredients or the taste of cooking, compared with Lu Shu, the gap is not huge. As long as those who have tasted Lu Shu's delicacies will never buy other people's delicacies. This market is basically monopolized by Lu Shu. Other Sacred Tree masters couldn't get a piece of wool, so they had no choice but to sigh. OMG. The quality of this fish is simply too good. No wonder the previously limited edition delicacies have become ordinary delicacies. It turns out that the boss has obtained higher-end ingredients. The fish meat is so delicious that it's the best not to mention using 1 pack of high-grade fertilizer. I feel like it's not a loss if I use 10 packs. The boss in front is so generous, I am not even qualified to grab delicious food. Ah, the handicapped party shed tears of envy. When will I be able to taste the delicacies made by the top guys? You have all purchased the upgraded limited edition, and I haven't even been able to grab a piece of delicious food. It's so uncomfortable. Whenever Lu Shu launches a new food product, the chat box of Shinshu game will trigger a wave of discussion among food lovers. If this trend continues, Lu Shu's food value will basically increase simultaneously with the market value. As long as he maintains this rhythm, he can obtain a certain amount of transaction value from the trading market every day. This accumulation over a long period of time in the future will bring huge wealth to Lu Shu. Now, if something good appears on the trading interface, Lu Shu will not be short of fertilizers to redeem at all, he can just go up and redeem them and that's it. Grey Realm. Location, the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Coordinates sad face 63, 55. Danger coefficient, none. Lu Shu led a large army to a collapsed city. This place is very similar to the Lost Holy Land that we saw near Castlevania last time. The scope of this Lost Holy Land is much larger than the last Lost Holy Land. If we say, the Lost Holy Land last time was a holy city. So, this Lost Holy Land is like a country. Lu Shu came to the door of the Holy Land. A dusty gate blocks the front. Tip, you need to pass through the Endless Flames City and get the key to the Lost Holy Land to open this door. You must first pass the copy of Endless Flame Formation before you can get the key to the Lost Holy Land. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Maybe. In this Lost Holy Land, there are also key items to pass the Wailing Abyss. Lu Shu did not forget that when he cleared Castlevania last time, exploring the Holy Land also brought him a lot of help. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately walked in the direction of Endless Flame City. Endless Flame City. Coordinates sad face 64, 57. Danger coefficient, S. Boss, Fire Lord, Abyss level. Boom. In front of us, a city of flames appeared. A domain of fire. Many huge flaming meteorites fell down. Countless violent explosions were made. The flames formed a natural barrier, blocking the way forward. These flaming meteorites are specially used to block the passage of the Sacred Tree Master. Lu Shu stopped, looked at the fire domain in front, and frowned slightly. The geographical environment of Flame City formed no small test. To get past here, you'll be vulnerable to fire meteorites. We have to find a way to stop these falling meteorites. Activate the ability of Monster Prophet. Lu Shu immediately learned that these meteorites were produced by S-class elite monsters from Flame City, the flame formation created by the Flame Magician. Fire Magician. Category, Demon, Magician. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 270 meters. Power, 810. Speed, 530. Defense, 610. Skills, Meteor Magic Circle, Flame Roar, Demon Magic. Description, if demons are born with powerful magic power, this demon has a huge affinity for flames. I see. The appearance of this flame magic circle is controlled by the Flame Magician. As long as this monster is killed, the flames in front of him will disappear. Lu Shu immediately sent out the Little White Fox. Little White Fox, you use Void Crack to find the location of the Flame Magician. Yumi possessed the body of the Little White Fox. Lu Shu commanded. Soon, the Little White Fox turned on the Void Stealth mode and moved in the direction of the Flame Magician. In sight, a demon wearing a flame robe stood on an altar. Surrounding the altar is a sheet of magma. The Flame Magician condenses the power of flame magic from these flames to maintain the continuity of the flame array. At this time, in the void, 100 little white foxes suddenly came out. Damn intruders, how could you possibly get through here? The Flame Magician was extremely shocked. He couldn't imagine that the little white fox in front of him could actually pass through the flame magic circle and directly attack him. Die! The Flame Magician roared and used Fire Roar. Suddenly, majestic flames were summoned from the staff in his hand, trying to sweep towards the little white fox. The little white fox didn't even bother to look. At one glance, he just raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, a deep black hole appeared in front of his eyes. No matter how majestic the flame was, when it touched the black hole in the hand of the little white fox, it was instantly swallowed up. The Flame Magician was horrified. At this time, it was already trying to escape. Seeing the opponent moving in the direction of the boss, Lu Shu saw the situation on the field through resonance, narrowed his eyes instantly, and said, "Little white fox, it's looking for the boss to move reinforcements, kill it immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he cast Void Teleportation. The figure of the little white fox came to the side of the Flame Magician in an instant. 100 black lights shrouded the Flame Magician at the same time. Ha! Despicable intruder! You have offended the Fire Lord. You will definitely pay the price for what you have done. In a burst of incompetent and furious roar, the Flame Magician's figure disappeared into the endless black light. At the same time, several rewards popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the elite lord of Endless Flame City Fire Demon Division. Get the Flame Magic Weapon Robe, Diamond Level, X1. Obtain Devil Necklace, Diamond Level, X1. Get Flame Demon Soldier Heart X1. Flame Magic Weapon Robe. Type, Robe. Grade, Diamond. Attributes, Defense 300, Fire Resistance 100, Demon Resistance 50, Durability 1280. Demon Necklace. Type, Necklace. Attributes, Magic 200, Spirit 100, Spell Penetration 80. Set Effect. Demonic 8-piece set Sad Face 58. Set Effect, Demonic Restraint 50, Demonic Perception 100, Demonic Gain 50, Demonic Critical Hit 20. Heart of Flame Demon Soldier. Category, Combat Power Amplification Consumable. Grade, Advanced. Attributes, Fire Resistance 200, Mental Power 100, Spell Penetration 100, Attack Power 200, Demonic Critical Strike 20. Duration, 30 minutes. Killed the Fire Mage. The flaming meteorite in front of him suddenly stopped. Head to the Flame City. At this time, at the door, a row of Fire Demon soldiers blocked the front. Flame Demon Soldier. Category, Demon. Danger Coefficient, A. Perception Range, 200 meters. Power, 710. Speed, 430. Defense, 510. Skills, Flame Armor, Flame Collision, Demon Roar. Description, a demon born in flames, with strong resistance high temperature capability. Lu Shu raised the undead bone staff and soul control order. Whoosh! Shadows of evil spirits suddenly filled the entire sky of Flame City. In a blink, in front of Lu Shu, the auras of hundreds of dead souls have appeared. You killed a Fire Demon Soldier and obtained the Flame Demon Soldier Armor, Platinum Level, X1. You killed a Fire Demon Soldier and received the Flame Demon Soldier Boots, Diamond Level, X1. The dead souls are raging. The nearby Fire Demon Soldiers were immediately swept away frantically. It seems to be due to the explosion of lucky attributes. From these Fire Demon Soldiers, you can actually get a lot of Diamond Level Demon suits. To know. If you are an ordinary Divine Tree Master, it is not that easy to spawn monsters and explode Diamond Level equipment. After sweeping around the area, Lu Shu had already assembled the 7-piece demon suit. Demonic 8-piece set Sad Face 78. Set Effect, Demonic Restraint 100, Demonic Perception 150, Demonic Gain 100, Demonic Critical Hit 50. Just one last piece of jewelry left. Demon Ring. Jewelry such as rings cannot explode from the body of the Fire Demon Soldier. It takes some special monsters to drop this kind of equipment. Lu Shu was not in a hurry and continued to attack in the direction of Flame City. Swept away the nearby Fire Demon Soldiers. Lu Shu harvested dozens of pieces of platinum and diamond level equipment. If you throw all these equipment into the 5-color altar, you can almost light up the chance of a lucky critical strike again. Continuing to explore for some distance, a bronze gate stands in front of you. Boom! After the bronze door is opened, feel the burning flames of death. A demonic roar came from inside. A demon covered in flames and 100 meters high, like a mountain, straddled in front of Lu Shu. The Lord Boss of Endless Flame City has finally appeared. At the same time, a boss panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Fire Lord. Perception range, 400 meters. Power, 1210. Speed, 1030. Defense, 1110. Skills, Fire Meteor, Hell of Fire, Endless Flame, Double Bloodlust, Bloodline Awakening, Quadruple Fury, Body of Fire, Fire Immunity, Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity. Description: the Fire Lord with the bloodline of ancient demonic flames has an incorporeal form, and its entire body is composed of flames. If you want to kill this kind of character with no fixed form, it's best not to have any illusions about ordinary attacks. Chapter 79. Die, Bug. A huge fireball appeared in the hands of the Flame Lord. The huge flames smashed towards Lu Shu. The scope of this fireball was extremely astonishing, as if it was going to completely burn everyone here. He snorted coldly. Faced with such a large-scale attack, there was no fear on Lu Shu's face. He calmly took out the Holy War Sword and slashed forward. The purple energy sword flashed. The huge fireball was immediately split. Reaching the golden elixir at this moment, the purple energy condensed on the tip of Lu Shu's sword was shining brightly. He condensed a purple energy again and slashed out with one sword. Lu Shu's speed was so fast that the Fire Lord couldn't even react from breaking through the fireball, and then swung his sword energy to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the sword light suddenly turned into a long streak. It slashed forward. The Flame Lord's body was immediately divided into two halves by this sword. Seeing this, the sword light caused fatal damage to the Fire Lord. However, the Fire Lord's body suddenly healed after being separated into two halves. The Fire Lord's fire form is immune to physical attacks. The next second, the Fire Lord angrily threw two huge fire meteorites at Lu Shu again. Boom! Use physical skills. The master level bonus of the Shadow Assassin has made Lu Shu's speed reach an almost ghostly level. The dodge attribute is also high enough. Just a slight jump to the side. The explosion range caused by the meteorite did not affect Lu Shu at all, and he was easily dodged. The moment the meteorite hit the ground, there was a huge explosion. The Fire Lord's damage is also high enough. If it were hit head-on by this meteorite, the consequences would be disastrous. Are physical attacks ineffective? Lu Shu frowned slightly. Not only are physical attacks ineffective, magic attacks and flame attacks have little effect on the Fire Lord. If you want to defeat the Lord of Endless Flame City, you'd better have water attribute magic. However, my mage class does not have the ability to control elements, it is a necromancer. It's really troublesome to deal with this immortal boss. Lu Shu's brows frowned. The flame form makes it difficult for the Fire Lord to be killed by ordinary damage. Under most attacks, its body can return into the form of flames, and then come together. Recover. The ability is close to immortality. You must use special attack methods. At this moment, the Fire Lord launched the Fire Meteor again. Lu Shu avoided the meteorite and counterattacked in the same way as before. The sword light still smoothly blasted the flames. The Lord's body was divided into two halves. However, within a few seconds, the Flame Lord's body healed instantly again. Its flame body can heal instantly after the body collapses. It can be said to be an extremely troublesome thing. Boss. At this point in the situation, it is impossible for the Fire Lord's attack to fall on Lu Shu. However, Lu Shu's sword energy cannot cause substantial damage to the Fire Lord. We are in a stalemate. Lu Shu calmly judged the situation in front of him, his eyes moved slightly. Little White Fox, try to activate the power of the dark fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, the little white fox immediately nodded and teleported away in the direction of the Fire Lord. The next second, the Black Death light suddenly enveloped the Fire Lord. 100 little white foxes activated the dark fruit at the same time. Superpower. Endless black light flickered in this place. The place was silent for a moment. Such a big Flame Lord was swallowed up in an instant. No trace of it disappeared. Was it successful? Lu Shu's eyes moved. However, the next second, the Fire Lord's body suddenly condensed again. It suddenly suffered such a terrifying attack, and its face was quite ferocious. Suddenly, the surrounding lava began to surge. The Fire Lord launched the Hell of Fire. The Fire Lord launched the Endless Flames. Boundless flames spread around Lu Shu. The Fire Lord is completely angry. Although the attack of the little white fox cannot kill it, the impact is not small. The Fire Lord controlled all the flames nearby and swept towards Lu Shu overwhelmingly. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Yumi, possessing the little white fox. Little white fox, use the power of the dark fruit. Absorb all these flames with the black hole. Yumi possessed the little white fox, and immediately made the little white fox's mental power reach S-level. He used the power of the dark fruit. The black hole immediately absorbed the boundless flames around him. At this time, Lu Shu first sent the army of dead souls was collected. The Flame Lord's flames carry the amplification attribute of the demons and have a strong restraint effect on the dead souls. Behind him, only the nightmare dead souls, decaying dead souls and undead souls were left. As well as hundreds of imprisoned souls. The role of these dead souls is naturally to resist damage. Lu Shu controlled the nightmare souls and corrupt souls to release curses and debilitating power against the Fire Lord. Unexpectedly, when two black auras landed on the Flame Lord, the flames on his body actually weakened a bit. Are curse attacks effective? Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. He himself also had related types of skills. He released an intermediate curse towards the Fire Lord. With Lu Shu's S-level mental power, using this skill had the best effect. Even more obvious than the Nightmare Revenant and the Corrupted Revenant. The Flame Lord's aura was obviously weakened. He tried to slash out a sword light again. The Flame Lord's body was immediately separated into two halves. Of course. Its body was being destroyed. After being separated and dissipated, they were able to slowly come back together again. But Lu Shu clearly felt that the Fire Lord's recovery speed had slowed down. And, when the Fire Lord was recovering, it was very effective against curses, weakness, etc. The resistance of skills will become even lower. So that's it. Lu Shu's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He found a way to solve this boss. Immediately. Lu Shu said to Pikachu, release the power of the shock fruit and smash this guy's body. Pick up. Pikachu nodded and cast the shock fruit. The small fist carried terrifying power. With such a punch, the Fire Lord's body was immediately shattered. Then Lu Shu released several curses again. The ability went down. The aura on this boss continued to weaken. The healing speed became slower and slower. At this moment, the Fire Lord finally realized that he was in danger. The aura on its body rose again. The Fire Lord launched the Bloodline Awakening. The Fire Lord activated Double Bloodlust. Around. The flames of the Flame City all surged towards the direction of the Flame Lord. These flames are the key to the Fire Lord's power. Lu Shu immediately saw the clues. The little white fox releases the power of the dark fruit in all directions. Create a field to surround the battlefield. Don't let these flames enter the body of the Fire Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the little white fox immediately used void teleportation. The dark light curtain shrouded it into a barrier, blocking the flames from the battlefield. Although the flames of the Flame City were summoned by the Flame Lord, they were still in midair. They will be absorbed and swallowed by these black holes. The Fire Lord failed to activate Bloodline Awakening. The Fire Lord activated Double Bloodthirst and failed. This skill enters the cooldown time. The Fire Lord enters a weakened state. 4 prompts appear in succession. At this time, the Flame Lord's aura was suddenly weakened. Activating this kind of amplifying skill itself will cause some damage to oneself. It is equivalent to overdrafting oneself and gaining strength. However, once it fails to activate, it will immediately enter a weakening effect. At this time, skills such as Lu Shu's curse are more likely to have an effect on the Fire Lord. After several rounds of attacks, at this time, the Flame Lord's body is already filled with traces of black aura. Its healing speed is getting slower and slower. Lu Shu suddenly remembered that he still had illusion skills. He had brought back the Guanhan Qin from Bixiao Holy Land, but he hadn't tried it yet to see how it worked. If you curse the attack, it can cause real damage to the Fire Lord. So, can I use the attack skills of illusion to make the Fire Lord lose himself in the illusion forever? My mental power has reached S-level. Using the illusion ability, combined with Guanhan Qin, should be able to play a big role. Thought of this. Lu Shu's mind moved. The next second, a guqin appeared in his hand. His fingers gently rested on the strings. Master's piano skills. The moment the music was played, the sound wave turned into a ripple and spread towards the Fire Lord. At this time, the Fire Lord's body suddenly shook. Its recovery speed was almost equivalent to stagnating. The Fire Lord received illusion damage. Illusion lost, 10. When the disorientation reaches 100, the Fire Lord will lose consciousness forever and die. I didn't expect that I could use illusion to kill the Fire Lord. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Every time Pikachu uses the shock fruit, Fire Lord's body will be shattered. Usually at this time, the skills of Nightmare Revenant and Corruption Revenant will play a big role. The dark fruit of the little white fox cuts off the surrounding flames, preventing the Fire Lord from absorbing any fire source from the Flame City. In this way, the Fire Lord cannot enter the second stage of the violent mode. The flame has entered a weak state Lord, the resistance to illusion is even weaker at this time. Lu Shu continued to play the piano. The sound of the piano was once again scattered by Pikachu in the form of the Fire Lord. As the Nightmare Souls and Corrupt Souls continuous attacks, more curse buffs appeared on the Fire Lord. The effect of Lu Shu's illusions became more obvious. Illusion lost, 20. Illusion lost, 35. Illusion lost, 50. At this moment, the Fire Lord seemed to feel a strong crisis. Its body recovered completely in an instant. Roar! Endless flames burst out from his body. The Fire Lord unleashed Quadruple Fury. Basic attributes quadruple. Suddenly, the properties of the Fire Lord became extremely explosive. Its body suddenly expanded a lot. The destructive power becomes extremely terrifying. Immortal Soul, stand in front. Lu Shu looked calmly. All the team members immediately retreated. At this time, the Undead Soul was blocking the front of the entire team. Boom! A terrible meteorite fell down. The Undead Soul was immediately smashed to pieces by the meteorite. But the next second, the black lines connected to its body sacrificed a few insignificant souls for death, and it immediately recovered. In terms of the attribute of immortality, there is also a general in Lu Shu's team. Launch the 4-inch doubly violent is not completely cost-effective for the Fire Lord. The violent attribute makes it completely lose its consciousness, and it only knows how to attack. It never thought that the Undead Soul cannot be killed, and it needs to be dealt with behind only the Lu Shu could do it. The Undead Soul was just blocking the front, constantly enduring the Death Lord's crazy attacks. After this guy had been smashed dozens of times, at this moment, the Flame Lord's aura suddenly changed. Got weak. The Fire Lord's quadruple rage has passed and he has entered an extremely weak state. At this time, the Immortal Soul retreated. It was Lu Shu's turn and they got the place back. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi attacked the Fire Lord at the same time. Lu Shu said. At this moment, the Little White Fox does not need to release the power of the dark fruit to absorb the surrounding flames. The Fire Lord has entered an extremely weak state, and even the ability to absorb flames and restore the original source is temporarily unavailable. This time, all you need to do is concentrate your firepower and output, and it will have a very good effect. The large army opened up its firepower and attacked crazily. The body of the Flame Lord dissipated again in an instant. Lu Shu was behind and continued to play the piano. Illusion lost, 60. Illusion lost, 70. Illusion lost, 85. Illusion lost, 99. Finally, when the disillusionment of the illusion reached 100, the Fire Lord's body had stopped healing. Never reappeared. The Fire Lord has been completely lost in the illusion, lost consciousness, and is pronounced dead. You pass the boss of Endless Flame City, Fire Lord. Obtain the Fire Lord's Ring, Extraordinary Level, X1. Get Fire Lord's Heart X1. Get Searchlight Fire X1. Obtain the Key to the Lost Holy Land X1. Obtain the Master Mage Professional Skills Illustration, Fireball. Chapter 80. This reward is beyond my expectation. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He glanced at the reward panel, there seemed to be a lot of good things. Some items he had never seen before. After all, the level he passed was an S-level copy. Although they were all Abyss level, they were dangerous. The higher the coefficient, the more rewards you will get. First of all, Lu Shu set his sights on Fire Lord's ring. A equipment panel popped up in front of him. Ring of the Fire Lord. Type, Ring. Grade, Extraordinary. Attributes, Magic 800, Spirit 200, Spell Penetration 180, Flame Addition 10, Flame Control 20. Set Effect. Demonic 8-piece set Sad Face 88. Set Effect, Demonic Restraint 200, Demonic Perception 300, Demonic Gain 200, Demonic Critical Hit 100, Puncture 200. The Devil set is finally available in 8 pieces. Lu Shu took a deep breath. He looked at the familiar panel with a little more satisfaction. After the suit reached the full effect of 8 pieces, its attributes were doubled. The critical strike and piercing in the back could even make him the damage to the demons reached a very high value. Next. Lu Shu looked at Fire Lord's heart. Heart of the Fire Lord. Category, Combat Power Amplification Consumable. Grade, Rare. Attributes, Fire Resistance 500, Mental Power 300, Spell Penetration 200, Attack Power 400, Demonic Critical Strike 50. Duration, 30 minutes. Lu Shu glanced at the attributes. This attribute was pretty good, mainly due to the strong increase in attack power and mental power. It can be used together with Fire Demonic Soldier's Heart. I can gain a lot of mental attributes in a short period of time. In this way, using illusion skills will have a much more powerful effect. Not long ago, Lu Shu was still outside the Devil Manor and saw the Dark Knight Alliance organizations such as Netherworld coming to this dungeon area. Although these 2 combat power increasing items were in the Wailing Abyss at the back, the effect may be very limited, but it has a very good effect against Netherworld. Netherworld has the talent of Spiritual Fruit, and his innate mental power is very high. It is not easy to control the opponent with illusions. And it is not that easy. These 2 props can give Lu Shu more information to control the Netherworld. Do you want to use Searchlight X1 to light the fire source? Yes. Vision range 100. Fire source Divinity 1. Divinity? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Then, an explanation panel appeared in front of him. Fire source. Range, 550 meters. Divinity, Elementary. Function, resist the Netherworld, offset the influence of the Dark Knight, vision suppression resistance 10 distance next stage, intermediate divinity, remaining to collect 10 searchlight divine fires. I see. The divine fire source provides certain effects for some specific fields and skills. Maybe, the Howling Abyss is not as simple as imagined. Just like the Endless Flames City, the environment there poses a fatal threat to the Divine Tree Master. And this threat may come from the darkness that suppresses vision. The source of divine fire is also a must-have condition for exploring the Wailing Abyss copy. Otherwise, you will die. Lu Shu vaguely guessed the role of the searchlight fire. If the Divine Tree Master wants to explore the Wailing Abyss and has not cleared the Endless Flames City and has not obtained the searchlight fire and key props, then it may just be a gift. Except for in addition to obtaining divine fire. Lu Shu also obtained a skill illustration related to flames. A prompt popped up in front of him. Detection, you already have the mage profession and can learn it. Do you choose to unlock the master level mage profession skill illustration, Fireball? Yes. The next second. A skills panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Fireball. Level, LV9, master level. Function, can summon huge fireballs or control advanced flames. Fortunately, I have the profession of Necromancer. Necromancer, also wizard. Therefore, you are qualified to unlock the master fireball technique. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. The mage profession is really a panacea. Many special skills can be unlocked as long as you have a mage profession. This fireball technique is actually included in the Necromancer in the skill panel, there is simply an alien. Correct. Can I use fireball to control search fire? It should not be an accident that this item and skill illustration were released at the same time. Lu Shu had a thought in his mind, and then released the fireball technique. The next second, the flames of the search torch suddenly became raging. The huge sea of fire swept away towards the surroundings, suddenly lighting up the surrounding fog. Lu Shu was surprised to find that his fireball technique could even increase the attributes of divine fire. Strategy for the next copy Howling Abyss. Perhaps, divine fire and fireball techniques can play a key role. But before the strategy, we have to go to the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Obtain the key to the Lost Holy Land. Of course Lu Shu would choose to go to the Holy Land first. Nightmare level copy, don't look at it, there is an extra S. However, the Fire Lord of Endless Flames City alone is already a boss immune to physical, magic, and fire attacks. Who knows what kind of terrifying attributes a nightmare level boss can acquire. Maybe it can even offset the effects of illusions. To kill this boss requires some very special methods. In this way, perhaps the answer can be found at the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Lu Shu set off immediately. Go back the way you came. At this time, there were several notification sounds in his ears. Ding. You got primary golden elixir fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained a golden elixir skill fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained the Golden Elixir Martial Arts Fruit X1. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. The eyes slightly reveal surprise. The growth is finally completed. Looking towards the direction of the sacred tree. On the tree, 3 golden fruits were swaying in the breeze. Along with the lush leaves of the sacred tree, there was a rustling sound. Lu Shu jumped 100 feet with a tap of his toes, reached out and picked off these 3 fruits. He buried the golden elixir fruits in the soil. Soon, a panel of subspecies spiritual tree appeared in front of Lu Shu. Primary golden elixir fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, primary golden elixir fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 3. There are 3 production opportunities. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. The fruits produced by high-level spiritual trees are indeed of a much higher grade. Golden elixir fruits are suitable for your own golden elixir realm. If there are 3 production times, then there will be more room for operation. Now, Lu Shu also has the ability to synthesize. If you fall into a bottleneck period, you can also combine the primary golden elixir fruits into intermediate golden elixir fruits, or even high-level golden elixir fruits, and directly make a breakthrough. Bury the primary golden elixir fruits in the soil here, obtained a primary golden elixir fruit tree. Lu Shu focused his attention on the golden elixir fruit. He put it into his mouth and bit it down. Not long after, the golden elixir fruit had been swallowed whole by Lu Shu. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of him. You have swallowed the golden elixir skill fruit and obtained the golden elixir skill San Yuan Juden. A book of exercises called 3 Yuan Ju Dan suddenly appeared in Lu Shu's mind. Slightly follow the exercises and perform the operation. Time. The spiritual energy near heaven and earth surged crazily in the direction of Lu Shu. Lu Shu sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree and practiced. Soon. Lu Shu has completely mastered every subtlety of this technique. The Bodhi tree and the crane bring about an improvement in one's understanding, and one can master a skill in a very short period of time. When it works, it becomes much more efficient. If he swallowed the golden elixir fruit, Lu Shu estimated that he would be able to break through to the second level of the golden elixir soon. There are also golden elixir martial arts fruits. Swallow the remaining fruit. Soon, another prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have swallowed the golden elixir martial skill fruit and obtained the golden elixir martial skill 9 heaven's sword technique. It seems to be because he knows that Lu Shu often uses a sword. Therefore, swallowing the golden elixir martial arts fruit will give you martial arts skills that are also related to swordsmanship. Lu Shu immediately took out the holy sword of war. One sword moves the sky. The aura of the golden elixir realm, after forming the elixir, is a whole level higher than that of the innate realm. Coupled with the golden elixir condensed by Lu Shu, it is the purple chi golden elixir. The grade is higher and the aura is more intense. Use the 9 heavens sword technique. A sword was drawn out, and the mighty sword energy seemed to sweep across the clear sky. The clouds in the sky scattered like ripples under the agitation of this sword energy. This swordsmanship is really powerful. Lu Shu showed a look of surprise. If used in conjunction with the holy sword special restraint on demons and the 9 heavens sword technique, this mighty sword light would be able to kill all the demons around him in an instant. Elementary level. Golden elixir fruit, golden elixir skill fruit and golden elixir martial arts fruit are all produced. At this time, the products of the divine tree have also been updated. Open the sacred tree panel, products, life fruit, advanced growth fruit X3, intermediate golden elixir fruit X1 production cycle, for days, 260-0650. There is new fruit of life coming. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. This means that new pets are coming to this island. The rest is just waiting. Half a day passed. A notification sound came from Lu Shu's ear. Ding! Your primary golden elixir fruit tree has reached the production cycle, primary golden elixir fruit 100. Coming. Lu Shu opened his eyes from practicing. It only took half a day. Now, Lu Shu is about to harvest the fruits of the subspecies spiritual tree. It basically doesn't take long to wait. 100 golden primary gold dan fruit, hanging on the tree, waiting for Lu Shu to pick it at any time. Let's synthesize it into an intermediate golden elixir fruit first. Lu Shu thought. After reaching the golden elixir realm, improving one's cultivation is not as simple as before. The purple chi golden elixir condensed by Lu Shu is more difficult to upgrade and cultivate than the ordinary golden elixir. It can be directly synthesized into the intermediate golden elixir fruit, which can be cultivated efficiency will be higher. Do you want to choose to synthesize X10 primary golden elixir fruit into X1 intermediate golden elixir fruit? In Lu Shu's hand, there was a bigger golden elixir fruit. This golden elixir fruit has evolved from elementary to intermediate. Have better results. Lu Shu swallowed the intermediate golden elixir fruit. Suddenly, he felt that the golden elixir in his body contained the majestic spiritual energy. The movement technique. Lu Shu quickly digested an intermediate golden elixir fruit completely. But there is still some distance to go before a breakthrough. Continue. Lu Shu synthesized 4 intermediate golden elixir fruits again. 3 times 5 divided by 2. These 4 fruits were also eaten. Boom. At this moment, a roaring sound came from Lu Shu's body. And his cultivation realm has also been upgraded from the first level of Jindan to the second level of Jindan. Come again. Lu Shu also synthesized the remaining fruits. He drank 5 intermediate golden elixir spiritual energy fruits. Taking advantage of this huge bonus effect, he worked hard. Lu Shu's body felt a burst of thunder again. There was a sound like a breakthrough. He was promoted to the 3rd level of Jindan. At this time, Lu Shu suddenly felt that some variables had appeared in his spiritual ocean. Purple Chi power. Lu Shu showed a look of surprise. After reaching the 3rd level of the golden core, his mental power also improved to a certain extent at this time. Originally, it would take some time to completely complete the condensed purple energy power. Because Lu Shu, the improvement of the tree's spiritual power has completed the final stage. At that moment, Lu Shu's eyes reflected a pair of purple pupils. It was as if the essence of all things appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Is this the power of purple chi pupil? It was like observing the world from another perspective. The opening of the purple pupil power allowed Lu Shu to see the nature of the world more intuitively. He could even use the pupil power to influence the opponent's mind. The moment when the purple pupil power was activated, Lu Shu's mental power was upgraded from the original S level to S. Chapter 81. My purple energy is activated, and my spiritual ocean also condenses new attributes. Not only did he gain new mental skills, my mental strength has also reached S. Lu Shu took a long breath, his eyes showing joy. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement for him. S super spiritual power. You know, Nether possesses spiritual fruits. This kind of divine tree master who is born in the divine tree game and has high spiritual power has only reached a level at this time. However, Lu Shu can use S-level mental power to crush the opponent of almost 2 levels. As for the other sacred tree masters, Lu Shu had pushed them away countless miles away. The power of purple energy can see through the essence of all things. Observe the texture carefully and gain insights. Not only can you see through your opponent's actions, but you can also break through illusions. Gathering huge mental power, he can even use his eye power to create illusions to control the opponent's mind, or directly destroy the opponent at the mental level. It can be used as another S-level ability. This is the special benefit that the profession of cultivating immortals can bring. Lu Shu's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. It is indeed the only immortal cultivation profession in the Shinshu game. By opening up your divine consciousness and reaching S-level mental power, you will definitely gain more spiritual abilities than other professions. Much more powerful. At this moment, Lu Shu's consciousness moved slightly. Through the clone that stayed in Devil Manor, he sensed that Yuming had led other members of the Dark Knight Alliance to a position where his clone could sense it. Lu Shu's current field of vision is more than 500 meters. He can know the location of Netherworld in advance. Are you coming? Lu Shu smiled softly. The next second, he switched his consciousness to the clone in Devil Manor. Pay attention, everyone, we have arrived at Devil Manor. Abyss-level dungeon is not so easy to pass. Expand the defensive lineup, observe the surrounding gray fog, and increase vigilance. If you don't want to die, focus your attention. Yuming commanded in a cold voice. A dozen sacred tree masters nearby immediately formed a formation. The team moved very quickly. Everyone's expression was tense. From this point of view, the quality of this team is higher than the previous Dark Knight alliances were a few points higher. Strange, why have we walked for so long without seeing a monster? After walking for a while, a young magician in the team couldn't help but asked with a strange look on his face. The other people in the team also noticed this situation, but they just didn't make a sound. Yuming's brows frowned slightly, and he looked warily, watching the surroundings. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. There are no monsters around. Not only will they not relax at all, but they will become completely vigilant. Zheng Shengzheng. At this moment, in the grey fog, there is a faint sound of a piano. Yu Ming frowned slightly, subconsciously feeling that there was something wrong with the sound of the piano. At this moment, silhouettes of dead souls suddenly shot out of the grey mist. Their strength was around a level. The monster is coming. Get ready to fight. Get into battle formation. Yu Ming shouted loudly. The other members of the team did not dare to neglect. All kinds of powers were waved out from their hands. Magic, shadow, violent fist wind, as long as it can be used to kill the enemy's methods were used by the divine tree masters present without any reservation. The dead souls were quickly repelled. Before this group of people could breathe a sigh of relief. In the grey mist, a row of demon soldiers were suddenly killed. Come out. Both the momentum and attributes are higher than before. Why so many monsters? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Nether instinctively felt that something was wrong with the scene in front of him. However, the current battle prevented him from thinking too much. His mental power had reached a level, although the monster in front of him was a bit weird. From the sudden transformation from dead souls to demon soldiers. This change made Netherworld instinctively feel a little abrupt. But there are not many rules in the grey world. Is it possible that the monster in front of him can still be an illusion? Even if it is an illusion, with his own mental power, and it is absolutely impossible to be confused. While commanding, the battle began. Soon, the team of the Dark Knight Alliance started fighting with the monster again. Devil's Manor. Lu Shu stood in the distance, playing the guqin. In his eyes, there are no monsters at all near Yu Ming and others. They are fighting against the air. In fact, except for the dead souls encountered at the beginning, which were the army of dead souls summoned by Lu Shu, the demon soldiers encountered later were all illusions created by Lu. The essence of illusion is to create an environment that is real enough for the opponent to be deeply immersed in it and believe that everything around him is real. Only then can he be manipulated by illusion. My mental power reaches S level, which is already higher than Nether's mental power. Just use illusions and it will be effective. But if Nether's spirit reaches level A, even if it can work directly, if it makes the other party suspicious, the illusion may not have any effect. Therefore, only by using real dead souls to bring the consciousness of Yu Ming and others into a tense fighting state and make them believe that the enemies and monsters around them are real, then they can successfully cast illusions and control their actions. The corners of Lu Shu's lips curled up slightly. Today, he successfully performed the illusion, which allowed him to gain some insights. The sound of the piano at the beginning might make a top master like Yu Ming notice something abnormal. However, the following one, the monster attack of waves of dead souls, will make Yu Ming selectively forget the sound of the piano. Because the dead soul monsters are real monsters, not illusions. At this time, Yu Ming and others must deal with it with all their strength. Wait until they fully enter the fighting state. Lu Shu's eye activated the illusion to create the scene of a monster attack. When the fake is real, it is also fake, and when the real is fake, the fake is also real. The highest level of illusion is to let the opponent fall into the illusion of true and false, and believe that the surrounding people everything is true, and the effect is the best. Just stay here and compete with the air for a while. Lu Shu calmly looked at Yu Ming and others, fighting for air on the spot. The strength of this team is a bit strong. Let's consume their mental power and trump cards first. Moreover, Lu Shu's large force must first go to the Lost Holy Land ruins. At this time, there is no time to deal with Yu Ming and others. Let them lose a wave of energy in the illusion first. Wait until the strength of Yu Ming and others is almost used up, and then kill them. If that time comes, Lu Shu already knows all the abilities of his opponent. But Netherworld, who knows nothing about the surrounding situation and has exhausted all his mental power, will only be killed instantly by Lu Shu with one blow. The ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Coordinates Sadphase 63-55, on the other side of Devil Manor. Lu Shu led a large army to the gate of the Holy Land. Use the key to the Lost Sanctuary? Yes. The next second. Boom. There was a loud bang from the dusty door. A channel opened. Walk forward, there is a magnificent country inside. The ancient buildings are relatively well preserved. It indicates that there was once a huge and prosperous civilization here. However, after walking for a while, a dark space appeared in front of me. Like a torn void, it looks extremely deep. Tip, there is a netherworld ahead, and the risk factor is extremely high. Please proceed with caution. The netherworld realm. Lu Shu frowned slightly and stepped forward. Ahead, the netherworld was a darkness. As long as you enter it, you will be greatly negatively affected. The consequences may be worse than being hit by a meteorite from the Flame City. Much more serious. Is the destruction of this holy land also related to the emergence of nightmare-level copies? Think of Howling Abyss. Lu Shu immediately had some guesses in his mind. Take a few more steps. Really? A prophetic stone wall appears in front of you. The words engraved on it recorded the fate of this holy land and confirmed Lu Shu's guess. The netherworld from the abyss has reached here. They will not be satisfied with just one abyss. Expansion is their instinct. The terrifying existence born in the abyss has been quietly moving. One day in the near future, netherworld will arrive here and create a new abyss. At that time, disaster will spread throughout the world. Humanity places its hope in guardian spirits. Unfortunately, guardian spirits can only protect humans from being devoured by the netherworld, but they cannot defeat the netherworld. Humans are frantically scrambling for the protection of guardian spirits. But the God blessed by the angel will only choose to protect those who have the opportunity to kill netherworld. The guardian spirit is also ruthless. He will not waste human hope on the incompetent. Because it will only bring greater despair to mankind. After reading this prophecy, Lu Shu's heart moved slightly, and he guessed. It turns out that netherworld is a monster born from the abyss. But this monster is different from the cursed demon king in Castlevania. It's equivalent to the difference between small monsters and big monsters in the abyss. According to prophecy, the native monsters born in the abyss also have the ability to expand. If it is a monster as powerful as the Lord of the Netherworld, it can even create a new abyss. And these abysses can continue to create monsters and start to spread crazily. My eyes moved to the nether realm near the Holy Land. These swallowed voids turned into a deep void. After the Holy Land was attacked by the Netherworld, it has become like this. It is conceivable. If you go to the Wailing Abyss, the realm belonging to the Lord of the Netherworld. Then, such dangerous areas may be everywhere. As long as you step into that copy, you will probably step into the Netherworld realm. If you don't find the corresponding props and methods, then the moment after entering, people may evaporate instantly. At the end of the prophecy, the guardian spirit is mentioned. If you want to enter the Howling Abyss, the protection of the guardian spirit is very important. This provides immunity to the power of the Netherworld. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Think of this. He immediately realized that in the Holy Land, there was still the power of the guardian spirit that could be found. Expand the exploration formation. Avoid all nether regions. Pay attention to safety and do not move casually. Lu Shu commanded. All the pets started exploring nearby. This country is quite large. After exploring for a while, a message popped up in front of Lu Shu. Tip, 500 meters ahead, a guardian spirit jade pendant appears. The little white fox held a pure white jade pendant in its mouth and used void teleportation to arrive in front of Lu Shu. Well done, little guy. Lu Shu smiled and touched the head of the little white fox. He is indeed a little white fox. The ability to move and find treasures is indeed not limited. He moved his eyes to the guardian jade pendant. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. This jade pendant seems to be sealing something, and 2 other guardian spirit artifacts need to be gathered to fully awaken. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The thing sealed in the jade pendant must be the guardian spirit of the Holy Land. But to awaken the jade pendant, 2 other things must be found. He wasn't in too much of a hurry, and continued to explore the area. After a while, it was Pikachu who found a piece of jade. Tip, 500 meters ahead, a guardian spirit scepter appears. Pikachu grabbed the scepter, turned into a flash of light, and returned to Lu Shu. There was joy in the little guy's expression. Once you find this scepter, you won't lose to the little white fox now. A panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Guardian Spirit Scepter. Category, Holy Weapon, exclusive to the Underworld. Conditions of use, Priest, none, Spiritual Power S attributes, Underworld Resistance 500, Blessing 200, Spirit 1000, Divine Power 100. Durability 9999. Skills, Holy Light Guard, Holy Light Purification, Dawn Judgment, Dispel Darkness. Description, in order to deal with the underworld, angels gave humans this scepter. Unfortunately, controlling it requires huge mental power. When disaster strikes, at that time, no one could use this weapon. Until the last priest fell, the scepter had long been forgotten. Priest. Lu Shu immediately noticed that there are conditions for using this weapon. There is another guardian artifact, maybe. That divine object hides the secret of the priest. At this moment, again two prompts pop up. 500 meters ahead, the Guardian Stone appears. Use the Divine Stone to unlock a new profession, Priest. Chapter 82. Sure enough, it has something to do with the profession of the priest. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. The Guardian Spirit Stone emitted a bright white light. Then, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Do you want to unlock a new profession, Priest? Yes. The next second. Lu Shu's body was shrouded in a glimmer of holy light. The most obvious change is mental power. If we say that the previous mental power was a purple ocean. So, in this sea of purple, right now, there is an extra ball of light that condenses the hazy aura of holiness. It's like being infused with divine power. It has the effect of purification and blessing. At the same time, a new professional panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Occupation. Name, Priest. Level, Advanced. Attributes, Spirit 500, Divine Power 20, Blessing 100. Skills. Holy Light Purification, LV1 Purify the negative skill effects below a level on the body. Blessing of Holy Light, LV1 Obtain the Blessing of Holy Light, gain 100 points of blessing attributes and 20 points of divine bonus that last 10 minutes, and be immune to the negative effects of the abyss such as curses, nether darkness, illusions, etc. Holy Light Barrier, LV1 Summon a Holy Light Barrier to resist attacks from abyss monsters below a level. Holy Light Judgment, LV1 summons an A-level Holy Light to cause a large amount of damage to abyss-type enemies. Available skill points, 5. Unexpectedly unlocked the profession of Priest. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. In the Sacred Tree game, the Priest is a very popular profession. Its Holy Light and Blessing effects have a strong restraint effect on most dungeon monsters. Most A-level the clergymen are comparable to other professions with S-level talents. The clergyman profession obtained by Lu Shu in the Lost Holy Land is equivalent to an additional profession dedicated to restraining copies. Among them, the divine power is to release the holy priests. The main attribute of light. It is also a special attribute that only a few professions have. If Lu Shu meets the Fire Lord again, then he only needs to use the divine power of the priest to judge this kind of demon. No need to use it. Illusion can quickly defeat the opponent. Unfortunately, my cleric career level is still relatively low. Lu Shu frowned slightly. His new profession did not come from the fruit of the sacred tree. It comes from the exploration of the grey world. Although I have obtained a new profession, how do I upgrade in the future? At this time, the Guardian Spirit Jade pendant in Lu Shu's hands suddenly erupted into a burst of light. A holy, angelic white shadow floated out of the jade pendant. The moment he opened it, he was like an angel waking up in the world. His indifferent eyes showed wisdom and divinity, as if he was alienated from the world. He looked at Lu Shu with his calm eyes. Lu Shu also stared at the other party. If I guessed correctly, I have collected 3 guardian artifacts. Was the guardian spirit summoned by himself? Then, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Your spiritual power has met the requirements. Do you want to accept the test of the clergy? Lu Shu accepted the test of the priest. He suddenly felt the guardian spirit jade pendant emit a burst of light. It seemed that there was a special connection with his own spiritual power. There was a falling feeling in his body. It was as if his soul was traveling towards a certain place. Not long after, when I opened my eyes again, the picture in front of me suddenly came to a group of high towers. Welcome priests to the trials of the Endless Tower. The difficulty of this test is level A. Trials will be graded based on your completion time. When you are killed by a monster, the challenge is deemed to be over and your consciousness will return to reality. The higher the level of clearance, the less time it takes to kill the same amount of monsters, the higher the score, and the higher the level bonus you get. Number of layers remaining, 10. I see. After passing the test of the Endless Tower, you can upgrade the level of the priest according to your score. This may be a special test copy in the Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, but after death, the challenge will only fail and there will be no negative effects. Lu Shu nodded and understood the rules. The next second, 2 Netherworld Demon Soldiers appeared in front of him. Nether Demon Soldier. Category, Nether Tribe. Danger Factor, A. Perception Range, 300 meters. Power, 610. Speed, 930. Defense, 510. Skills, Nether Body, Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity, Dark Attribute Immunity, Nether Demon Armor, Death Knife Light. Description, monsters with the blood of the Netherworld are naturally integrated with darkness. If humans cannot illuminate the darkness, they cannot defeat the Netherworld. Monsters appear. Lu Shu first tried to use the Holy Sword of War. A sword slashed out. However, the purification of this holy sword was only transmitted from the body of the netherworld demon soldier. Did not cause any substantial harm to it. The purification of the holy sword is aimed at demons. Netherworld is also a type of demon, but it has dark attributes. Therefore, can only holy light attacks cause a lot of damage to it? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. The nether demon soldier was injured and immediately raised his demon blade angrily and launched a counterattack. Cast Holy Light Judgment. A holy light fell from the sky and fell on the two netherworld demon soldiers. Suddenly, the bodies of the two demon soldiers immediately turned into a mass of black mist. Completely judged and purified by the holy light. The nether demon soldier suffered a holy light restraint damage and died immediately. A level. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Holy light seems to be related to spiritual power. Although his holy light judgment is only LV1. However, due to Lu Shu's mental power, he reached the S level. Plus unlocking the divine power of the clergy. Destroying the A-level nether demon soldier is a matter of skill. Number of layers remaining, 9. Clearance time, 2 seconds. This 2 seconds was achieved only after Lu Shu tried to use the holy sword. If you really want to use holy light seriously, then this layer doesn't even need to be used for a second. It was confirmed that the Holy Sword of War did not have much effect on the netherworld. Lu Shu simply chose to use the professional skills of the priest to destroy these monsters. Complete the levels quickly to get higher scores and rewards. On the second floor, 10 identical nether demon soldiers appeared. Lu Shu imposed a blessing of holy light on himself. A holy light judgment went down, a waterfall of holy light fell from the sky. All the demon soldiers on the field were immediately killed. On the second level, there are 10 magic soldiers, and it takes 1 second to clear the level. On the third floor, there are 20 magic soldiers, and it takes 1 second to clear the level. The fourth floor, 50 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. When we reached the fifth floor, 200 magic soldiers appeared on the field. There are too many monsters. A holy light judgment cannot eliminate all enemies in 1 second. Lu Shu opened the skills panel. He has 5 skill points left unused. After trying to use the skills of the priest, Lu Shu had some confidence in which skills should be added. Blessing of Holy Light adds 2 points. Judgment of Light adds 3 points. Other skills will not be added for the time being, now focusing on speedrunning. After adding the points, very quickly. In front of Lu Shu, a new skill panel appeared. Blessing of Holy Light, LV3 obtain the Blessing of Holy Light, gain 200 points of blessing attributes and 60 points of divine bonus for 10 minutes, and be immune to curses and ghosts. Negative effects of the abyss such as darkness and illusion. Holy Light Judgment, LV4 summon an S-level Holy Light to cause a large amount of damage to abyss-based enemies. After the skill panel was improved, Lu Shu used a level 3 Holy Light Blessing on himself. His divinity gets a ton of extra boosts. The level of the Holy Light has been upgraded from S-level power to S-level power. Holy Light flashed across the screen. The 200 nearby nether demon soldiers were instantly killed. On the 5th floor, there are 200 magic soldiers, and it takes 1 second to clear the level. On the 6th floor, there are 500 magic soldiers, and it takes 1 second to clear the level. On the 7th floor, there are 1,000 magic soldiers, and it takes 1 second to clear the level. When we reached the 8th floor, a monster with an octopus face and hair that danced like a demon snake appeared in front of Lu Shu. Cursed Nether Descendants. Category, Nether Tribe, Demon Tribe. Danger Factor, S. Perception Range, 500 meters. Power, 1310. Speed, 1100. Defense, 1010. Skills, Nether Body, Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity, Dark Attribute Immunity, Netherworld Description of Roar, Abyss Amplification, and Demon Blood. They are the first batch of demons to be thrown into the Netherworld Abyss for experiments. They not only possess the attributes of the Netherworld, but also have the physical quality of the demons. Even the Holy Light is difficult to purify. All thorny monsters. Lu Shu uses Holy Light Judgment. The S-level Holy Light that illuminated almost the entire screen immediately killed all the nearby Netherworld demon soldiers. The new monster that appeared, the cursed descendant of the Netherworld, just roared in pain. The Holy Light did a lot of damage to them. The blood of demons will not be affected by the Holy Light, and has great vitality. This extremely painful injury, which fell on the children of Netherworld, only aroused their ferocious nature. Roar! The 5 nearby descendants of the Netherworld rushed towards Lu Shu. Demon Clan. Fortunately, I also have weapons to restrain you. Lu Shu used his backhand to sacrifice the Holy Sword of War. Holding the Guardian Spirit Scepter in his left hand, he released the Holy Light Judgment. Holding the Holy Sword of War in his right hand, a sword light as thick as a bucket slashed down. The cursed descendant of the Netherworld suffered double restraint damage from the Demon Clan and the Netherworld Clan, and died on the spot. On the 7th floor, there are 2,000 demon soldiers and 5 descendants of the Netherworld. It takes 5 seconds to clear the level. On the 8th floor, there are 3,000 demon soldiers and 10 descendants of the Netherworld. It takes 5 seconds to clear the level. On the 9th floor, there are 4,000 demon soldiers and 20 descendants of the Netherworld. It takes 5 seconds to clear the level. Finally. Come to the final 10th floor. There is no Netherworld demon soldier here. But 1,000 cursed children of the Netherworld appear here. The scene is simply disappointing. Lu Shu's expression remained unmoved. 1,000 monsters, is that a lot? As long as the strength is not enough, no matter how many miscellaneous fish there are, they are just cannon fodder. Although the cursed children of the Netherworld have very high attributes, they have restrained skills and equipment, so killing them is not a big problem. Lu Shu used Holy Light Judgment. The first purifying blow of the Holy Light cleared away the Nether bloodline in these Netherworld heirs. As long as they are attacked by the priest's skills once, all monsters will not be able to enter the dark state and will not be immune to subsequent attacks. Then Lu Shu performed the 9 Heavens Sword technique. The aura of the Golden Core realm is injected into the Holy Sword of War. The sword light, which is specially designed to purify demons, blooms like ripples, surging on all nearby monsters. In just a moment, wherever the sword light touched, the Netherworld turned into nothing. Thousands of S-level ghost monsters, in front of Lu Shu, could only face the fate of being killed instantly. On the 10th floor, there are 1,000 descendants of the Netherworld, and it takes 20 seconds to clear the level. Congratulations on passing the test of the 10-story Endless Tower. Time used, 43 seconds. Rating, SSS-level. Reward, Advanced Priesthood Grandmaster Priesthood. When you kill a Nightmare-level Nether boss, you will start the next S-level Endless Tower challenge. At the same time, the career panel in front of Lu Shu has been updated again. Level, Grandmaster. Attributes, Spirit 1500, Divine Power 100, Blessing 200. Holy Light Purification, LV1 Purify the negative skill effects below S level on the body. Blessing of Holy Light, LV3 Obtain the Blessing of Holy Light, gain 200 points of blessing attributes and 60 points of divine bonus that last 10 minutes, and be immune to the negative effects of the abyss such as curses, nether darkness, illusions, etc. Holy Light Barrier, LV1 Summon a Holy Light Barrier to resist attacks from abyss monsters below S level. Holy Light Judgment, LV4 summons an S-level Holy Light to cause a large amount of damage to Abyss-type enemies. Angel Blessing, LV1 Release an Angel Blessing, allowing all members within a range to gain a 5 increase in all attributes. Holy Light Explosion, LV1 summons a Holy Light of Destruction, causing massive critical damage to enemies within range. Available skill points, 10. There was a sinking feeling in the body again. When Lu Shu opened his eyes, unknowingly, he had returned to the ruins of the lost Holy Land again. In front of you. The Guardian Spirit just looked at him quietly. However, Lu Shu clearly felt a hint of surprise from his unwavering eyes. It's like they don't understand why this person came out so soon after he had just undergone the test. When the Guardian Spirit sensed Lu Shu's cleric level and was raised to the master level, does this mean that the other party had already cleared the 10th floor of the Endless Tower in only 43 seconds? The emotionless Guardian Spirit looked at Lu Shu as if he were looking at a monster. Chapter 83. The Guardian Spirit was silent for a moment and said, "You have successfully passed the test of the priest and meet the requirements of guardianship." The words just finished. The next second, the Guardian Spirit instantly merged into Lu Shu's body. A ray of angelic light burst out with brilliant light. Lu Shu's body was suddenly enveloped in a holy light blessed by the angel. At the same time, he discovered that there was an extra buff status bar on his body. Angel Guardian. Category, Special Buff. Function, it has a strong resistance effect against the Netherworld. It can transform into a guardian angel during battle, causing a lot of damage to the Netherworld. Under the protection of the Guardian Spirit, Lu Shu now has extremely high ghost resistance. If the trouble with monsters of the Netherworld is that they are difficult to kill without specific means. Moreover, entering the Wailing Abyss will also face threats from the Netherworld. So now, None of these things will have any impact on Lu Shu. Try to enter the netherworld realm. Lu Shu looked at the dark field. Anyway, he is just a clone now. Let's first see how strong his nether resistance is. In this way, when he actually gets to the dungeon, it is easier to judge the battle status. Lu Shu carved a teleportation array on the spot to avoid sending multiple clones at any time when something unexpected happens. Then, he tried to enter the netherworld realm. When Lu Shu stepped into it in one step, at that moment, the surrounding vision suddenly shrank towards Lu Shu. It was as if the whole world had turned dark. At this moment, the guardian angel on Lu Shu suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. The next second, the guardian holy light dispelled the darkness of the netherworld. The oppression of the netherworld realm also disappeared at this moment. With the protection of a guardian spirit. Now, it will be much safer for me to enter the netherworld. These pet armies can also enter with me. As long as the angel's blessing is turned on, you will be immune to the underworld and gain a group benefit. Lu Shu's eyes looked at the new skills acquired by the priest after he upgraded to the master level. Angel Blessing. This skill can be superimposed with the protection effect of the guardian spirit, so that all pets can gain the increase of this effect. Moreover, the attributes of all members can also receive a percentage increase. This is a very useful skill for Lu Shu. Angel Blessing option adds 5 points. For the remaining 5 points, stay and observe the situation. Waiting until necessary to add more, is equivalent to keeping some trump cards that can be used. Adding points is complete. Open the career panel and view the skill. Angel Blessing, LV6 release an Angel Blessing, allowing all members within a range to gain a 20 increase in all attributes. Not only has the increase in all attributes been greatly improved, the range of release has also been expanded to a certain extent. Even if the pets leave the range, as long as they are blessed by the angel, they can obtain the buff for a certain period of time. The effect in actual combat is quite good. At this time, 2 reminders suddenly popped up in Lu Shu's ears. Ding! You got Shadow Fruit X1. Ding! You got the Necromancer Fruit X1. During this period of exploration, Lu Shu harvested 2 professional fruits from the Shadow Divine Tree and the Necromancer Divine Tree. Think about it. Lu Shu did not choose to take these fruits immediately. Up to now, just eating a fruit has very limited effect on improving the master level. It usually takes 1 or 2 to advance to the first level. The improvement effect is also relatively average. Lu Shu planned to collect 10 fruits first, and then use synthesis to turn them into more advanced professional fruits. Maybe if you eat it like this, you will be surprised. Open panel. Remaining time for the invasion of the Grey World, 5 days. After this period of exploration, the time for the invasion of the Grey World is getting closer and closer. Lu Shu placed his gaze on the location of the copy Wailing Abyss with coordinates, 67, 58. Let's take a look at this copy first. Although there is not much time left, there are still a lot of things that can be done in 5 days. Lu Shu plans to go to the Wailing Abyss and use the power of Monster Prophet to see how this nightmare level copy is doing. Oh, almost forgot. Near the Demon Manor, there is also a group of Dark Knight Alliance members who are fighting against the air. You can consider letting them enter the Nightmare Dungeon to explore the dungeon for yourself. By the way, add more high-level dead souls to your army of dead souls. As well as the sacred tree on the body of the sacred tree master Netherworld, Lu Shu has been interested in this for a long time. Team of the Dark Knight Alliance. After a period of fighting, this group of sacred tree masters seem to have become accustomed to the attack methods of these monsters. A red-haired man held a blood-stained magic knife in his hand. The blade was condensed with scarlet blood. A bloody sword light emerged. The magic soldier in front of him was instantly killed. It doesn't seem to be too difficult, an abyss-level copy, that's it. The red-haired man smiled wildly. Yu Ming's brows furrowed, have you seen the dungeon boss? The others hesitated for a moment and were stunned, it seems not, yes. You have killed so many monsters in this place, why don't you even see a boss? Keep going. Yu Ming was silent for a moment and said. Before he could react, he had already fallen under the illusion. However, although the previous battle was a bit weird, it was not very different from the information in this copy. Everyone walked forward, strangely. After walking for a while, I didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Could it be that we deviated from the direction of the copy and walked out? In the team, a woman wearing a black leather coat with a face full of lines asked aloud. Others immediately felt that this was a possibility. The scope of the abyss-level dungeon is very large. In addition, they don't have Lu Shu. With such a search range, it is normal to get lost sometimes. Go back the way you came. Yu Ming said. Everyone continued walking for a while. But something even stranger happened. When they returned to the original path, they didn't even meet a single demon soldier. Where are we now? A young man's voice was slightly trembling. If you get lost in a grey world, it would not be a good thing. There are only 5 days before the grey world invades. They still have to find a way to return to their sacred tree island. Okay. At this moment, a member's exclamation suddenly came from near Netherworld. Why can't I see anything? Everyone turned around, only to see that teammates suddenly scream. However, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped that person. The scream stopped suddenly. In such a blink of an eye, a person beside him, the person just disappeared. What on earth is going on? Damn it! Yu Ming suddenly cursed angrily. Then, a wave of mental power was released from his body. There was a bang. The picture in front of him suddenly collapsed. At this time, everyone in the team saw their current position, entering an abyss. And the surroundings are surrounded by the nether realm. The member just stepped into the nether realm, and then was mercilessly devoured. When did we get here? The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded. This change happened so suddenly. It was like a dream. No one could react. We were tricked by other sacred tree masters. Yu Ming took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression. What happened? Everyone looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming said coldly, we didn't kill any monsters just now. Everything was an illusion. You can open the warehouse and take a look. The other sacred tree masters heard this and immediately opened the warehouse. As a result, they found that all the rewards they received from raiding the dungeon had disappeared at this moment. The items in the warehouse were no different from before they raided them. This means that the rewards they got from raiding the dungeon just now disappeared. The items are all fake. And the enemy who can do all this must be a sacred tree master. If I guessed correctly, our position has now been trapped by the enemy in the howling abyss. Yu Ming gritted his teeth and said. How so? When other people heard the news, their faces turned pale. Howling abyss, when they were exploring nearby, they also got a map of the area. Nightmare copy. This is a dungeon that is 100 times scarier than the abyss-level dungeon. At the current stage, there is no divine tree master who dares to say that he can pass here. Could it be someone from Muyu Pavilion? Yu Ming's expression immediately became ugly. He remembered that there was a sacred tree master named Lu Feng in Muyu Pavilion, who was very good at illusion. And the battle between Muyu Pavilion and the Dark Knight Alliance, during this period it never stopped. The situation between the two sides was very tense. Yu Ming originally thought that Lu Feng was just a third-rate character, and even if he was on the rankings, it would be insignificant. He immediately sent a message to Yi. Yu Ming, leader, we were trapped by Lu Feng's illusion and fell into the wailing abyss. We are probably in a very dangerous situation now. And Yi, what's the situation over there? Before Yu Ming could recover, a teammate suddenly shouted from beside him. Careful. Everyone turned their heads and looked, in their field of vision. Several nether demon soldiers rushed out from the nether realm and came towards everyone in the Dark Knight Alliance. Netherworld's face changed. He had no time to reply to Dark Knight's message. It was necessary. We must first get through the situation in front of us. The red-haired man held a bloody blade and slashed at the nether demon soldier. A strange thing happened. This knife actually passed through the nether demon soldier's body. It did not cause any harm to it. You all stand back. These monsters are not something you can deal with. They have dark power. Netherworld's abilities are also very close to the monsters in this copy. He also released the power of dark attributes. A black barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the attacks of these demon soldiers. Walk. Get out of here. Netherworld shouted. At this moment, in the grey fog, endless nether demon soldiers came out of the abyss, instantly disrupting the formation of this team. Ah! Several screams came from the surroundings. There were too many demon soldiers, and Netherworld's ability could not respond at all. Among the divine tree masters present, except for Netherworld, no one could deal with these Netherworld monsters. One after another, they died in the hands of the nether demon soldiers. Some of the divine tree masters were completely in chaos at this time. They desperately began to escape outside. Who knows, the next second, a nether realm suddenly enveloped them, the other party. The red-haired man panicked and didn't even look at the road. He ran into the netherworld and was swallowed up instantly. He didn't even have time to make a sound, and he died just like that. These idiots. Yu Ming couldn't help but cursed. Don't you know how to lean on your side? Now, if you want to keep these teammates, there is no chance. They are almost dead. Although Yu Ming also has dark attributes, the demon soldiers can't kill him for the time being, but the monster attributes of the nightmare level copy are too high. So many monsters have emerged, and Netherworld's current level and strength are completely unable to withstand it. I have to retreat crazily. Right here at that time, a demon wearing a magic robe looked at Netherworld with cold eyes. Netherworld instantly felt the breath of death. Following the demon mage, he gently released the grey mist staff, the next second. Bang! Netherworld's body exploded like this. But Netherworld is obviously not that easy to die. He gritted his teeth and fled towards the outside of the copy. Strictly speaking, Netherworld's body is somewhat similar to the Fire Lord. It can be transformed into attributes and elements. On the physical level, it is difficult to kill. The attributes of the monsters here are also dark attribute attacks. Although attacks with the same attributes can work, the effect will be relatively limited. Run away. This is the only thought left in Yu Ming's mind. If you escape from this dungeon, there may be a chance of survival. Looking back, all the teammates behind him are basically dead. Yu Ming can only be alone, accept the humiliating defeat, and fight desperately for a chance of survival. On the way. He doesn't know how many demon soldiers have been killed with blades, and he doesn't know how many mages have blasted his body with magic. With his A-level spirit power, Nether endured the pain again and again, and put his body back together again and again from the state of darkness and division. Finally, he escaped from the scope of the Wailing Abyss, at this moment. Nether Ninja he couldn't help but take a long breath and laughed. He survived. Anyway, he survived. When he raised his head, he suddenly found, there was someone suddenly in front of him. When he raised his head, what caught his eye was a pair of purple eyes. The next second, Yu Ming found that he had lost consciousness. Chapter 84. It's you. The moment he saw Lu Shu, Yu Ming seemed to have reacted. Some time ago, Lusharan once displayed Rakshasa's equipment on the trading interface, and because Lu Feng had a bet with Rakshasa, he has always been obsessed with Rakshasa's equipment. He must have spent a sacred tree fruit to transfer this. I exchanged a set of platinum equipment for it. The Tree Master's killing of Rakshasa meant that he must have had a grudge with the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance, and there is no Divine Tree Master who can crush himself mentally and look at the entire Divine Tree game with more than one hand. Die. Lu Shu said lightly. The next second, looking at Lu Shu's pupils, Yu Ming suddenly felt a majestic spiritual power like an ocean, completely suppressing him. How can it be? Yu Ming was shocked. He never thought that he would be so far behind other Divine Tree Masters in terms of spiritual power. He activated the purple Chi power. Lu Shu's eyes directly swallowed up Yu Ming's mind. When that terrifying spiritual torrent swept towards Netherworld, he wanted to put up more resistance. But Netherworld could only feel that his consciousness was gradually dissipating. No matter what he did, he was struggling, unable to resist his own consciousness, and was becoming more and more comatose. If he was in the peak state of Netherworld, he might still be able to escape from death by relying on the powers of the Netherworld system. However, after passing through the Wailing Abyss, various people an attack from a monster. At this moment, Yu Ming's mental power was running low. Lu Shu used S-level mental power to launch an attack on it. The result was predictable. Yu Ming had no ability to resist and was completely devoured by Lu Shu. Lost his consciousness. Finally, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You have killed the Tree Master Netherworld. Obtain the Netherworld Sacred Tree. Divine Tree 1. Now. The Dark Knight's eyes are cloudy and uncertain. He waited for a while, but found that Yu Ming still didn't reply to the message. Finally. And he couldn't bear it any longer. He sent a message, how is your current situation? However, the prompt that popped up in front of Dark Knight the next second was the familiar death prompt box. The Sacred Tree Master Netherworld is dead. At this moment, Anye's expression finally became unbearable. Muyu Pavilion. A burst of murderous intent burst out from Dark Knight's eyes. Before he died, Yu Ming said that he was under an illusion, and now he was trapped into the nightmare-level Wailing Abyss. In this aspect of the entire Sacred Tree game, it is the only person with extremely high attainments who can pose a threat to Yu Ming seems to be Lu Feng of Muyu Pavilion. But, what makes Anye a little puzzled is why Lu Feng can threaten Yu Ming. According to the latest information, Lu Feng's current the mental power should be B-level. At most it is impossible to threaten Netherworld with A-level mental power. There is even intelligence that Netherworld has a restraining effect on Lu Feng. But if this is the case, how can Lu Feng who tricked Yu Ming into the Wailing Abyss? And Ye's eyes narrowed. Although there is something fishy about this matter, but we definitely can't just let it go. Yu Ming is a top general of the Dark Knight Alliance. If he dies, it will have an impact on the entire Dark Knight Alliance. The Dark Knight Alliance's vitality cannot be described as being severely damaged. It can be said that Yi broke an arm directly. Take a deep breath. Yi said to the subordinates in the guild, send the order, let people increase the number of people in Muyu Pavilion. Members reward. Especially increasing Lu Feng's bounty and adding a piece of extraordinary equipment. By the way, Yu Ming is dead, and his position needs a capable person to take his place. Muyu Pavilion. Netherworld is dead. The Dark Knight Alliance has suddenly increased the bounty on all our members. Especially Lu Feng's bounty has now been added to an extraordinary weapon. Muyu Tingfeng opened her eyes slightly. In fact, in the Dark Knight Alliance, there are divine tree masters sent by Muyu Pavilion to lurk. Likewise, Muyu Pavilion also has people from the Dark Knight Alliance. This is something that both sides have declared inappropriate. Dark Knight, the sudden increase in the bounty on Muyu Pavilion is equivalent to completely breaking the relationship. Open the chat box. Muyu Tingfeng, Lu Feng, what have you done recently? Lu Feng, I'm just going to stay on the Sacred Tree Island. The Grey Realm has almost invaded recently. Should I still go out? Muyu Tingfeng, then why was your reward raised to an extraordinary weapon by the Dark Knight Alliance? Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Muyu Tingfeng was a little sure that this matter had nothing to do with him. Using the deduction method. Muyu Tingfeng frowned slightly. Lu Feng and Yu Ming's death have nothing to do with each other, but they do have something to do with it. What is the cause and effect sandwiched between the two? After deducing for a while, I still couldn't find the answer. Muyu Tingfeng, anyway, you have been careful lately. Although Yu Ming is dead, the Dark Knight Alliance has recently expanded its membership and bought many Sacred Tree Masters at high prices. Lu Feng, damn it, Yu Ming is actually dead. Who did this? A good thing. Muyu Tingfeng said, I don't know, but you'd better be careful lately and don't go out randomly, otherwise you may be troubled by people from the Dark Knight Alliance. Hang up the communication. Now. Lu Feng's face was filled with confusion. What does this mean? Could it be that Yu Ming's death had anything to do with him? Forget it, I can't think of an answer. Lu Feng simply laughed loudly. That guy from Netherworld is dead, which can only be a good thing for Lu Feng. With one less natural enemy, won't there be one less nemesis in the Divine Tree game from now on? What are you afraid of? Just go out and hang out. I don't know who killed Yu Ming. I must thank him forever. Lu Feng said with a smile. First a Rakshasa died, and then a Netherworld. In the past few days, good news has been coming continuously. People are in high spirits when happy events happen. Lu Feng was very lucky today, and he grabbed the Lu, a piece of Shuren's delicacy. He ate it happily. Lu Feng suddenly felt like he was going to heaven. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. At this time, below the sacred tree, there is a golden teleportation array. It is the teleportation array heading to the Netherworld Divine Tree Island. A teleportation light curtain landed on Lu Shu's head. The next second, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, a new island appeared. The sacred tree in the center seems to be in a dark netherworld. Is this the Netherworld sacred tree? Lu Shu took a deep breath. Communicating spiritual power. Super spiritual power crushed it, and the residual thoughts left by the Netherworld divine tree were immediately erased. This moment, the Netherworld sacred tree is connected to the Lu tree. Got a new sacred tree. In front of him, a new sacred tree panel unfolded. Divine tree, Netherworld. Stage, advanced spiritual tree. Sunlight, 240 day, 2, 4x 100. Aura, 230 day, 2, 3x 100. Product, Netherworld fruit. Production cycle, 9 days, 260, 0300. Growth points, 20,200, 14, 7x 100, 1,470 day. Next stage, Holy Tree, 100,000 growth points. Has it been upgraded to a high-level spiritual tree? Lu Shu was a little surprised. And looking at this growth value, it is estimated that it was the high-level spiritual tree that grew into the day he just killed him. It should have been a happy thing, but the person died like this. It was also unlucky. This level is not bad. Lu Shu showed a smile. The level of high-level spiritual trees is no lower than his own. He remembered that Netherworld also has a time-based talent. If there is enough time to accelerate, the upgrade speed may not be as high as it is much slower than the 100-fold increase. Unfortunately, I can't get the opponent's time talent. Focus on the Nether God tree. The good news is that the Nether God tree has two kinds of fruit talents. Nether fruit, spiritual fruit. This is equivalent to 2 more talents. Moreover, after the Netherworld sacred tree reaches the level of a high-level spiritual tree, the fruits it produces will be of a higher grade. In this way, Lu Shu's progress in the Nether system will also grow rapidly in the future. Take out top fertilizer and blessed holy water. Apply them all. The production speed of the Nether God tree has also been greatly improved. Product, Nether fruit. Production cycle, 4 days, 260-0650. Growth points, 21,500, 16, 0x10016000 day. Open the panel, remaining time for Grey Realm invasion, 4 days. You can still wait until a mature time. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. Unknowingly, the next invasion of the Grey World is coming soon. During this period, the higher the sprint, the better the strength. 4 days are enough for Lu Shu to wait until the Nether fruit matures. Once. At that time, I will be able to have 1 more power. Ding! Your primary golden elixir fruit tree has reached the production cycle, golden elixir fruit 100. Are you mature? Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. After such a day of exploration, the remaining 2 production cycles of the golden elixir fruit tree have reached the upper limit. 200 golden elixir fruits are hanging on the tree. Lu the tree has made rapid progress in the past few days, coupled with the crane's cultivation to the 8th level of acquired life, the Bodhi tree's enlightenment point has also reached 8,000. At this current pace, when the crane invaded the Grey World, he could already cultivate to the innate realm. My cultivation level also needs to be improved quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Shu picked 100 fruits from the golden elixir fruit tree. Whether to synthesize primary golden elixir fruit X100 into intermediate golden elixir fruit X10. Yes. In front of Lu Shu, 10 more intermediate golden elixir fruits appeared again. Swallowed 10 intermediate golden elixir fruits. After half a day of practice. Boom. There was a loud breakthrough sound from Lu Shu's body. The golden elixir is at the 4th level. And the last 100 primary spiritual energy fruits. Yes. Whether to synthesize the intermediate golden elixir fruit X10 into the high-level golden elixir fruit X1. A white light curtain flashed by. The 10 intermediate golden elixir fruits in front of me turned into 1 high-level golden elixir fruit. At the 4th level of the golden elixir, the effect of the intermediate golden elixir fruit is already very low. If you want to break through quickly, you must swallow the high-level golden elixir fruit. Lu Shu chose to break through his cultivation level as quickly as possible. Soon, the high-grade golden elixir fruit is consumed in the stomach. Lu Shu breaks through again. Golden elixir level 5. At this stage, the speed of cultivation has become slower and slower. From the golden elixir to the yuanying, it is not as simple as the accumulation of spiritual energy. Condensing the nascent soul requires some special methods. Lu Shu's progress temporarily slowed down. At this moment, 3 reminders came to his ears in succession. Ding! You got the life fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained advanced growth fruits X3. Ding! You have obtained the intermediate golden elixir fruit X1. Finally come. He looked at the sacred tree. The life fruit exudes the breath of life. And this time, there are 3 advanced growth fruits attached. The number of times the golden elixir fruit tree has been produced has also reached the upper limit. This wave just filled the gap of golden elixir fruits. Lu Shu immediately buried these fruits in the ground. Soon, 5 subspecies spiritual trees rose from the ground. Life fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, life fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Advanced growth fruit tree X3. Production times remaining, 3. Middle golden elixir fruit tree. After half a day. Finally. All 3 fruit trees have reached their first production cycle. Lu Shu first placed 100 life fruits under the sacred tree to nurture them. As for the golden elixir fruit tree, I have just broken through 2 realms in a row, so I won't take it for now. Lu Shu set his sights on advanced growth fruits. At this time, the golden dragon koi swam back from the beach and was calling Lu Shu. This guy seems to have gained something again. Lu Shu's spiritual consciousness sensed the call of the golden dragon koi, and he went there with the advanced growth fruit. By the way, he fed a wave of golden dragon koi to improve the luck attribute again. He came to the coast. The golden dragon koi saw Lu Shu's figure, appearing in front of me. He immediately vomited something towards the coast. I thought it was another school of fish in the deep sea. Unexpectedly, what he vomited out this time was actually a treasure box. You got a silver-level deep-sea treasure chest X1. Do you want to enable it? Chapter 85. Is there a treasure chest under the sea? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Select Yes. A prompt popped up in front of him. You opened a silver-level deep-sea treasure chest and obtained Water Rune X1. Water Rune. Type, Deep-sea Rune. Level, Elementary. Function, control the sea water within 1,000 meters of the deep sea, use elementary water magic to attack opponents. Deep sea. Lu Shu keenly captured a word. He has not yet entered the sea outside the island to explore. He originally thought that, the sea outside may be just a space that isolates the sacred tree master. Unexpectedly, there are still people in the deep sea. Treasure chest. The power of the water rune can control the seawater within 1,000 meters of the deep sea. This shows that the depth of the seawater has a different meaning. Could it be said that the deeper the seawater is, the more treasures can be obtained? Lu Shu suddenly realized this. If there is a chance, he can go to the deep sea to explore in person. However, at present, Lu Shu still focuses on improving his cultivation level. The water runes opened by the deep sea treasure chest, his combat ability in the grey world is not very high, and he prefers to continue exploring the deep sea. It's okay to let the golden dragon koi explore the way first. Lu Shu took out the advanced growth fruit and fed it to the golden dragon koi. The golden dragon koi swallowed an advanced growth fruit and gained 100 evolution points. It is indeed an advanced growth fruit. Just one can increase 100 evolution points. The golden dragon koi can be evolved to the 5th level. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. The effect of advanced growth fruits was beyond his expectation. It takes 20,000 evolution points for the golden dragon koi to evolve from the 4th level to the 5th level. But this time, Lu Shu got 3 after the advanced growth fruit tree reached its first production cycle, it suddenly received 300 advanced growth fruits. Give the golden dragon and koi 200 pills to swallow. I will have 700 advanced growth fruits left until all the production times are completed later. It's enough for those little guys to swallow. Lu Shu calculated the number of advanced growth fruits. Then, he kept feeding the golden dragon koi. The golden dragon koi basically swallowed all the fruits in one bite. The next second, its body became bigger than before. It's as big as a shark. It's even covered with golden scales, reflecting the dazzling golden light. It looks very majestic, just like the scales of a real dragon. Open the pet panel. Golden dragon koi. Category, mythical creature. Level 5. Blessing aura, lucky 150. Evolution points, 500. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 6, 100,000. Do you already need 100,000 evolution points to continue upgrading? Lu Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really can't afford to raise him in the future. Let's train the crane later. Return to the sacred tree island. Lu Shu fed the 50 advanced growth fruits from behind to the enlightened crane. After the crane ate the fruit, its understanding also improved. Enlightenment crane. Level, 4th level. Cultivation level, 9th level. Acquired blessing aura, comprehension 100. Evolution points, 400. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 4, 20,000. Boom. The moment the crane evolved, it also broke through from the acquired 8th level to the acquired 9th level. I guess it won't be a problem if I practice for another day or two and break through the innate stage. When the fruits of growth mature later, let the little guys from the grey world come back. Lu Shu thought. Grey Realm. Location, Howling Abyss. Coordinates sad phase 67, 58. Danger coefficient, SS. Lu Shu stood outside the abyss. His eyes suddenly burst into a burst of white light. Next second. The monsters in the dungeon of Howling Abyss appeared in Lu Shu's field of vision. Through the power of Monster Prophet. Lu Shu has basically determined the situation in the copy. This copy is divided into 3 layers. Outermost layer, the monsters are usually the Nether Demon soldiers and the Nether Mage camp. Middle level, there are S-level Lord monsters that are no less than the Fire Lord or even stronger. They are quite powerful and number around 10. The deepest part, OSS Lord of the Netherworld. The Lord of the Netherworld has the energy to instantly call out other accomplices, and its body is connected to the entire abyss. If other monsters are not killed, the Lord of the Netherworld cannot even be killed. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Killing the Lord of the Netherworld is not that simple. It is impossible to go directly and kill the Lord of the Netherworld in an instant. You can only start from the outermost periphery and work your way inside layer by layer. Otherwise, if you attack the Lord of the Netherworld directly, all nearby monsters will be summoned, making the situation you will face even more dangerous. There are still 3 or 4 days left. Check the remaining days for the invasion of the Grey World. Lu Shu planned to use 2 or 3 days to kill all the outermost layers of this copy. After that, he would send out an army of dead souls to explore the inner layer. The monsters are all brought to the Sacred Tree Island and killed. When the invasion of the Grey World is over, in this copy, only the Lord of the Netherworld will be left with an empty nest monster. The pressure to deal with it will be much easier. Stay nearby the next teleportation array. Lu Shu's figure moved. Soon, he led the large troops around him and entered the Howling Abyss. Enter the Howling Abyss. Lu Shu's vision was suddenly partially compressed. He held up the search fire in his hand. Now. The divine fire was suddenly aroused. The surrounding darkness suddenly stopped when it was halfway swallowing Lu Shu. Field of view, 300 meters. Lu Shu is quite satisfied with this. If he were an ordinary divine tree master, he would be swallowed up by the darkness instantly when he came here. It is very likely that the field of vision would be compressed to less than 10 meters at most. If he entered the Netherworld, he may even die completely. The nightmare-level copy is like a terrible nightmare. There are fatal crises everywhere. Use Angel Blessing. Lu Shu's body immediately erupts with a holy light curtain. The pets around him are all shrouded. With Lu Shu's protection, these pets have gained resistance to the Netherworld. In addition, the dead souls are also immune to the Netherworld. This attack is aimed at the living and engulfs human consciousness in an instant. Summoning an army of dead souls. Lu Shu asked these dead souls to take the initiative to attack nearby monsters. Suddenly, a large group of ghost demon soldiers and cursed ghost descendants were angered. After stimulating hatred, they rushed towards Lu Shu's direction. Welcome. Lu Shu smiled slightly. The purpose of doing this was to make all the monsters come closer. Wait until enough monsters gathered around, the next second. Raise the Guardian Scepter. Holy Light Judgment. A beam of light, a waterfall of holy light fell from the sky. The surrounding ghost monsters were immediately hit by the holy light. They dropped a lot of equipment and materials one after another. You killed the Netherworld Demon Soldier and received Special Fertilizer X1. You killed the Netherworld Demon Soldier and obtained Netherworld Armor, Diamond Level, X1. You killed the Cursed Netherborn and got X1 Special Fertilizer. You killed the Cursed Scion of the Netherworld and obtained the Netherworld Boots, Diamond Level, X1. In front of me, a lot of Netherworld equipment dropped. Besides, Special Fertilizer can even be found here. A blast of luck. Lu Shu collected the Nether suit into a 4-piece set in a very short period of time. Open the equipment panel. Set effect. Nether 8-piece set Sad Face 48. Set effect, Nether Resistance 100, Nether Restraint 50, Nether Perception 20, Nether Gain 50, Nether Critical Hit Rate 10, Blessing 20, Divine Power 10. The equipment in the Nether set is basically diamond level or above. If these equipments are thrown into the 5-color altar, it will give you a chance to light up a luck critical strike again, and it can even overflow a lot. The effect of the suit, even the divine power, is more powerful than I imagined. Put on the Nether suit. Although it's only a 4-piece suit. But in this copy, some attributes of the Nether suit are even more important. Lu Shu constantly uses dead souls to pull over the surrounding Nether monsters. His holy light the level is high enough. Only one holy light judgment is needed. All monsters nearby who were illuminated by the holy light were judged, and no one could stay. Equipment and more advanced materials are constantly popping up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. By the way, go find the souls of those guys. Lu Shu's heart moved, and he walked towards the deeper part of the Wailing Abyss. Not long ago, more than a dozen sacred tree masters around Yuming were trapped and killed in this area. They had not been dead for more than a day. Refining as a dead soul, there should be no problem. When Netherworld dies, the soul breath becomes a medium connecting Lu Shu and its sacred tree, so it cannot be refined into a dead soul. You can only choose one of the sacred tree and the dead soul refining. Since he wants the Netherworld's sacred tree, the other people's sacred trees are one level lower and do not have suitable fruit talents. Lu Shu chose to be more straightforward and refine them into members of his army of dead souls. In this way, this team of the Dark Knight Alliance did not disappear completely in the Shinshu game. It just changed away and continued the game. When they came to the area where these people died, Lu Shu used undead magic. Ah! A painful wailing sound came. The Sacred Tree Master of the Netherworld team had his soul extracted by Lu Shu, and he felt extremely painful. They wanted to put up more resistance. However, Lu Shu snorted coldly. His mental strength was more than the other Sacred Tree Masters were too much higher. It was impossible to give their opponents any chance. Directly activate their mental power to obliterate. Soon, 10 more level souls and 3s were added to the army of dead souls. Level dead soul. The combat power has increased a lot. At this moment, a dark magic suddenly landed on Lu Shu. The next second, the Guardian Spirit immediately released the Guardian Blessing. Angel blessings appeared around Lu Shu. The dazzling brilliance withstood the effects of dark magic. The angel's figure appeared from the jade pendant, with a holy light curtain, breaking through the darkness and lighting up everything around him. The Nether Magician has unleashed a dark magic on you. Guardian spirits protect against dark magic. 2 prompts popped up in succession. Lu Shu looked in the direction of the attack. In sight, a magician wearing a dark robe was looking at Lu Shu with cold eyes. A monster panel pops up in front of you. Nether Mage. Category, Demon, Nether Tribe, Magician. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 400 meters. Power, 1200. Speed, 1150. Defense, 920. Skills, Dark Magic, Death Curse, Dark Sacrifice, Nether Devouring. Description, in the Abyss, they have powerful magic power and unique talents as magicians, and are loved by the Lord of the Netherworld. Holy Light Blessing. Holy Light Barrier. Holy Light Explodes. Lu Shu waved the Guardian Spirit Scepter and released 3 skills in a row. Under the blessing of the Holy Light, his divine power was greatly improved. The Holy Light Barrier first protects oneself from the dark magic attacks of the Nether Mage. And then, use the Holy Light Explosion. Detonate your opponent directly. A bright holy light suddenly exploded where the Nether Magician was, killing him instantly. You killed the Netherworld Magician and obtained the Netherworld Necklace, extraordinary level. This luck. Shu couldn't help but clicked his tongue. A piece of extraordinary equipment was revealed directly. Isn't this very lucky? Even if the opponent is an S-level monster, it is just a mob after all. How can extraordinary level equipment be revealed so easily? Demon Necklace. Type, Necklace. Grade, Extraordinary. Attributes, Magic 500, Spirit 500, Spell Penetration 200. Nether 8-piece set Sad Face 58. Set Effect, Nether Resistance 150, Nether Restraint 100, Nether Perception 50, Nether Gain 70, Nether Critical Hit Rate 20, Blessing 50, Divine Power the 20. Nether set has received a bonus again. Lu Shu began to perform the Fireball technique. The searchlight source in his hand suddenly burst out into a burst of bright fire, illuminating the surrounding area of 500 meters. The Fireball technique combined with the divine source of fire also has this expelling effect on the Netherworld. After the field of vision was expanded, Lu Shu used the Marauder's map to obtain more location information about the Nether Magician. These troublesome guys must be dealt with quickly. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. Raised the Guardian Spirit Scepter. He aimed at the location of the Nether Magician and continuously released explosions of holy light. Chapter 86. Boom boom boom. Holy light explosions continue to explode on the Nether Mage's body. Angel blessing with the blessing of the holy light and several layers of blessings from the Guardian Spirit. Lu Shu's damage bonus to Nether monsters has simply reached an extremely exaggerated level. As the holy light exploded on the Nether Mage's body one after another, the most threatening monsters nearby have been killed. After completely sweeping the perimeter, Lu Shu got a new Nether suit. Devil Pendant. Type, Pendant. Grade, Extraordinary. Attributes, Magic 400, Spirit 600, Blessing 100. Set Effect. Nether 8-piece set Sad Phase 68. Set Effect, Nether Resistance 250, Nether Restraint 150, Nether Perception 100, Nether Gain 100, Nether Critical Hit Rate 30, Blessing 100, Divine Power 50. The Netherworld's resistance has been greatly increased. Now even without the protection of the Guardian Spirit, Lu Shu will not have much impact when attacked by these monsters. The improvement of damage amplification attributes such as nether restraint makes Lu Shu's damage to these monsters even more explosive. After the divine power is improved, the professional skills of the priests have also been strengthened. Walking in the nightmare-level wailing abyss. Lu Shu actually felt like a fish in water. When Netherworld's team came to the wailing abyss, it was equivalent to entering the most desperate abyss. If they could only try their best to survive. Then, when Lu Shu came to the wailing abyss, it felt like he was walking around in his own house. Like the back garden. I strolled leisurely and walked forward leisurely. When I encountered a monster, I used a holy light explosion to clean it up and get a lot of equipment. If other sacred tree masters saw this scene, I'm afraid you have to kneel down completely. After sweeping the perimeter, the equipment Lu Shu obtained was enough to light up 2 luck critical strikes. I don't know how much top quality fertilizer I got. Tried to synthesize top fertilizer, results. Tips displayed before your eyes. Your top fertilizer has reached the highest level and cannot be synthesized into higher level fertilizers. Have you reached the top level yet? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that if we want to increase the growth speed of the sacred tree, we may have to start from other aspects. In the next 2 or 3 days. Lu Shu will be in the outer area. Conduct a sweep. I have to say. The scope of the howling abyss is simply too large. Just sweeping the outermost area took a lot of time. Finally. The last netherworld magician fell in front of Lu Shu. Next is the inner layer of howling abyss. Open the panel. Remaining time for Grey Realm invasion, 2 days. Time is running out. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Even if he wants to sweep, it won't be enough to sweep the inner area. If that's the case, then first drag the S-level Lord monsters in the inner area to his own sacred tree island and slowly deal with them. Lu Shu raised the dead soul bone staff and held the soul control order. The mighty army of dead souls immediately dispersed and rushed toward the inner area of the wailing abyss and towards the position of the S-level Lord. Spread out the army of dead souls to explore. Although some people will die on the way, the total amount is too much. Lu Shu sends out only the lowest level dead souls. The impact of the death of these dead souls on the entire army can be said to be very great. Small. Ding. Your fruit of life has been hatched. Ding. You got nether fruit X1. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After this period of exploration, the fruit of life has been hatched. Other than that, the newly obtained nether fruit has matured. The number of career fruits from the other 2 sacred trees also reached 3. There is still some time left before the combined number of 7. Lu Shu thought slightly and took back the army of dead souls. I quickly explored the innermost area of the wailing abyss, and directly found the locations of 10 S-level Lord monsters through the Marauder's map. Next, you only need to wait for these Lord monsters to go to their own copy before killing them. Generally speaking, Lord monsters will receive additional bonuses in their territory. If it reaches its own sacred tree island, it will be weakened. Killing them is even easier. After doing all this, Lu Shu sent the large army back to the sacred tree island through the teleportation array. In addition to life fruits and netherworld fruits, the 2 maturation periods of advanced growth fruits are also completed during this period. Advanced growth fruits 600. Including the 50 eaten by the crane and the golden dragon koi. Lu Shu has a total of 650 advanced growth fruits. It's time to give these pets a dose. As a teleportation light curtain descended, the large army from the Grey Realm returned to the sacred tree island. Time remaining until Grey World invasion, 1 day. World public screen. There's only 1 day left, luckily I'm back. Every time, I'm on the edge between life and death. Damn it, I'm lost. I'm not going to die, am I? Condolences for upstairs. Poor child, in order to explore the dungeon, he couldn't even go back to the sacred tree island. When exploring the Grey Realm dungeon, the most important thing is to figure out the way, or go directly to the trading interface and buy a teleportation ability. I envy the bosses who have the power of teleportation. They don't have to fight so desperately back and forth between the 2 lines to escape. I remember that some time ago on the sacred tree island, there were still people selling teleportation fruits, but now they can't sell them. Nonsense. In the early stage of the sacred tree island, everyone had nothing, but they were willing to sell the teleportation fruits. Now the price has risen to an unimaginable level. Yes, everyone already has the fruit. Doesn't the value of the delivered fruit have to be doubled several times? I envy those big guys who can have the teleportation fruit in the early stage. They don't have to desperately try like us in the cycle of life and death. To be honest, if there is a teleportation fruit, you don't have to worry about the return journey. The exploration distance can definitely be doubled, and the benefits will be unimaginable. Damn it, I just realized this. I sell teleportation fruits. I feel like I lost blood in the early stage. I will never sell these things cheaply again. It's all your fault. You say these things in the forum every day, which makes a stupid kid become smarter. You also let us old fools, how can we collect wool? Every time when the invasion of the Grey World is about to come. In the Sacred Tree game, there are always a group of Sacred Tree Masters who are exploring the Grey World and start running crazily towards their hometown. Some Sacred Tree Masters even failed to make it back due to miscalculations, or were completely lost, and countless of them died in the Grey World. There are 1 billion Sacred Tree Masters, and I don't know if there are even 1/10 of the remaining ones. So far, most of the Sacred Tree Masters who can survive have 2 brushes. Then, the teleportation fruit becomes valuable. At the beginning, the value of the teleportation fruit was not optimistic, but now if I want to redeem it, I am afraid I will have to bankrupt it. Lu Shu's eyes also moved slightly. In the early stages of the Divine Tree game, I traded in exchange for a teleportation fruit. It seemed like a wise choice. Now, the strategic value of teleportation fruits is comparable to S-level fruits. It seems that I used a few spiritual energy fruits to redeem them, and I was going to make a lot of money. At this time, the Sacred Tree Master of World Public Screens suddenly talked about the ranking list, which naturally involved the Tree Raider, who was number 1 on the list. What do you think? How many defense points can the tree playing boss get this time? Don't say so much, just look at the plate and you will know. Now many Sacred Tree Masters have begun to beat the Tree Master to get tens of millions of points. This is normal. Last time I got 6 million defense points. What's wrong with a small breakthrough this time and getting 10 million points? There is a 15 million point plate next door. Do you want to bet on it? Come on, 15 million is too exaggerated, right? That's right, and there doesn't seem to be any new first kill achievement rewards for Lu Shu boss recently. Are you crazy? Everyone has already beaten through all the abyss level dungeons. Do you know what the next level is? Nightmare level. Upstairs is fine, even the nightmare level dungeon knows about it. Anyway, I tried to get some information and found that the nightmare level dungeon not only has a lot more monsters than the abyss level dungeon, but also a bunch of S-level lord monsters, and not a boss. Whoever can overthrow a nightmare level copy at this stage would truly be a god. Damn it, there are a bunch of S-level. I almost vomited when I fought S-level monsters. Emotionally S-level monsters are not even boss in dream level dungeons. S-level monsters are just little monsters in nightmare level dungeons. The difficulty of this dungeon is too terrifying. Even if Big Tree Master wants to pass such a dungeon, it will take some time to grow, right? Yes, how could someone be able to challenge a dungeon of this level so quickly? Do you think they are playing with a full level account? Watch the chat above. Lu Shu originally wanted to get a 15 million plate to play with. According to his own estimate, the defense points this time would be around 15 million. What I didn't expect was, a bunch of Sacred Tree Masters voted for the 15 million plate. The ratio is not high. Even if you place a bet, you won't make much money. Lu Shu was speechless. These people really trust themselves. 15 million points, just vote. However, in addition to this plate, Lu Shu also found that there was a Divine Tree Master who voted that he could not be ranked first this time. It can only be said that these people have the mentality of gamblers, specifically working against other Sacred Tree Masters, hoping to make big money with a small amount of money and get rich overnight. Lu Shu smiled and didn't care about anything. The Sacred Tree Master who thought this way soon let his points let them know what kind of price an unrealistic gambler should pay. At this time, the fruit of life has also been successfully hatched. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Your life fruit is hatched, Squirtle 100. Squirtle. Type, Pokemon. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact. Physique, A. Speed, B. Mentality, D. Comprehensive potential, Brew. Shu's eyes moved slightly. The newly born pet turns out to be the Pokemon Squirtle. The attributes seem to be a little worse than those of Duncong Fox. Logically speaking, the life fruit hatched from a higher level sacred tree should be more powerful. It shouldn't be. Let's feed the advanced growth fruits first. Lu Shu distributed 100 advanced growth fruits to the Squirtless. Bah. Bah. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Squirtle ate all the advanced growth fruits. The pet popped up in front of him. Panel, got updated. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Foam Light, new. Physical, A. Speed, A. Mental, D. Overall potential, A. Got a new superpower. At this time, Lu Shu felt a little surprised. It turns out that Squirtle can gain new powers after eating the advanced growth fruit. Although the growth potential at the beginning does not seem very high. But if you swallow the growth fruits can obtain new superpower attributes. In that case, Squirtle's upper limit is actually quite good. Moreover, Squirtle's innate physique is very strong, and it is a pet that can gain strong combat power by relying on its physical body. Coupled with the new abilities that are constantly being acquired, it is also quite good in terms of combat effectiveness. At this time, a teleportation light curtain came. The large troops from the Grey World also came back. When Pikachu and the other little guys came back, they saw that new companions appeared on the Sacred Tree Island, and they immediately came up to say hello. There seemed to be a connection and induction between Pokémon. Soon, these little guys got together and became familiar with each other. You also go and eat the advanced growth fruits. Lu Shu called Pikachu, Yumi, and the little white fox to go over and eat the growth fruits. These little guys each received 100 advanced growth fruits. There were a total of 300 advanced growth fruits, and they were eaten just like that. Very quickly. Quick. All the attributes of pets have been improved. Pikachu. Power, 100,000 volts, shock fruit. Physical, A. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive potential, SS. Yumi. Type, magic cat. Powers, hitting and blocking, fishing missile, Yumi possession, high energy, final chapter of the grimoire, shining fruit. Speed, A. Escape fox. Type, elf. Power, void teleportation, hostile perception, void crack, dark fruit. Physique, B. Comprehensive potential, SS. Open the divine tree panel. Product, devil fruit. Production cycle, 4 days, 260-0650. The next fruit is the devil fruit again. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. Chapter 87. With the devil fruit, the strength of my pet army can be improved again. I wonder what kind of devil fruit I can get this time. Correct. There are also 250 advanced growth fruits. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. His eyes were on the crane. The level of the crane has reached the 4th level. It also requires 20,000 evolution points to reach the 5th level. 250 growth fruits are enough for the crane to reach the 5th level. Let these two mythical creatures reach the 5th level. After thinking for a while, Lu Shu chose to feed all the advanced growth fruits to the crane. Bah! Bah! The crane has reached a certain level of cultivation, even though it is quite small. But the speed of eating it is not at all as fast as the golden dragon brocade. How much slower is the carp? 3 times 5 divides 2. 200 advanced growth fruits were eaten by the crane. Buzz buzz. A strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the crane's body. Lu Shu was surprised to find there is actually Tao Yun circulating in the body of the crane. After being promoted to the 5th level, the crane's understanding has been greatly improved. At the same time, a burst of brilliance cleans the whole body of the crane. The realm has broken through to the innate realm. Lu Shu's eyesight slightly moved. A pet panel appeared in front of me. Enlightenment crane. Category, mythical creature. Level, level 5. Cultivation level, innate level 1. Blessing aura, comprehension 200. Evolution points, 1000. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 4, 100,000. When the level of the crane is upgraded to the innate realm. Bodhi tree, the enlightenment point has reached 10,500 at this time. There are only 10,000 evolution points left to evolve to a high level. Xianhe's improved understanding allowed Lu Shu to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. It's time to use the golden elixir fruit. Lu Shu felt his bottleneck and suddenly relaxed. The improvement of his understanding makes his current state of mind quite suitable for a breakthrough in cultivation. Not long ago. 100 intermediate golden elixir fruit trees that have reached the production cycle have not yet been swallowed. Use the synthesis skill. Lu Shu synthesized 100 intermediate golden elixir fruits into 10 high-level golden elixir fruits. Then combine 10 high-grade golden elixir fruits into 1 top-grade golden elixir fruit. Take a bite, the taste of the best golden elixir fruit is full of richer fragrance. That moment. Lu Shu suddenly felt the ultimate deliciousness that was like being in a fairyland. When he opened his eyes again, a golden light bloomed all over his body. The aura of the golden elixir realm climbed upward again. Breakthrough to the 5th level of Jindan. There was a smile on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. Naturally, it would not be a bad thing to have stronger abilities. When he completely breaks through to the golden elixir, his mental power may be further improved. Purple Chi power. At this moment, Lu Shu only needs one glance to make the enemy fall into the illusion. Even against some super powerful boss, the power of purple eyes can play a good role. The attack of illusion has a considerable impact on some monsters that are immune to attacks. Effect. Kill the opponent directly at the spiritual level, and even kill people invisible. If the attainment is high enough, the effect it can produce will be quite explosive. At this time, the golden dragon koi also swam back from the coast. It seems that it senses the turmoil in the grey world. The golden dragon and koi no longer wander around the border. Lu Shu noticed that the golden dragon koi seemed to have brought back something good. Come to the coast. The golden dragon koi saw Lu Shu's approaching figure and opened its mouth to vomit. Another treasure box appeared in front of Lu Shu. But, the color of this treasure chest is actually made of diamonds. You have obtained a diamond-level treasure chest, do you want to open it? Yes. The next second. The moment the treasure chest was opened, a burst of bright light burst out. Lu Shu's eyes were flashed fiercely. Ding Qing took a look. It's actually a fishing rod. Lu Shu was stunned. What does it mean when a treasure chest opens a fishing rod for yourself? Do you still want to go fishing? The information panel of the fishing rod pops up in front of you. Deep Sea Fishing Rod. Grade, Diamond Level. Function, place the fishing rod on the coast, and every 3 days, the fishing rod will fish out unexpected treasures from the deep sea. The deeper you explore the deep sea, the better treasures you can catch with your fishing rod. There is such a treasure. Lu Shu was slightly startled. He suddenly realized that in this deep sea, there might be an endless treasure waiting for him to explore. From the information of deep sea fishing rod, as long as the deep sea explored, the distance the deeper you go, the higher the grade of the treasure chest you explore. It is conceivable that during this period, the golden dragon and koi probably dived very deep into the seabed to get a diamond-level treasure chest. If there is a chance, it seems that we need to explore the deep sea. Lu Shu thought. At this time, 100 squirtlets crawled towards the coast. Jenny! Squirtle screamed. Lu Shu's expression moved slightly. He recognized Squirtle and seemed to want to go to the sea. This Pokemon became interested in the deep sea. Lu Shu smiled and said, let's talk about it later, now. Not safe yet. Squirtle nodded, understanding what Lu Shu meant. After the invasion of the Grey World is over, you can resonate with Squirtle and explore what the deep sea is like. Lu Shu's heart moved secretly. Whenever the Grey World invades, this sea area will be shrouded in grey fog again. The sea seems to have some connection with the grey fog. It is also a space worth exploring. In this case, Lu Shu has become somewhat interested in the deep sea. But now is not the time to explore. Lu Shu first asked the golden dragon koi and Squirtle to return to the island. The artificial river channel and the piranha flowers have been arranged by Lu Shu. Expansion was carried out. When the Grey World invades, the golden dragon koi can temporarily inhabit the artificial river. It will be sent back to the sea later. After doing all this, Lu Shu looked at the divine tree teleportation array. By the way, nether fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He almost forgot. There is also a newly produced superpower fruit on another sacred tree island, which has not been taken. A teleportation light curtain descended. Lu Shu heads to the Netherworld Island. The Netherworld sacred tree has already grown a Netherworld fruit. It looks as deep as the underworld. Lu Shu stepped forward. Pick the nether fruit and bite it in one bite. You swallowed a nether fruit and obtained the nether body. Nether body, S-level. It can assimilate the body with dark attributes, making it immune to physical damage to a certain extent. The body can quickly recover when it receives non-restraint damage. With the addition of this S-level ability. Now, even if Lu Shu does not need the protection of a guardian spirit, there will be no problems when Lu Shu enters the nether realm. His body has transformed into the underworld. Naturally, you will not be affected by these attacks. And his level of cultivation and talent make him completely different from the Divine Tree Master Netherworld. Its own fighting ability is also quite powerful. Combined with the special effects of Netherworld Body, it can play a greater role on the battlefield. The information about the Netherworld Sacred Tree has also been updated. Product, Spiritual Fruit. Production cycle, 4 days, 260-0650. I tried to use the power of the netherworld fruit. Lu Shu's body suddenly turned into the state of the dark attribute energy. If a physical attack, including magic attack, falls on a body with dark attributes, it will be neutralized. Used to save lives and resist specific dungeon monsters, it works wonders. Lu Shu smiled. The most important thing is, he has also awakened the profession of a priest. Even if other sacred tree masters use the Holy Light System's abilities, they will be offset by his use of the profession of a priest. It is a monster-level existence that stands and outputs output to other sacred tree masters, and no one else can kill it. After getting familiar with the power of the nether fruit again, Lu Shu is quite satisfied with it. The nether body is just the beginning. There will be more to come. More netherworld abilities are waiting to be unlocked. Return to the Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu threw most of the equipment dropped from the dungeon during this exploration of the Grey World onto the 5-color altar. It didn't take long. The 5 sacred stones on the 5-color altar were all lit up. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Number of remaining luck critical hits, 1. At the same time. After all 5 sacred stones were lit, these sacred stones dimmed for a few seconds before being lit again. There are a lot of diamond-level equipment dropped. Such an astonishing amount and grade of equipment are thrown into the 5-color altar, and the effect can be imagined. After lighting up a luck critical strike, the sacred stone on it is still lighting up. It was only when it reached the 4th sacred stone that it stopped. There is one last sacred stone left. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. Even if this luck critical hit is used up, the next critical hit will be unlocked immediately. After making sufficient preparations, just at this moment, Lu Shu popped up in front of him a tip. The invasion of the Grey World is about to begin. World public screen. It's finally here. This time, I accidentally broke into an abyss-level dungeon, and an army was about to attack my island. It was so exciting. Wow! The leader of the rankings suddenly appeared upstairs. Now, have the big guys on the list started to bring all the abyss-level bosses to the island? Don't tell me, going to the Grey World to conquer the abyss-level dungeon by yourself is equivalent to going to someone else's lair to cause trouble for someone else. But if you bring over the abyss dungeon, you will be playing against the opponent in your hometown, and the effect will definitely be different. Damn it, there is such an operation, the bosses are so awesome. Not only that, if you drag the boss to the island and kill it, not only can you get similar rewards, but these points can also be calculated into ranking points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why didn't I do this sooner? Ah, I regret it, I should have learned a few more tricks from the boss. Don't think too much, it's the privilege of the boss to play like this. If monsters from the Grey World invade your sacred tree and eat your sacred tree in one bite, you will regret it. What? Will monsters eat sacred trees? I have a friend who is a sacred tree master. He overturned the last time he pulled a monster and failed to protect the island. The monster entered his territory and ate his sacred tree. It evolved instantly and became extremely terrifying. If you persuade people to pull monsters, the sky will strike like lightning. If you are not a divine tree master with the city defense talent, it is best not to pull the copy over casually. There are too many monsters for you to control. Oh my god, those monsters in the rankings can get such high points, are they just dragging the monsters to the Sacred Tree Island? How many monsters do they have to pull to get such points? Horrible, it's hard to imagine what kind of supernatural talents they have awakened, and how dare they play like this. Looking at the points obtained by Mr. Lu Shu last time, I deeply feel the gap between people. It turns out to be such a huge disparity. The chat box of Shinshu game. Some big names who usually don't show much enthusiasm have also come out during this preparation period. There are many techniques that have been discovered by masters in the early stages, such as pulling monsters. Until now, there are still many sacred tree masters who don't know. If it hadn't been for the invasion of the Grey World, some big guys who loved Versailles would occasionally bubble up and share their experiences, then other low-level sacred tree masters might never know that such an operation existed. They also realize now, even if they know how to pull monsters, they still have to protect the sacred tree. And monsters from the Grey World will eat the sacred tree. Monsters that eat the sacred tree will mutate. Get extremely powerful attributes. This information surprised them. Lu Shu opened the world public screen and showed a thoughtful look. This was also the first time he knew that monsters could eat sacred trees. However, even so, Lu Shu didn't have much to worry about. The defense line of your own island is extremely strong. There are also a lot of troops to destroy all kinds of monsters. The strength of the pets has been greatly improved. With the attribute bonuses of the mythical buildings and the Tianji array, coupled with the gains in the Grey World during this period, defending the island is not a problem at all. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly appeared towards the sacred tree island. The grey fog on the coast is also compressing towards the island. The grey fog stopped when it compressed to the seaside. At this time, a huge army of monsters surged out of the grey mist. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. The third Grey World invasion has begun. Chapter 88. The next second. From the grey fog. The first wave that came in was the undead and zombies. Basically, they are just cannon fodder sent to death. Although the number seems huge, but the purple spirit mine outside the island is enough to keep these monsters out. With the attack power of the undead and zombies, even the purple spirit mine could not break through and was blocked outside. Boom! The spiritual cannon in the distance fired missiles powered by spiritual energy. Attacking on the masses of dead souls and zombies, just one attack can take away a large group of monsters. Various information about killing monsters kept popping up in front of him. In just 1 minute, Lu Shu's defense points had exceeded 100,000 points. Next, Grey Fog seemed to feel that Lu Shu's island was too strong. After the previous wave of bombardment, then, the monsters that came out of the grey mist were B-level to A-level souls. There was also a part of the demon army that came out of the grey mist. You know, demons, as a relatively advanced type of monster, usually only appear on the second or third day. Not long after Lu Shu's first day, he had already encountered such a high-level monster. One can imagine. During this period, he pulled many monsters into the Grey World Island. The demon moved very fast. It is difficult for the Xiling Mine's defense line to stop a monster of this level. A-level to B-level revenants can also break through the Purple Spirit Mine's defense line and enter the second line of defense. The figures of the dead souls surged towards the sacred tree. However, the next second, some vines with demonic aura suddenly wrapped around the dead souls walking out of the grey mist. The dead souls seemed to be pulled, and moved closer to the ground involuntarily. What awaits the dead souls is the ferocious mouth of the devil flower. Click. Take one bite. Chew slowly. These high-level dead souls are just more delicious food in the eyes of the devil flower. Even in the grey world without rules, there are still laws of natural selection. The devil flower is the nemesis of the dead souls. Not only can it directly suck the dead souls over and swallow them in one gulp, but it can also be strengthened. After eating these monsters, they suddenly grew in size. Your devil flower has eaten enough dead souls to evolve into a giant devil flower. Good guy, he has evolved. Lu Shu moved his gaze to the direction of the devil flower. After devouring a sufficient quantity and quality of dead souls, the devil flower changed from its original A-level danger factor to an A-level giant devil flower. Not only was it larger in size, you can even swallow 2 dead souls at once. The picture does not look too cruel. In the other 3 sacred tree islands, the Shadow Sacred Tree and the Undead Magic Sacred Tree, basically no monsters appear. However, the island of the Netherworld Divine Tree, there were quite a few monsters coming to attack. Seeing that the dead souls here had almost been eaten, Lu Shu transferred all the nearby devil flowers to the Netherworld Island through the teleportation array. The giant devil flowers began a new round of devouring, continuously evolving. It seems that we are just a little short of evolving again. What a pity. The level of the dead soul on the first day seems to limit the evolution of the giant devil flower. It must devour an S level to break the last threshold. After the undead and zombies are swept away, the next more troublesome thing is the demons. Especially Flame Imp. This kind of demon has great jumping ability and can also throw fireballs. Suddenly, a freezing breath enveloped the nearby Flame Imp. Ash. These ice peas with freezing properties made the flaming imp's movements become slower and slower. There was a loud noise in the distance. The destruction mushroom exploded. The nearby Flame Imp was instantly killed by the explosion of the destruction mushroom. This explosion is equivalent to a hit from a psychic cannon. The ice shooter not only slows down the movement speed of all the Flame Imps, but also cancels the fire attribute effects on them. Their movement speed has slowed down, and the psychic cannon has played a great role. He kept bombarding the demon, very quickly. The demons on the field gradually became cleaner. The situation is almost over now. At this time, Pikachu came to the side of the defense line and used 100,000 volts to kill all the monsters blocked outside the defense line. Sizzle. Lightning flashed. All the dead souls and zombies were killed under such terrifying lightning. At this point, the monsters on the battlefield have been almost cleared. Lu Shu opened the panel, defense points, 1,129,999, 1 million defense points. On the first day alone, the defense points gained exceeded 1 million. The appearance of high-level monsters, such as demons and other monsters, provided Lu Shu with a lot of defense points. The last enemy was taken care of, not long after. Dungeon reward pops up in front of Lu Shu. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Grey Realm invasion on the first day. Get Primary Fertilizer X 1000, Intermediate Fertilizer X 500, and Advanced Fertilizer X 100. Obtain Mid-Level Wood X 10,000, Mid-Level or X 5,000. Get X 10 Searchlight Torch. Get the top skill illustration, Cooking. A top-level skill illustration was revealed. Lu Shu's face lit up instantly. This means that his cooking skills can be improved again. If he wants to eat limited edition delicacies in the future, he will have to pay more. Choosing to learn top cooking. Yes. A skills panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Cooking. Level, top. Function, it can bring out the ultimate taste of food to the greatest extent, making people feel endless aftertaste and unforgettable. This effect is amazing. Lu Shu couldn't help laughing. He wasn't a foodie himself. No matter how good the food was, he would forget it after a while. He could still have unforgettable cooking skills. Wait until this time after the Grey Realm invasion copy is over, you must give it a try to see what kind of strength this top-level cooking can bring out. Today's battle ended extremely early. The battle on the Netherworld Sacred Tree Island has also ended. All the monsters were swallowed up by the giant devil flower. Now, the sunlight has returned to the Netherworld Sacred Tree Island. The sacred tree there can start producing again. The next spiritual fruit is still 3 or 4 days away. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. Today's battle was just like a warm-up battle. Basically, they relied on magical plants and various city defense missiles to defeat their opponents. Except for Pikachu's release of 100,000 volts, go and clean up the monsters blocking the city gate. Basically there is no challenge. It is much easier than before. Mythology architecture really helped me a lot. Lu Shu sighed with emotion. The bonus of the mythical building has given the large forces in the Divine Tree Island a very high attribute bonus. With the help of the Tianji formation and the spiritual cannon, various bombings on the opponent. You don't even need Lu Shu. Shu personally took action, and the enemy was basically eliminated. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lu Shu even had the leisure to open the world public screen to see how other sacred tree masters were doing. Oh my god, I finally killed these cheating monsters. If I had known better, I wouldn't have gone so far to the Grey World. I almost died. The low-level fertilizers and wood dropped are useless. High-level monsters cannot be defeated, and the output of low-level monsters is very limited. Yes, these skill illustrations have been revealed several times, and now you can't exchange them for anything even if you throw them into the trading interface. To be honest, there is a bit of a surplus of primary fertilizers now. Everyone has almost enough and there is no end to it. There is no point in exploding these anymore. We still have to attract more powerful monsters. Hehe, I have discovered the skill of low-level synthesis. I can synthesize 50 packs of primary fertilizer into intermediate fertilizer. I'm envious of the person upstairs who showed such good skills. Wait, in the current trading market, instead of 30 packs of primary fertilizer, you have to exchange 1 pack of intermediate fertilizer. Why do you feel like your skills are still at a loss? Damn it, it's true. Ha ha ha, why do you have to tell this cruel fact? Wouldn't it be better to let that person synthesize it? In fact, it is useful to explode this skill. If you upgrade to advanced synthesis, you should be able to make money, but it is estimated that not many people can explode this skill. Alas, I envy you for your leisurely discussion. This time I missed out on the rankings. I only scored 50,000 points on the first day. The gap between me and the top players in the rankings is really huge. The real Versailles boss upstairs made 50,000 yuan on the first day. If I could get 50,000 points in this life, I would laugh so hard. The cute newbies who are satisfied with living hug each other for warmth and shiver. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. At this stage, many sacred tree masters have encountered a very embarrassing situation. Ordinary output can no longer meet their needs. Low-grade products such as primary fertilizers are already in surplus at the current stage. However, some items with relatively large bonuses can only be obtained by a few sacred tree masters with powerful talents, and it is impossible to exchange them with these secondary materials. The gap between the Divine Tree games will only get bigger and bigger. We still need to quickly conquer more and more advanced dungeons. Lu Shu sighed inwardly. After this dungeon is over, he will immediately go and clear the nightmare level dungeon. Otherwise, if the output reaches a bottleneck, he will not be able to break through to a higher level and kill more monsters. That is also an ineffective way to kill monsters. And in the ranking list, only the reward for the top one is the most valuable. The invasion of the Grey World begins the next day. Rest and wait for a while. Soon. A new round of fighting begins again. The next day, most of the monsters that emerged from the Grey Fog reached the A-level level. The first wave of attacking monsters is the demons. Demon soldiers, demon generals, all kinds of monsters that have almost reached the A-level danger coefficient began to emerge from the Grey World. Some revenants even have special skills. Even the devil flower cannot wrap around them immediately. Yumi, possessed by Pikachu, is ready to release skills to assist in the battle at any time. Pikachu, use the power of the shock fruit to deal with demons, and use 100,000 volts to deal with undead monsters. The little white fox first roams around the battlefield. If it sees monsters with A and S level danger coefficients, it will kill them and support its teammates. Lu Shu gave the order. Soon. My pet army started to kill. Squirtle also ran in front of the plant's defense line at this time. Although Squirtle's current superpowers are not very strong, his physical attributes are truly powerful. When you see a magic soldier in front of a magical plant, just bump into it with a turtle shell. It directly knocked the entire body of the opposite monster away. It's like it has turned into a new barrier to protect your own shooters in battle. With the blessing of mythical architecture, the psychic cannon has become the main output equipment. Killing monsters below S level is no problem. The firepower output is particularly fierce. If the attributes of various demon soldiers and generals were encountered by other sacred tree masters, they would probably be in trouble. However, under Lu Shu's firepower, no matter how many A-level monsters there are, they have now become cannon fodder. The island's defense line has become extremely terrifying and difficult to break through. The little white fox's spiritual power is very valuable. Using the power of the dark fruit consumes a lot of money. Therefore, the little white fox always chooses the strongest monster to attack. Whenever an A-grade elite monster appears in the monster group, at this time, the little white fox will use the dark fruit to directly and accurately harvest the lives of the elite monster. There is no need to use any strength at all. These elite monsters are often killed before they even get close to the battlefield. Lu Shu's clone joined the battlefield. Now, he is blessed by the divine power of the clergy. Use Light Blast. Even without attribute restraint, the monster hit by the explosion will still suffer fatal damage. And his magic sword 1,000 blades transformed into 1,000 blades, frantically harvesting opponents on the battlefield. His cultivation in the Golden Core realm made his attack power extremely terrifying. Any monster swept by the blade will basically be killed. The elegant and easygoing crane also joined the battlefield. It is unimaginable that this guy can be quite ferocious when fighting. With those wings, chasing the enemy will give you a severe beating. TSK. The picture is simply incompatible. After a burst of fighting, open the panel, defense points, 456,88884.5 million points. And, the next day's battle wasn't over yet right now. 3 huge monsters walked out of the Grey Fog. S-class Lord-class monsters finally appear on the scene. Chapter 89. The 3 S-class lords were huge in size. They stood at the 3 corners of the island, like 3 giants, and launched an attack on the sacred tree in the center of the island. Use 1,000 blades of magic sword and holy light explosion. Lu Shu swept away the surrounding demon soldiers. Focus on the 3 S-class lord monsters. Yumi, possessed Pikachu and Little White Fox respectively. Pikachu, go deal with that S-class fear demon. Little White Fox, activate the power of the dark fruit to kill the bloodthirsty devil instantly. There is also a Yumi possessing me. Lu Shu immediately commanded. Soon. One of them, Yumi, immediately turned into a flash of light and escaped into Lu Shu's body. A shadow of Yumi appeared behind him. The battlefield is divided into 3 parts. Pickup truck, 100,000 volts. Coming to the side of the S-class Fear Demon Soul, Pikachu instantly released the most powerful lightning attack. As the Thunder Dragon-like lightning landed, the Fear Demon Soul let out a sharp cry. The Fear Demon Soul is launching the ear-piercing demonic sound. However, with Pikachu's current mental strength, this attack has no effect at all. Yumi is still releasing the sparkling fruit and the final chapter of the grimoire next to her. A series of attacks continue. The Fear Demon Soul soon couldn't hold on any longer. The psychic cannon took care of the other monsters, and then aimed at the S-class lord. continuously launching the spiritual cannon. At this time, the Tianji formation also transformed into a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. This power can purify evil spirits and have a considerable weakening effect on the demon soul. S-level monsters are a difficult boss to deal with in other abyss-level dungeons, but for Lu Shu now, they are just a slightly more troublesome enemy. Pikachu swallowed the growth fruit, and after being improved, its attack power became even more terrifying. Soon, the soul of the fearful demon soul gradually dissipates. You killed the dread demon soul and gained 1 million defense points. You killed the bloodthirsty demon king and gained 1 million defense points. 2 prompts sounded in succession. It wasn't just Pikachu's battlefield where reports of success came. The little white fox also ended the battle quickly. The only troublesome thing about the bloodthirsty demon king is that he activates the blood demon skill, sucking it in while fighting, and his vitality is extremely terrifying. Pity. The opponent it encountered was the little white fox. And there are 100 little white foxes who have unlocked the power of the dark fruit. The endless black death light immediately enveloped the bloodthirsty demon king. Even worse than the fate of the fear demon soul. The bloodthirsty demon king was instantly killed by the power of the dark fruit without even using a single skill. 2 million points, this time. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Shu personally dealt with that split demon king. This kind of demon has a very troublesome skill, which is to split its body into thousands of small pieces. Each clone has an independent life, and its combat power is between a level and a level. It is a quite troublesome boss. Different clones can also combine skills with each other. However, Lu Shu raised his hand and added a holy light blessing to himself. The divine attributes exploded immediately. Subsequently, take out the holy sword of war. This weapon, specially designed to restrain demon soldiers, split into thousands of fragments with the use of 1,000 blades of demonic swords. Each fragment caused restraint-type critical damage to these clones. Not long after, all the clones of the split demon king were killed by Lu Shu. If other sacred tree masters were to deal with such a troublesome thing, I'd be afraid that by the end of 3 days, the other sacred tree masters would have finished fighting, and he hadn't finished the battle yet, he could fight for a year. A prompt pops up in front of you. You killed the split demon and gained 1 million defense points. Then clean up all the monsters around, wait until the last enemy falls. Now. Lu Shu opens the panel. Defense points, 711,0098. 7 million points. On the second day, this had already exceeded the previous total points. The real big head is still behind. On the third day. In the grey fog. There will be a nightmare-level dungeon lord monster. The monsters there are at least A level. What's more, he has to face the simultaneous attacks of 10 S-level lord monsters. For Lu Shu, this is also a fierce battle. However, with the blessing of the sacred tree island, Lu Shu is still confident of destroying these opponents. Several prompts pop up in front of you. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Grey World battle on the second day. Obtain Demon Soldier Armor, Gold Level, X120, Demon Soldier Boots, Gold Level, X110, Demon Soldier Arm Guards, Gold Level, X130. Obtain the Advanced Magic Weapon Skills Illustration Curse. Obtain the Demonic Soul Pendant, Extraordinary Level, X1. Obtain the Bloodthirsty Demon King's Sword, Extraordinary Level, X1. Obtain the Soul of the Split Demon King X1. Lu Shu threw all the newly acquired gold-level equipment onto the 5-color altar. As for the extraordinary equipment, he will keep it for now. Its attributes are similar to those he obtained in the Grey World. Most of Lu Shu's current equipment has been replaced by extraordinary equipment. Soon, the sacred stone of the 5-color altar burst out with the last ray of light. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Number of remaining lucky critical hits, 2. I've already had 2 lucky critical strikes. Lu Shu's eyes showed a hint of joy. He can now generate enough equipment. As long as he maintains the efficiency of exploring the Grey World, he will definitely be able to continue to light up the luck and critical strikes. Keep the luck at any time, maybe he can make some big discovery. Then, Lu Shu set his sights on the skill illustration. Choose to learn the curse skill. After upgrading to a high level, he can use it to match his mental power level to do more damage to the enemy. Weakened. Lu Shu set his sights on splitting the Demon King's soul. Split the Demon King's soul. Category, Special Gain Item. Function, within 10 minutes, gain the attribute of Split the Demon King. You can split your own body into 100 parts, each body has 10 of the attributes. Isn't this equivalent to a tenfold increase in combat power? Lu Shu thought for a moment and suddenly discovered that he also had the skill of Angel Blessing. This blessing has a group effect. The split Demon King's ability can temporarily divide himself into 1,000 pieces. Moreover, each skill is independent and stackable. In that case, if 1,000 of you use Angel Blessing at the same time, how big will the bonus be? Certainly. The effect of the buff will also be reduced to 1/10 of its original value. But if there are 100 superimposed effects, it will be doubled 10 times. Back and forth. This skill, which originally only had a 10-fold attribute increase at most, actually achieved a 100-fold overall increase effect with the blessing of Lu Shu's Angel Blessing skill. Wait until this Grey Fog battle is over. Go to Howling Abyss to kill the Lord of the Netherworld. This consumable can bring me a huge increase. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly, realizing the effect of splitting the Demon King's soul. World Public Screen. The monsters on the second day were so disgusting, they were so much stronger than the previous day. Upstairs, isn't this normal? No, I only had 50,000 defense points on the first day, and I had 500,000 defense points on the second day. Damn it, what did you do to raise your defense points so high? Pass tea to the boss. 500,000 defense points, this is only the second day, you must be in the rankings. The leader of the rankings is actually by my side. It should be pulling monsters. I found a pattern. Generally speaking, the lower level monsters are on the first day. The monsters on the second day are upgraded to a higher level. Big names and boss level monsters all appear on the third day. I understand, this boss is a low level monster and is too lazy to kill. He explores more difficult high level dungeons, so the defense points on the second day are 10 times higher than those on the first day. It's easy to understand. I can't even understand the Big Brother's Versailles literature. My level is too low. Awesome. Is this the world of a boss? If I'm still fighting zombies on the third day, I might be hopeless. Upstairs, has he never stepped out of the grey world in his life? Do you really want to be invincible before you step out of the grey world? Alas, the chat box has become the domain of the bosses. I am a newbie and dare not speak. In fact, these rules are not necessarily correct. For example, I had to fight an A-level boss the next day. It was really tough. I hope I can survive tomorrow. Another immortal from Versailles, he started fighting an A-level boss the next day. How strong does he have to be to do all this? The boss above who fought the A-level boss, can you tell me how many defense points you gained today? It's not much, just 1 million, that's too much. At this time. Those who are in the mood to talk in the chat box are either salted fish who have given up completely, or they are bosses who have easily passed the level. The second day ended with a point. Many sacred tree masters who had killed high-level monsters began to show off their defense points. At this stage, as long as a divine tree master with relatively high talent and a way to find a way can skillfully use the island's mechanism to gain hundreds of thousands of defense points. Occasionally there are some familiar names, the masters who appeared in the rankings last time, and the points they showed are basically more than 1 million. Certainly. Lu Shu just glanced at these points casually. Most of the points that can be shown off are in the early 1 million. It's equivalent to the points you earned on the first day. Of course, Lu Shu did not relax just yet. The names at the top of the rankings have not appeared yet. Of course they would not disclose any information casually in a place like this. Lu Shu's competitors are also these sacred tree masters. The third day of Grey World battle begins. Finally. The final battle begins. From the grey mist, a large number of nether-type demon soldiers emerged. And the familiar descendants of the netherworld. Wailing Abyss common monsters in the outer layer launched the first wave of attacks. At this time, the defense line was quickly breached. Nether-type monsters can turn their bodies into the power of dark matter. So, when you encounter these lines of defense, you can cross them instantly. Since it is not in the form of a spiritual body, the crystals in the purple spirit mine are ineffective against elemental bodies. Attacks from magical plants and powerful psychic cannons cannot pose a substantial threat to netherworld creatures. Seeing these monsters, they were about to rush towards the second line of defense. At this moment, Lu Shu immediately commanded. All members are ready. Get into battle formation. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. Come and gather first. You are responsible for pulling all these monsters to one location. As soon as the words fell, Pikachu and other pets gathered around Lu Shu. With the release of an angel blessing, soon. The surrounding pets all received increases in all attributes. Moreover, their attacks now have it has a certain holy light effect. It can already have an impact on monsters of the netherworld. However, the effect is definitely not as direct and obvious as Lu Shu's holy light. Zitzi. On the field, the echoes are harsh. The sound of electric current. Each pet fights separately. The dark fruit of the little white fox can also have a certain degree of lethality against monsters of the netherworld. But Lu Shu did not let the little white fox take action. The dark fruit consumes too much, and it is also harmful to monsters of the same attribute, resulting in damage ratio it is limited, so it is best to reserve your mental power and wait until the critical moment to use it. Just pull all the surrounding monsters into a range. The nearby nether demon soldiers and nether children, after being hurt, all rush towards Lu Shu's direction. At this time, Lu Shu imposed a holy light blessing on himself. As a dazzling holy light descended, all nearby monsters were completely purified and turned into black mist and dispersed. You killed the netherworld demon soldier, and your defense points 20,000. You killed the Sir of the netherworld, and your defense points 50,000. Just by killing a monster, you can get tens of thousands of defense points. The income from nightmare-level monsters far exceeded Lu Shu's imagination. Using holy light, he killed a large wave of outer monsters, and then the one who entered the island was the netherworld magician. Lu Shu was already familiar with this monster. He asked all the pets to retreat while he went to the front line in person. The dark magic of the nether mage can no longer have any impact on Lu Shu. Not to mention his nether suit, the nether body, obtained by eating the nether fruit has made Lu Shu almost immune to the attacks of these magicians. The rest, just need to use holy light explosion repeatedly. Kill these magicians one by one to complete the battle. Boom! There was a violent noise. In the grey mist, two behemoths suddenly walked out. S-Lord level monster. At this time, the most powerful combat power on the third day finally began to appear. Chapter 90. Nether Sacrifice. Category, Demon, Nether Tribe, Sacrifice. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 400 meters. Power, 1200. Speed, 1150. Defense, 920. Skills, Nether Body, Nether Sacrifice, Nether Summoning, Dark Reorganization, Dark Magic, Netherworld Field Description. In the Abyss, they are the most independent priests around the Lord of the Netherworld. They have the ability to summon the Netherworld and spread the Netherworld. All the descendants of the Netherworld are their creations. Nether Demon Lord. Category, Demon, Nether Clan. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 300 meters. Power, 1500. Speed, 1350. Defense, 1220. Skills, Nether Body, Demon Body, Quadruple Strengthening, Broken Arm Rebirth, Bloodline Rebirth, Dark Armor. Description, next to every Nether Priest, there will be a Nether Demon Lord as a guard. They have immortal bodies and are the best characters to rush in front and absorb damage. When the Netherworld Sacrifice appeared on the Sacred Tree Island, a burst of obscure chanting floated over. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. From the magic circle, hundreds of Netherworld demon soldiers, followed by a dozen Netherworld children, were summoned to the Sacred Tree Island. Holy Light Judgment. Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter. He directly used Holy Light Judgment to kill the summoned soldiers first, to prevent these troublesome guys from affecting the Sacred Tree Island. Then, Lu Shu used Holy Light Judgment. Light Explosion was aimed at the sacrifice. A burst of explosions sounded. However, the Holy Light Explosion only bombarded the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord. The Nether Demon Lord suffered damage. He immediately roared angrily. The dark armor on his body was cracked every inch. Along with the body of Netherworld Demon Lord, an ink-colored aura emerged. The Nether Demon Lord launched a fourfold enhancement. Attributes get a huge increase. Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. The next second, he sacrificed the sacred sword of war and guardian scepter in his hands. Launch attacks of holy light and sword energy at the same time. Under a double blow, the Netherworld Demon Lord's body suddenly collapsed. Even with quadruple enhancement, it can't withstand Lu Shu's damage. Unexpectedly, the Nether Priest chanted a spell. All around, dark magic surges. Although the Nether Demon Lord's body was shattered by Lu Shu, but they were quickly reunited by the power of dark attributes. Lu Shu continued to unleash the same attack on the Netherworld Sacrifice. The Netherworld Demon Lord is still standing in front of the Netherworld sacrifice. After taking the damage, Lu Shu's skills couldn't hit the priest. Seeing the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord, after being shattered by the holy light, it quickly became whole again. His brows wrinkled slightly. The Nether Demon Lord has the blood of the demon clan. He relies on the holy light technique and cannot be killed directly. However, its demon body can be instantly restored by the Nether sacrifice. As long as the Nether sacrifice is not eliminated, the Nether Demon Lord will basically be an unkillable existence at this time. In every corner of the grey fog border, the other 4 Netherworld priests and Netherworld Demon Lord also came to the Sacred Tree Island at the same time. Suddenly, 5 summoning arrays appeared on the Sacred Tree Island. What followed was the attack of thousands of ghost monsters. At this time, Lu Shu had to become cautious about this. Arrange the other 2 clones to the Sacred Tree Island. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. You all come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the pets immediately gathered around Lu Shu. The 3 Lu Shu released Angel Blessing at the same time. The effect was multiplied 3 times. Although Split Demon King's soul was not used, his body was divided into 2 parts. Thousands. But the effect is multiplied 3 times and affects the entire army. The effect is quite explosive. With the blessing of Angel Blessing, the combat power of all the troops has been greatly improved. Moreover, with the blessing of the Holy Light of Angel Blessing, Pikachu's electric abilities will now also deal Holy Light damage. Pikachu, go deal with these ghost troops first. Little White Fox, activate Void Teleport and use the power of the Dark Fruit to kill the Nether Sacrifice immediately. Yumi possesses the Little White Fox. At this time, the Little White Fox has to play the most critical role. Pikachu went to the secondary battlefield to deal with the monsters summoned by the priest. As soon as Lu Shu finished speaking, Pikachu and the Little White Fox started taking action one after another. It's not like you don't have to do anything after Yumi is possessed. Release exuberant energy. Help the Little White Fox increase its speed to another level. Just for a moment, the Little White Fox suddenly came behind the Netherworld priest. 100 Little White Foxes faced the Netherworld sacrifice at the same time, releasing the power of the Dark Fruit with all their strength. The endless dark matter swallowed up the figure of the Netherworld priest. Although it is an attack of the same attribute. However, this amount is multiplied by 100, plus the Angel Blessing released by 3 Lu Shu. In just a moment, the people of the Netherworld sacrifice were gone. At this moment, Lu Shu launched an attack on the Netherworld Demon Lord next to the dead Netherworld priest in the shortest possible time. He discovered that the priest's resurrection could only affect the nearest guard. Once it exceeds the scope, or if it takes too long, then it cannot be reorganized. Therefore, the Netherworld Demon Lord will never leave his sacrifice too far. You successfully killed the Netherworld priest and your defense points 2 million. You successfully killed the Netherworld Demon Lord and your defense points 2 million. The Little White Fox killed a Netherworld priest. Continue towards another Netherworld sacrifice and initiate teleportation. Another devouring of the Dark Fruit. In a blink, there have been 2 Netherworld priests killed in battle. Lu Shu killed the Demon Lord next to him again, quickly. There are only 3 Netherworld priests and 3 Netherworld Demon Lords left on the field. The Nether priest seems to be aware of the danger. A burst of obscure mantras were chanted. The Nether sacrifice activated the Nether realm. When the 1 or 2 seconds of chanting the spell ends, the Netherworld priest's side was suddenly shrouded in the Netherworld realm. The other side of the Divine Tree Island was plunged into darkness. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed. He also possesses a Netherworld body. There is now a greater understanding of the role of the Nether realm. The Nether priest hid in the realm. Unless the Little White Fox kills in. However, in the opponent's field, you are likely to face danger. The Nether priest hides in the realm, which is equivalent to escaping into his own safe area. It is difficult to find him. Unless you have a Nether body, any existence that enters the Nether realm will be completely deprived of vision. You will not be able to see the location of the Nether sacrifice, and you will also face the risk of death. At this time, Netherworld sacrifice, the priest released the summoning technique again. The Nether Demon Soldier and the Nether Sacrifice fought out of the summoning array and continued to charge towards the sacred tree in the center of the island. 100,000 volts. Zitzi. How could Pikachu be so easy? Let the opponent succeed. As a burst of electricity roared past, all nearby monsters were killed. These mobs are not difficult to deal with, mainly the Netherworld priest inside. If you don't give this core point to if you deal with it, you will only face endless monsters running out of the summoning circle. Suddenly, Lu Shu's guardian spirit jade pendant burst out with a burst of light. At this moment, the guardian spirit transformed into an angel's figure and headed towards the netherworld. Position, kill him. A burst of holy light curtain immediately dispersed the netherworld. The angel's blessing came to the world. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that guardian spirits can fight at critical moments. Moreover, he can also disperse the surrounding nether realm. In this way, the little white fox can continue to attack. Wherever the holy light passed, all the darkness was dispersed. In the nether realm passed by the guardian angel, all areas receded, revealing the space inside. A netherworld priest appeared in the field of vision. An angel sword appeared in the hands of the guardian angel. With one sword strike, the bright sword light immediately enveloped the netherworld priest. The demon lord next to him wanted to block it. The next second, there were thousands of blades, flew over from the side and pinned the demon lord to the ground. Lu Shu's eyes were cold. He had fallen into a misunderstanding just now. There was no need to kill the demon lord at all. He just needed to restrict the opponent's movements. And the 1,000 blades of the demonic knife can complete this task perfectly. Falling from the sky with a sharp blade purified by the holy light. The figure of the nether priest suddenly disappeared in the holy light. The third nether priest had been killed. Also dead at the same time was the guardian demon lord around him. At the same time, the little white fox teleported and instantly killed a netherworld priest again. There is only the last netherworld sacrifice left on the field. The little white fox's mental power was almost exhausted. However, the guardian angel headed towards the last netherworld priest and killed it. Cooperating with Lu Shu to complete the final kill is no longer a problem. A burst of obscure spells echoed on the field again. The nether priest activated dark magic. This guy seems to want to resist again. But under the double attack of Lu Shu and the guardian spirit, the nether sacrifice's skills were pale and weak, and the dark magic could not have any impact on Lu Shu and the guardian angel. Soon, the last enemy fell on the battlefield. Open the panel. Defense points. 30 million defense points. Just 5S level, Netherworld Sacrifice, and 5S level, Netherworld Demon Lord, gave Lu Shu a 20 million points income. Including other monsters, this time, the score not only reached 30 million, but also increased by 500. It definitely crushed the whole crowd. I have to say, a nightmare-level dungeon monster is pulled into the Sacred Tree Island, and the bonus points gained from killing it are completely unmatched by ordinary monsters. It is finally over. Lu Shu took a long breath. The 3-day battle in the Grey World is finally over. The grey fog in the sky of the island gradually dissipated. The grey fog surrounding the Sacred Tree Island retreated crazily towards the sea in the distance. It is conceivable that, after this battle, the area of the Divine Tree Island will be greatly expanded. At the same time, this settlement reward popped up in front of Lu Shu. You successfully resisted this attack from the Grey World. Defense points. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS-level. SSS exclusive rewards are being unlocked for you. Open SSS-level rewards. A dazzling array of prizes suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained a legendary or Xuanwu or X25,000. You have obtained a special building, Holy Light Mirror X1. You have obtained the city defense item Holy Light Cannon X10. You got a rare seed, Watermelon Pitcher X100. You got a rare seed, Leaf Umbrella X100. You got a rare seed, Clover X100. You got a rare seed, Cactus X100. You got a rare seed, Hot Chili Pepper X100. The area of your Sacred Tree Island has been expanded by 500 square kilometers. Ranking rewards will be issued when ranking points are announced. When the ranking points are announced, the Grey World will be opened again. Please stay on the island during this time, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. A legendary basalt mine actually exploded. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. As early as in the Bixiao Holy Land, Lu Shu had already collected 25,000 Xuanwu ore. The SSS level reward that was opened this time actually collected the other half. In this way, Lu Shu's outermost defense line can be greatly improved. The legendary basalt mine can even keep out all monsters with risk factors of B and below. The island defense line can also got a big expansion. Lu Shu walked towards the border of the island, preparing to carry out a large-scale upgrade of the defense line. The Xiling mine only needs to be broken down, and then it can be transferred to the second line of defense. His own the Sacred Tree Island can be expanded step by step. When Lu Shu just arrived at the edge of the island, a prompt suddenly came in front of him. Your island has expanded and is connected to your Shadow Tree Island. Your island has expanded and is connected to your Undead Magic Tree Island. The scope of your island has expanded and it has been connected to your Netherworld Sacred Tree Island. The scope of your island has expanded, and it has been connected to the Sacred Tree Island of the Sacred Tree Master Wan Jun. Other Divine Tree Masters. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Chapter 91. Tip: you have been connected to the islands of other Sacred Tree Masters. You can choose the following options. 1. Active Challenge: block the opponent's perception of your Sacred Tree Island, and kill the Sacred Tree Master on the island within 7 days to obtain the Sacred Tree and all the island's range. 2. Alliance: the two islands merge and form an alliance. If there is no successful capture within 7 days, the island defense will be deemed successful, the Grey Fog will be isolated again, and the location of the Sacred Tree Master Island will be moved. It turns out I was the attacker. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. The scope of his island has expanded even wider. Therefore, he has the right to take the initiative. Moreover, the defender of the island has restrictions on the attacker's information and cannot see it. The attacker's island. Calculated this way, his advantage will be great. Lu Shu immediately chose the first option. Alliance? It doesn't exist. Although Lu Shu will not take the initiative to kill other Sacred Tree Masters, if there is a battle for the island, he will not be merciful. For other Sacred Tree Masters, it is not an easy task to successfully capture others in 7 days. It will take a lot of time to cross this coast. But for Lu Shu, he has Squirtle. And the Golden Dragon Koi. It is much easier to cross this sea than other Sacred Tree Masters. At this moment, a baby was born next to Lu Shu's ear. Hint. Ding. You got Devil Fruit X1. Ding. You got Spiritual Fruit X1. Devil Fruit is ripe. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. In the past few days during the Grey Realm's attack, although the Grey Fog blocked the sunlight, Lu Shu's Sacred Tree did not stop producing. The Sunshine Mushroom absorbed enough sunlight and could still provide production for the Sacred Tree. The effect of these 3 days of fighting, plus the preparations of the previous day, the Devil Fruit has been produced. The spiritual fruit produced by the Nether Fruit has now matured. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly and asked. System: can spiritual fruits be planted with Spring Revival? System: when the Sacred Tree Islands are merged, non-professional superpower fruits can trigger the effect of Spring Resurrection. I see. The fruits of the professional system are in conflict with the fruits of the cultivation system. In other words, the fruits of the professional system are special. Only the Sacred Tree Master himself can take them, and pets cannot take them. It is not an ordinary superpower fruit, nor can it trigger Spring Revival. It can only be planted in the corresponding Sacred Tree. However, the neutral type of superpower fruit does not conflict with the Sacred Tree's own Sacred Tree. Subspecies of spiritual trees can be produced. You can also give it to your own pets. After the Sacred Tree Island is merged, other Sacred Trees will be closer to your own Sacred Tree. That way, you can receive the blessing of Spring Resurrection. It turns out the islands are going to be merged. Lu Shu smiled. The expansion range of his island is getting bigger and bigger. The 3 nearby Sacred Tree Islands have completed the merger. Next, when spiritual fruits are produced, subspecies of spiritual fruits can be planted. Tree. As for other professional fruits, you can take your time. Once you reach the master level, the room for improvement is also quite limited. Sure enough, I still want to cultivate immortality. Lu Shu sighed with emotion. Will the 3 Sacred Tree Islands be integrated? Yes. The next second. There was a rumbling sound in my ears. The Nether God Tree Island, the Shadow God Tree Island and the Undead Magic Island have all been merged into Lu Shu's natal island. For sacred trees grow in close proximity. Suddenly, the nourishing power of the natal sacred tree covers the other 3 sacred trees. The land area of the island has also expanded a lot. The terrain even changed a little. If in the past, the area of the island could only be built with 3 layers of defense at most. So, Lu Shu's current sacred tree island can completely establish a 5-layer defense line. It can also stretch every line of defense very long. Greatly increases the island's defense capabilities and security. The sunlight and spiritual energy obtained by the sacred tree have also been improved. The area of the island can also affect the growth environment of the sacred tree. If I integrate many sacred tree islands, is it possible to piece together a continent? This idea suddenly came to Lu Shu's mind. Thinking about it, it doesn't seem impossible. If there are enough fused islands, wouldn't he be able to create a country? Lu Shu suddenly began to look forward to his island evolving into a continent. That day. Plant both devil fruits and spiritual fruits in the soil. Soon. 2 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. Water fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, devil fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Spiritual fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spiritual tree. Product, spiritual fruit. Production times remaining, 3. Is water fruity? Lu Shu's eyes lit up. With this ability, any object can be liquefied and swim in it. If Squirtle swallows the water fruit, he can even swim on land. When he captures the island, if you have the water fruit, you can also liquefy the local island. You don't need to attack the opponent from the front. You can break through directly from the center of the island and kill the opponent's sacred tree master instantly. In the future battle for the sacred tree island, Squirtle will be a very important maritime force. With the power of the water fruit, it can even turn the islands into battle sites like the sea. This will greatly increase the chance of Lu Shu's successful attack. It only takes half a day. Lu Shu can harvest 100 water fruits and 100 spiritual fruits. During this time, Lu Shu was not idle. He looked at his other rewards. Holy Light Mirror, capable of condensing the power of Holy Light. As long as they are blessed by the Holy Light, the attacks of all troops can have the attributes of the Holy Light. In this way, if I encounter monsters from the netherworld attacking my island, my other combat capabilities will be able to come into play. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with surprise. Then there is the Holy Light Cannon. It has the same function as the Psychic Cannon. It also condenses spiritual energy to attack. Most of them have the attributes of Holy Light. In addition, rare plants. The watermelon pitcher obtained has greater range attack power. The leaf umbrella is ready to prevent these flaming imps with strong jumping ability. Once these magic soldiers jump over, the leaf umbrella can release extremely powerful elasticity to bounce the enemy away. And there are Clover. Clover is like a huge fan, which can release powerful wind. When the attacking monster is blown by the Clover's wind, it instantly flies into the sky. The cactus is similar to a tall nut, and is responsible for block in front. The difference is that if ordinary zombies eat tall nuts, they won't be able to bite them at most. If they mess with the prickly pear grass, they may die. The hot pepper is similar to the destruction mushroom, releasing area of effect damage. The most important thing still, after having the peppers, Lu Shu can unlock some devil recipes. Then throw them to the transaction interface, TSK. With top cooking, maybe other sacred tree masters can experience pain and happiness. You can't extricate yourself from the ultimate experience. Next. Lu Shu began to replan his defense line. The most peripheral defense line of the island has been replaced by the legendary basalt mine. Followed by the purple spirit mine, and the Tianling mine. And the magical plants on the island have also undergone some adjustments due to the expansion of the island's scope. Now, Lu Shu's island defense is simply incomparable. At this time, 2 reminders popped up in his ears. Ding! Your water fruit tree has reached the production cycle, water fruit 100. Ding! Your spiritual fruit tree has reached the production cycle, spiritual fruit 100. Squirtle, come here, everyone. Lu Shu immediately called. 100 squirtlets slowly ran to the water fruit tree. They seemed to have a natural affinity for the water fruits. Squirtle immediately wanted to swallow these fruits. Go down. Eat. Lu Shu said with a smile. This shows that Squirtle also wants the superpower of the water fruit. 3 times 5 divides 2. The fruits on the tree were eaten quickly. Although Squirtle can't run fast, it tastes good when eaten. The speed is no slower than Pikachu or Little White Fox. A pet panel immediately popped up in front of me. Squirtle. Type, Pokemon. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Bubble Light, Water Fruit, New. Physical, A. Speed, A. Mental, D. Overall potential, A. The potential has reached a level. Lu Shu was a little surprised to see Squirtle improving so quickly. By the way, Squirtle's mental attributes are not naturally very high. Can my spiritual fruit have some effect? Give it a try. Lu Shu asked Squirtle to take the spirit fruit. Suddenly, Squirtle's spirit changed from D level to B level. It instantly increased by nearly 2 levels. The comprehensive potential also increased, reaching S level. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. If Squirtle's spirit is raised and he eats the growth fruit, he can gain new superpower attributes. The upper limit is much higher. It's very impressive. The value of nurturing. Everything on the Sacred Tree Island is almost ready. Pikachu, Little White Fox, Yumi, Squirtle. Get ready to go and attack the island. As Lu Shu gave the order, the pets followed Lu Shu and came to the coast. The mighty army, riding Squirtle, launched an attack in the direction of another sacred tree. Squirtle, after eating the growth fruit, my body size has increased a lot. I am no longer the little turtle I was when I first came out. I activate the water fruit's power. I can swim as fast as I want in the sea. At this time, the golden dragon Koi also followed behind the large army. Do you also want to join in the fun? Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh. After a period of movement, he was somewhat surprised to find that there were more and more fish schools around the golden dragon Koi. Some of these fish schools were huge. No less aggressive than a shark, but like a good baby, it followed the golden dragon Koi. Lu Shu was happy. During this period, the golden dragon Koi actually became the big brother in the sea. He even collected it many brothers. The sea area. Rider Squirtle. Watch this vast sea. Under the sea. Lu Shu's mental power penetrated to the sea bottom and found many behemoths. Some dangerous factors, even in the gray in the world, there are no less than A-level monsters. After the gray fog dissipates, the sea is actually just like the gray world, with rich treasures and space for exploration. Likewise, those dangerous big fish are also a threat to the divine tree master. They are threatening to a certain extent. But along the way, they did not provoke Lu Shu, but chose to stay away from it. The deterrent power of the golden dragon and Koi made this journey without any danger and extremely smooth. After only half a day of movement, finally, an island appeared in front of us. A sacred tree master panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Divine Tree Master, 10,000 arms. Abilities, Monster City Defense, Building Upgrades. Comprehensive Strength, S level. Talents, Monster Fruit, Level A, Building Skill Fruit, Level A, Divine Tree Domain, Level A. Luck, E. Spirit, B. Monster Fruit can create an army of monsters and continuously upgrade the combat effectiveness of the units. Building Fruits can also unlock some specific collection items, learn construction skill illustrations, build some specific city defense buildings, and upgrade the power of city defense buildings. This guy's Divine Tree Domain is not a fruit talent, but centered on the Divine Tree range. All troops can receive blessings. This is a kind of aura that comes with the Divine Tree. I only need to kill the opponent and get his sacred tree, and the sacred tree field can still be triggered, because this is the inherent effect of the sacred tree. So these 3 talents are almost equivalent to becoming my divine tree talents. If this guy's sacred tree can be obtained, it will greatly improve my sacred tree island. Seeing the divine tree master panel popping up in front of me, Lu Shu's eyes revealed surprise, as if he had discovered a treasure. Chapter 92. The Fruits of Monster City Defense and Building Upgrades. Lu Shu looked at Wanjuan's divine tree master panel with a thoughtful expression. From the names and levels of these talents, it is not difficult to judge. These 2 fruit talents are standard city defense fruits. One can create an army of monsters, one can upgrade the level of city defense buildings. If you get the opponent's talent, city defense buildings such as psychic cannons can also be upgraded. Lu Shu suddenly became interested in this divine tree talent. He smiled slightly. This talent is quite useful to me. I didn't expect that the first tree master I encountered during the scope expansion had such a good talent. In this case, I will accept your sacred tree. As for whether it is difficult to attack this island, Lu Shu can easily resolve the siege of S-level Lord monsters. The comprehensive strength of Wanjuan's sacred tree master is only an S level at best, and it can only be used for city defense. The construction was a bit troublesome. But in front of his own troops, it was impossible to nod enough. Keep moving towards the island's defense line. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Shu took out the deep-sea fishing rod. While fishing leisurely, you are planning how to attack this island. You can use the fastest movements to completely capture it. Another sacred tree island. This island is covered with various city defense buildings. And an army composed of monsters from the Grey World, stationed at various defense lines. Most of the monster soldiers are zombies, skeleton soldiers, and a small number of demons. The number is about 10,000. The average risk factor level is level B. In the center of the island, next to the sacred tree, sat a young man. Jun opened his eyes, and a warning appeared directly in front of his field of vision. Your sacred tree island is being attacked by other sacred tree masters. Someone actually came to capture my island. Who is it? Jun's face suddenly turned aside. He did not expect that something like this would happen after he had just completed an island defense battle. He immediately sensed the opponent's sacred tree island. However, a large formation containing heavenly secrets suddenly cut off his perception. Jun only felt a wave of excitement in his heart, and even his mental strength was somewhat impacted. I can't sense the opponent's sacred tree island. Isn't this too unfair? Who is coming to attack my island? Jun looked confused. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The sudden warning and the island battle between the sacred tree masters made Jun panic. But he quickly calmed down. My defense points are 1,000,000 points. It shouldn't be something that ordinary divine tree masters can solve. If the other party really comes to attack me, then I will make it impossible for him to come back. Jun's eyes flashed with a stern look. He has millions of defense points, and he is not a character to be trifled with. This army of tens of thousands of grey monsters, as well as the various blooming buildings on the island, make Jun suddenly regained his confidence. The area of his island has also expanded to the outside of the sea. In fact, Jun is not ignorant of the battle between the sacred tree masters, and has made preparations. But I didn't expect it would be so sudden today. All troops are on standby immediately. Jun immediately issued an order to his monster army. Tens of thousands of monster troops immediately followed his instructions to defend and control each pass. Jun took a deep breath. Although the origin of the enemy is unknown, but there is no need to be afraid. As a divine tree master of the city defense department, even if he cannot kill the opponent, it should not be a big problem to defend for 7 days. As the monster troops on the island, under the control of Jun's consciousness, stand stationed at various intersections. Jun's spiritual consciousness immediately unfolded, observing the wind blowing Chao Dong inside the island. This is my place. If that sacred tree master dares to come in, I will sense it first. My blooming buildings and missiles are ready to attack the enemy at any time. In my domain, monsters have additional attribute bonuses, and the delay can be delayed until 7 days later. What's more, with 1,000,000 points, although I may not be able to make it to the rankings this time, there are definitely not a few sacred tree masters who can surpass me in terms of my strength. Besides, I am a divine tree master with city defense talent, so there is no need to worry about the other party. Thinking of this, Jun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed. He was too nervous just now. He forgot about his island, but it has a unique defense line in the Shinshu game. Jun can be sure that there are only a few Shinshu masters. To have an army and island defense line like him. This time, if you rashly attack your own divine tree master, you must make the opponent pay the price. World public screen. Ah, this battle in the grey world is finally over. Thank God, I am still alive. I don't know when the rankings will come out, but I can't wait to admire the heroic figures of those big guys. Strange, according to the normal progress, wouldn't the rankings have already been announced by this time? It seems like it is indeed slower this time. Does anyone know what the cause of this is? It may be that the stage of the Divine Tree game has changed to a certain extent, but we don't know exactly what the situation is. In the chat box of the Divine Tree game, many Divine Tree masters have a little doubt about the delay in the announcement of this ranking list. Many big players who have made breakthroughs in this battle can't wait to see the rankings. Well, even if they may not make it up, at least take a look at how big the gap is with other big players. Set a goal for your next effort. Especially the first one. The Tree Master's points are like a big mountain, weighing on the hearts of all the sacred Tree Masters, stimulating their motivation to become stronger. But this time, there has been no movement in the rankings. Many sacred Tree Masters realize that, maybe the delay in the rankings this time is related to the changes in the game rules, and some progress has not yet been completed. But everyone will complete the Grey Fog battle within 3 days. If they can successfully defend for 3 days, then the monsters behind will automatically retreat into the Grey Fog. But 3 days later, almost a day has passed. Why hasn't the ranking been announced yet? Not only that, the Grey Realm has not been reopened. This made some sacred tree masters who have studied the Grey World realize that there are still some steps in this battle that have not been completed. Therefore, everyone's progress will be temporarily halted. Only when the battle is truly over and the Grey World is reopened will the next round of calculations begin. Some people think this is a good thing. At least this way, the next time the Grey Realm attacks the Sacred Tree Island again, it will be much longer. Some people find this very troublesome. Among them, there are those who like fighting and want to quickly enter the next stage and experience the feeling of killing monsters and mowing grass. There are also a small number of people who are thinking about what happened. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Some Sacred Tree Masters couldn't help but cast their eyes to the other side of the sea. On the other side of the sea is the enemy. More than one Divine Tree Master is aware of this setting. Whenever the battle in the Grey World ends, the scope of the Sacred Tree Master's island will be greatly expanded. So, at this stage, are some gods or tree masters already connected to other Sacred Tree Masters? If this setting is triggered, what will happen between two Sacred Tree Masters, or more Sacred Tree Masters? A battle? Or an alliance? Divine Tree Masters who are aware of this will be cautious about this. This is not as simple as other people's affairs. All Sacred Tree Masters may encounter this thing. So when that time comes, what should they do? What about processing? Sea area. After another half a day of moving, Lu Shu is getting closer and closer to Wanjuan's Sacred Tree Island. Ding! Your deep-sea fishing rod caught a gold-level treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Following Lu Shu's thoughts, the deep-sea fishing rod immediately fished a golden treasure box out of the deep sea. Open the treasure chest. The interior of the treasure chest. A blue rune appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Water rune. Type, deep sea rune. Level, intermediate. Function, control the water within 2,000 meters of the deep sea, use intermediate water magic to attack opponents. Lu Shu looked down. I saw a blue rune appear on the back of my hand. Just like the color of the sea. Contains mysterious natural magic. Lu Shu tried to communicate his mental power to the water runes, very quickly. As his thoughts moved, the surrounding seawater suddenly turned into a huge wave, surging forward. The nearby fish schools were all frightened away. Water runes can control the power of the sea. Lu Shu felt the power of the intermediate water rune and showed a slightly satisfied smile. If it were only an intermediate water rune, it might not be able to release such terrifying power. But Lu Shu has a very advanced power on his body. Jewelry and equipment. Coupled with the bonuses of several professions, the mental power has reached a quite explosive level. Of course, the magic of using water runes can also have certain bonuses. Therefore, the destructive power is even comparable to that of high-level water runes. Text. Finally. We are less than 2,000 meters away from the island. Lu Shu's consciousness moved slightly. He sensed that the opponent's Sacred Tree Island had an observation tower. He could see the sea level from a distance. Location. The range of the opponent's island is probably about 2,000 meters away from the coastline. Keep this distance. Wanjuan's observation deck cannot see the existence of Lu Shu. It can only see a gray fog. Therefore, to Lu Shu, he was like a monster killed out of the gray mist. He became the attacker. Squirtle, you lead other large troops and sneak towards the deep sea. Try to stay under 2,000 meters under the sea, and then attack directly from the opponent's island using the water fruit's superpower. You four little guys, follow me and pass from the front. Lu Shu quickly made an attack plan. He took a Yumi, Pikachu and a little white fox, rode on a Squirtle, and attacked from the front, that is, under the eyes of others. But this is just a pretense. The real army is the other 99 Pikachu, Yumi, little white fox and Squirtle. They set out from the deep sea and directly used the power of the water fruit to instantly kill the sacred tree opposite the god. Division. The order was issued. Soon, the entire army began to take action according to Lu Shu's strategy. 10,000 troops stood on the watchtower. This is his investigation-type building. From this lookout, you can see the coast far away. Suddenly, a turtle is carrying a man, a mouse, a little fox, and a cat, slowly heading towards its own sacred tree island. That arrived so fast. Wanjun was stunned. With his vigilant character, it should have been a noteworthy thing to see the enemy come within the defense range of his island in such a short period of time. But, this turtle, the lineup of a mouse, a fox and a cat, is too funny, isn't it? Are you sure that such a team can also attack your own sacred tree island? Wanjun couldn't help but laugh. I thought I was coming here it was a king. It turned out to be a bronze. From this information, Wanjun immediately judged that the opponent's superpower fruit might be a summoning fruit of the beast-controlling type. This kind of fruit is suitable for attacking the Grey World. However, this guy's troops are really, isn't it too weak? There is no comparison with my own monster army. They are simply here to die. What a fool. With this little strength, come and attack my sacred tree island. I originally didn't think much of your talent for the sacred tree, but now that you've brought it to your doorstep, don't blame me for being rude. Wan Jun sneered. All his attention was on Lu Shu, but he didn't know that as early as below the island, a mysterious army quietly activated its superpower and attacked the island. The next second, Wan Jun suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He instinctively wanted to retreat and escape, just turned around. A large army suddenly appeared around him. Yumi possessed the little white fox. On his body, he activated the fruit of darkness. The endless death light immediately flooded Wan Jun's entire body. Chapter 93. The Sacred Tree Master Wan Jun uses the reincarnation pool to reincarnate. Number of remaining times, 0. Cooling time, 7 days. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. The little white fox's secret fruit successfully killed all the troops. Wan Jun is indeed dead, but not all of them. His sacred tree island also has a very special building, the reincarnation pool. This building can not only resurrect the dead monster legion after a certain cycle, even if the sacred tree master dies, if there is a reincarnation pool, he can temporarily get a chance to be resurrected. There is just a cooldown time and remaining times. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Not killing the opponent immediately was not only a happy thing in his eyes. This means that the sacred tree of Wan Jun has greater occupying value. Reincarnation pond, what a good thing. The city defense buildings born from this sacred tree can be said to be quite good. Quickly go to the reincarnation pool and kill the opponent. Squirtle, speed up and send me to the opponent's island. Lu Shu thought about it and ordered. The pet successfully launched an attack on Wan Jun and killed each other once. Lu Shu no longer acted as a pretense, but chose to take action himself. Since it has been exposed, then just use the most decisive method to kill the opponent. Reincarnation pool. A white light lit up. Wan Jun's body was condensed and formed again in the reincarnation pool. However, his eyes were full of fear. At that moment of death, he felt that the hair on his whole body stood up, and he felt a deep fear. What the hell is this? Wan Jun's head is still blank until now. When that terrifying black light of death shrouded Wan Jun, at the moment of death, he felt as if his whole body had turned into a ball of air. This is a worse feeling than suffering. It was like his own existence was instantly erased. Not even the slightest resistance. If Wan Jun hadn't chosen to rashly bring in too many monsters this time and still had a chance to be reincarnated, then he would be a dead man now. Wan Jun took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that the enemy who came to his island was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Pikachu and Little White Fox have already reached the front of Wan Jun. How could they be so fast? Wan Jun's face changed drastically. The island's observation tower is located next to the coast. The reincarnation pool is located near the sacred tree. No matter how fast the opponent is, how could he have killed him when he was just reincarnated? There is no time to think more. Wan Jun immediately summoned all the monsters and launched an attack on Pikachu and the Little White Fox. Stop them! Wan Jun roared with a gloomy expression. Nearby, the monster troops on the island rushed towards Wan Jun's direction in an instant. The sacred tree in the center suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. Covering the surrounding monsters, the monsters actually formed a big formation. The black mist set off a hurricane, covering the Little White Fox and Pikachu. If you want to kill me, go through my monster formation first. Wan Jun looked at Pikachu and the Little White Fox who were sucked into the black mist, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This formation is a combination of skills formed by the contact between the island's monster troops and the sacred tree field, and their interaction. It can instantly engulf the enemy into the formation. The lethality is also first-rate. Unless all the monsters in the black mist are killed, otherwise, they will be trapped in this formation and be consumed alive. The city defense type as a divine tree master, the most important thing you need to protect is your own life. Monsters can die, but you must not die. This black mist formation can send the enemy into another space. Unless all the monsters in the formation are killed, otherwise it's impossible to hurt yourself. Zitzi. Just at this moment, in the black mist, a flash of lightning suddenly shined. Then, the lightning like a thunder dragon formed a whirlwind, and immediately destroyed the black mist great formation. How can it be? Wan Jun's face suddenly froze, his mouth opened wide, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Only a second or two passed. His own formation was broken open. How on earth was it done? When the black mist dissipated, all the monsters inside were killed by 100,000 volts. There was a hint of disdain in the eyes of Pikachu and Little White Fox. They came out of the battle against a bunch of S-class monsters just now. Now, it's not easy to deal with these miscellaneous fish. The look in Wanjun's eyes is like looking at a fool who doesn't know his own abilities. Pikachu and the Little White Fox each use their own attack methods, preparing to defeat Wanjun completely killed. A teleportation light curtain suddenly landed on Wanjun's body. The attack failed. Immediately afterwards, Wanjun's body came to the other end of the island. There were various missiles nearby. The most advanced degrade the magic soldiers guard Wanjun. Using the island's teleportation light curtain, Wanjun successfully teleported over from the fatal attack. He was saved from death. Moreover, the surrounding defensive buildings also gave Wanjun a certain degree of protection. The ability to fight back. Well, at least I can struggle a little longer and die with dignity. Wanjun's entire face was distorted. He immediately pressed the button of the city defense missile. I can't blow you up. Wanjun couldn't help roaring angrily, and also covered up the fear in his heart. The more desperate the situation, the harder it is for people to restrain their emotions. In fact, Wanjun was in chaos and completely lost his judgment on the enemy. He immediately pressed the missile button, hoping to instantly kill the sacred tree master who had captured the island. Hundreds of missiles instantly filled the sky, preparing for a frenzied bombardment downwards. At this moment, 1,000 missiles a blade suddenly came over from the side of the island. Boom! While the missile was still in mid-air, it was shot down by the blade, causing a violent explosion. A figure walked over from the side of the island. It was Lu Shu. All the monsters near the island were defeated by Lu Shu using the army of 100,000 dead souls summoned and a holy light explosion. When Pikachu and the other little guys saw Lu Shu coming, they hurriedly ran over to join them. 100,000 dead soul troops, following behind Lu Shu, were extremely ferocious. The cute pet beside him looked quite cute and well-behaved. Two extremely different painting styles merged into the young man in front of him, but they did not appear to be any different. So sudden. Because the young man just used his fingertips to control these blades and easily defuse the attacks of hundreds of missiles. With such methods, Wanjun was completely in despair. Looking at the army of dead souls, looking at that pets, suddenly. Are you the #1 tree lifter on the list? Wanjun seemed to have thought of something, and his face was extremely frightened. As a sacred tree master of the city defense department, apart from building his own island defense line every day, Wanjun's most important thing was to go to the water forum. Huang Pai at the beginning of the sacred tree game rats, aren't they just those 100 electric rats? And the one who got the first kill was none other than the tree raider. Not only that. The army of dead souls behind him was also mistaken by the divine tree masters of the Grey World for being from the Grey World. Neutral copy. The army of dead souls had killed the divine tree master of the Dark Knight Alliance, and the tree master had obviously had a lot of details with the Dark Knight Alliance. Combined with all the information, Wanjun was immediately sure. In front of his eyes, there appeared the sacred tree master on his own sacred tree island is the tree master, who has continuously ranked first in the rankings, and is also the unparalleled player who took the first kill in the dungeon. So many armies of dead souls, at this moment, are following Lu Shu behind him. This shows that Lu Shu has the ability to control monsters. Moreover, the troops he possesses can completely crush his own monster army. Compared with the large army of the Lu Shu man, Wanjun suddenly felt that his own army was nothing. None. In front of others, he has no ability to resist at all, just like cannon fodder. And at the beginning, he was still thinking about fighting with such a terrifying existence. This is really crazy, got it? Boss. Boss. I recognized you as the big tree lover guy. It's because I'm so young that I can't recognize you. Can you spare my life? I am willing to work for you in this life. Wanjun's consciousness of survival instantly made him kneel down and kowtow, bang bang bang. Joke. If you don't beg for mercy, are you seeking death? It is impossible for him to deal with an enemy of this level. He can only place all his hopes on the kindness of the other party. Wanjun responded with a cold blade. From the beginning, Lu Shu had no intention of leaving the other party alive. What he is interested in is this guy's sacred tree. Even if Wanjun is willing to be his servant, Lu Shu is not worried about leaving such a time bomb next to him. Kill him directly. Wanjun sensed the flying blade and quickly summoned the demon soldiers around him to stand in front of him. Click. The useless blade immediately killed the demonic soldier. Just a blade can kill an A-level monster in an instant. This man doesn't look very old, how can he be so powerful? Moreover, the decisiveness of the opponent's killing was completely beyond Wang Juan's imagination. He ignored any of his pleas and went straight to kill him. Now, he has realized that there is absolutely no chance of interceding against such an enemy. You forced me to do this. Wang Juan roared. The next second, he controlled all the troops and attacked Lu Shu. Initiate self-destruction. At this time, the monsters that rushed towards Lu Shu suddenly let out a terrible breath. The black explosion instantly enveloped Lu Shu's body. Tens of thousands of monsters, they all have the ability to self-destruct. At this desperate moment, Wang Juan knew very well that only by launching the strongest attack could he have a chance to kill the opponent. Without any reservation, he controlled all the troops and headed towards Lu Shu, launch a charge and self-destruct in an attempt to kill him. A burst of black explosions passed. A figure stood slowly in the smoke. Lu Shu's whole body was not harmed at all. This is impossible. Wang Juan yelled. He was completely crazy. This was his strongest attack. How could it not even hurt the opponent's fur? Whoosh! A blade suddenly flew over from behind. Wang Juan had no defense at all, his throat was pierced by this blade. When he was about to die, he wanted to summon another monster to stand in front of him and be a scapegoat. However, when he was about to summon it, he found that the last monster was also he was ordered by himself to die with the enemy. Wang Juan could only close his eyes unwillingly and was completely killed. A soldier who does not cherish his subordinates is not a good soldier. Lu Shu shook his head and walked to Wang Juan's body. The moment the explosion occurred, Lu Shu engraved the teleportation array and quickly transferred Pikachu and Squirtle to his own sacred tree island. The little white fox took following Yumi, he hid in the cracks in the void to avoid being harmed. The army of dead souls was also collected by Lu Shu. As for Lu Shu's body, because he awakened the body of the netherworld. As long as his body is transformed into dark elements, all the damage will have no effect at all. Therefore, Lu Shu only needs to evacuate the troops quickly, and then stand on the same spot. He does not need to do anything, and Wang Juan will not be able to harm his body at all. For Lu Shu, even if there are monsters in the Grey World, as long as they are members of your own army, you should try to reduce their number of battle losses. Love your soldiers like your own children. Saving the life of every soldier will accumulate a huge number of troops. Wang Juan did not understand this truth. In Lu Shu's eyes, no matter how beautifully the defense line was built, it was just a flower screen without a core and soul. It would break at the touch of a touch. Kill. The moment he defeated thousands of troops, Lu Shu suddenly gained a sense of this sacred tree island. A prompt appeared in front of him. You have killed the divine tree master Wang Juan. Obtain the divine tree, 10,000 arms. Divine tree 1. Do you want to choose Fusion Island? Yes. The next second, Wang Juan's island merged with Lu Shu's natal island. This sacred tree, along with 4 other sacred trees, is located in the very center of the island. At the same time, a new sacred tree panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Divine tree, 10,000 arms. Stage, intermediate spiritual tree. Sunshine, 410 day, for 1x100. Spiritual energy, 340 day, 3, for x100. Divine tree domain, monster aura, level B. Product, construction fruit. Production cycle, 2 days, 110-0550. Growth points, 12,200, 14, 7x1001470 day. Next stage, advanced spiritual tree, 20,000 growth points. Divine tree realm. Lu Shu's eyes focused on this special term. Chapter 94. Lu Shu clicked to view the information of sacred tree domain. Monster aura. Grade, B grade. Function, the attributes of all monster units in the field are improved by 1 level. It turns out to be similar to a buff halo. It allows all monsters on the Divine Tree Island to gain an attribute bonus aura. My undead army seems to be blessed by the effect of this halo. Lu Shu tried to summon his undead army. Sure enough, all combat attributes have been bonused. There are only 10,000 monsters in Wang Juan, so the bonus is not that obvious. But if Lu Shu's army gets this benefit, the added achievements are obviously much better. And, after the level of the sacred tree is improved, the effect of the sacred tree field can also be improved. The sacred tree of Wang Juan is only at the level of the intermediate spiritual tree. Lu Shu added top fertilizer, and instantly increased the growth speed by 1 stage. It only takes about a week to upgrade to a high-level sacred tree. Next, Lu Shu set his sights on these city defense buildings. Death Missile, Class B, Reincarnation Pool, Exclusive, Monster Fusion Room, Exclusive, Observation Tower, Grade D, Mobile Defense Fortress, Level C. Lu Shu glanced at some basic city defense buildings and didn't look at them anymore. The name sounds quite advanced, for example, Death Missile, which seems very powerful. In fact, it was just a missile that was easily shot down by Lu Shu with his magic sword Thousand Blades not long ago. For an average Divine Tree Master, the damage is quite considerable. But Lu Shu found it boring. It's not as satisfying as doing your own normal attacks. If not upgraded, these buildings are just decorations. Of course, the mobile fortress is a bit interesting, as you can use it for your own magical plants. In this way, the magical plants can have room for movement output. What's really interesting are the two exclusive city defense buildings. Reincarnation Pool. Level, Exclusive. Function, after the creatures or monsters bound to the Sacred Tree Island die, they can be reincarnated in the Reincarnation Pool. Rules, the cooling period for reincarnation is 1 week. Reincarnation is not allowed beyond the scope of the Sacred Tree Island. Dies during the cooldown period and cannot be reincarnated. This building is quite awesome. Lu Shu couldn't help but nodded and smiled. The Reincarnation Pool can be said to be the most heaven-defying of all the buildings in Wanjun. As long as there are beings who die within a certain period of time on the Sacred Tree Island, they can be reincarnated. Conditions: it's very simple, within 7 days, it just needs to be bound to this Sacred Tree Island. Although it cannot affect the troops in the Grey World, it is basically equivalent to a resurrection spring when used for city defense. The effect is not too strong. It is equivalent to creating a monster legion and resisting the attack of monsters in the Grey World. Each monster has a chance to be reincarnated. If an extremely difficult boss comes to his Sacred Tree Island, then each monster is equivalent to being reincarnated. There are 2 lives. If you pile them all up, you can kill your opponent. Lu Shu nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the effect of the Reincarnation Pool. Focus on the Monster Fusion Room. Monster Fusion Room. Function, you can fuse different types of monsters once. Their attributes will have superimposed effects and they will have all the skills of the fused monsters. Rules, monsters of the same type cannot be fused multiple times. When fusing, a certain amount of materials needs to be consumed. The more times you fuse, the higher the level of materials required. Can't monsters of the same type be fused? It's a pity. The monsters I control now are all undead. Lu Shu tried it and found that the 2 undead souls could not be fused. He focused on the sacred tree. Only when the next monster fruit matures, Lu Shu will gain the ability to control the monsters in the Grey World. By then, your own Grey Realm troops are not just a single race like the undead. There will be an entire Grey Realm army. They are also monsters that can be fused. Other city defense buildings need to consume some materials to upgrade. Upgrading death missiles requires high grade or X-1000. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Death missile, B Runka rank. Conditions for upgrading to the next level, top grade or X-1000 demon energy crystal X50. At the same time, Lu Shu also unlocked many collection routes for upgrading building materials. The next time you enter the Grey World, you can collect some city defense building materials. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. However, when the Grey World reopens, Lu Shu has to kill the Lord of the Netherworld and Howling Abyss first. He hasn't gotten this first kill achievement yet. The reward for the first kill of the Nightmare boss will probably exceed your imagination. Focusing on the coast outside the island. After all the islands were merged, the area at the edge of Lu Shu's Grey World expanded again. Now, after the integration of the coastal ranges of several other Sacred Tree Islands, the explorable sea area has been greatly improved. The Golden Dragon and Koi Carp dived into the bottom of the sea again, ready to become the big brother. At this time, Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. Look at Squirtle. Squirtle, follow the Golden Dragon Koi and explore the deep sea together. Lu Shu Dao. Jenny. Squirtle nodded. Lu Shu's heart moved, he took out the other 200 spiritual fruits and said, "You each eat 2, and consider this as your reward for exploring the deep sea." Squirtle screamed excitedly. He quickly ate all these spiritual fruits. Bah! Bah! When the Squirtlets finished eating the spiritual fruits in front of them, a pet panel popped up in front of them. Squirtle. Type, Pokemon. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Bubble Light, Water Fruit. Physical, A. Speed, A. Mental, A. Overall potential, S. At this time, Squirtle's mental power has reached a level. The effect is good. Lu Shu showed an expression of surprise when he saw Squirtle's panel. The speed of progress was beyond his imagination. He originally thought that Squirtle would only eat 2 more fruits and not make such a big improvement. After all, the same if you eat the fruit, the effect will definitely be weakened. But because Squirtle's mental power level is not high, eating a few more spiritual fruits will not reduce the effect at all. The mental power is increased to a level, and combined with Squirtle's own special abilities, the consumption of energy is relatively small. In this way, in terms of long-term combat capability, Squirtle is not even worse than Pikachu. Plop. Plop. After eating the spiritual fruit, 100 squirtlets, one after another, came down. The sea is over. Lu Shu put down the deep-sea fishing rod next to the coast. Deep-sea depth, 3,000 meters. Treasures that can be harvested, silver level to diamond level. This is thanks to the golden dragon koi, which has already explored enough deep-sea depths before this. Diamond-level treasure chests can now be fished. However, the scope of exploration by golden dragon koi is also limited. After all, this guy is only at the 5th level, and he dares to walk sideways like this. Although the golden dragon koi is a mythical creature, it has no obvious combat skills at this stage. Relying on the suppressive power of his bloodline over other fish schools, he dared to explore this depth. But going further down, I didn't dare to continue exploring. Squirtle needs to go on the next journey. The 3,000 meters deep sea is an obvious watershed. Going deeper, the monsters and lurking crises there will be even more terrifying. The golden dragon koi dare not go there, but Squirtle has an A-level physique and the superpower of the water fruit, and has a lot of room for exploration. I don't know if I can get a more advanced treasure chest if I continue. Lu Shu thought to himself. With a thought, he wanted to activate the power of resonance to resonate mentally with one of the squirtlets to see what was under the sea. At this moment, suddenly a reminder came to my ears. The Grey Realm rankings have been announced. Lu Shu's consciousness was instantly placed on the ranking list. Open the world public screen easily. At this moment, a divine tree master with the ID of Luo Tianchen all members in the chat box, attracting everyone's attention. Luo Tianchen all members, everyone, my friend died suddenly after the battle in the Grey World. What happened? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of other sacred tree masters. Upstairs, isn't it normal for the divine tree master to die in the battle in the Grey World? Luo Tianchen, no, I can confirm that he has passed the 3-day Grey battle, but during this waiting period, he suddenly died. These strange words immediately made many sacred tree masters' first reaction be disbelief. How could he die suddenly when the battle in the Grey World has been completed? This should be the safest time a sacred tree master can face. Luo Tianchen's words were immediately questioned by others. Isn't it? Sooner or later, he died, but he died while waiting for the rankings to come out. What is going on? Is that person telling the truth? Why don't I believe it? I seem to have seen this name before. It was ranked in the top 100 on the ranking list last time. Damn it, he is still a big boss, disrespectful. There's no need for the boss to joke with us, maybe it's really happening. If something could happen at this point, would it be suicide? So hard to think about. It's possible that the Grey Realm hasn't been opened yet, but he went in out of curiosity, and then died. Can anyone really be that funny? At this time, Luo Tianchen put 2-inch screenshots into the chat box. Same. In the God Tree game, screenshots cannot be forged. As long as there are pictures, there is truth. When Luo Tianchen uploaded 2 screenshots. The time is just after the battle in the Grey World and when the rankings are about to be announced. In the first screenshot, there is a chat box. The names that appeared on it, except Luo Tianchen, were all Wanjun. Wanjun, alas, I only got a B-level evaluation this time. It's so difficult to sprint through the rankings. Even 1 million defense points is not enough. What kind of monsters are these big guys? The second screenshot is a cold reminder. The sacred tree master Wanjun is dead. 2 screenshots. All the sacred tree masters who saw it could not help but remain silent. After a while, some people are commenting one after another in the chat box. I don't think this guy committed suicide. Although his tone revealed a hint of sadness, I smelled a strong breath of Versailles in it. That's right, this guy is very similar to those stinky bosses I felt. It would be a shame if a boss like this, who is at the pinnacle of his life, would choose to commit suicide. So how did this guy die? Wasn't he killed by himself? It's not impossible, I was almost killed by him. You can also kill yourself. This operation is too impressive, right? It's not that, it's just for Psy, it can be the cause of sudden death, it's too nonsense. Wait, I remember the name Wanjun. He exchanged a fruit with me before. I know that his talent is biased toward city defense. That's a sacred tree master who focuses on survival. It's impossible for him to choose to send it away, right? If he chooses to send it himself, he won't get as high as 1 million defense points. This is very suspicious. How did Wanjun die? The time before and after is too strange. Moreover, have you noticed that the time when Wanjun died happened to be around the time when the Grey Realm rankings were announced? Damn it, when you say that, it seems like you are really right. Could it be that the delay in announcing the Grey World rankings this time has anything to do with Wanjun? Oh my god, this is really scary to think about. Who knows what happened to Wanjun? I also want to know. Sit and wait in the front row to eat melon. The death of Wanjun made some sharp-thinking divine tree masters feel that this death time was related to the delay in the Grey World rankings. The big guys standing in front of the sacred tree games are even more certain that there will be a Grey World Island war. It was originally a guess that there were enemies on the other side of the sea. But now, it has become a fact. This time is just the beginning. No one knows whether it will be their turn to fight this battle next time. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. That is to say, will the next Grey Realm rankings be announced after the Divine Tree Master Island War is over? The progress of the Divine Tree game has been pushed forward one step further. The Divine Tree game is not static. There is a hidden progress bar. Lu Shu can't guess what the situation will be like in the later stages of the Divine Tree game. The only thing that can be done now is to become stronger quickly. Right now at this time, the Grey World rankings were announced starting from the 100th place. Chapter 95. The rewards for this ranking popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. This time the defense points ranking list has appeared, and all sacred tree masters will receive different rewards according to the level. First place, God level reward. Second place, Extraordinary Weapon Diamond Suit City Defense Cannon, level A. Third place, Diamond Suit Purple Spirit Mine X 50,000. Fourth to 10th place, Diamond Weapons Tianling or X 50,000. 11th to 30th, Platinum Weapons Platinum Suits. 31st to 50th place, Platinum Weapons. Number 51 to 100, Search Torch X10. The rankings will be announced soon, please wait a moment. With the announcement of the Grey World rankings, the attention of many sacred tree masters was immediately attracted. No one talks about Wanjun's death anymore. The memory of the masses is always short. It will only be transferred one hotspot after another. After all, who would remember the death of a stranger? Soon, everyone forgot about Wanjun and started discussing the rewards for this Grey World ranking list. This time it feels no different from last time. It's the same set of extraordinary weapons. Who said the same thing? Didn't you see that there is an extra city defense cannon on it? This is a good thing. If you encounter monsters again and capture the island, you can shoot them down with one shot. How cool would it be? When you put it this way, it seems like, the grade of this city defense cannon is as high as grade A, so it should be quite powerful. Wow, I also want to get the second place. Why are you so hopeless? Why don't you want to be ranked first? Number 1 on the list. This one has already been contracted by the tree-lugging boss. Others want to occupy this position. It's a dream. It's all a dream anyway, why not dream a little higher? After all we face in the end is failure. Damn it, are you talking about the reincarnation of a cactus upstairs? Why are you so worried? There was a discussion among the people in the chat box. Soon. The 100th place in this defense points ranking has been announced. The 100th place, Luo Tianchen, defense points, 1,290,000, overall evaluation, B level. When the rankings and ratings come out, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god, this big guy who got 100 places has a comprehensive evaluation of B level. It's too curvy, it's really too curly. The number 100 on the ranking list now doesn't even have an A level rating. This is too scary. You must know that during the first Grey Realm invasion, 1 million defense points was already the score that only the first place could get. Why is it now at the bottom and only rated B level? I can't imagine what state the monsters at the top of the rankings have reached now. Damn it, why am I still 100,000? I feel like the gap between me and the big guys is getting wider and wider. Don't forget that there used to be a person with a score of 50,000 who boasted about his score, but now the average score per capita is 100,000, and the gap is huge. What do you think of this rating? It's understandable that it's at the bottom with 1 million points, but the rating is only B. Isn't that too exaggerated? Maybe the score of the top guy on the list has once again broken through the sky, raising the upper limit of everyone's ratings. The truth is revealed upstairs, ha ha ha. Many people think of the mechanism at the top of the rankings that can raise the upper limit. If the points at the end of the rankings are all B level, then there is only one truth. The person at the top of the rankings may have defense points beyond everyone's imagination. Place your bets, don't bet on whether the Lu Shu boss will be number 1 on the list. No one will bet on this anymore. Everyone, come and guess where their points have exceeded. My 1,000 bags of primary fertilizer have been gathering dust in the warehouse for a long time. It's time to invest in it. Look at me transforming into the god of gamblers in the god tree game, and I'm taking advantage of the tree playing boss's 10 million defense points. Depend on. You repaid the 10 million defense points. You call yourself the god of gamblers. Go to sleep. Now the ratio of this plate is almost 1-to-1. I don't know if you can make even a small change from your 1,000 bags of primary fertilizer. Brothers, 1,500,000 will be charged once. Based on Lu Shu's rule of doubling it 3 times every time, this time, 1,500 will be guaranteed and 2,000 will be charged. It's so crazy that you can almost get 1:1 for a plate worth 20 million, and you're not letting anyone else make a profit. Be careful, Mr. Lu Shu is so obsessed with killing dungeons this time that he forgets to pull monsters, and he will pay you to death. Yes, according to my information this time, there are some bosses who are not responsible for raiding the dungeon, but are responsible for pulling monsters. They want to get god-level rewards. I first bet that the boss of Lu Shu is not the first on the list, hahaha, I will tell you when the time comes. You may make a fortune. Is the boss so well informed? Is it real? If I backhand, I won't bet. Within the Grey Realm, many sacred tree masters have begun to realize the skills of pulling monsters. Divine tree masters who have some talents that are particularly suitable for pulling monsters have even found some teams to be responsible for pulling monsters, and then use their fruit talents to achieve extremely high scores in the defense battle of the Sacred Tree Island. There are also some big bosses who don't even bother with the dungeons during this period, so they are just trying to pull monsters like crazy. Because many sacred tree masters have discovered a pattern, the rewards from the 2nd to the 100th place in the Grey World rankings change. Only the first one on the list is a god-level reward. This is always the same. However, the god-level rewards are currently only known to the Tree Master. His continuous dominance has left other sacred tree masters without even a chance to know the slightest bit of information. Like an itchy hair, it aroused the curiosity of many sacred tree masters. They really wanted to know what the god-level rewards were, but they only mention a noun so many times in a row without saying the specific content. But combined with the fact that Lushren has dominated the rankings many times and achieved very high points every time, it's a lot. The Tree Master began to realize that the god-level reward items might be able to greatly improve the defense capabilities of the Sacred Tree Island, so that there would be so much space to kill monsters. This also gave rise to many Sacred Tree Masters who gave up the strategy dungeon to open up Wasteland. Instead, after selecting the dungeon, they professionally pulled monsters. Just for the sake of knocking the Tree Raider down from the altar. There are also some confident tree masters who, after performing a series of operations to pull monsters, bet that the tree puller will not be the first on the list this time, thinking that they can pull the opponent off the altar. Such people, it's not like nothing. Unconsciously. The list announced by the rankings has reached the top 50. Number 51, Master Guayin, defense points, 499,9999, overall evaluation, B level. 50th place, Su Qing, defense points, 508,8880, comprehensive evaluation, A level. Everyone took a look. It wasn't until 5 million points that the evaluation of the Divine Tree Island barely reached the A level. At this time, even many of the top players on the rankings have already broken through their defenses. Su Qing, this ranking list really makes me numb. 5 million defense points, ranking 50, gave me an A-level evaluation. What kind of monsters are in front of these? Master Guayin, stop talking, I'm still below you. Don't say that I didn't get the A-level rating now. I'm just 1 point short, and even the platinum suit is gone. Is there anyone worse than me? Luo Tianchen, I barely made it to the 100th place and I didn't want to talk. I was embarrassed by everyone. I was only given 10 search torches, which was almost the same as not being in the top 100. The big guys who saw the ranking couldn't help but complain. All the sacred tree masters eating melons around them couldn't help laughing. It seems that not being on the rankings is not a bad thing. Nowadays, many middle-level sacred tree masters will not lack platinum weapons and platinum suits. Not to mention props like search torches. You can find some things by just searching in a safe zone. Now, some people even take such things to the trading interface to sell them. Logically speaking, the search torch should also be a very important prop. Being able to get the trading interface shows that at this stage, the quantity of some basic props is also saturated and the value is not that high. The prices of things on the rankings have not increased, but the requirements are getting higher and higher. Seeing those big guys with high points who are on the rankings but can't get any good things, many sacred tree masters have this mentality. Balanced. What do you think the god-level rewards are? Go ask the tree master, the billionaire tree master, he is the only one who knows what the god-level rewards are. People will tell you that there is a ghost. I feel that this reward mechanism is telling all the sacred tree masters that if they want to compete, they should compete for the top spot on the list. The other lists are not interesting. The first 3 rewards are pretty good, but the rewards after that are basically average. I still have to be first, a god-level reward. I don't know why, but the more I see this reward, the more itchy my heart becomes. When the ranking points are announced to the 10th place. 11th place, loves to eat whales, defense points, 999, overall evaluation, a level. 10th place, Chen, defense points, 10,001,000, overall evaluation, S level. It wasn't until the top 10 that the defense points exceeded 10 million. But, 10 million. This is already a quite exaggerated number. Before the ranking came out, no one would have expected that this time the top 10 would all start with tens of millions of dollars. Last time, Lu Shu's first place didn't even reach tens of millions of points. Everyone thought that the only one who could break the tens of millions barrier this time was the tree raider himself. Unexpectedly, so many monsters were killed. The top 10 will earn you tens of millions of points. But what shocked everyone even more was, why tens of millions of points and an S-level rating? So what kind of figure will the SSS-level evaluation reach this time? See this situation. A group of gamblers who had crushed Lu Shu's tens of millions of defense points immediately laughed wildly. Hahaha, the tree-rolling boss hasn't appeared yet, and the points must have exceeded 10 million. 15 million, go 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 go. The big tree-laying guy must be worth 10 to 20 million, but I've put all my worth into it. The people upstairs are really brave. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Be careful, the tree-rolling boss will use his backhand as a traitor, allowing you to experience the pleasure of going bankrupt in an instant. Look next door, a new plate has appeared. How many times can the number 1 on the list get more points than the number 2? This is such a hatred for the second person on the list. He actually dares to open such a dish without fear of being found and torn into pieces. I opened the plate and offended a big daddy. The person who opened the plate is definitely a genius, the kind who is not afraid of death. What are you afraid of? How could the second person on the list know who opened the plate? I would crush him twice with my backhand. The layout is getting smaller, it's getting smaller. The first place on the list has always had 2 or 3 times more defense points than the top 1, I'll have 3 times as much this time. Not necessarily this time, the top 10 all have tens of millions. I feel that if the top guy on the list keeps improving at the same rate as before, tripling every time, then he should have around 20 million this time, even with the previous ones. Even 10 times can't beat it 3 times. Yes, there are really too many new big guys. If you try to triple the number, you will probably lose all your own value. So it's better to be conservative and triple the number. On a sacred tree island, Mu Tingfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw that someone was actually placing a plate that was many times higher than the second one. This is the dish I opened because I was beaten 3 times last time, and I have always been beaten 3 times. Can you bear it? Can this be tolerated? Mu Tingfeng was furious and threw all 1,000 bags of high-grade fertilizer into the plate. This is all the high-grade fertilizer she has earned during this time. Very good. What can I say this time? I have 5 million points. How could he be beaten 3 times by this guy? Mu Tingfeng gritted her teeth. According to her intelligence, if she only pulls monsters of the abyss-level dungeon, tens of millions of points will basically be the limit. Don't look at the top 10 who have already reached tens of millions. In fact, the sacred tree at the back, master, you can't go far. Because the upper limit is right there. Unless you provoke a nightmare-level copy. But during this time, no one heard the news that the Shuren obtained the nightmare-level copy and achieved the first kill. It's impossible to attract nightmare-level monsters, right? If you really do this, then the leader who may dominate the rankings will never appear on the rankings again. This time, I must wash away the shame with blood. Mu Tingfeng took a deep breath. In her opinion, no matter how powerful the Treeman is, if he pulls 2 Abyss-level copies and gets a few points of 20 million, he will be absolutely unbeatable. It's impossible to pull him. 3 times as much. Press 1,000 bags of high-grade fertilizer in. At this moment, the top 3 points have been announced. Third place, Dark Knight, defense points, 11, 1 million, overall evaluation, S-level. Second place, Mu Yuting Feng, defense points, 11, 3 million, overall evaluation, S-level. When the points came out, the gamblers who invested Lu Shu's 20 million defense points began to panic. Obviously by the 10th time, there are already 10 million. Why are the subsequent ones almost the same? I can't rush forward. Can't you guys work harder? Seeing that the points at the top of these rankings have been stuck at around 10 million. Many gamblers who invested in Lu Shu's higher defense points felt their hearts pounding and panicked. Everyone's upper limit is not high. Could it be that the upper limit of the Tree Raider is also restricted? 10 million points is indeed high enough. 20 million is too outrageous. Some gamblers began to secretly curse the second and third place players for being so weak. They only had just over 10 million, and they didn't even reach the base of the Lu Shu boss. Such a low score made everyone panic. The next second. Finally. The last name on the ranking list appears in front of all the Sacred Tree Masters. First place, Lu Shu, defense points, 35, 9 million, overall evaluation, SSS-level. Chapter 96. When 35 million terrifying points appeared on the ranking list, the entire chat box of the Divine Tree game was silent for more than 10 seconds. It either breaks out in silence or dies in silence. After a moment, suddenly. The information flow like a torrent and tsunami scrolled crazily in the chat box. The Sacred Tree Masters in the entire Sacred Tree game are completely crazy. World public screen. Kneel down. Seeing this rating, I really knelt down. With a rating of 35 million, holy shit, he is worthy of being the number 1 tree-hugging man. On the list he is not in existence that we can figure out at all. Damn it, who thought that the upper limit of the top leader would be the same as other Sacred Tree Masters? There is no upper limit at all. Those people who say that all big tree-playing people have improved 3 times really make me laugh to death. Now they will show you a 5-fold improvement on their backhand. Use your strength to prove that there is no upper limit for the real strong. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to look at the score. The number was simply too long. Will Boss Lu Shu challenge hundreds of millions of defense points next time? Don't tell me, it's really possible. Will the rankings show such a long series of numbers by then? The tree laying guy is so outrageous, YYDS. Except for some Sacred Tree Masters who were watching the fun. And the gamblers who beat Lu Shu to get the high score and all his net worth this time were all laughing like crazy. Today. It's their lucky day. Hahaha, I just said that the one who topped the list of Lu Shu bosses won now, right? Upstairs, is there any fool who doesn't want to beat the leader of the Tree Master list? Now it's all about points. So cool. I took 1,000 packs of high-grade fertilizer and beat the big tree planting guy to get 25 million points in the rankings. It was great, it was so great, and I made so much money. You pressed 25 million and started blowing? I directly pressed 30 million. Just don't be a coward. Now the villa is close to the sea, hahaha. Oh my god, isn't there anyone who wants to press for 35 million? I remember that the ratio of this plate was as high as 10 times. If someone hit this plate, they would make crazy money. To put it bluntly, I did press this plate, but I didn't dare to press too much. I only put a pack of primary fertilizer on it and now it has doubled more than 10 times. I feel heartbroken. If I had known earlier, I would have bet more. Get a lot of tree-pleasing bosses, make a fortune, and have a villa near the sea. Some of the Sacred Tree Masters whose Yalu tree was not the first on the list have all shut up at this moment, not daring to come out and say a word. When placing bets, they were still very imposing, as if they thought they knew all the secrets of the gambling world and could bet on winning money all at once, as if they were going to make crazy money before the results came out. As a result, after the string of numbers on the ranking list appeared, it was like a bucket of ice-cold water, poured on their heads. These Sacred Tree Masters who swore that they could make money by betting against the odds were silenced by the crowd, regretful, unwilling, pandas shed tears. Damn it! Didn't I say long ago that the boss who doesn't suppress the tree is a fool? Why? How dare they do such a ridiculous operation? Just because I heard about other Sacred Tree Masters who started to give up on copy strategies and focus on pulling monsters, do you think you can do it? Look at the difference between the first and second list. From the original 3 times more than a few decimal points, now it is completely more than 3 times crushed. It feels like the number 1 on the opening list suppresses the number 2 on the list by several times. It's not interesting. The ratio is not very high, and there are too few choices. Hey, let's have some fun, but didn't those guys in front bring a wave of rhythm? What is it that in the grey world now, there are some big guys who specialize in pulling monsters? The score may not be lower than that of the tree-playing boss, and then 3 times the plate, you can still make money now, right? It's funny, who dares to think that the tree-rolling boss can't beat the second one on the list? I'll show you from 3 times to 5 times. Has anyone bet 3 times? I saw later that there seemed to be fewer people betting, and the ratio became quite high. I wonder how much the big guys made. Hahaha, I spent my entire fortune on it, it's so exciting. The big tree-laying boss really made a fortune, now he's rich. Upstairs, how much did you press? Tell me how much you earned. Not too much, just a few thousand packets of primary fertilizer. Now this thing is not very valuable, just take it for fun. Damn it, I shed tears of envy and earned thousands of bags of primary fertilizer. Oh my god, this is so cool, right? Why is the gap between people so big? I regret it, I should have put more pressure on Mr. Lu Shu. I will do it next time, TSK, there is no guarantee that a coward will have a better life in the next life. If a coward gets fatter, I will follow the tree-rolling boss next time. It's hard to imagine what the dishes will be like next time. I'm afraid that the dishes that can suppress even a small goal of Mr. Lu Shu will appear. Small goals. 100 million. Come on, Mr. Tree-lumping man. Wait, when you are talking about this, have you ever considered the feelings of the second boss on the list? Be careful when you go out to the grey world and be chased and beaten by others. What are you afraid of? If you have the skills, just follow the line in the chat box and hit me. I have the support of the Lu Shu boss, and I even grabbed a portion of the boss's limited edition delicacies today, hehehe. No one is so lucky. Envious. Envy. Hateful. When can I be as good as you? When Mu Yu Ting Feng saw the chat above, he was trembling with anger. These smug little people, ah. If others take the first place on the list, take the first place. Why do you always talk about yourself? What happened to number 2? Did the second person on the list eat your rice? Why do you look down on the second one so much? However, looking at the terrifying points of Shuren, Mu Yu Ting Feng suddenly lost his temper. Another 3 times crushing. The 1,000 bags of high-grade fertilizer I put in, were just gone. Or should I be driven away by this group of villains who are mocking me? I will definitely come back next time. Mu Yu Ting Feng felt aggrieved and growled unwillingly in her heart. The rewards for the defense points ranking have been distributed. In this ranking of defense points in the Divine Tree game, your ranking is, first place. Prizes are being distributed. Have the rewards finally been distributed? Lu Shu saw the prompts popping up in front of him, opened his eyes, and exited the state of cultivation. The next second, several prompts popped up in front of him. You have obtained a god-level building-laying temple. You have obtained the mythical treasure, the Bell of Enlightenment. You have obtained the mythical weapon, the Zhuxian sword. You get a mythical creature, the Wudong Phoenix. Mythical weapons. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He focused on the Zhuxian sword. The magic weapon panel suddenly opened in front of him. Zhuxian sword. Category, weapon. Grade, myth. Conditions of use, cultivation level reaches at least the 5th level of nascent soul. Attributes, improved according to the improvement of the sword major. Skills, killing the immortal with one sword, a divine sword that is like being born from chaos, suspended in Lu in front of the tree. Although it is just peaceful suspension. But the invisible sword energy bursting out from the sword body seemed to be able to burst the void. If the power of this sword is fully activated, it will have the power to open the sky, and the sword energy can destroy the city in just a matter of seconds. Lu Shu walked over slowly and tried to touch it with his hands. But, the spiritual energy surrounding the Zhuxian sword rebounded slightly, and Lu Shu's body bounced away. Can't you cultivate enough? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. As a legendary weapon, the Zhuxian sword is so powerful that it cannot be controlled by ordinary people. My current level of cultivation is not enough to control the Zhuxian sword. If I forcefully drive it, I might be in danger. You have to wait until the 5th level of nascent soul before you can use it. There is still a long time to come. Now. What Lu Shu needs is to quickly improve his cultivation level. In this way, we can use Zhu Xian's sword earlier. Do you choose to build a mythical building, laying temple? Yes. The next second, a simple temple suddenly appeared where the Bodhi tree was. The temple looked very simple. But when you walk in, you can feel the ancient atmosphere. Revealing the breath of time. Makes you feel at peace. Lu Shu glanced away and suddenly sighed. Although it is a mythical building, the laying temple is not complete now, and it seems that it has experienced a past that no one knows. The temple has begun to decline, and a lot of the divinity inside has been lost. But whether it's the temple's horizontal signs or the simple tables and chairs inside, they all reveal a natural Taoist charm. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the enlightenment bell comes faintly from the temple, making people feel peaceful. This ancient bell is matched with laying temple. When the bell rang, the Bodhi tree suddenly bloomed with a glimmer of white brilliance. He actually had a connection with laying temple. At the same time, the light of wisdom emitted by the Bodhi tree is brighter than before. Evolved? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The moment the Bodhi tree came into contact with laying temple, he gained a lot of enlightenment points. He quickly opened the spirit tree panel to check. Spiritual tree. Name, Bodhi tree. Level, advanced spiritual tree. Attributes, comprehension 200. Enlightenment points, 20,500, 500 enlightenment points day. Distance to next stage, holy tree, 100,000 enlightenment points. Turn out to be. The laying temple and the enlightenment bell both have an enlightening effect on the Bodhi tree. Maybe it's because of the Bodhi tree I got, so the reward this time is a mythical building related to the Bodhi tree. Lu Shu looked at the naturally growing enlightenment points of the Bodhi tree, thoughtfully. Originally, the Bodhi tree could only obtain enlightenment points when the cultivation levels of Lu Shu and the crane improved. But since the laying temple and the enlightenment bell and Bodhi tree can obtain enlightenment points from the buildings and treasures left over from these myths and evolve accordingly. Lu Shu's enlightenment points have been greatly improved, and now he can break through to a higher realm. Bodhi tree. The evolution of the tree made him feel that his understanding had been greatly improved. Open the sacred tree panel. Products, blood succession limit fruit, advanced golden elixir fruit. Production cycle, 4 days, 260-0650. Wait until the sacred tree the next time he gives birth. Lu Shu gets the high-grade golden elixir fruit and can start to level up quickly again. And, the blood succession limit fruit. This seems to be a superpower fruit too. And, is it a new superpower fruit? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He didn't know what kind of thing this blood succession limit fruit would produce. It should be a talent, It's something worth looking forward to. After the construction of the mythical building is completed. Tianji, the formation connects all the mythical buildings together. There is a connection with each other. The aura of the entire Divine Tree Island becomes even richer. And all of Lu Shu's large troops also gain the blessing of the mythical buildings. More attribute improvements. Mythological ruins. Ruins, Tianmen, incomplete, Tiandao stone. Tablet, blessing 70, comprehension 20. At last. Lu Shu's eyes were on the mythical creature. A fiery red bird perched on the branch of the sacred tree. From the outside, Wudong Phoenix's feathers look like they are made of flames, and its eyes look like a naturally noble queen. In front of Lu Shu, a pet panel suddenly appeared. Wudong Phoenix. Level 3. Skill, Divine Fire, Level A. Evolution points, 200. Evolution points required to upgrade to Level 4, 5,000. Divine Fire. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He saw Wudong Phoenix coming in front of Lu Shu, opening his mouth and spitting out lightly. A small divine fire floated in the air, integrated with Lu Shu's search fire source. Your search fire source absorbed the divine fire. Divinity 1. Wudong Phoenix has given birth to a source of divine fire. Remaining cooldown time, 7 days. Lu Shu's eyes instantly lit up. It turns out that the divine fire of Wudong Phoenix can breed a source of divine fire and enhance my search ability. Not only that, the source of fire that contains divinity has its uses. Quite extensive. In conjunction with the fireball technique, special attacks with divine attributes can also be used. It has special blessing effects on some monsters. There are still 50 of my advanced growth fruits left. Lu Shu's heart moved. After eating the 200 high-level fruits for the crane, there were still 50 left. Just enough for the Wudong Phoenix to upgrade to the 4th level. The Wudong Phoenix is obviously a more advanced mythical creature. When it came out, it has a 3rd level. And, has skills. This shows that Wutongfeng has fighting ability. When it grows up, its fighting ability may not even be worse than that of the crane. Lu Shu fed 50 growth fruits to Wutongfeng. Wutongfeng swallowed an advanced growth fruit and got 100 evolution points. Suddenly, Wutongfeng's body was bathed in an extremely brilliant flame. That moment, the noble feathers on his body become more vivid, and his whole body is surrounded by golden flames, as if he has been reborn from the fire, and his life level has been transformed and sublimated. Open the panel again. Level 4. Skill, Divine Fire, a level. Evolution points, 200. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 4, 20,000. Chapter 97. Wutongfeng suddenly spit out a mouthful of divine fire. The golden divine fire, with its divine fire, shines in all directions. If this attack falls on a monster, it can also cause considerable damage. The most important thing is, the divine attribute damage cannot be immune. Especially against nether monsters, it has a strong restraining effect. Little Phoenix's level is only level 4. As time goes by, when it reaches a higher realm, the power of the divine fire will become even higher. By the time, not only can Lu Shu obtain a steady stream of divine fire from Wutongfeng, he can also gain a strong fighting power. See area. 100 squirtless gathered on the coast. Lu Shu activated his resonance ability and connected with one of the squirtless. Just like when Pikachu resonated. Squirtle was born from the sacred tree, and his natural spiritual power is very close to the Lu tree. Will not resist his spiritual power. Soon, Lu Shu's vision resonated with Squirtle's. Jenny, out. With an order, the mighty Squirtle army immediately followed Lu Shu and dived into the deep sea. That's right. This time, Lu Shu plans to explore the deep sea. He wanted to see what was in the sea where the grey fog had dispersed. The deep blue sea. Many schools of fish swim and play in it. As Lu Shu dived deeper into the ocean floor, the schools of fish he encountered became larger and larger. At first, near the sea surface, I only encountered some small fish. But when we get to the deep sea, the fish we encounter are getting bigger and bigger. A fat-headed fish with a body length of more than 10 meters swam past Lu Shu. This type is not a ferocious fish species in the deep sea, but a relatively common fat-headed fish. But the body length has reached this point. No less than some sharks in normal seas. If you encounter those really big fish, I'm afraid they will be comparable to a giant ship. That's a huge thing in the deep sea. The golden dragon and koi carp also followed the main force of the team. After a period of growth, the body length of the golden dragon koi has reached 30 meters, which is impressively a giant in the deep sea. Come to a place. The golden dragon koi carp opened its mouth and sucked in, all of a sudden. The nearby fish are sucked into the mouth. With this one bite, you can eat a lot of fish. Lu Shu was amazed when he saw it. Unexpectedly, the golden dragon koi looks like a salted fish on its own sacred tree island. It only eats and sleeps, basks in the sun every day, and does nothing serious. When it comes to the deep sea, it turns out to be a boss. Continue to dive into the deep sea. When many big fish passed by the golden dragon and koi, their eyes were full of fear. Even some behemoths that were bigger than the golden dragon koi wanted to provoke Lu Shu and Squirtle when they saw them. Who knows? As soon as the golden dragon and koi fish showed up, this guy was so frightened that he ran away. Is it because of the suppression of the bloodline of mythical creatures? So, do other fish schools feel instinctive fear? Lu Shu secretly guessed. Dive to a depth of 2,000 meters under the sea. At this time, a deep-sea giant appeared in front of Lu Shu. Mako shark. Category, deep-sea demon fish. Danger factor, B. Perception range, 300 meters. Power, 1,500. Speed, 1,350. Defense, 1,220. Skills, shark collision, brutal bite. Description, a behemoth with the blood of the deep-sea demon fish. The Mako shark moves very fast. Although the sensing range is only 300 meters, it quickly detected the presence of Lu Shu and other squirtless. Immediately stepped forward angrily. He looked like he wanted to bite them into pieces. The golden dragon koi stood up at this time. The Mako shark seemed to sense a hint of crisis. However, it made an angry and biting expression. It seems to be warning the golden dragon koi not to approach at will. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The reaction of the Mako shark made him feel a little abnormal. Looking behind the demon shark, Lu Shu activated his S-level mental power and activated the purple air eye power. His consciousness immediately crossed the sea and came to the coral group guarded by the shark. It turned out that, in the center of the coral colony, there was an extremely bright treasure chest. It's a platinum treasure chest. Lu Shu was immediately moved. No wonder the shark was so angry. It turned out that it was worried that the rare treasure it was guarding would be taken away by others. Therefore, when it senses that a strange existence is approaching, it will behave like this anxious. Even when faced with the suppression of the bloodline of the golden dragon and koi, he still has to act extremely ferocious, just to scare the enemy away. Jenny, getting ready to fight. Lu Shu immediately commanded the squirtless beside him to launch an attack. Sensing the hostility and knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable, the shark immediately bit into one of the squirtless. Jenny activates the water fruit's power. Lu Shu calmly conducted the command. 100 squirtless immediately activated the powers of the water fruit. In the water, the power of the sea will be controlled by the powers of the water fruit. A terrifying whirlpool suddenly appeared near Mako Shark. Mako Shark became extremely shocked and realized that Squirtle could control the power of the sea and was not an easy character to deal with. He immediately wanted to run away. Jenny, using bubble light. Lu Shu once again conveyed the battle order. All the squirtless launched foam rays towards the shark together. 100 foam rays rushed towards the shark at the same time. Suddenly, the whole body of the shark was covered in foam, penetrated by light. In addition, the water fruit created a vortex, pulling the body of the shark, making it difficult to move, only for a moment. The blood of the shark filled the surrounding area. After a few struggles, Lu Shu once again launched an attack. A prompt pops up in front of you. You killed the magic shark and obtained rare fish meat X1. In the deep sea, there are also enemies with good fighting capabilities. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly and he sighed in his heart. Compared with the Grey World, the monsters in the deep sea have even higher combat power. Although they don't have strong skills, their attributes are quite terrifying. The attributes of the magic shark, which is considered very high in the Grey World. But in the deep sea, their danger coefficient is only B level. It means that there may be more terrifying existences in this deep sea. The mutations of the fish here, it made Lu Shu wonder if it had something to do with the Grey World. When the fog dissipates, what is revealed is the deep sea. And in the Grey World, there are some lost civilizations that have turned into secret realms that can only be found with treasure maps. What is the relationship between the Grey World, the deep sea, and these secret realms? Lu Shu thought for a moment and couldn't find the answer for the time being. When the Grey World opens, he can continue to explore the Grey World to learn more about this place. He opened the panel and checked the newly obtained items. Rare fish meat. Category, rare ingredients. Function, make extremely delicious seafood. If given to pets suitable for activities in the deep sea, it can also have a growth-promoting effect. That is to say, can Squirtle and Golden Dragon Koi promote their growth by eating these fish? Then this is a good thing. Lu Shu smiled. Subsequently, Lu Shu swam toward the coral group guarded by the shark. A treasure box gradually appeared in Lu Shu's field of vision. Tip, a platinum-level treasure chest appears ahead. You got a platinum-level treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Lu Shu immediately chose yes. The next second, in the treasure chest, a water rune appeared. You have obtained advanced water rune X1. The ability of the water rune is activated together with the power of the water fruit. The power that can be released can be greatly improved. Continuing your adventure in the deep sea, if you want to fight these dangerous fish schools, it will be difficult for Squirtle to defeat them in hand-to-hand combat with Squirtle's physique. The role of supernatural powers is still important. Obtaining the water rune is equivalent to having an additional magical ability to control the water attribute. In the deep sea, water runes are equal to the power of all the sea water under their control, and their price-performance ratio is unmatched by other powers. Lu Shu merged the water rune with the resonant Squirtle. Trying to activate the water fruit again, combined with the advanced water rune, Lu Shu found that the power of water attributes increased by about 20. Still quite impressive. Continued to explore nearby. Lu Shu activated his purple energy and continued searching for nearby treasure chests. Soon, one by one, Lu Shu found the treasure chests. Around the treasure chest, there are usually danger factors ranging from sea level to B level. Schools of deep-sea fish are on guard. The mighty Squirtle army jointly releases the superpowers of the water fruit. Killing these blocking deep-sea devil fish is not a problem at all. Kill prompts kept popping up in front of you. Lu Shu used his pupil power to continuously find nearby deep-sea treasure chests. Certainly. I wasn't as lucky as the first time I found the Mako shark, and I suddenly encountered a platinum-level treasure chest. Most of the treasure chests here range in grade from silver to gold. Most of the items found are elementary to intermediate water runes. That's not to say it's completely unrewarding at least. Lu Shu basically upgraded Squirtle's army with water runes. As a result, Squirtle's overall combat capability is equivalent to an increase of 10 to 15%. Dive again some distance. We have reached 3,000 meters under the sea. Here we are, a fault has appeared on the seabed. Lu Shu discovered that 3,000 meters was not the limit of the deep sea. Ahead. At the seafloor fault, there is a huge abyss. At the intersection of the abyss, there is a black whirlpool of sea water. If you approach the whirlpool rashly, the consequences may be disastrous. No wonder the golden dragon koi dived to 3,000 meters and stopped going any further. 3,000 meters is a threshold in deep-sea exploration. But not the end. How can we find the way to below 3,000 meters? Lu Shu frowned slightly. The destructive power of that vortex is quite terrifying. Even with Squirtle's physique, he can't stop the impact of the vortex. There is currently no way. Lu Shu led Jenny first. The turtle began to search on the seabed 3,000 meters away. Miraculously, at the deep sea close to 3,000 meters, there were many fewer deep-sea devil fishes nearby. It seemed that very few fish were willing to approach this place. But the more it is like this, the more dangerous it is nearby. Lu Shu did not continue to keep Squirtless close together, but gave the order to disperse and explore. At this point, the danger encountered no longer comes from fishing in the deep sea. Instead, they have to face the risks of the deep-sea natural environment. All the Squirtless are closer together, but they are more likely to encounter accidents. By spreading out, they can at least control the damage. At this time, the golden dragon koi has broken away from the large army and returned to the sea. Return to more than 3,000 meters and continue to collect the younger ones. It seems that the golden dragon koi is currently unwilling to go to the abyss below 3,000 meters. Even the mythical bloodline can sense the danger from it. Squirtless and the start an exploration formation, spread out, and look for treasures everywhere. Lu Shu also activated resonance to bind the vision of all Squirtless together, for fear of missing any key treasures. At this moment, Lu Shu's eyes were on a prompt pops up. You triggered a luck critical strike. Tip, a legendary treasure chest appears ahead. Legendary treasure chest. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly looked towards the place pointed by the prompt. He saw a golden treasure box, exuding the aura of legend. The surrounding coral groups looked even more special because of this legendary treasure box. Brilliant and dazzling. Lu Shu did not expect that 3,000 meters deep in the sea, he would actually trigger a luck critical strike and obtain a legendary treasure chest. He quickly rushed over. He lightly touched the legendary treasure chest. Several messages immediately popped up in front of his eyes. Hint. You got a legendary treasure chest. Do you choose to turn it on? Yes. The legendary treasure chest is immediately opened. Lu Shu's pupils reflected the treasures in the legendary treasure chest. Chapter 98. Ding Hai Pearl. Grade, Legend. Function, fix the flow of seawater in an area of the sea. It is a divine object in the sea. The moment Lu Shu held Ding Hai Zhu, the surrounding water flow seemed to have stopped. Feeling the aura contained in this divine object, Lu Shu tried to come near the deep-sea whirlpool. The next second, use Ding Hai Pearl. Suddenly, the whirlpools in this sea area came to a standstill. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. With the ability to Ding Hai Zhu, you can dive to the bottom of the sea below 3,000 meters. It turns out that we need to find the corresponding divine object. Lu Shu held the Ding Hai Pearl in his hand. He led the mighty Squirtle army and dived into the deep sea below 3,000 meters. After a period of diving, the surrounding vision suddenly became dim. Tip, you are entering the lightless sea. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. He frowned slightly. The sea area below 3,000 meters is quite strange. Even with the power of Purple Chi Pupil, I can't get more vision. No matter how he uses his spiritual consciousness to sense farther away, Lu Shu found that his senses were compressed within a range of 500 meters. It's like arriving in the gray world, sensory abilities have been greatly compressed. It's just that, this sea area is not shrouded in gray mist, but in darkness. Not only that, the seawater pressure here has also become much heavier than above 3,000 meters. Just walking in this area will cause you to encounter the pressure of the sea water, making it difficult to move. At this time, in front of Lu Shu, a slightly hazy light appeared. When he used his spiritual consciousness to explore and leave, Jenny immediately set up a defensive formation. Lu Shu commanded immediately. The squirtlets quickly gathered together. Suddenly, the hazy light swam towards Lu Shu. It turned out to be a huge fish with a terrifying size. Ghost Lantern Fish. Category, Abyss Demon Fish. Danger Factor, A. Perception Range, 500 meters. Power, 2100. Speed, 1950. Defense, 1520. Skills, Death Bite, Ghost Lantern Ray. Description, a special devil fish living in the abyss, with extremely powerful aggressiveness. The lights on their bodies can detect the enemy first and gain the initiative to attack. The Ghost Lantern Fish's perception range is the same as Lu Shu's, and its nature is quite bellicose. The moment it discovered Lu Shu, the Ghost Lantern Fish launched its death bite at Lu Shu. Use the power of water fruit. Lu Shu used spiritual resonance to put all the squirtlets into a fighting state. After receiving the order, 100 squirtlets collectively used the power of the water fruit. At this time, Lu Shu also used the power of Ding Haizhu. Combined with the water runes, a violent wave suddenly attacked the Ghost Lantern Fish. The Ghost Lantern Fish was pulled by the power of the sea water, and its huge body struggled wildly. At this moment, it sent out a wave that Ghost Ray turned into a long laser and shot towards one of the squirtlets. Advanced Curse. Lu Shu quickly activated his own power. Advanced curses can be activated directly through mental power. Therefore, with the help of Squirtle's body, Lu Shu can impose an advanced curse on the Ghost Lantern Fish. The Ghost Lantern Fish has water attributes. It has a strong resistance. Even if 100 squirtlets use the water fruit together, it will be difficult to kill each other. But, the advanced curse has a strong effect on the Ghost Lantern Fish. The Ghost Lantern Fish is suddenly enveloped a mass of black aura. Its body also began to decay in a short period of time. The power of flesh and blood shrank, and the aura on its body became several points weaker. Seeing that his advanced curse was effective, Lu Shu moved his eyes and activated the purple energy eye power. The Ghost Lantern Fish's body immediately stagnated and could no longer move. With the help of the magic power, Lu Shu made the Ghost Lantern Fish lose its ability to resist. Squirtle launched the rocket headbutt and attacked the Ghost Lantern Fish. Aware that the Ghost Lantern Fish has strong resistance to water attributes, Lu Shu immediately changed his attack strategy and chose to control the opponent first, and then let Squirtle launch physical attacks. 100 squirtlets, using rocket headbutts together, the hard turtle shell turned into a small whirlwind, hitting the body of the Ghost Lantern Fish hard. Boom! There was a loud noise from the sea. Squirtle's physical fitness reached a level. The physical attack ability is also quite good. The Ghost Lantern Fish's defense is not too strong, and it suffered a rocket headbutt jointly used by 100 squirtlets. Its internal organs were smashed on the spot, and it died completely. You kill a Ghost Lantern Fish and get Ghost Lantern X1. Ghost Lantern. As Lu Shu thought, his whole body immediately released a burst of hazy light. It illuminated the dark sea. Accompanying this was the expansion of the field of vision and the extension of the senses. You use the Ghost Light, Vision 50. Is this the source of searchlight in the deep sea? Lu Shu showed a surprised expression. When exploring the deep sea, although there is no search torch, he can obtain a light source by killing the Ghost Lantern Fish. The field of vision increased by 50 meters. Lu Shu suddenly felt that his senses had improved. Quite a few. Of course. This place is different from the Grey World. The scope of the sea area is larger. Moreover, the swimming speed of the fish here is really too fast. The perception range of the Ghost Lantern Fish and Lu Shu just now is 500 meters. Almost they sense each other's existence at the same time. However, the Ghost Lantern Fish activates its death bite and rushes over at a speed that only takes 1 second. In the deep sea, the search range of 50 meters can basically only be equal to 10 meters in the Grey World. The attack speed of the devil fish is generally much faster. He continued to explore forward. During this period, Lu Shu encountered several more Ghost Lantern Fish. At this time, his range of perception was larger than the Ghost Lantern Fish was about 50 meters longer. Before the Ghost Lantern Fish could react vigilantly, Lu Shu activated his purple pupil power and used the power of illusion to control the Ghost Lantern Fish. Reaching S mental power, Lu Shu wanted to control the Ghost Lantern Fish, which was already weak at the mental level, with no effort at all. After the Ghost Lantern Fish was controlled, it immediately lost the ability to resist. 100 squirtless launched the rocket headbutt. Kill the opponent. After a period of sweeping. Killed a dozen ghost lantern fish one after another. Soon. Lu Shu's perception range has been expanded to 1,000 meters. At this time. A prompt pops up in front of you. 1,000 meters ahead, a diamond treasure chest appears. Diamond treasure chests are quite rare in waters above 3,000 meters. Except for the deep-sea fishing rod found by the golden dragon koi, basically no diamond treasure chests were raided. Even platinum chests are quite rare. But coming to the sea below 3,000 meters, there are more and more diamond treasure chests here. Just explore for a while and you'll find it. Walking towards the location of the diamond treasure chest, suddenly. A huge demon fish launched an attack on Lu Shu. The powerful suction force immediately made his body unable to move. Warn. The demon whale is devouring you. Lu Shu turned his head and took a look. Not far from the diamond treasure chest, a giant whale with a length of 100 meters opened its mouth. The nearby water rushes into the whale's mouth crazily. Squirtle, release the power of the water fruit, don't be swallowed by this guy. Lu Shu said immediately. With the blessing of the water fruit's superpower, the devouring of the demonic whale did not have any impact on Squirtle. A monster panel appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Demon swallowing whale. Category, Abyss demonic fish. Danger factor, S. Perception range, 1,500 meters. Power, 3,100. Speed, 2,250. Defense, 4,520. Skills, devouring, demonic fish tail flick, 100,000 ton collision, huge waves. Description, 5 overlord level beings in a 1,000-meter deep sea often stay near the exotic treasures. If other beings come to catch the exotic treasure's attention, they will completely anger the demon-swallowing whale and suffer its crazy pursuit. As expected. The moment I saw Lu Shu paying attention to the diamond treasure chest. The demon-swallowing whale immediately launched its most violent bite and attack at Lu Shu. Advanced Curse. Illusion. Lu Shu immediately used these two skills in succession. Although the size of the demon-swallowing whale was much larger than that of the ghost lantern fish, the risk factor also reached S-level. But these creatures in the deep sea are not very resistant to spiritual attacks. Soon. Suffered from these two superpowers of Lu Shu. The demon-swallowing whale's movements immediately became sluggish. The aura of curse spread crazily on him. At the same time, its consciousness also gradually fell into a state of confusion. Squirtle launched the rocket headbutt. Lu Shu issued the same order again and repeated his old trick. 100 squirtless jointly launched the rocket headbutt towards the demon whale. No matter how amazing the defense of this overlord in the deep sea is, he still can't withstand the crazy attacks of 100 squirtless with a level physiques. What's more, the high-level curse also makes the life breath of the demon-swallowing whale become weaker and weaker, and its defense power is also decreasing crazily. After suffering dozens of consecutive hits, finally, the devil-swallowing whale's internal organs were completely shattered. You killed the devil-swallowing whale and got X1 Heart of the Deep Sea. Heart of the Deep Sea. Category, Deep Sea Consumables. Function, using the Deep Sea Heart in the Deep Sea, you can temporarily obtain the breath of all nearby deep-sea creatures. Duration, 1 hour. Lu Shu immediately tried to use deep-sea heart. In his ears, there were several beating sounds of his heart. Through the strength, frequency, and distance of the beating sound, you can probably judge the nearby deep-sea creatures and distinguish their types. Killed the magic-swallowing whale. The nearest deep-sea devil fish is 2,000 meters away from Lu Shu, and it is also a less dangerous ghost lantern fish. After making sure that there wasn't much danger nearby, Lu Shu immediately rushed towards the diamond treasure chest. You got a diamond treasure chest. Do you want to enable it? Yes. In the treasure chest, an orb blooming like white jade appeared. In the dark seabed, it looks bright. Information about this orb suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. Essence of Life. Grade, Advanced. Function, it can be used to nourish the sacred tree, allowing the sacred tree to quickly obtain a large number of growth points. Can it directly increase the growth points of the sacred tree? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The top fertilizer has reached the upper limit of the daily increase in growth points. But the effect of life essence is different from that of fertilizer. It can directly allow the sacred tree to gain a lot of growth points. This is to quickly help the sacred tree upgrade to a higher level baby. With the help of the heartbeat of the heart of the deep sea, Lu Shu immediately sensed the location of the nearby demon whale. There are 10 demonic whales nearby. Among them, there are 7 demonic swallowing whales that are wandering around nearby. Their movements are irregular and they should not be guarding the exotic treasures. But the other 3 demonic swallowing whales have a certain range of activities. Even if they swim back and forth, they will not exceed this range. From this detail, Lu Shu judged that the magic swallowing whale with a fixed range should be a guarded high-level treasure chest. With the help of the perception of the heart of the deep sea, he bypassed the dangerous magic swallowing whale and gained more information by the way. Killed a few ghost lantern fish and expanded the field of view to 1,500 meters. In this way, even if the effect of the deep sea heart disappears, Lu Shu's perception range will no longer be greater than that of the demon swallowing whale. Bad. When encountering these abyss demon fish, there is plenty of room for counterattack. Next, Lu Shu went to the location of the 3 demon whales. Sure enough, the first demon whale he encountered, a diamond-level treasure chest appeared nearby. Purple Chi power. With the release of dual skills, the demon swallowing whale was immediately controlled. Squirtle used rocket headbutt. Follow the law. You killed X3 demon whale and obtained X3 heart of the deep sea. You got X3 diamond-level treasure chests. Searched nearby for a while again. Lu Shu found no more unnecessary treasure chests. At this time, a system announcement came to my ears. The Grey Realm has been reopened, and all Sacred Tree Masters can continue to go to the Grey Realm to explore. Let's explore here first. This time in deep sea exploration, we first broke through the 5,000-meter deep sea. The exploration range of the deep sea fishing rod has also reached an area of 5,000 meters. Diamond-level treasure chests can now be caught. And Lu Shu sent the 4 life essences that were opened from the diamond treasure chest to the Sacred Tree Island. Do you use Essence of Life? The Sacred Tree absorbed the Essence of Life. Chapter 99. Your Sacred Tree has absorbed X4 of Advanced Life Essence and gained 1,000 growth points. Your Sacred Tree enters a state of rapid growth, with a production cycle of -4. You got the Blood Boundary Fruit X1. You have obtained high-grade Golden Elixir Fruit X1. Several prompts popped up in front of me. Lu Shu looked in the direction of the Sacred Tree. Absorbing the Essence of Life, the Sacred Tree suddenly grew a lot and became thicker than before. Only 2 fruits were seen growing out from the lush branches and leaves. High-level spiritual energy fruits are larger than intermediate spiritual energy fruits, and their golden color also becomes bright and shiny. And the other dark red fruit is the new Blood Inheritance Limited fruit. Absorbing the Essence of Life can actually gain so many growth points. Moreover, the production cycle of the Sacred Tree can be greatly shortened and the fruit matures faster. This is good stuff. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. In the deep sea below 5,000 meters, as long as you open a diamond level or above treasure chest, you can get such good things. For Lu Shu, you can get the fruit bonus of the Sacred Tree faster in the game of the Divine Tree. 1 step is faster, each step is faster. Needless to say how important the growth speed of the fruit is. The Essence of Life can directly promote the maturity of the fruit. It is of infinite value. Naturally, it goes without saying that the high-grade Golden Elixir fruit is. Lu Shu immediately buried it in the soil and obtained the high-grade Golden Elixir fruit tree. Advanced Golden Elixir fruit tree. Variety, subspecies Spirit tree. Product, Advanced Golden Elixir fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Just wait for the fruit to mature to synthesize the top Golden Elixir fruit. By then, the cultivation level will be able to break through to a higher stage. Subsequently, Lu Shu's eyes are on Blood Succession Limit fruit. This is a new fruit. Quickly open the panel and view the information. Blood Inheritance Limited fruit. Function, obtain the Blood Inheritance Limit, Sharingan. Skills, Skill Copy, Weakness Insight, Illusion. Sharingan. He actually obtained the strongest Blood Inheritance Limit. Moreover, Skill Copy. If you awaken the Sharingan, you can temporarily copy a teammate's ability. It is equivalent to the skills of different pets and can be shared. Yes. Who is better to take this fruit? Lu Shu fell into thinking. First of all, he does not take the Blood Succession Limit fruit. He has already activated the Purple Air Eye power. If he has more Sharingan, there will be 2 different eye powers, and the abilities will be a bit repetitive, and there may be conflicts between different pupil powers, which are difficult to control. Little White Fox. Lu Shu feels that there is no need For the little white fox, directly use the powers of teleport and dark fruit to the opponent is finished in seconds. Even if there are other abilities, the upper limit has not been increased much. The power of the dark fruit is so powerful, of course it is a skill that should be copied. Then, the only ones left are Yumi and Pikachu. As for Squirtle, Lu Shu plans to build a force to explore the deep sea. Therefore, Squirtle will not enter the Grey World with Pikachu for the time being. Copying skills would be a waste. Just give it to Pikachu. Between Yumi and Pikachu, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, Lu Shu chose to let Pikachu eat the blood succession limit fruit. Pikachu's mental power and speed attributes are both very high. Insight into weaknesses can make Pikachu the best. Use your own speed gain to see through the opponent's weaknesses, and use speed to counterattack. In addition, Pikachu can also copy the little white fox's dark fruit ability and kill the opponent instantly. In contrast, Yumi has no benefit from gaining the Sharingan. So high possession can add a new level of attributes to teammates. If you give the Sharingan to Yumi, then the Sharingan skills will not enjoy the effect of Yumi's blessing. In order to maximize the effect of the fruit benefits, after weighing the balance, Lu Shu chose Pikachu. Ding! Your blood inheritance limit fruit tree has reached the production cycle, blood inheritance limit fruit 100. Ding! Your high-grade golden elixir fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the high-grade golden elixir fruit 100. Half a day later, 2 reminders popped up in front of Lu Shu. Turn around and look. The blood succession limit fruit tree is already full of bloody fruits. Go eat those fruits, little one. Lu Shu immediately called Pikachu and swallowed the blood succession limit fruit. 100 Pikachu curiously came to the blood succession limit fruit tree and stared at these strange fruits. They seemed to be curious. These fruits tasted like it tastes like something. No matter what. It's all food anyway. Just swallow it and you're done. Bah. Bah. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Soon. 100 Pikachus will eat up all the blood succession limit fruits. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes with Magatama appeared in Pikachu's pupils. Pikachu was stunned, as if thinking about why the scene in front of him became strange. There were many more incomprehensible things. Eat it after the fruit. The blood succession limit brought not only a new talent, but also related knowledge. After just a brief moment of confusion, Pikachu knew that he had a new power, and he tried to use it. Zzzz. A blade composed of thunder and lightning condensed in Pikachu's hand. This is. Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. This thunder knife is not an ordinary lightning strike, but it is not 100,000 volts. Has Pikachu realized a new power? At this time, a pet panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Power, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Sharingan, Chidori. Physical, A. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Pikachu gained new powers and also unlocked new powers. The power of Chidori is greater than that of ordinary lightning strikes, and it does not consume as much power as 100,000 volts. It is more suitable for causing damage to a single enemy. Match the weak points. Pikachu's Raikiri can specifically attack the monster's weaknesses, causing critical damage. After Lu Shu checked the description of the new ability, his eyes immediately brightened up. Pikachu's progress in swallowing the blood succession limit fruit was beyond his expectations. It brought a surprise. Then, Lu Shu set his sights on advanced golden elixir fruit tree. The fruits in the tree have all grown. With his understanding improved so much, Lu Shu now has no bottlenecks in his cultivation and is focused on breaking through to a higher realm. Do you want to combine 10 high-grade golden elixir fruits into one top-grade golden elixir fruit? Yes. The next second. In Lu Shu's hand, there was an extra top golden elixir fruit. Use your spiritual sense to feel a little bit. The fruit contains a majestic spiritual energy like the ocean. The aroma of spiritual energy that is so rich that it cannot be dissolved wafts from the fruit. Lu Shu took a bite. The majestic spiritual energy gathered in the golden elixir. Run the exercises to practice. Boom. It just took a while. The roaring sound of breakthrough came from within my body. Breakthrough to the 6th level of Jindan. Not enough. Lu Shu shook his head slightly. His understanding has been improved, and his skills have been mastered to a perfect state. There is no longer any bottleneck in practice. The mythical building and the sacred tree island blessed by the Tianji diagram allow Lu Shu to absorb spiritual energy and perform. The speed of the breakthrough is quite astonishing. When he just broke through, Lu Shu had already completed the consolidation of his realm and could start sprinting towards a higher realm. Do you want to merge the high-grade golden elixir fruit X90 into the top-level golden elixir fruit X9? Lu Shu chose to use the fastest speed to break through. In one go, you can be directly promoted to a higher level. Swallowing 3 high-level golden elixir fruits again. Lu Shu's realm broke through from the 6th level of the golden elixir to the 7th level of the golden elixir. The last 6. There was no pause in the middle. Lu Shu used this aura to break through to a higher realm. There was another muffled thunderous breakthrough. Waves of wind and energy rolled up around him. The crane couldn't help but stop. After training, I watched Lu Shu's breakthrough. As a layer of golden light filled his body. Lu Shu's realm aura only stopped when it reached the 8th level of the golden core. At this level, it was above the golden core. The nascent soul is getting closer and closer. As long as it reaches the 5th level of the nascent soul, by that time, Lu Shu can initially use the mythical weapon, the Zhuxian sword. What kind of power can that sword release in the Grey World? Lu Shu has been looking forward to this for a long time. The blood succession limit fruit and the high-grade golden elixir fruit are produced. At this time, the divine tree has a new products, nascent soul technique fruit, nascent soul fruit, advanced growth fruit. The nascent soul realm begins to upgrade. Pikachu, Yumi, little white fox. Come and gather. Get ready to go to the Grey World. After training, Lu Shu called all the pet troops to assemble. Pikachu has the new skill of Sharingan. His own realm has also reached the 8th level of the golden core. It's time to trigger Wailing Abyss and solve it. The nightmare level BOS, the Lord of the Netherworld. The mighty army sets off towards the Grey World again. This time, Lu Shu plans to directly obtain the nightmare level first kill achievement. Grey Realm. Location, Howling Abyss. Coordinates sad phase 67, 58. Danger coefficient, SS once again sets off towards the Grey Realm. Arriving near the Wailing Abyss. Lu Shu's brows suddenly frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the space in the Grey World seemed larger than before. Shaked his head. Lu Shu first left a teleportation array in place. Then, with the large army from the Grey World, they set off towards the inner layer of the Howling Abyss. The monsters in the outer layer were basically wiped out when they arrived last time. You only need to avoid the Nether Realm to avoid risks. In fact, the Nether Realm does not pose much danger to Lu Shu now. Come to the inner area. Finally some monsters appear here. Although the scope of the inner layer is not as broad as the outer layer, it is because when we came here to explore, it was already close to the time when the Grey Realm attacked the island. Therefore, Lu Shu just let the army of dead souls drag all the mainly troublesome S-level monsters into the island battle. There are still some monsters left that have not yet been solved. In front of you. A dozen Netherworld magicians appeared, as well as a Netherworld Candle Dragon, who was imprisoned in chains. Nether Candle Dragon. Category, Nether Tribe, Dragon Tribe. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 400 meters. Power, 1500. Speed, 1350. Defense, 1220. Skills, Nether Dragon Breath, Angry Bite, Death Crash, Destroying Dragon Flame. Description, killed in the abyss the powerful creatures that guarded it, even the Lord of the Netherworld could not truly tame them. Since the Netherworld Candle Dragon was imprisoned by chains, it did not launch an attack on Lu Shu's island. But if you want to deal with the Lord of the Netherworld, then these elite monsters are the monsters that need to be killed first. Raise the Guardian Scepter. Lu Shu activated Angel Blessing. All pets are blessed with holy light attacks. As a blast of holy light sounded, the nearby Netherworld Magician was immediately killed by Lu Shu's blast of holy light. Netherworld Candle Dragon sensed the crisis, let out an angry roar, and broke free from the shackles of the iron chain. Pika, Chidori. Before Lu Shu gave the order, he saw Pikachu opening his Sharingan and suddenly killing the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Netherworld Candle Dragon raised his paws, with arrogance and contempt in his eyes, as if he was looking at this tiny mouse, trying to provoke him regardless of life or death. What he didn't expect was. Pikachu instantly jumped in the air, dodging the claws of the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and then instantly copied the skills of the little white fox, activating the power of the dark fruit. The dark attribute of death light immediately swallowed up the 2 front paws of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Netherworld Candle Dragon made a cry of grief. Pikachu didn't even wait for the opponent to counterattack, and directly sent the Chidori Thunder into the opponent's heart. A fatal blow. The whole process can be described as running like running water. A reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu. You killed the Netherworld Candle Dragon and obtained the Candle Dragon Heart X1. Candle Dragon Heart. Category: Monster Synthetic Material. Function: a necessary material for synthesizing the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. This is the monster synthesis route that I only have after unlocking the sacred tree of the monster fruit. As long as you have the relevant sacred tree and kill monsters, you can drop synthetic materials. If the Netherworld Candle Dragon can be synthesized, then the island will have more S-level Lord combat capabilities. Chapter 100. Pikachu is awesome. Lu Shu couldn't help but praise. The Sharingan's weakness insight, combined with the fatal strike of Chidori, and Pikachu's speed and mental power, copied the skills of the little white fox, saw through the weakness of the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and then when it came to designing the kill, Pikachu was able to find a killing method that even Lu Shu couldn't think of. It has to be said. The ability of the Sharingan is much more powerful and easier to use than imagined. Open Monster Synthesis Panel. Nether Candle Dragon. Level, S-level. Synthesis Conditions: Candle Dragon Heart X1, Candle Dragon Wings X1, Candle Dragon Eyes X1. There happen to be 3 Nether Candle Dragons here. Maybe we can just explode all the synthetic materials. Lu Shu opened the Marauder's map and found the location of the other 2 Netherworld Candle Dragons. He led a large force, and rushed towards the location of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. On the way, the Netherworld Magician passed by. Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter, and a Holy Spirit exploded and sent them away. The troublesome thing about this kind of mage is that the attack power is quite amazing. But Lu Shu awakened the Netherworld Body. Dark Attribute magic is basically useless to him. Sweeping can be carried out easily. After a period of time, Lu Shu used Holy Light Explosion one after another to harvest the lives of his enemies. You killed the Netherworld Demon Soldier, obtained the Netherworld Armor, Diamond Level, X1, and obtained the Primary Netherworld Soul X1. You killed the Sir of the Netherworld, obtained the Netherworld Arm Guard, Diamond Level, X1, and obtained the Intermediate Netherworld Soul X1. You kill the Netherworld Magician, get the Netherworld Ring, Diamond Level, X1, and get the Advanced Netherworld Soul X1. Ghost Soul. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on this new material. Ghost Soul. Type: Nether Monster Synthetic Material. Usage: synthesize Nether Demon Soldier, Netherworld Descendant, Netherworld Magician, Netherworld Priest, Netherworld Demon Lord in. The stronger the synthesized monster is, the higher the level and the greater the number of souls required. Nether Demon Soldier, Elementary Soul X5 or Intermediate Soul X1. Children of the Netherworld, Primary Soul X20 or Intermediate Soul X5. Nether Mage, Intermediate Soul X10 or Advanced Soul X1. Nether Demon Lord, Intermediate Soul X500 or Advanced Soul X100. Nether Sacrifice, Advanced Soul X100. To synthesize Nether Demon Soldiers and Offspring, you only need primary souls. But if you want to synthesize more advanced monsters, the number of souls required becomes extremely amazing. To synthesize the Nether Demon Lord, 500 intermediate souls or 100 high-level souls are needed. Nether Sacrifice can only be synthesized by high-level souls. And if you want to synthesize a more powerful Netherworld Candle Dragon, then you can only collect these rare materials by killing the body of the Candle Dragon. Lu Shu looked at this panel and made a rough judgment on the combined abilities of the monsters. Although this ability is quite powerful and can create an army of monsters, the conditions are also quite harsh. In fact, the level of the monster Lu Shu wants to synthesize is too high. You know, the strength of monsters such as the Netherworld Priest, the Netherworld Demon Lord, etc. has reached S-level or above. For other Divine Tree Masters, these are boss-level monsters that cannot be defeated. If it were replaced by other Divine Tree Masters, let alone whether they could kill these monsters or whether they could stably explode so many materials. It's hanging. If Lu Shu can kill a monster, he will receive equipment and materials, as well as his lucky attribute bonus. The Golden Dragon Koi has reached the 5th level, and the luck bonus it brings is too high. Lu Shu's luck has reached level A. Basically, the probability of dropping equipment and materials is not much higher than other Sacred Tree Masters. The output of clearing the dungeon is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary Sacred Tree Masters. Sweeping all the way. Most of the people around are Netherworld Magicians. After killing all the way, I collected as many as 500 high-level souls. The number of primary souls and intermediate souls reaches 4 digits. When the sacred tree produces monster fruit, it can be synthesized. Finally, after taking care of the remaining Netherworld magicians, the only remaining monsters are the 2 Netherworld candle dragons. Lu Shu continued to send out Pikachu. Activate the Sharingan. Pikachu still used quick and agile methods. After finding the weakness of Netherworld Candle Dragon, he killed it with one strike without giving his opponent any chance. You killed the Netherworld Candle Dragon and obtained the Candle Dragon wings. You killed the Netherworld Candle Dragon and obtained the eyes of the Candle Dragon. Soon, after the remaining 2 Netherworld Candle Dragons are dealt with, there are not many powerful monsters left here. There was a small burst of lucky attributes, and Lu Shu also successfully collected all the materials needed to synthesize the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Ready for synthesis. The little white fox looked behind and was surprised. I thought I had caught up with Pikachu's progress. Why do I feel like Pikachu can now not only use his strongest power, but also kill monsters at a speed that's not slow at all? Yumi originally liked hugging the little white fox's lap, and once abandoned Pikachu. Now, it smells so good. TSK. I have to say, Yumi is such a creature who will hug anyone who has thick thighs. Again after a period of sweeping. Finally, all the monsters in the inner area died in Lu Shu's hands. Now, the number of his advanced souls has reached 1,000. The primary souls and intermediate souls have exceeded 5 figures, and can be combined into a Netherworld Legion of decent size. It's a pity that I didn't get such a good sacred tree earlier. Otherwise, by sweeping away the entire nightmare-level dungeon, I can create a huge Netherworld army. At that time, it will be of great use whether it is to defend the island or attack the islands of other sacred tree masters. Lu Shu thought in his heart. The last enemy, only the Lord of the Netherworld in the core is left. On the Marauders map, there is only one lonely big red located in the deepest part of the Wailing Abyss. Lu Shu led the troops walked towards the deepest area. In front of them was a huge dark domain space, covering the entire abyss. When they arrived at the deepest boss location, this was all the Nether area. The Divine Tree Master could only follow the Nether area in the Nether area. The Lord of the Netherworld fights. Without the blessing and protection of the Guardian Spirit, or without the profession of a priest, in this environment, fighting the SS-level Lord of the Netherworld is tantamount to courting death. Come to Howling Abyss, the entrance to the core area. Lu Shu is preparing to release an angel blessing towards the surroundings. Suddenly, the Guardian Spirit jade pendant worn on his chest suddenly burst out with a burst of holy light. The Guardian Spirit angel emerged from the jade pendant. This is the second time he has appeared in front of Lu Shu. I will protect you and kill the Lord of the Netherworld. The indifferent voice of the Guardian Spirit rang in Lu Shu's ears. Suddenly, a protective light protected Lu Shu and the pet army. This holy light can be immune to the Netherworld. At the same time, Lu Shu also unexpectedly suddenly, he discovered that all his attack skills have a 100 holy light attribute conversion bonus. Not only that, all pets' attacks, even the little white fox's dark fruit, can have the holy light restraint effect. As expected of the Guardian Spirit, it is indeed powerful. Lu Shu was overjoyed. The Guardian Spirit had been staying silently inside the jade pendant. He originally thought that its role was very limited, but when it came to the real boss battle, its value was revealed. Stepping into the Netherworld, the surrounding darkness suddenly became, he wanted to devour Lu Shu. But an extremely brilliant holy light emerged from his body. Like the light of dawn, it penetrated the darkness and illuminated everything around him. Walked forward for some distance. At this moment, a black shadow as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. No one has been able to enter my territory alive for a long time. The cold laughter echoed endlessly in the dark realm of the Netherworld. Lu Shu's body instantly burst out with a brilliant light. The Lord of the Netherworld unknowingly cast a dark magic on Lu Shu. However, the Guardian Jade Pendant, the protective effect, immediately offset the attack of the Lord of the Netherworld. At the same time, the final boss of this copy finally came to Lu Shu. Lord of the Netherworld. Category, Demon, Netherworld. Danger Coefficient, SS. Perception Range, Netherworld. Power, 3200. Speed, 3150. Defense, 3120. Skills, Nether Body, Nether Concealment, Dark Envelope, Killing Field, Fury, Abyss Gift. Description: it is a powerful creature from the Abyss. It has received a gift from the Abyss. It will inherit the will of the Abyss and continue to spread the power of the Abyss to every corner of the continent. However, while receiving the gift of the abyss, it gradually transformed into the abyss itself, and will never be able to leave the domain of the abyss. The next second, the figure of the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly disappeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. In the territory that belongs to it, as long as it is in the Nether Realm, the Netherlord can gain the ability to become invisible. Pikachu activated his Sharingan. However, even these eyes could not capture the position of the Lord of the Netherworld. At this time, the guardian angel suddenly floated into the air and chanted a long spell. As the sound of the spell sounded, the nearby Netherworld area was immediately dispersed. The figure of the Lord of the Netherworld also appeared. Looking at the guardian angel, there is a bit of vigilance in his eyes. The power of angels. Lu Shu took out the guardian scepter and launched the holy light explosion towards the Lord of the Netherworld. The incandescent holy light produced a violent explosion. However, the Lord of the Netherworld appeared next to him. A layer of ink-black barrier offset the damage of the holy light. The abyss gift of the Lord of the Netherworld resists 80 of holy light skills. A gift from the abyss. Lu Shu frowned slightly. According to the description on the information panel, the Lord of the Netherworld comes from the real abyss. The damage of the holy light system only affects the Netherworld system, but it cannot produce much restraint effect on the abyss. It can be roughly understood as: the abyss is a more advanced attribute increase. It can help the Lord of the Netherworld resist the abilities of the holy light system. Drown in darkness. The eyes of the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly became cold. The surrounding vision suddenly darkened. It was as if he was blind and could not see anything. Except for a line of prompts in front of him, it was still shining like stars. The Lord of the Netherworld activates Darkness Shroud. Your vision is temporarily lost, the Netherworld's resistance is reduced by 40, and you enter a vulnerable state. Darkness enveloped him, suppressing Lu Shu's perception. Lu Shu immediately raised the Guardian Scepter. Holy Light Blessing. Angel Blessing. Holy Light Barrier. 2 blessings are imposed. Lu Shu's divinity and blessing attributes were promoted very high. At this time, the Holy Light Barrier is turned on to resist the attack of the Lord of the Netherworld. By the way, Divine Fire. Lu Shu took out the Divine Search Torch. The Divine Fire source suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light, dispersing the surrounding darkness. His eyes suddenly became happy. The Divine Fire source has the property of dispelling darkness. This the dark realm that can be used to deal with the Lord of the Netherworld. Lu Shu once again used the fireball technique. Boom! The majestic flames swept in all directions like a fire dragon, illuminating everything around him. The Lord of the Netherworld turned into a shadow and moved toward Lu Shu attacked. Snort! Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter and once again released a holy light judgment towards the Lord of the Netherworld. And the Divine Flame also launched an attack along with the holy light. Not only that. The surrounding people Pikachu, Yumi, and the little white fox all launched an attack on the Lord of the Netherworld at the same time. The Thunder Dragon roared, the magic mystery shone, and the dark death light shrouded. The attacks of the pet army, gathered together, were also a powerful force. The attack power should not be underestimated. Boom! With one blow, the Lord of the Netherworld was attacked by Lu Shu and the large army. Its body paused slightly, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gazing at it, looking at the divine fire in Lu Shu's hand, the Lord of the Netherworld's eyes were obviously a little more fearful. The current offensive cannot kill the opponent for the time being. Although the pet army plus its own holy light ability can cause some substantial damage to the Lord of the Netherworld. But in the enemy's territory, if it only relies on this level, it takes too long to kill the opponent with an attack. The Lord of the Netherworld, who is backed by the Abyss and has gained the Abyss increase, has extremely high defense and resistance. The damage must be high enough. Lu Shu no longer hesitates, he took out Split Demon King's soul. With a thought in his mind, he chose to use it. A prompt immediately popped up in front of him. You used the soul of the Split Demon King. Gain temporary power, Split. Split, you can divide your body into 100 parts, and each split body has 10 of the attributes of the body. 100 Lu Shu appeared in front of the Lord of the Netherworld. Endless holy light of blessing immediately enveloped the entire venue. Except for Lu Shu, who received a 100-fold increase, all pets also received an increase of Angel Blessing x 100. This moment, the attributes of all Lu Shu's pet army exploded. Chapter 101. Open the panel. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Good guy. All these attributes are amazing. With the blessing of the Guardian Angel, why not knock this boss to the ground and hammer him? At this moment, the attribute panels of Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi are shining brightly. Taking up the entire screen, how comfortable it looks. Received the blessing effect of 100 times the angel's blessing halo, the attributes of all members exploded. This moment. The Lord of the Netherworld suddenly felt a severe crisis, and his expression changed. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, copy the power of Yumi's sparkling fruit. Little White Fox, use the power of the dark fruit to seal the location of the Lord of the Netherworld. Use all your attacks to kill it. Lu Shu gave the order, and the pet army immediately took action. Yumi's shining fruit, combined with the holy light halo of the guardian angel, received a very high holy light attack bonus. Therefore, Lu Shu chose to let Pikachu copy shining. The superpower of the fruit is also based on this point. Sizzle. Chidori's electric sound is extremely crisp. The next second, Pikachu's body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards the Lord of the Netherworld. You humble insect, die. The Lord of the Netherworld's eyes turned cold, and he summoned a dark realm of the Netherworld with his backhand, preparing to swallow Pikachu completely. However, the thunder and lightning swayed casually in front of the Lord of the Netherworld, and then disappeared. This thunder and lightning was just an attack. Under the guise, 100 Pikachu formed a formation and surrounded the Lord of the Netherworld. The holy light was like daylight, like a small sun falling to the ground, turning into a dawn blade, piercing the darkness. Awe! The Lord of the Netherworld was hurt by the powerful holy light system, and he suddenly cried out in pain. The damage of your holy light attack overflows, causing a critical hit and breaking through the abyss. When Lu Shu saw the prompt in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up. It is worthy of the blessing of 100 angels' halos of blessing. The attributes are overflowing, and even the Lord of the Netherworld's abyss amplification can't cause much resistance to an attack of this level. What's more, with the addition of the holy light attribute bonus of the guardian angel, the attacks of Pikachu and other pets essentially have a restraining effect on the Netherlord's nether body. Raise the guardian scepter. 100 Lu Shu jointly released the holy light judgment towards the Lord of the Netherworld. The endless holy light immediately cleansed the world. The entire sunless abyss suddenly turned into daylight. The Lord of the Netherworld was critically hit by the holy light, and the abyss amplification state was reduced by 20 boom. There was a loud sound of holy light explosion again. The Lord of the Netherworld stepped back dozens of steps, his face became much weaker, and he kept coughing. Lu Shu continuously inflicted holy light critical strikes on it, and the effect of abyss amplification was weakened, so the overall resistance would also decrease. To put it simply, the Lord of the Netherworld has been breached. Stupid human being, you will pay for your actions. The Lord of the Netherworld let out an angry roar. The next second, its momentum suddenly increased several times. The darkness of the abyss was once again shrouded. The Lord of the Netherworld used Rage, gaining 200 abyss amplification effect, attributes 200, and holy light resistance 100. A burst of black air flowed from the Lord of the Netherworld. When the attacks of Pikachu, Little White Fox and Yumi fell on the Lord of the Netherworld, they were blocked by the black airflow. It can't be hurt at all. Entering the violent mode. Not only will the attributes be improved by explosions, abyss amplification and other effects, but the Lord of the Netherworld and even all the attacks of Lu Shu's army will be completely immune. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi, retreat temporarily. Don't confront it head-on yet. The formation spreads out and pulls. Lu Shu gave the order to let the pets disperse for the time being. Then, he released the advanced curse towards the Lord of the Netherworld. 100 Lu Shus released debilitating skills at the same time. Even the resistance of the Lord of the Netherworld is very high, but at this moment, the momentum has been weakened a bit. It's not just that. Turn on the power of the purple chi pupil. Use illusion. Guanhan Qin appeared in your hand. Lu Shu played the wonderful piano sound. The sound of the strings immediately made the movement of the Lord of the Netherworld slow down. The increased resistance of the abyss did not increase the resistance along with the illusion. But as a boss, it is difficult for the Lord of the Netherworld to be completely controlled by Lu Shu. Of course. Suffering from such a powerful force with the illusion attack, the Lord of the Netherworld's movement slowed down, and sometimes he entered a confused state, unable to see where the enemy in front of him was. Lu Shu's Guanhan Qin has a strong piercing effect, even if the Lord of the Netherworld is against illusion resistance is very high and will not be controlled, but it will still be seriously affected. I saw the Lord of the Netherworld in front of me, when he launched an attack, everything was blown into the air. During this period, Lu Shu did not let the pets do anything. Attack. Once damage is caused to the Lord of the Netherworld, the sense of resistance will be triggered, thereby reducing the effect of the illusion. Taking advantage of this period, Lu Shu continued to release the advanced curse to weaken the momentum of the Lord of the Netherworld. The Lord of the Netherworld has suffered a debilitating effect, and the duration of his rage has been reduced. The Lord of the Netherworld's violent time has ended and he has entered a weak state. As the violent aura weakens, the Lord of the Netherworld's offensive is also declining. At this time, Little White Fox, Yumi, Pikachu, come on. Use your strongest attack with all your strength. Try to keep the Lord of the Netherworld's life as low as possible. Lu Shu asked all the pets to unleash all their skills on the Lord of the Netherworld. In his weak state, the Lord of the Netherworld was completely controlled by Lu Shu and could not move even a little bit. Then, bursts of dazzling light completely overwhelmed the Netherworld. Devoured by the Lord. In addition to the attack of the pet army, 100 split Lu Shu also raised the Guardian Scepter and used the Holy Light Judgment together. Boom! The endless Holy Light once again swallowed the Lord of the Netherworld. A wail of incomparable pain came from the mouth of the Lord of the Netherworld, as miserable as a ghost in the abyss. The entire face of the Lord of the Netherworld was completely distorted, with hatred in his eyes. From the beginning, it never thought that these despicable humans could cause such great harm to itself. The pain and humiliation made the Lord of the Netherworld's murderous intention towards Lu Shu reach the most extreme state. I will plunge you into the cold abyss of despair, and you will never be reincarnated. A dagger made of black iron chains suddenly appeared in the hands of the Lord of the Netherworld. The next second, it stabbed the dagger fiercely into his heart. The ink-colored blood covering the world suddenly enveloped the world. The entire abyss. Endless murderous intent is distributed in every corner of the Nether Realm, seeming to completely crush everything here. This is the Death Realm released by the Lord of the Netherworld at the cost of half his life. Yet I want to turn half of myself into the underworld and die together with the enemy. The Lord of the Netherworld is launching the Death Realm. Please leave this area before the decisive battle is launched. Otherwise you will die instantly. Yumi, possessing the Little White Fox. Little White Fox, enter the Void Crack. Pikachu, copy the Void Rift of the Little White Fox. Lu Shu immediately ordered. Pikachu's attributes have been greatly increased. It only needs to consume mental power to quickly switch to other skills and copy them. The speed of light copied the void cracks of the Little White Fox. All pets, they all hid in the space of another dimension. At this time, the great formation of the ultimate killing field was launched. However, Lu Shu's figure suddenly turned into the form of the Netherworld. If we say, the great killing formation, it was originally swallowed by the Netherworld. All things. Then Lu Shu himself is the Netherworld, how could he be swallowed by the Netherworld? What's more, he is also protected by the Guardian Angel, and he is very resistant to this kind of attack. Boom. Boom. Long. The endless killing array made the surrounding void tremble. Lu Shu's figure was as tough as a rock and was not moved at all. I don't know how long it took. Finally, the killing array ended. The figure of the Lord of the Netherworld reappeared in front of Lu Shu. But by this time, the aura on its body had become extremely weak. The Lord of the Netherworld activates the killing domain, consuming half of the life attributes. The gift of the abyss is invalid. All attributes reduced by 50. Holy light resistance reduced by 100. Although by this time, Lu Shu's splitting effect had disappeared. 100 Lu trees merged into one Lu tree. As for the 100 times Angel's blessing on the pets, time has almost passed. But the current attributes of the Lord of the Netherworld have been reduced by not much. Even without the bonus of these attributes, just relying on Lu Shu's current Holy Light attack, it would be difficult for the Lord of the Netherworld to resist it. Accept the judgment of the Holy Light. A sword of Holy Light suddenly appeared in the hands of the Guardian Angel. With a light curtain of judgment, his figure rushed towards the Lord of the Netherworld. A ray of Holy Light followed the tip of the sword and cut through the Netherworld. The body of the Lord. The dark aura on the Lord of the Netherworld completely collapsed and he was hit hard again. It's now. Kill it. Lu Shu instantly raised the Guardian Scepter. Holy Light Judgment. When the last Holy Light landed on the Lord of the Netherworld, it was accompanied by a scalp-numbing wailing sound. The Lord of the Netherworld's the figure gradually disappeared into the endless Holy Light. It's over. Lu Shu took a long breath. After many days of preparation and an arduous battle, the Lord of the Netherworld was finally killed by himself. The Little White Fox and Pikachu also withdrew from the void crack one after another. Return to Lu Shu. Those small eyes watched the figure of the Lord of the Netherworld disappearing, with a bit of surprise. The final attack of the Lord of the Netherworld was extremely destructive. Any divine tree master, if he were to resist an attack of this level head-on, he would be considered dead within less than a second. If Lu Shu had not had the body of the netherworld and the blessing of the guardian angel, he would not have been able to resist the utter death of the Lord of the netherworld so easily. Domain. In any case, this fierce battle finally ended, and Lu Shu also successfully got the first kill of the nightmare-level boss. There was a violent vibration in the abyss. After the death of the Lord of the netherworld, the abyss completely collapsed. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He noticed that the aura of the abyss nearby was gradually dissipating. According to the introduction of the Lord of the netherworld, this monster was only responsible for spreading the power of the abyss to the mainland. Every corner, but it is not the real abyss itself. As a diffuser of the power of the abyss. When the Lord of the netherworld dies completely, this abyss will naturally cease to exist. After a while, Lu Shu popped up in front of him. Several tips. You pass the boss of the Wailing Abyss, the Lord of the netherworld. Obtain the robe of the Lord of the netherworld, legendary level, X1. Obtain X1 Heart of the Netherlord, X1 Soul of the Netherlord, X10 Fragments of the Netherlord, and unlock the Netherlord synthesis route. Obtain Searchlight Flame X1. Get the Abyss Key X1. Get the Intermediate Abyss Skills Illustrated Book, Abyss Amplification. Obtain the Intermediate Abyss Skill Illustrated Book, Abyss Decay. Congratulations on getting the first kill reward of the Nightmare level dungeon and getting a special prop, the Abyss Illustrated Book. The moment Lu Shu got the first kill of the Nightmare level dungeon. This prompt also echoed in the ears of every Sacred Tree Master in the entire Sacred Tree game. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master Lu Ren for obtaining the first kill achievement reward of the Nightmare level dungeon. Originally, everyone in the chat box was eagerly discussing the recent changes in the Grey World. Everyone is happily chatting here, the result. When this prompt sounded, the chat box seemed to be stuck on the network, and no messages could be loaded. This moment, God Tree Games seems quite quiet. It was as if billions of divine tree masters had evaporated and disappeared. There was a brief silence for a minute and then, a torrent of information burst out like a tsunami. The entire world public screen was flooded with tens of thousands of messages. All the sacred tree masters were like ants exploding on a hot pot, collectively boiling. Chapter 102. World public screen. The boss of Lu Shu got the nightmare first kill again. Didn't I hallucinate? So fast. Otherwise, everyone was silent just now. Maybe they all thought they were in a hallucination state. I won't say anymore. I just slapped myself, and my face is still hurting now. The true god of the God Tree game has appeared, and I have reached the nightmare level dungeon so quickly. I am still playing the difficult level dungeon. Ah, the gap between people is too big, right? Who said last time that it was impossible for Mr. Lu Shu to pass through the nightmare level dungeon so quickly? Come out and say something. Hahaha, great prophet, reverse prophecy. The boss of Lu Shu was so unbelievable. He got the first place on the list, and then got the first kill. He could only be described as invincible. When the market opens next time, follow the footsteps of the tree-plumping boss. I will definitely invest 10,000 bags of fertilizer this time and make a lot of money. Follow the tree-playing boss and make a fortune. Just when everyone was discussing it, suddenly, a reminder popped up in front of everyone. There are still 20 days until the next Grey Realm attack. Lin Yuan mission has started. Block the soon-to-be abyss to gain access to new island ranges, as well as specific mission rewards. Attention all Sacred Tree Masters. When this system prompt appeared, all the Sacred Tree Masters were stunned. Lin Yuan mission? What the hell is this? Why did this thing suddenly appear? Does anyone know what the Lin Yuan mission is? I don't know, I also saw this prompt, but I don't have any clue. It seems that he got this thing because Mr. Lu Shu killed the nightmare level copy. Real or fake? Is it the tree-lugging boss who speeds up the progress of the entire Sacred Tree game again? If not, I just got the first kill of the dungeon. Why did the remaining time of the Grey World battle come out? Moreover, the Lin Yuan mission just happened to pop up. It is clear that this mission was started because the progress of Lu Shu boss reached one of the conditions of the Divine Tree game. But I don't know what the Lin Yuan mission is, and the system doesn't say anything about it. It sounds like you can also get new islands, which seems very powerful. Yes, can the Divine Tree game get new islands? It seems that there is no other way except killing other Sacred Tree Masters. You can also get new islands in the Lin Yuan mission. It seems to be no ordinary mission. I don't know how to execute this mission. If you look at the description of the mission, it talks about preventing areas that are about to become an abyss. It should be related to exploration, but we don't know where these areas are. What does Abyss mean? Abyss level copy? I don't know, but it sounds like it's a dungeon. It's probably an Abyss level dungeon. Now I can just enter the Abyss level dungeon and give it a try. Maybe I can complete a task of this level. The new Lin Yuan mission has aroused heated discussion among everyone. The only thing everyone knows is that the emergence of this mission is related to Lu Shu's first kill of the nightmare level dungeon, which accelerated the progress of the dungeon. But most of the sacred tree masters knew nothing about this task. Everyone is frantically looking for information about Lin Yuan mission, even. Some highly talented divine tree masters even took the initiative to exchange their talent fruits with Lu Shu in exchange for this precious information. It's a pity, all this didn't get any reply. Dark Night Sacred Tree Island. When he heard this reminder, Anye's eyes instantly became cold. After learning that the treeman had cleared the nightmare level copy, and then thinking about Nether's death, this moment. No matter how dull Anye was, he still realized that it was Lu Shu who killed Yu Ming. Taking a deep breath, Anye had to restrain his anger. He is definitely not Lu Shu's opponent now. The progress between the two is very different. Even if he sends more subordinates, or even takes action with the entire Dark Knight Alliance, he may not be able to kill the Shuren, but may be killed by the other party. Lin Yuan mission. A brilliant light burst out from Anye's eyes. This time, a new phased mission appears in the Divine Tree game, which may be my chance to make a comeback. If I can get the Tree Man first and complete more Lin Yuan tasks, maybe my strength will give me the possibility to catch up. Humph, when my strength catches up, I will definitely make you pay the price. Then. Dark Knight cancelled the Dark Knight Alliance members' mission to hunt down other Divine Tree Masters. Instead, he went to investigate the Lin Yuan mission. Besides Lu Shu, the Dark Knight Alliance's main enemy is Mu Yu Pavilion. After hearing the news, Mu Yu Pavilion will definitely start to pay attention to the Lin Yuan mission, and there may be the possibility of sparks between the two parties. Therefore, Anye chose to focus all his efforts on finding the Lin Yuan mission and speed up the growth of the organization's strength. In this way, can steady suppression of Mu Yu Pavilion. After the news was conveyed, the Divine Tree Masters of the Dark Knight Alliance quickly began to take action. They blended into the night and began to explore the traces of the Lin Yuan mission in the Grey World. Mu Yu Pavilion. There was also a trace of surprise in Mu Yu Tingfeng's eyes. This guy actually got the first kill in the dungeon again. Mu Yu Tingfeng, who has the power of Monster Prophet, certainly knows that nightmare-level dungeons are much better than ordinary abyss-level dungeons. The copy is so scary. Even if the entire Mu Yu Pavilion is deployed now, it may not be possible to attack the nightmare-level copy. However, Lu Shuren has already obtained the first kill achievement even for a copy of this level. Mu Yu Tingfeng could only smile bitterly. The strength of Mu Yu Pavilion as a whole should be considered one of the best in the Divine Tree game, but in front of the Tree Raider alone, it seems a bit inadequate. Try to see if you can find any news about the Lin Yuan mission. Take a deep breath. Mu Yu Tingfeng tried to activate the power of the prediction system. Explore the information about Lin Yuan's mission. However, the next second, she suddenly felt a strong backlash, impacting her mental strength. My chest felt suddenly tight. A mouthful of bright red blood spat out from Mu Yu Tingfeng's red lips. It actually involves the highest secret. A trace of horror flashed across Mu Yu Tingfeng's eyes. She could not imagine what kind of thing could involve the highest secret. And this matter could only be solved by the Shuren, who had obtained the first kill. I know the information about Lin Yuan mission. Grey World. Lu Shu's eyes first focused on the Lord of the Netherworld's robes. Robe of the Lord of the Netherworld. Category, Defensive Jacket. Grade, Legend Attributes. Netherworld Resistance 500, Abyss Resistance 100, Defense 1000, Negative Effect Resistance 20, Durability 3000. Skill, Incarnation of the Netherworld. Set Effect. Nether 8-piece set Sad Phase 78. Set Effect, Nether Resistance 450, Nether Restraint 300, Nether Perception 200, Nether Gain 200, Nether Critical Hit Rate 50, Blessing 200, Divine Power 100. Now, the Nether set has been assembled to a 7-piece set. Only the last suit is left to complete the 8-piece set of Netherworld. The effect of the suit becomes extremely explosive with the addition of this legendary piece of equipment. And the robe of the Lord of the Netherworld also has an active skill, Transform into the Netherworld. Incarnate into the Netherworld, summon a Netherworld realm, be able to sneak into the Netherworld state, be immune to damage, and cause Netherworld effects to enemies. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Whether its attributes or active skill effects, this legendary piece of equipment is impeccable. Incarnate into the Netherworld, and even be able to summon a Netherworld realm. Combined with your own nether body, you can have a stronger effect on the enemy. Especially when fighting against the Divine Tree Master, this kind of extremely resistant attack can often make the enemy helpless. Lord of the Netherworld Synthesis Route. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Even the dungeon boss can be synthesized. The fruit of Wanjuan's sacred tree is actually more interesting than I thought. Lord of the Underworld. Level, SS. Synthesis conditions, Heart of the Lord of the Netherworld X1, Soul of the Lord of the Netherworld X1, Fragments of the Lord of the Netherworld X10, Advanced Abyss Soul X100, Curse Breath X1, Heart of the Abyss X1. In addition to the materials dropped by the Lord of the Netherworld, Lu Shu discovered that if you want to synthesize the Lord of the Netherworld, you also need materials such as Advanced Abyss Soul, Cursed Breath, and Heart of the Abyss. These items can still be found in the current copy for the time being. Less than. I can only let it go temporarily. Do you want to use Searchlight Flame X1? Yes. Vision 100, Fire Source Divinity 2, Fire Source Holy Light 1. Suddenly, the searchlight source in Lu Shu's hand became brighter than before. In the firelight, there was a faint sacred aura. If you use the fireball technique and control the fire source, the attached fire attribute attack has both divine and holy light attribute damage. It also has a strong restraint effect against monsters such as the Nether system. Even if you enter the Netherworld, these fire sources can continue to provide vision and will not be affected by the domain. Set your sights on the key to the abyss. Get a tip. This is a key to the abyss, please keep it safe. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful look. Maybe it's similar to the key to the Lost Holy Land, used to open a specific area. He shook his head. I don't know what this key is used to open at the moment, but since it fell from the Lord of the Netherworld, it will definitely be useful for future explorations in the Grey World. Do you want to unlock the Intermediate Skill Illustrated Book, Abyss Amplification? Do you want to unlock the Intermediate Skill Guide, Abyss Decay? Yes. Continuous selection to unlock. 2 skill panels popped up in front of Lu Shu. Abyss Amplification. Level, Intermediate, Abyss. Function, use the power of the Abyss to increase your own attributes by 20, and have effects such as Abyss Resistance, Physical Resistance, Magic Resistance, and Holy Light Resistance. Abyss Decay. Function, use the power of the Abyss to weaken the opponent's attributes by 20, and reduce the opponent's resistance to all attribute attacks. These 2 skills are quite useful. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Needless to say, the Abyss increases his attributes. Various resistances allow Lu Shu to ignore the supernatural attacks of many Divine Tree Masters. In the battle for the island, this skill is added. Even if you encounter a city defense island with strong firepower, various attacks will not have much impact on Lu Shu. Abyss Decay, weakening the opponent's resistance to all attributes, is also a very useful skill. Especially used to deal with the Abyss demonic fish. The fish in the deep sea have very low resistance to skills such as curses and decay. If Lu Shu obtains this skill, it will be easier to kill the Abyss demonic fish when Lu Shu encounters it. Last item. Abyss Illustrated Book. Type, Special, Unique. Function, when an Abyss mission appears near you, you can mark the location of the Abyss. Lu Shu opened the world public screen and saw the system prompts and everyone's discussions. If I have the Abyss picture book, can't I directly find the location of the Linyuan mission? Moreover, this special prop is the only one, which means that only I who have obtained the Nightmare level first kill reward can have the Abyss Illustrated Book. While other Sacred Tree Masters are still looking for what the Linyuan mission is, I can already directly know the location of the mission. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. In this Sacred Tree game, one step is faster, every step is faster. It will be of great significance to be able to discover the location of Linyuan's mission first than other Sacred Tree Masters. In this case, he can get the latest information. In front of him, a lot of invitation windows for Divine Tree Masters appeared in front of Lu Shu. Most of them used superpower fruits in exchange for information. Lu Shu chose to reject them all. Although the talents of some fruits do seem a bit exciting. But for Lu Shu now, the value of the Grey World's intelligence is even more valuable. If he leaks the information, the Divine Tree Master who will be the first to know his information will, you can resell the information and the profit may be someone else. Lu Shu will not choose such a stupid transaction method. Open the Abyss Illustrated Book. On this black parchment, a line of bloody text suddenly appeared. Primary Abyss. Coordinates sad phase 64, 66. Risk factor, A. Abyss progress, 20. Mission, kill the Abyss monster on the island. Reward, Grade A Abyss treasure chest. Very close to my location. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The coordinates of Howling Abyss are 67, 58. The coordinates of the abyss that appear in the illustrated book are 64, 66. At Lu Shu's current speed, it wouldn't take long to get to these coordinates. After killing the Lord of the Netherworld, Lu Shu immediately led his large army and rushed towards the coordinates of the Linyuan mission. Chapter 103. Lu Shu summoned an army of undead. The next second, the vast number of undead continue to clean up the area. Every time he rushes through the dungeon, Lu Shu will summon an army of undead to plunder everything nearby. Although there are only a few difficult level dungeons on the road, but those that should be cleared should also be cleared. Maybe we can get a treasure map. Ding! You triggered a luck critical strike. Get the treasure map. Lu Shu was stunned when he saw the prompt in front of him. Do you really trigger a luck critical strike for yourself? Did you find the treasure map? It is indeed a lucky strike, YYDS. If you say you find it, you will find it. It's too strong. Lu Shu immediately rushed to the location mentioned in the prompt. I saw it in an abandoned town. There was a dry sewer filled with a thick layer of soil. Just dig out the soil and you will see a moldy little wooden box. The moment Lu Shu opened the wooden box, a yellowed and worn-out parchment scroll came into view. At the same time, treasure map information appears in front of you. Treasure map. Location, Fairy Dome Holy Land. Coordinates Sadface 101, 122. Description, a world hidden in the grey mist boundary. If you can find these locations, congratulations, you will open the door to a new world. This is a bit far apart. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. It would take at least half a month to get to the location of the treasure map from here, even if he went at full speed. Let's go to the location of Linyuan's mission first. After some thought, Lu Shu quickly made a decision. After getting the location of the treasure map, he continued to lead the mighty army towards the 64, 66 coordinates of the Linyuan mission. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu activated his resonance, descended on the Squirtle, and once again led the deep-sea combat team members to dive into the deep sea. This time, Lu Shu did not choose to go directly to the sea area below 3,000 meters, but first swept all the treasure chests above 3,000 meters. With the power of Dinghezu, none of the deep-sea demon fish nearby are any match for Lu Shu. After cleaning up, Lu Shu obtained quite a lot of rare fish meat. It's a pity that the deep-sea devil fish does not seem to be included in the list of monster synthesis, so it will not drop synthesis materials. Only monsters from the Grey World can be synthesized. After sweeping the sea area of more than 3,000 meters, Lu Shu obtained many gold and platinum treasure chests one after another. The ones that are opened are basically water runes. After the sweep, all squirtless are now equipped with intermediate water runes. There are still a few who are lucky enough to find high-level water runes. Thus, the overall strength of Lu Shu's Squirtle army has increased by between 20 and 25% compared to before. In this sea area above 3,000 meters, it is already an invincible overlord force. After the sweep was completed, Lu Shu took the squirtless and continued to dive to the sea below 3,000 meters. With the sacrifice of Dinghezu, this abyssal vortex that could crush everything immediately came to a standstill. Take Squirtle and quickly cross the water. After continuously diving, the vision gradually darkened. Lu Shu's body once again bloomed with a bright light. The light of the ghost lantern fish allowed Lu Shu to sense the abyss devil fish within a radius of 1,500 meters. After a period of exploration, several ghost lantern fish were killed by Lu Shu again. When the field of vision expanded to 2,000 meters, there were fewer and fewer ghost lantern fish around. Honestly, exploring in the deep sea is much more troublesome than in the Grey World. At least the Grey World has corresponding buildings. There are references. And if you match the location of the map and coordinates, at least you won't get lost. But the deep sea is like an endless dark space that can only be explored blindly, including the nearby fish schools. What you can find depends entirely on luck. At this moment, Lu Shu sensed that there was a demon-swallowing whale nearby and appeared here. This guy arrived just in time. Kill the magic-swallowing whale to get the heart of the deep sea. This consumable allows Lu Shu to hear the heartbeats of other abyssal devil fishes, thereby determining the surrounding situation and the location of the devil fish. Immediately move towards the magic-swallowing whale. The whale rushes, now. Lu Shu can release his skills before the demon-swallowing whale senses him. Try the effect of the abyss skills. Abyss Amplification and Abyss Decay are also skills that can be directly performed using mental power. As long as Lu Shu's mental power resonates with Squirtle, these two skills can be released. Abyss Amplification. Abyss Decline. An aura of the abyss suddenly appeared on Lu Shu's body. His attributes have been greatly improved. After receiving the gift of power from the abyss, when Lu Shu released Abyss Decay again, its power was several levels higher than the advanced curse. The demonic whale was weakened by the skill of Abyss Decay, and its movement speed suddenly became extremely slow. Like a dying fish, it has reached the last moment of its twilight years. The demon-swallowing whale suddenly felt deeply frightened. Realizing that something was wrong, it hurriedly turned around and ran away. Unleash the advanced curse. Activate the purple pupil power. Release the illusion. The following skills followed one after another. The demon-swallowing whale, which had been weakened by Abyss Decay to the point of being unable to move, was once again eroded by the advanced curse, and even the flesh and blood on the surface was rapidly shrinking and rotting. This scene made Lu Shu secretly shocked. It shows that Abyss Decay has caused Demon Whale to basically lose all resistance to its own curse-based skills. After encountering the attack of illusion, the demon-swallowing whale stayed motionless in its original position, completely unable to resist. Squirtle, get rid of the opponent. Lu Shu said immediately. 100 squirtlets turned into small whirlwinds and launched a violent collision towards the devil-swallowing whale. Killed instantly. You killed a demon whale and received X1 heart of the deep sea. Do you want to use it? Yes. Various heartbeat sounds came from Lu Shu's ears. The number of magic fish nearby seems to have decreased a lot. When you turn on the heart of the deep sea and hear the heartbeats of the nearby demonic fish, compared to the last time you explored, these heartbeats are obviously much less frequent. Perhaps it's because the nearby abyssal demonic fish sense a large number of fish deaths around them, so he stayed away from this sea area. The instinct of living creatures makes them different from the monsters in the Grey World, and they know how to protect themselves and retreat in time. Lu Shu continued to search in this sea area for a while. By the way, he killed a few ghost lantern fish, once again increased the perception range of the field of view. Tip, a diamond-level treasure chest appears ahead. Finally come. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. After exploring for so long, he finally got something important. Opening the diamond-level treasure chest, it was still the familiar advanced life essence. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction, although he just repeated items, but the real value of advanced life essence is to increase the growth speed of the sacred tree and reduce the product cycle. Generally speaking, the products of the sacred tree are toward the back, the more fruits are produced, and the fruits or the level of his body will also become higher. The effect of life essence is equivalent to helping him greatly improve the progress of upgrading the sacred tree. Seeing that there is nothing around, Lu Shu continued to explore deeper into the sea. However, when he dived to a depth of 6,000 meters, suddenly, a barrier blocked Lu Shu's exploration. Tip, you have reached the maximum exploration range of the sea. Obtain new islands to unlock more sea areas. Are you within range? Lu Shu was not surprised by this. The last time, he felt that the 5,000-meter sea area was already the maximum range he could explore. This was only possible because of the integration of several other islands. Space. If those islands were not integrated, I am afraid that the sea area of up to 3,000 meters would have reached the end. Still need to get more islands. Lu Shu frowned slightly. To obtain a new island, you usually have to expand the area after the battle in the Grey World and connect it with the islands of other sacred tree masters. Killing other sacred tree masters, although you can get an island, but you have to wait until the island range is expanded and connected together before you can fuse it. Before the fusion, the range will still not be expanded. Etc. Complete the Linyuan mission to obtain new islands. This is the fastest way I can get an island. Lu Shu suddenly realized. The new island is not just waiting for this path. I have the Abyss illustrated book in my hand. As long as you complete the task, you can get a new island. I can't continue diving until my Grey Realm army goes to the Linyuan mission location and completes the mission. Lu Shu was in the sea area about 6,000 meters and began to sweep away the nearby treasures. At this moment, 3 demon-swallowing whales appeared in the same area. Lu Shu activated his purple pupil power. Suddenly he found that among these 3 behind the demon whale, there is a diamond treasure chest. His eyes lit up and he rushed forward. Use these 2 skills together. The demon-swallowing whale's combat ability instantly dropped by several levels. Use that set of chain skills again. Squirtle doesn't even need Lu Shu's command. When the time is right, he can just hit it and it's done. Soon. Lu Shu got 3 deep sea hearts. He did not use these hearts directly, but saved them for the next time he explores deeper waters. Open the diamond treasure chest and get the second advanced life essence. Today's harvest is quite good. Lu Shu led Squirtle's army back to the sacred tree island. Lu Shu's body once again threw all the diamond equipment swept up by howling abyss onto the 5-color altar. A burst of golden light shrouded, the 5 sacred stones were lit one by one. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. The remaining number of lucky critical hits, 1. Another lucky critical hit. The output of the nightmare level copy is really delicious. The collected equipment gave Lu Shu another opportunity for a lucky critical strike. He turned and looked towards the coast. The Squirtle army returned from this deep sea exploration. The 2 life essences harvested can be used by the sacred tree again. Your sacred tree absorbs advanced life essence X2, and has evolution points 2000. Detection: your sacred tree is in a state of rapid growth, and the product cycle is -2. There is only 1 day left before the fruit will be produced. Lu Shu felt a little pity. If he could harvest it directly, he could reach the realm of nascent soul 1 day earlier. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Lu Shu's ear. The deep-sea fishing rod has caught a diamond-level treasure chest. Did he actually fall into a diamond-level treasure chest? Lu Shu's eyes showed a hint of joy. Squirtle dived into the deep sea this time and came to an area below 6,000 meters. Therefore, the fishing rod can also dive to 6,000 meters. It is estimated that they have found the area they did not find just now, caught the treasure chest. Open it and take a look. Advanced Life Essence. Use it on the Divine Tree again. This time, you can quickly produce the next product. As the Divine Tree absorbs the Advanced Life Essence. Lu Shu's in front of me, 3 prompts popped up. Ding! You have obtained Nascent Soul Skill Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Primary Yuanying Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Advanced Growth Fruit X3. Lu Shu buried both the primary nascent soul fruit and the advanced growth fruit in the soil. Suddenly, 2 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. Primary Yuanying Fruit Tree. Variety, Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Primary Yuanying Fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Number of productions remaining, 1. Advanced Growth Fruit Tree X3. Product, Advanced Growth Fruit. Production times remaining, 3. Subsequently, Lu Shu swallowed the fruit of Nascent Soul Technique. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of Yuanying Kung Fu and obtained the Heavenly Yuanying Kung Fu. 3 flowers gather at the top. In Lu Shu's mind, there was an additional skill called 3 flowers gathering on the top. To be promoted to the Nascent Soul realm, you need to condense the Nascent Soul Dharma body. An ordinary Nascent Soul can only condense 1 Dharmakaya. However, the 3 flowers gathering on the top that I got can condense the 3 Dharma bodies when I first become a nascent soul. The Dharma body is equivalent to a more advanced clone. It can even use supernatural powers and can be superimposed with the buff aura of angel blessings. For me, it can be said to be quite useful. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He only needs to wait for half a day to get the nascent soul fruit and hit the realm of the nascent soul. At this moment, the large army from the Grey Realm has arrived at the location of the Linyuan mission. Lu Shu's attention was immediately diverted. Chapter 104. Grey Realm. Location, Broken City. Coordinates sad phase 64, 66. Danger factor, E. Lu Shu led the Grey Realm army to the location of the Linyuan mission. This is a very ordinary safe area. Did a sweep around the area. Lu Shu didn't find much of value. The location of Linyuan's mission, where did it go? Expand the exploration formation. Lu Shu activated Resonance to connect the vision of all pets together. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi spread out to explore the surrounding area. These little guys are already very fast, but in just a moment, the entire area was explored. At this moment, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Tip, 500 meters ahead, the entrance to the Linyuan mission appears. Go in the direction of the prompt. Lu Shu discovered that what appeared in front of him turned out to be the boundary of the Grey World again. Is it the same place as the treasure map? The boundary entrance that appeared in front of us was somewhat close to the entrance that Lu Shu entered into the secret realm of the treasure map. A teleportation array was imprinted on the spot. You guys wait here first. I went over to see what was going on. Lu Shu said to the little guys behind him. The first Linyuan mission is still based on the principle of stability. Anyway, you won't suffer if you go in alone. Let's first find out what the Linyuan mission is like. Entering the border, the next second. Lu Shu opened his eyes and found that an island appeared in front of him. Divine Tree Master Island. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Shu recognized the scene in front of him, which was no different from the Sacred Tree Island at the beginning. However, the area of his island must be larger now. Is Linyuan's mission to start a battle between the Sacred Tree Masters? Just at this moment, Lu Shu activated his purple pupil power. His eyes came to the center of the island, a monster with an extremely ferocious appearance, covered in ink-colored armor, spitting black flames from its mouth, and looked much older than ordinary gray monsters. Much stronger. Black Flame Monster. Category, Warcraft, Abyss. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, Island. Power, 1200. Speed, 1150. Defense, 920. Skills, Abyss Power, World-Destroying Black Flame, Death Sound Wave, Demon Roar, Blood Boiling. Description, Gray the monsters in the world successfully captured the island of the Sacred Tree Master. When they eat the sacred tree, they will turn into the abyss. Roar. The next second. The black flame monster let out a deafening roar. It raised its head, sensing that an enemy was coming, and looked at Lu Shu's figure with its ferocious eyes. Swallowing the sacred tree. Could it be that? Are the monsters in the Grey World attacking the island of the Sacred Tree Master just to eat the sacred tree and transform into the abyss? Lu Shu frowned slightly. He had many conjectures about the abyss. After all, many of the monsters he encountered before mentioned coming from the abyss. However, the abyss in the Linyuan mission was actually eaten by monsters from the Grey World. The sacred tree of the Sacred Tree Master was transformed into an abyss. So, where did the abyss in the past come from? There was no time to think about it. The black flame demonic beast in front of me instantly jumped into the air and sprayed out towards Lu Shu. A mouthful of black flame. The black flame seems to have different attributes, is extremely penetrating, and can even cause damage to the body of the netherworld. Court death. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. Unmoved, he directly took out the holy sword and used the 1,000 blades of the demonic sword. The black flame dissipated the moment it collided with the blade of the demonic sword. Is it the Divine Tree Master's superpower? Lu Shu noticed that the flames of the black flame monster were unusual. It was not like the attack attributes of monsters in the Grey World. It was more like the supernatural attack of the Divine Tree Master. If Lu Shu's attributes were not high enough and condensed, the purple energy in the golden elixir realm may not necessarily be able to penetrate the attack of the world-destroying black flame just by relying on the attributes of the holy sword. The black flame monster found that its black flame was ineffective against Lu Shu, and activated the death sound wave again. Lu Shu stood calmly, letting the sound wave resound throughout the world, without any impact on him. Having passed the nightmare-level Howling Abyss, this S-level monster, although its attack methods have some mysterious changes, is not enough in Lu Shu's eyes. Die. Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter. The two buffs were superimposed. He cast Holy Light Judgment. A ray of holy light shrouded down. Your Holy Light Judgment attack overflowed and penetrated the abyss power of the black flame monster, causing critical damage. The black flame monster suddenly let out a painful cry. The blood in its body suddenly boiled. The body instantly expanded several times more than before. The black flame monster activated the power of blood, doubling its size and doubling all its attributes. Lu Shu continued to control the surrounding magic knives and slashed at the body of the black flame demonic beast. The damage from the holy light continued to fall on the black flame monster. This monster soon couldn't stand the continuous attacks, and angrily launched a frantic attack towards Lu Shu. All skills are used up. However, the suppression of attributes allowed Lu Shu to easily dodge all the skills of the black flame monster. The improved dodge of the Shadow Assassin, combined with the cultivation of the Golden Core Realm, makes the black flame monster now unable to even touch the corners of Lu Shu's clothes. Not long after, the effect of the power of blood has disappeared. The black flame monster entered a weak state, with all attributes reduced. As the last holy light exploded, it exploded on the body of the black flame demonic beast. The black flame monster's entire body suddenly turned into a ball of black flame and disappeared. Once you kill the boss of the Abyss mission and clear out the surrounding Abyss monsters, you can complete the mission. In addition to the black flame monster, there are other Grey World monsters on this Sacred Tree Island. After gaining the power of the Abyss, they also possess the attributes of black flame. Most of the risk factors are between level A to level S. I see. The mission of Lin Abyss requires the elimination of the grey monsters that are about to become the Abyss. They successfully captured the island of the Sacred Tree Master. After swallowing the Sacred Tree, their strength will increase crazily in a short period of time. The higher the level of the Sacred Tree Master, the higher the attribute increase the monster will get if it eats it. Even if the level of the Sacred Trees is not high, as long as they transform into the Abyss, their power will continue to expand. When the day comes when these monsters completely become the Abyss, there will be another nightmare-level copy in the Grey World. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Although it is only an A-level Linyuan mission, but the danger coefficient of these bosses is at least S-level. And it is much more dangerous than ordinary S-level. If you don't know this information, the Sacred Tree Master who rashly enters the Linyuan mission may face death. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. Come on in, all of you. Carry out the task of cleaning up the battlefield. Lu Shu passed on his spiritual thoughts. Soon. After receiving Lu Shu's message, the pet army immediately entered the island where Linyuan was tasked. After killing the Black Flame monster, the monsters in this place are no longer dangerous. With this first experience, Lu Shu knew what kind of monsters he might face in the Linyuan mission, next time. Then you can challenge the more difficult S-level missions and bring all the pet troops in directly. Suddenly there was a burst of electricity on the field. Pikachu opened his Sharingan, and a Chidori Raikiri appeared on his hand, instantly killing the surrounding monsters. Yumi possessed the Little White Fox and provided more mental power. The Little White Fox used Void Teleportation to continuously release the power of the Dark Fruit, harvesting all the monsters on the battlefield, in less than half a day. All the monsters on the battlefield have been wiped out. Finally. When the last monster was eliminated, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have successfully completed this A-level Abyss mission and obtained A-level Abyss Treasure Chest X1. Do you want to open it? Yes. When the Abyss Treasure Chest was opened, information about various treasures popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding. You get Heart of the Abyss X1. Ding. You have obtained Elementary Abyss Soul X1000, Intermediate Abyss Soul X300, and Advanced Abyss Soul X10. Ding. You got the Abyss Key X1. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Abyss Skill Illustration Abyss Decay. Ding. You got Island X1, do you choose to fuse? It turns out that the Abyssal Quest can produce high-level Abyss Soul, Abyss Heart and other materials. Do you want to combine Primary Abyss Soul X1000 into Intermediate Abyss Soul X100? Yes. Do you want to combine the mid-level Abyss Soul X400 into a mid-level Abyss Soul X40? A synthetic light curtain shrouded. Lu Shu has now obtained 50 high-level Abyssal Souls. There are still half of the Abyss Souls and a Curse Breath left to form the SS Netherlord. Next. Lu Shu set his sights on the Advanced Abyss Skills Illustrated Book. Do you want to unlock the Advanced Abyss Skill Illustrated Book, Abyss Decay? A skills panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Abyss Decay. Level, Advanced, Abyss. Function, use the power of the Abyss to weaken the opponent's attributes by 35 and reduce the opponent's resistance to all attribute attacks. The attribute range of weakness has been increased by 15. The bonus of the Abyss skills is quite good. Moreover, the success rate of Abyssal Decay is much greater than that of Advanced Curse. Even if it is used to fight against the Divine Tree Master, it can still be of great use. Lu Shu nodded slightly. Curse-type skills can easily be resisted by the spiritual power of the Divine Tree Master. Many dungeon bosses, including many dungeon bosses, are also highly resistant to debilitating skills. But Abyss-type skills obviously there is no such limitation. It is basically as powerful as a superpower. Not only is the success rate high, but the degree of attribute weakening is also terrifying. It can often have a great impact on a single enemy. Do you want to choose Fusion Island? Following Lu Shu's thoughts. The cleared Linyuan Mission Island immediately merged with the natal Sacred Tree Island. Boom! With a violent vibration. This world, as if it had experienced a huge transfer, instantly merged with Lu Shu's island. The island's tectonic plates expanded like a miracle. The surrounding sea area has also become a lot larger. The depth of sea exploration has been increased. Lu Shu used his spiritual sense to explore and go away. While the Divine Tree Island is expanding, the explorable sea area is also increasing. After integrating this island. Now. Lu Shu can dive up to 7,000 meters. Location, explore. Not only can the deep-sea fishing rod explore deeper seas again and obtain more treasure chests. Below 7,000 meters, it may also be a watershed, where you can encounter other types of abyssal devil fish and obtain more treasures. High-end treasure chest. Squirtle, gather and go. Get ready to dive into the deep sea again. Go on a 7-kilometer exploration. Lu Shu immediately summoned Squirtle's large army and went to the deep sea. Open the divine tree panel. Products, life fruit, special growth fruit X1. Production cycle, 6 days, 390-0650. Nascent soul fruit production is completed. There are new fruits of life, ready to hatch. I don't know what kind of pet I will get from the next life fruit. A hint of expectation flashed through Lu Shu's heart. At this time, there were several continuous notification sounds in his ears. Ding! You got monster synthesis fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the city defense construction fruit X1. Ding! Your primary Yuanying fruit tree has reached the production cycle, primary Yuanying fruit 100. Ding! Your advanced growth fruit tree X3 has reached the production cycle, and the advanced growth fruit 300. Chapter 105. Several prompts sounded in succession. Lu Shu looked at the divine tree of 10,000 arms. This sacred tree produces monster fruits and building fruits. As long as you eat this fruit, you can unlock the monster synthesis and defense building upgrade routes. Gently pick off the monster fruit. Take one bite. A prompt pops up immediately in front of you. Ding! You gain the power of monster synthesis. The monster synthesis route has been unlocked. Open the warehouse. Lu Shu looked at the soul inside. With the primary soul, I can synthesize 5,000 nether demon soldiers and 3,000 nether sacrifice. Intermediate souls can be synthesized into 1,000 nether mage for long-range firepower output in the back row. Advanced souls can be used to synthesize 5 netherworld priests and 5 netherworld lords. There are also some special materials, so it is not a problem to synthesize the S-level netherworld candle dragon. As Lu Shu thought, a selection box immediately appeared in front of him. Do you want to choose synthesis? Yes. The soul materials in the warehouse were immediately wiped out. A huge white light curtain appeared on Lu Shu's sacred tree island. Nearly 10,000 nether monsters walked out of the white light. At a glance, the aura of the mighty nether troops is even much more powerful than the army of 100,000 undead. All monsters are above a level. Almost all the troops of Wailing Abyss were moved to the sacred tree island. It would be a pity if these monsters were used to guard the home, right? Lu Shu frowned slightly, thinking about how to take these monsters away. The range of the teleportation array is not large enough. If so many monsters pass through the teleportation array in waves, it will cost a lot just to teleport them. Time. Like his undead army, can he put it into the bone staff and soul controlling order and take it with him? Lu Shu thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. Isn't there a monster fusion room that can be used? Do you want to use it? If you let the nether element merge with the undead and turn into an undead ghost monster, then wouldn't all the strength of these large armies be able to enter the bone staff and soul controlling order and take them away directly? Think of this. Lu Shu sheen with a thought. All the nether monsters, under the control of Lu Shu's thoughts, immediately came to the monster fusion room. Nether priest and nether demon lord are fused with S-level undead. The nether mage fuses with A and A-level undead. There are too many nether demon soldiers and netherworld children. Just find some A-level to B-level fusions, and that's basically it, right? Lu Shu selected the best troops from the undead army and merged them with the monsters of the netherworld. Since we are building an elite army, of course we must choose the best ones for fusion. Soon. As Lu Shu selected arms, a fusion of light curtains descends. All the ghost-type monsters have acquired the attributes of the undead. Lu Shu only needs to raise the undead bone staff and the soul controlling order to collect these monster armies and carry them with him. As long as they are useful when you arrive, you can summon it at any time. It's much more convenient than the teleportation array. Next. Lu Shu ate the city defense building fruit again. Gained new, city defense building ability. You only need to spend some basic materials to upgrade some city defense buildings. Psionic Cannon, Class AA level consumes Tianling or X500. Mobile Building Fortress, upgrade the fortress area and movement speed, consuming primary or X500. Observation Tower, upgrade the field of view, consuming primary or X100. Lu Shu glanced at the upgrade projects. At present, there are no particularly good options. The quantity of Tianling mine is currently being used to build a defense line, and there is no extra ore. If you want to do large-scale building upgrades, there is a high demand for ore. For the time being, Lu Shu only consumed primary ores and upgraded the mobile building fortress. In addition to the larger range of the fortress, the movement speed is also faster. In the next city defense battle, Lu Shu can put the magical plants in the mobile fortress and adjust the combat positions of the magical plants at any time. In this way, the defense line of magical plants is equivalent to coming alive. It has a greater bonus effect than simply increasing the power of the psychic cannon. For the remaining items, if you find other treasure map locations, harvest a wave of supplies, and then make greater improvements. Lu Shu has now obtained a treasure map. As long as he goes to the secret realm to explore and replenish supplies, there will be no problem in upgrading these buildings. Focus on the elementary nascent soul fruit tree. Lu Shu was surprised to find that these fruits looked like ginseng fruits. Sit down cross-legged. Hold your breath and concentrate. He meditated and adjusted his breath for a while. Then Lu Shu picked off a primary nascent soul fruit and slowly put it into his mouth. The first time you take this higher level fruit, the spiritual energy contained in it will instantly fill the entire golden elixir. If the control is not good, there is a risk of backlash. However, obtain the heavenly nascent soul technique. To practice 3 flowers gathering on the top, Lu Shu originally needed to gather 3 Dharma bodies. If you condense the nascent soul Dharma body in advance before being promoted to nascent soul, then the chance of success in promotion will be higher. Swallow a primary nascent soul fruit, all at once. A majestic spiritual energy condensed in Lu Shu's belly. The golden elixir was injected with spiritual energy like a mountain torrent and tsunami, and it suddenly began to vibrate. Lu Shu concentrated his mind, controlled the sea of consciousness with his spiritual thoughts, and instantly condensed a nascent soul Dharma body. Boom! His cultivation also reached the 9th level of the golden core. Feeling the state inside his body, Lu Shu's mind moved slightly and said, I only need to condense the remaining 2 Dharma bodies and I can enter the nascent soul realm. Pick off the other 10 primary nascent soul fruits. Do you want to merge the primary nascent soul fruit X10 into the intermediate nascent soul fruit X1? With a burst of white light flashing, the 10 primary nascent soul fruits in front of Lu Shu were immediately synthesized into intermediate nascent soul fruits. Swallow this intermediate nascent soul fruit and run 3 flowers gathering on top. Lu Shu began to condense the remaining 2 nascent soul images. In vivo. A Dharma body has been derived from the placenta of Taoji, bathed in golden light and solemn with treasures. As Lu Shu swallowed another intermediate nascent soul fruit into his belly, all of a sudden, a majestic spiritual energy continues to condense around this Dharma body. The golden light slowly gathered into a human shape. The 3 Dharma bodies are in the posture of 3 flowers gathering on top, sitting cross-legged in the Tao womb. Lu Shu slowly used his mental power to control it, but after a long time, the appearance of the 3 Dharma bodies became closer and closer to Lu Shu's current appearance, until they were exactly the same. At this point, finally, the 3 Dharma bodies are completely condensed. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shu's momentum suddenly increased a lot. Nascent soul realm. Take a deep breath. Lu Shu stood up. At this moment, he drew out his sword casually. The world suddenly trembled. A strong nascent soul, turn your hands to become clouds, turn your hands to become rain. Open the panel. Lu Shu he found that his mental power had reached the SS level. He summoned 2 clones to his side. Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that his clone could also summon 3 Dharmakayas. 3 clones, 3 Dharmakayas, like this, come on, wouldn't it be possible to have 9 Dharma bodies? With 9 Dharma bodies and 2 clones, if you use Angel Blessing together, the effect properties will explode. It's almost equivalent to using Split the Demon King's soul. After all, the Dharma body uses supernatural powers. The effect will not be weakened by 1/10. His eyes moved. The Bodhi tree sensed Lu Shu's realm breakthrough and bloomed slightly. Spiritual tree. Name, Bodhi tree. Level, Advanced Spiritual tree. Attributes, Comprehension 200. Enlightenment points, 37,500, 500 enlightenment points day. Distance to the next stage, Holy Tree, 100,000 enlightenment points. Promoted to the nascent soul realm. Lu Shu instantly added 10,000 enlightenment points to the Bodhi tree. The higher the realm, the higher the enlightenment points will be obtained. It is estimated that if the entire nascent soul realm is upgraded, the Bodhi tree can also evolve into a holy tree. The holy tree and the spiritual tree are a relatively big dividing line. When the time comes, the Bodhi tree may even have other attributes added to it. Xianhe looked at Lu Shu with a bit of envy. During this period of time, Xianhe had only cultivated to the 8th level of Xiantian. But Lu Shu has reached the nascent soul realm. This is a huge level improvement. Unknowingly, Xianhe's realm was also thrown away by Lu Shu. Lu Shu could also take a long breath. This time, your pet won't be able to catch up with your cultivation progress. If this is the case, that would be so embarrassing. At last. Advanced growth fruits. The large army from the Grey World returned to the Sacred Tree Island. The scent of high-grade growing fruits immediately attracted Pikachu, Little White Fox and Yumi. These three guys smelled the high-grade growth fruits and immediately knew that something good was coming. Go and eat. Lu Shu said with a smile. It's been a long time since we improved the strength of the Grey Realm troops. After hearing Lu Shu's instructions, these little guys immediately ran to the fruit tree excitedly, gave one to each, and hugged He-Nod in his arms. 3 times 5 divided by 2. All the fruits were eaten. These pets were glowing with the crystalline evolutionary brilliance. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. All the pet's attributes were obtained. Improve. The pet panel pops up in front of you. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Power, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Sharingan, Chidori. Physical, A. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Yumi. Type, Magic Cat. Powers, Hitting and Blocking, Fishing Missile, Yumi Possession, High Energy, Final Chapter of the Grimoire, Shining Fruit. Physical, A. Speed, A. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Escape Fox. Type, Elf. Powers, Void Teleportation, Hostile Perception, Void Crack, Dark Fruit. Speed, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Seeing that all the friends around me have received advanced growth fruits. Squirtle can't sit still. Dragging his somewhat honest body, he crawled over. Wait for you. Lu Shu couldn't help but look happy. Squirtle could only watch the other friends eating, feeling a little aggrieved that he didn't have to eat. After waiting for half a day, the next 300 advanced growth fruits had also reached their peak. Production cycle. Squirtle finally ate the advanced growth fruit and evolved. Squirtle. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Bubble Light, Water Fruit, Freezing Light, New. Physical, S. Spirit, A. Overall Potential, S. Squirtle's physique is the first to reach S level. Gained a new power, Freezing Light. It can be said that Squirtle's underwater combat ability has been improved again. The S-level physique allows Squirtle to collide in size with most of the Abyss demonic fish. Attack power and other aspects have also been greatly improved. Lu Shu chose to feed the other 200 advanced growth fruits to Wudongfeng. Wudongfeng swallowed 200 advanced growth fruits and gained 20,000 evolution points. Wudong Phoenix has reached level 4, and evolving to level 5 requires exactly 20,000 evolution points. Lu Shu simply fed all 200 advanced growth fruits to this mythical creature. Wudong Phoenix. Level 5. Skills, Divine Fire, S level, Divine Fire starting a prairie, S level. Evolution points, 200. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 6, 100,000. This moment. The flames on Wudongfeng's body became more divine. The figure has changed from the original little firebird to the real mythical creature the phoenix. Gently spit out a source of fire. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You got S-level Divine Fire X1. Fire Source Divinity 10. Your fire source has evolved into an intermediate Divine Fire. Come to the coast. After the island's area expanded, the surrounding explorable sea area also became much wider. Squirtle, come and gather. Lu Shu looked at the vast coast and sensed that the explorable space in the sea had become wider. He immediately asked Squirtle to go into the sea to explore. If a diamond-level treasure chest is found, it will increase the growth rate of the sacred tree. How the mighty Squirtle army immediately dived into the seabed. After passing the previous abyss, and heading towards the 7,000 meters below the seabed, they explored. When they reached the deepest distance, Lu Shu suddenly popped up in front of him. A reminder. You triggered a luck critical strike. A legendary treasure chest appears ahead. Chapter 106. Do you want to open the legendary treasure chest? Yes. The moment Lu Shu opened the legendary treasure chest, before his eyes, a trident-like weapon appeared in Lu Shu's field of vision. This is. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. As he probed with his spiritual consciousness, he immediately felt that this trident contained the power to control the secrets of the laws of nature. A panel popped up in front of me. Poseidon's Trident. Category, Weapon. Grade, Legend. Attributes, Attack Power 1500, Puncture 500, Critical Hit Rate 30, Durability 99/99. Skills, Endless Tsunami, Split Sea Water, Seabed Fault, Tearing Vortex, Poseidon Storm, Earthquake Under the Sea. Description, this is a weapon once owned by Poseidon. It has the power to control the sea. With this magic weapon, you can become the overlord in the sea. It turned out to be a legendary weapon. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. Unexpectedly, the legendary treasure chest opened this time would provide a heavy reward. Compared with the auxiliary role of Dinghai Pearl, Poseidon's Trident, in terms of attack, the benefits are higher. Being able to show extremely powerful attack power in the deep sea. At this moment, an even bigger devil fish appeared in front of Lu Shu. Abyss Overlord. Category, Abyss Demon Fish. Danger Factor, S. Perception Range, 2000 meters. Power, 3300. Speed, 3250. Defense, 4420. Skills, Sweep, Devour, Split Sea Water, Demon Scale Armor, Abyss Bloodline, Super Recovery, Abyss Amplification. Description, the Overlord-level devil fish in the Abyss has received the amplification of the Abyss and has a certain resistance to all attribute attacks. Not far away. A huge creature swam towards Lu Shu. It is clear. It's guarding the legendary treasure chest. Otherwise, a devil fish of this level would usually appear 10,000 meters below the seabed before appearing. Feeling Lu Shu snatching away its beloved treasure chest, the Abyss Overlord immediately became extremely angry. Launched a death collision towards Lu Shu. Dodge sideways. Squirtle, spread out. Lu Shu could easily sense the movements of the Abyss Overlord and dodge. The nearby Squirtless heard Lu Shu's instructions and immediately dispersed to avoid being affected by the Abyss Overlord's tyrannical attack. Open the power of Purple Chi Pupil. Activate the illusion technique. Overlord of the Abyss has resistance to psychic attacks. Your illusion ability has been resisted. Resist? Lu Shu frowned slightly. The Abyss increased, allowing the Abyss Overlord to ignore Lu Shu's illusion attack. He tried to release the Advanced Curse and Abyss Weakness. As a result, even the Abyssal skills can't have much effect on it. After all, the Abyss Overlord already has Abyss Amplification, so Abyss-based skills will not have much impact on it. In this case, let's try the power of the Poseidon Trident on you. Lu Shu raised the Poseidon Trident and immediately waved it forward. If it's too soft, use the hard one. Directly use the most powerful attack to kill the Abyss Overlord. A wave of water immediately separated them. The sea surface swept towards the devil fish, whose body was equivalent to the level of the undersea Overlord. The body of the devil fish was too huge, and there was no room to dodge in the face of this attack. Boom! The whole sea water followed. It started to vibrate. The scales on the surface of the Abyss Overlord's armor suddenly cracked layer upon encountering this terrifying attack. The blood that emerged from its body filled the entire seabed, even attracting some ghost lantern fish and demon-swallowing whales. Squirtle, go deal with the magic fish around you. Lu Shu directed his eyes at the nearby fish school. Although Squirtle's physique is good, the attributes of the Abyss Overlord are too high. Without Poseidon's Trident, it would be difficult to cause damage to such a behemoth. Too much damage. Turn on the purple AI power. Release Abyss Weakness. Use Illusion. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. These skills can't deal with the Abyss Overlord, so why can't they deal with other devil fish below S level? Suffered several negative buffs from Lu Shu. The nearby Abyss Demonic Fish was affected by several skills of Lu Shu and was immediately unable to move. Squirtle directly collides with its hard turtle shell and can successfully defeat the opponent. After a period of combat training, Squirtle has now become very strong in terms of combat consciousness. Many times, these little guys know what to do without Lu Shu saying anything. Oh, no. Should he be called the big guy? After Squirtle's physique has been improved, his size is much larger than that of Pikachu and Little White Fox. If I eat a few more advanced growth fruits, I'm afraid I will be comparable to the Golden Dragon Koi. With Squirtle to deal with other miscellaneous fish, Lu Shu can concentrate on dealing with this behemoth. The Abyss Overlord was threatened and began to swim crazily towards every corner of the sea. Although this guy is huge, his swimming speed is quite slow. Under full acceleration, it is difficult to capture the opponent's movement trajectory even with the naked eye. Plus, the field of vision in the deep sea is quite limited. Killed several ghost lantern fish. Lu Shu's field of vision was only more than 2,000 meters. However, the Abyss Overlord swam around casually and instantly left Lu Shu's sight. He didn't know where he went. Tip, 2,200 meters ahead, the Abyss Overlord appears. When this prompt appeared in front of him, Lu Shu instantly took out the Ding Haiju. Certainly. The sea water was immediately settled. The Abyss Overlord wanted to continue to use roundabout tactics to confuse Lu Shu's vision. But as soon as the Define bead came out, the surrounding sea water space was imprisoned, and the Abyss Overlord could only struggle desperately with its huge body. But he couldn't move at all. Completely controlling the Abyss Overlord, Lu Shu kept waving the Poseidon Trident. The sea water turned into huge sharp blades, cutting the body of the Abyss Overlord. The Abyss Overlord could only stand passively and be beaten, with no ability to resist. After suffering several consecutive attacks from Lu Shu, finally, this behemoth in the abyss slowly sank towards the bottom of the sea. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You killed the Abyss Overlord and received X100 of rare fish meat and X1 of cursed breath. Can you actually get the cursed aura? Did the Abyss demon fish suffer some kind of curse to become so powerful? Among them, the most obvious one is the Abyss Overlord. Lu Shu vaguely guessed that there might be another one under the deep sea. The existence of the Abyss. And, this Abyss may not be as simple as a nightmare-level copy. No matter what, it is a good thing to be able to obtain cursed breath. This special material can be used to synthesize more powerful monsters. Now, Lu Shu only needs to gather the other half of the materials to summon the boss of Wailing Abyss, the Lord of the Netherworld. Then clean up the nearby Ghost Lantern Fish and Demon Swallow Whale. Lu Shu obtained a huge amount of rare fish. The visual field of view perception range has also been increased from more than 2,000 meters to a perception range of 3,000 meters. This sea area is basically completely polluted by the blood of the Abyss demon fish. The nearby demon fish sensed the aura of a large number of deaths of their kind, and they all ran to other places, realizing that there was a fatal threat in this area. Continuing to scan the area, Lu Shu did not find any more treasure chests. Obtaining a legendary treasure chest can be regarded as using up all the luck. Smiling, Lu Shu didn't pay much attention to anything. Obtaining a cursed breath is already a considerable gain. The rest is just to find another Linyuan mission, open the Linyuan treasure chest, and synthesize Lord of the Netherworld is no problem. Next, Lu Shu has a great chance to upgrade the undead army to the Netherworld army. By then, he will be a mobile nightmare-level copy. Back to the coast. Lu Shu made rare fish meat and top-grade fish meat into delicacies and posted them to the transaction interface. But, this time, Lu Shu changed the terms of exchange to silver-level and gold-level weapons. 100 servings of ordinary delicacies a day are exchanged for silver-level weapons. Top-quality delicacies, limited to 10 servings per day, can be exchanged for gold-level weapons. Trading interface. Seller, Lu Shuren. Product, fish sashimi. Exchange conditions, silver-level weapons. Goods, rare fish bones. Exchange conditions, gold-level weapons. When these two products appeared on the transaction interface, they were sold out instantly. World public screen. Lu Shu boss actually put fish-related delicacies on the shelves, and I actually grabbed it. Today is my lucky day. What? The boss of Lu Shu has also made fish meat. Doesn't he want to compete with the boss of Shrimp Catcher? Grab a yarn. You might as well say that the Shrimp Catcher is competing for business with the Lu Shu boss. He thinks that in the entire Divine Tree game, he is the only one who can make fish delicacies, and the asking price is a platinum-level weapon. You are crazy. Hahaha, if Mr. Lu Shu continues his operation, basically no one will buy anything from the Shrimp Catcher. This wave of price reduction is beautiful. He is worthy of being a tree-plumping boss. No one on the list charges such outrageous market prices. Who does this Shrimp Catcher think he is? Lu Shu glanced at the chat box and felt a little surprised. Shrimp Catcher. What the hell is this? After flipping through the chat history, Lu Shu found out that recently there was a Divine Tree Master who specialized in making delicacies, with the ID of the Shrimp Catcher. Because he was the only one who put fish-related delicacies on the shelves, he attracted many customers. But the Shrimp Catcher, who had tasted the sweetness, quite outrageously raised the price of a delicacy to as high as a platinum-level weapon. However, the limited edition delicacies he released were not only made from rare fish, but also only required gold-level weapons. Suddenly. This is how the difference comes out. Lu Shu was still thinking about whether it would be a bit too high to exchange for a gold-level weapon. Who would have known that such a funny guy as the shrimp catcher would raise the price quite ridiculously? In contrast, all the sacred tree masters found that Lu Shu was truly conscientious. Not only is it number one on the list, but it also specifically controls market prices. It immediately gained a very good reputation. The most important thing is, the fish delicacies produced by Lu Shu are many times more delicious than those of Tgthegood. Oh my god, the delicacies made by Lu Shu boss will definitely crush that shrimp catcher. It's not on the same level at all. I seem to taste the taste of a state banquet. It's unimaginable that just a piece of sashimi can bring me such a wonderful and endless experience. What kind of rubbish is the delicacy produced by the Xiaoxiahu? Compared with the food produced by Lu Shu boss, it is not on the same level at all. Gone. The last time I ate his food, I tasted a strange smell. Does this guy know how to cook? Did he just get some fish and start raising prices? Anyway, after tasting the delicacies sold by Lu Shu boss, I will never buy any product from that profiteer again. Whoever buys it is a fool. Last time I went to communicate with this guy, his attitude was so rude that I didn't know what to say. Why did you give him face? That's right, just look for the tree-laying boss next time and you'll be done. After this comparison, anything sold by shrimp collectors, none of the items can be sold. For a while. His reputation suddenly turned bad. The peak of life and the trough of life are just in such a short moment. Lu Shu was naturally too lazy to pay attention to these things. All the weapons exchanged were thrown into the 5-color altar, buzz buzz. As 3 strange sounds sounded. The 3 sacred stones were lit. While Squirtle was diving into the deep sea. Lu Shu also led the large army from the Grey World, passed through the teleportation array again, headed for the Grey World, and rushed towards the place where the treasure map was hidden. During this period, we also raided an abyss-level dungeon, and obtained a considerable amount of equipment output. Open the warehouse. Lu Shu threw all the equipment to the 5-color altar. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Remaining number of lucky critical hits, 1. Get another lucky critical hit. At this moment, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, a prompt from the Grey World Army suddenly popped up. You triggered a luck critical strike. Tip, a treasure map appears ahead. Chapter 107. Grey Realm. Location, Demon Outpost City. Coordinates sad phase 77, 76. Danger factor, S. After several days of movement, the large army in the Grey World arrived at an abyss-level dungeon. This city was originally a human city. But since it was occupied by the demons, it was converted into an outpost. The scale is roughly similar to Castlevania, at this moment. The way Lu Shu looked at the abyss-level copy was the same as seeing a supply location. I just went in without any hesitation. Others were going to conquer the dungeon. He seemed to be going to rob. Behind. The army of the undead and the army of the underworld are approaching the city. With a sweep, very quickly. The city was swept away in an instant. Lu Shu used the various weapons obtained to throw them into the 5-color altar, activating the next luck critical strike. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You triggered a luck critical strike. Tip, a treasure map appears ahead. Found another treasure map. Lu Shu's eyes were slightly stunned. The luck critical strike had just been triggered, and it happened again. The treasure map is hidden in this copy. However, the location is even more secret. It is hidden under an underground river. If it weren't for the prompts and luck critical strikes, it would be hard to imagine that someone would hide the treasure in such a place. But after a while, Lu Shu quickly found the treasure map according to the direction of the prompts. Treasure map. Location, Holy Land of 10,000 Stones. Coordinates sad phase 77, 77. Description, a world hidden in the grey mist boundary. If you can find these locations, congratulations, you will open the door to a new world. Is it nearby? Lu Shu was overjoyed when he saw the coordinates of the treasure map. His coordinates are now only one coordinate away from the treasure map. He only needs to move a little to find the treasure map. There is no ferry, the Holy Land of Dome is so far away. There are treasures in the nearest place. If you don't dig now, why wait? After cleaning this abyss-level dungeon, Lu Shu rushed towards the coordinates, 77, 77. After half a dozen days and days of traveling, the location of the treasure map is getting closer and closer. At this moment. Look, there seems to be a border near here. Should we go in and see what's inside? A voice entered Lu Shu's ears. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. 500 meters ahead, the Divine Tree Master appears. Look in the direction of the sound. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The person who came into view turned out to be the Shota in black he met at the edge of the City of the Living Dead. When he was about to attack Death Manor, Shota in black followed several teammates and met Lu Shu. I originally thought that this guy was just a cannon fodder, but I didn't expect that after joining the guild, he actually got involved. It's not Muyu Pavilion and Dark Knight Alliance. In the recent Sacred Tree game, there are also some other guilds established. Specially responsible for bringing the power of the Divine Tree Master together. The most important thing in forming a guild is contract-type abilities. Lu Shu once also obtained a devil contract. With the constraints of the contract, the fight between guild members will be restrained and they can be more trustworthy. Certainly. There are also some guilds that specially formulate tricks to deceive people and deceive the Sacred Tree Masters, turning them into workers for others. There is nothing they can do about it. As the black-clothed Shota finished speaking, teammates from several nearby guilds also rushed towards that place. They actually discovered the border. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. He didn't intend to let others see this secret. Summon the Undead Army and the Netherworld Army. Lu Shu directly let his monsters rush over and eliminate these Sacred Tree Masters. Of course. He himself did not come forward immediately. The Divine Tree Master can transmit the memory video. Lu Shu did not intend to expose his information, so he directly chose to control the Nether troops and went to deal with these Divine Tree Masters. Even Pikachu did not intend to dispatch. Because, if you let others see Pikachu, they will also doubt your own strength. If other Tree Masters learn about your information, they may come up with ways to restrain and target, although at this stage, it is unlikely that there are Tree Masters who can. After finding this method, Lu Shu still chose to play it safe. After taking a look at the size of this group of Sacred Tree Masters, it seems that there are no particularly valuable sacred trees. In this case, then just eliminate them and that's it. Oh, no, if you have extra souls, you can use them to replenish the undead army. The gray edge of the treasure map. A gap appeared in front of Shota in black. This guy's eyesight is also quite sharp. Even small details like this can be discovered. Around him, several young men and women walked in twos and threes. It looks like he is about the same age as the young lady in black. One of the young men with a slightly mean face couldn't help but sneered, "The grey world is so dangerous. If you approach this gap rashly, you may die without knowing how." The black-clothed Shota looked a little ugly after being rebuffed like this. But thinking that the other party had more abilities than him, he had no choice but to hold back his breath and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, a group of undead armies suddenly swept over the group of men and women. Damn it! Isn't this the neutral zone of the grey world? Why are there so many monsters? The group of teenagers were immediately frightened. Next to them, a little Lolita in a short skirt raised a holy light staff and chanted a spell. As a ray of holy light came. The little Loli waved the staff, he used restrained holy light magic to attack the undead. However, the undead only paused slightly. But it did not dissipate immediately as expected. How come the undead are immune to my holy light magic? The little Loli suddenly turned pale. The mean boy glared at the black-clothed Shota with anger and cursed. What have you done, and why are these monsters coming towards us? The black-clad Shota's mind was filled with questions. Holy shit! Can you blame yourself for this? I just saw a gap. I didn't actually go in. Besides, these monsters clearly didn't come out of the gap, so what do you care about me? Stop talking nonsense and quickly use the teleportation ability. If you are still talking nonsense, do you want to survive? Behind the young lady in black, a lady wearing a red cheongsam scolded the mean boy. Snort. The mean boy snorted coldly, then stretched out his right hand, and chanted a brief spell. A teleportation array suddenly appeared on the ground. As the teleportation light curtain flashed, it only took a second or two, these boys and girls can be teleported to an area 2 coordinates away. Teleportation ability? Lu Shu's expression was suddenly shocked. He had made a mistake just now. At a glance, these young people's abilities were all C-level and B-level, which was a bit uninteresting to Lu Shu. But, this one with a mean face, the boy actually awakened the A-level teleportation ability. The current trading market. The value of an A-level teleportation ability is equivalent to that of an S-level ability. Lu Shu only focused on looking at the effects of the superpower and noticed that the boy's superpower was more functional, but did not notice that it was teleportation. This treasure could not be let go. The transmission speed is a bit fast. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Apparently, that young man's teleportation fruit was extraordinary. It can be teleported quickly and instantaneously. It is a very valuable fruit of the sacred tree. Relying on the speed of the Netherworld army was not enough to kill these divine tree masters before teleportation. After weighing the balance, Lu Shu activated the purple energy eye power. Release a mental attack on the boy. Reaching the level of nascent soul realm. Lu Shu's mental power reached SS level. However, that young man's mental power was only B level at best. The distance between them is so different. With just one look, Lu Shu could kill the opponent instantly. The moment his pupil power fell on the mean boy, there was a trace of confusion in the other person's pupils. Then, the pupils gradually turned white, and the consciousness of the mean boy gradually became completely blurred. A reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu. You killed the divine tree masters, quick pass, and obtained the quick pass divine tree. A teleporting light curtain fell. These men and women finally escaped. Fortunately, we survived. The black-clothed Shota took a long breath and felt lingering fear. He turned to look at the mean boy, only to find that the other person's body fell straight towards him. The black-clothed Shota was immediately startled and quickly backed away. Hey, are you okay? The lady in red stepped forward, leaned down gently, and stretched her green hand to the tip of the mean boy's nose. Suddenly her face changed. He was dead and out of breath. Everyone suddenly felt a chill behind their backs. A teammate beside them died so inexplicably. How did he die? Everyone only saw a teleportation light curtain flashing by, but they did not notice what happened to this young man. Damn it! The unknown is always scary. Sister Yu took a deep breath, looked at the black-clothed Shota, and asked, You just saw a gap, right? The black-clothed Shota hesitated for a moment and nodded, Yes, I sense that gap. There may be other spaces inside, but I don't know what is inside. When I was about to go over and take a look, I was attacked by this group of monsters. Speaking of this, everyone actually vaguely guessed that the attack of this group of monsters might have something to do with the gap. Sister Yu's face suddenly changed, as if she realized something. Are we encountering a Linyuan mission? Linyuan mission? Other members of the team suddenly realized this. Some time ago, the progress of the Divine Tree game accelerated, and the Linyuan mission appeared. Could it be that these monsters are a part of the Linyuan mission? Send it to the world public screen first so that other big guys can see it. Sister Yu pondered for a moment and then said. Their group is not a powerful guild. Being able to get to this point actually relies on the teleportation of the mean boy. In times of crisis, this teleportation can evacuate all team members in a very short period of time. Because of this, their strength is not strong, but because they retreated quickly enough, they dare to commit suicide in the Grey World. Now that the mean boy is dead, this team no longer dares to wander around in the Grey World. It's almost time to return to the island to guard their homes. Ding! Memory video uploaded. Yujia is on the public screen, all members. Soon. The experiences of this group of teams set off a frenzy of discussion in the chat box of Shinshu game. World public screen. Shouts on all members, everyone, come and watch this video. We were attacked by a group of very powerful monsters in a neutral safe area. I don't know if they are copies of Linyuan. When everyone saw the content of the video, everyone was shocked immediately. Oh my god, this damn guy definitely didn't provoke a nightmare level copy. I can't even count the Densei level monsters. To be honest, I have been to an abyss level dungeon, and they are definitely not as scary as these monsters. Oh my god, what's going on with these undead? The restraint skills of the Holy Light system are useless against them. Aren't these things immune to physical attacks? Holy Light magic is useless, so how can we fight? What a waste of time. Your lives are too big, you can survive encountering these monsters, you are really awesome. These monsters, it has the attribute of the abyss, so it is immune to attacks from the Holy Light system. At this time, some big guys came forward one after another. Pointed out why these monsters cannot be killed by Holy Light powers. Damn it, is there such a heaven-defying skill as the abyss increase? These monsters are too awesome, so how do you kill them? You can ask the tree-laying guy at the top of the list, he must have experience in this. Yes, I just cleared a nightmare-level dungeon. I thought the gap between me and the boss was already big enough, but I didn't expect it to be even bigger than I thought. Do you think these monsters are part of the Linyuan mission? It seems really possible. Could it be said that Linyuan missions are just monsters that move neutrally in these copies? Wow, wouldn't it be difficult for us to find the location of Linyuan's mission? Nonsense, these monsters are all mobile, how could they be found so easily? Now, all the sacred tree masters have reached a consensus. The Linyuan mission is the kind of neutral monster that floats around the gray world and can run around. Mu Yu Tingfeng was also paying attention to this incident. Her brows furrowed slightly. The term Linyuan's mission can be explained quite well. But I always feel like something is weird. And Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. So are these moving monsters the Linyuan mission? He immediately sent his subordinates from the Dark Knight Alliance to find the location of these neutral monsters. Once you have any news, report it immediately and you will be rewarded. Soon. In the gray world, some big guys started to stir up a stir in search of neutral monsters. The real person behind all this, Lu Shu, was watching the new sacred tree appear in front of him. Quickly pass on the sacred tree. Chapter 108. Sacred Tree Island. In front of Lu Shu, there is a new divine tree teleportation array. Is this the island of the god tree? As he stepped into the teleportation array, the teleportation light curtain enveloped Lu Shu's head. The next second, Lu Shu came to another island in an instant. It is indeed a sacred tree related to teleportation. Even the teleportation array on the divine tree island seems to have become much faster. Lu Shu marveled, and turned his attention to the sacred tree in the center of the island. There was a teleportation circle engraved around this sacred tree. Lu Shu quickly used his mental power to follow this sacred tree. Communicate, it only takes a moment. This sacred tree has become Lu Shu's sacred tree. A new sacred tree panel appears in front of you. Divine tree, quick pass. Stage, intermediate spiritual tree. Sunshine, 140 day, 1, 4x 100. Spiritual energy, 130 day, 1, 3x 100. Product, fast pass fruit. Production cycle, 2 days, 110-0550. Growth points, 5,500, 11, 4x1001140 day. Next stage, advanced spiritual tree, 20,000 growth points. There is already a fruit growing on this Kuai Chuanshan tree. No need to wait, just pick and eat. Lu Shu walked forward quickly and gently picked the fruit. Information about this fruit pops up in front of me. Pass the fruit quickly. Grade A. Function, can instantly teleport all beings within the teleportation array to a specified distance. Rules, your SS-level mental power can teleport up to 5 coordinate points, and the cooling time is 7 days. 5 coordinate points. This ability is already quite good. Although the cooldown time is 7 days, with this skill, the time spent on the road can be greatly reduced. There was a hint of joy in Lu Shu's eyes. He could let the danger factor control the undead troops at level B to explore various areas of the Grey World, and then the main force would go directly to the dungeon to fight at the fastest speed. Well, it is also a better way to spread out the troops. Anyway, with the Netherworld army, the current B-class undead are not very useful to Lu Shu. It is better to let them explore various places in the Grey World, which can bring more benefits to the island. Pull as many monsters as you want. Swallow the quick transfer fruit. Lu Shu immediately gained the power of quick transfer. This kind of teleportation ability not only spans a distance as far as 5 coordinates. Moreover, it only takes a second or two for the teleportation array light curtain to arrive and teleport. If you encounter a dangerous enemy, you can even use this skill to pull him out of the dungeon instantly, which greatly improves safety. It is indeed the fruit of fast transmission, and it still has practicality. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. This boy's sacred tree is very good. However, it is his own now. Open the world public screen. Seeing the chat between the divine tree masters above, Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. These guys actually thought that my Netherworld army was a Linyuan mission. There should be many sacred tree masters now, starting to look for the gaps in the Grey World, thinking that this is the entrance to the Linyuan mission. Of course, the crack at the boundary of the Grey World may indeed be the entrance to the Linyuan mission, but it may also be the entrance to the treasure map. I have to move faster to avoid letting others get there first and enter my treasure map location by mistake. There are so many players in the Divine Tree game. Even if they don't have a treasure map, if they really go and hit it by mistake, they might actually find the area where the secret realm is. Of course. After this news is announced, it may not be possible. It's a bad thing. At least, some timid sacred tree masters will definitely not dare to enter the crack. Knowing this news can also make some weak sacred tree masters vigilant and not enter the crack casually. Even, they got the treasure map and found the corresponding location, but they saw a crack. Maybe they thought the treasure map was trapping them and gave up on entering. This is what might happen. Think of this. Lu Shu immediately entered the holy land of 10,000 stones. Those few fish that slipped through the net and sent the video to the chat box might attract the nearby sacred tree masters. We can't let others get in first. Gray world. Lu Shu stepped into the crack. A new world suddenly appeared before our eyes. The sacred mountain in this holy land seems to have many good things. Turning on the purple air eye power, Lu Shu's vision suddenly spanned 1,000 meters and focused on the sacred mountain in the distance. From the perspective of the purple air eye power that can see through the essence of all things, the holy mountain breathes a majestic spiritual energy. It is not difficult to guess, there are fairy stones gestating there, and there are countless treasures. Lu Shu immediately rushed towards the direction of the sacred mountain. No need for Lu Shu to say more. When they arrived at this familiar place, these little guys immediately spread out, looking for each other. A treasure somewhere. But after a while, reminders appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! You have obtained rare grade Tianling or X25,000. Ding! You have obtained epic purple spirit or X25,000. Ding! You have obtained the legendary Tianxian mine X25,000. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This sacred mountain is a good place rich in spiritual minerals. Not only did he obtain Tianling mine and Xiling mine. Lu Shu also obtained another legendary or Tianxian mine. This kind of ore. It seems to be specially used to upgrade buildings. And the attributes are more offensive-oriented. Lu Shu used his spiritual consciousness to explore the newly acquired Tianxian mine. Compared with the basalt mine, which is made of solid and indestructible material, the aura contained inside the Tianxian mine is much richer. Moreover, this aura also carries with it the secret of Tianxian. If used to upgrade the psychic cannon, it can also add other attributes to the psychic cannon, greatly increasing the damage to special monsters. Having just obtained the building upgrade skill, Lu Shu is still worried about where to get one. A big wave of upgraded supplies. I was dozing off, and the pillow came by itself. Isn't it beautiful? Behind the sacred mountain, there is a relatively well-preserved palace. Look carefully, the buildings with carved dragons and paintings are full of luxury and wealth. The palaces are symmetrically distributed. The palaces display statues of past kings, and their faces are lifelike. It is conceivable that before this civilization disappeared, this place was once a place of kings. Lu Shu explored the palace and discovered a rare clothing fabric, 9-clawed golden dragon silk. Ding! You have obtained a rare cloth, 9-clawed golden dragon satin X10086. Using this kind of fabric, combined with master-level clothing production, you can make more gorgeous clothing. However, here's the problem. Lu Shu's current clothing production is only top-notch. Above the top level is the master level. Collecting the rare silks and satins, Lu Shu walked toward the Sutra Pavilion of the palace. There should be some skill illustrations there that can be learned. As expected. Several illustrated books were found by Lu Shu. Several prompts popped up in front of my eyes. You have obtained the master skill illustration, clothing making. You have obtained the master skill illustration, cooking. You have obtained the master level skill illustration, emperor's dominance. Do you want to study? Yes, yes, yes. If you have skills to learn, how can you refuse? Soon. Lu Shu's cooking and clothing making have been upgraded to master level. The cooking skills have improved to the next level, as you can imagine. Next time, the delicacies produced by Lu Shu will probably cause a heated discussion on the world public screen. Moreover, if master-level cooking uses rare ingredients, selling platinum-level equipment shouldn't be too much, right? At that time, you can speed up the activation speed of the 5-color altar's sacred stones. Subsequently, Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the 9-clawed golden dragon satin. Will it be produced? Yes. Lu Shu immediately made a set of rare clothes for himself. The bonus of lucky points suddenly reached 100. The blessing bonus has also reached an astonishing figure of 200 points. Pets use less cloth, so the luck bonus is only 35 points, while the blessing bonus is 50 points. The costumes of all the members suddenly became several levels higher. The last skill. Emperor's Domineering. Level, Master. Function, it releases imperial domineering energy from the body, weakening the opponent's combat awareness and resistance, and can have an effect on Lord-level monsters and boss. It turns out to be specifically used to restrain Lord-level monsters and dungeon bosses. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, understanding the function of this skill. It seems simple, but it should not be underestimated. Imperial Hockey can weaken the resistance of Lord monsters and boss, which is a very important skill. Usually, the resistance of these monsters extremely high, and general curses and debilitation have no effect on them at all. But Emperor Hockey was born specifically to restrain these monsters and boss. If the armor can be broken with the Emperor's domineering force, the subsequent damage will be instantly increased to a higher level. My Emperor's domineering energy can weaken the enemy's resistance to all attributes. Combined with Abyss Decay and Advanced Curse, the enemy's strength can be reduced by at least 50. Coupled with the purple energy and illusion, you can easily control your opponent and kill him instantly with one strike. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression and then nodded. When he enters the Abyss next time and encounters the Abyss Overlord, he can weaken the armor of this Lord-level monster by releasing the Emperor's domineering energy and resistance. After solving it again, you don't need to work so hard to carry out continuous attacks. You can directly control it and kill it instantly, which is more refreshing. Explored some distance. Lu Shu has already gained quite a lot in this holy land. If you update your clothes in time and improve your luck attributes, it seems that some good things will happen. It didn't take long. Lu Shu found another Tiandao stone tablet. Tip: a Tiandao stone tablet appears ahead. Directly use the teleportation array to transfer to the Divine Tree Island. Before he knew it, Lu Shu had obtained 3 Heavenly Dao stone tablets. We are already a quarter of the way to the goal of 12 Heavenly Dao stone tablets. I originally thought this would be an unattainable goal, but the progress is unexpectedly much faster than expected. The moment it was transferred, Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island and various mythical buildings immediately connected with the Tiandao stone tablet. The next second, the aura of the island becomes even richer. The Heavenly Secret Formation connects the Heavenly Way stone tablets, and the phantom-like Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram appears on the entire island again, but it looks more mysterious, repeatedly containing the numbers of Heavenly Way, and hiding endless secrets. The aura of the entire island suddenly became much richer than before. Faintly. Being in the formation not only has a blessing effect on cultivation, its suppressive effect on monsters in the Grey World is even greater and more powerful than before. The Myth Ruins panel pops up in front of you. Mythological Ruins. Tian Men, incomplete, Tiandao stone tablet. Blessing 75, comprehension 30, domain suppression 5, domain amplification 5. Domain suppression. Field growth. Lu Shu's eyes immediately move to these two attributes. As the name suggests, the meaning of domain is that you can get this effect if you are in the domain of the island. The suppression is aimed at the monsters from the Grey World who come to capture the island, whether they are Lord level or not. Monsters will be suppressed, weakening their resistance, making it easier to cause a lot of damage. The effect of domain increase is extremely wide. Any positive buff can increase by 5. It is equivalent to an increase in all attributes. 5. This is an unparalleled attribute. Although the bonus is very low, this attribute can increase even Lu Shu's cultivation speed, so it is very practical. It's time for a breakthrough. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After reaching the nascent soul stage and undergoing some consolidation, Lu Shu was able to make breakthroughs towards a higher realm. Last time, when I was promoted to the nascent soul realm, there were still a lot of primary nascent soul fruits that I had not consumed. Lu Shu immediately synthesized an intermediate nascent soul fruit and swallowed it. His cultivation level has once again entered a state of rapid improvement. Chapter 109. As Lu Shu ate the nascent soul fruit, his aura increased again. After half a day of practice, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in this world. Golden clouds condensed in the sky, turned into golden waves, and poured down. The surrounding spiritual energy was actually blessed by the mythical ruins, turned into the purest golden spiritual energy, and was poured into Lu Shu's nascent soul. His cultivation level immediately increased rapidly in a short period of time. Breaking through to the second level of nascent soul, Lu Shu opened his eyes, and his aura increased a bit again. Focus on building upgrade. After this period of exploration, Lu Shu obtained a lot of extremely high-grade ores in the Holy Land of 10,000 stones. The island's defense line has been almost completed. The extra ores can be used to upgrade other city defense buildings. As Lu Shu thought, the Tianling mine in the warehouse was suddenly consumed in large quantities. At the same time, reminders appeared in front of Lu Shu. You have consumed X10,000 of Tianling ore, and all the psychic cannons have been upgraded from a level to a level. You have consumed Tianling ore. You spent 3,000 Tianling ore to upgrade the observation tower to a Class A observation tower, which can observe everything 3,000 meters under the sea. The power of the psychic cannon has been greatly enhanced, and it can now instantly kill monsters with a risk factor of around a level over a wide range. The defensive nature of the mobile building fortress has been improved a bit, and the movement speed is nearly half of the original. It is easier to move and pull with the attacking monsters. The observation deck can actually observe the scene on the bottom of the sea, and the distance reaches 3,000 meters. This discovery gave Lu Shu some unexpected gains. Although the depth of 3,000 meters under the sea is not very deep, the scope of this sea area is much wider than the abyss sea area below 3,000 meters. In addition, Lu Shu has integrated several islands, and there are still many places that have not been explored. However, after Lu Shu dived into the sea area below 3,000 meters, the income and output were higher, so he did not explore the ordinary sea area above 3,000 meters. Necessary. But the observation deck can observe the scene of 3,000 meters under the sea. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to have a panoramic view of any treasure chests? The city defense buildings have undergone a wave of large-scale upgrades. Next, Lu Shu came to the upgraded observation deck. There is a special observation mirror here. It is somewhat similar to the mirror seen in Castlevania. Through this special mirror, Lu Shu can see 3,000 people under the sea. All the scenes came into his eyes. With his mental power at an extremely high level, he could process this huge picture in his mind and write down the locations of all the treasure boxes. There are actually thousands of treasure chests. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The 3,000-meter sea area is not that big at all. In such a vast area, there are quite a lot of treasure boxes. Although they are only silver and gold level treasure boxes. But Lu Shu has some in his hands. Synthetic skills. The water runes obtained can be synthesized to obtain more advanced water runes. After getting the precise location of the treasure chest, Lu Shu immediately sent Squirtle to explore. Squirtle's level has evolved, and learned a few more superpowers, which allowed them to spread out and explore. No monsters that could pose a threat appeared in the 3,000-meter sea area. Soon, hundreds of treasure chests were found through precise location exploration. All of them were found. Choose to open. Suddenly, there are silver and gold treasure chests full of elementary to intermediate water runes. There are also a small number of platinum treasure chests that can open high-level water runes. Although the grade is not very high, it is better than there are so many. Lu Shu immediately opened the synthesis panel. Do you want to choose synthesis? Yes. The next second. All primary water runes have become intermediate water runes. All intermediate water runes have become advanced water runes. 100 squirt less, all equipped with advanced water runes. There were even dozens of extra water runes, which Lu Shu synthesized into top-level water runes. The increased water attributes suddenly reached 50. From an overall perspective, the water attribute abilities of Lu Shu's deep-sea troops have been increased by 30 to 35%. In the future, more islands will be acquired and all water runes will be upgraded. For the top water rune, this way. The strength of the entire Squirtle army can be increased by 50%. Ding! Your deep-sea fishing rod caught a diamond-level treasure chest. After these few days of exploring the Grey World, the CD for the treasure chest has expired. Lu Shu immediately opened the diamond treasure box and obtained the advanced life essence again. Your sacred tree has absorbed advanced life essence, has 1,000 growth points, and -1 production cycle. Ding! You get life fruit X1. Ding! You got special growth fruit X1. Finally mature. Lu Shu hurriedly buried these two fruits in the soil. Soon, 2 subspecies of spiritual trees grew. The production cycle is only once, new fruits can be produced from the sacred tree again. Product. Blood succession limit fruit X1. Production cycle, 6 days, 390-0650. Another blood-limited fruit. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. The Sharingan last time gave Pikachu a very high improvement. I don't know what he will get from the blood succession limit fruit this time. All that's left is to wait. At this time, Lu Shu frowned slightly. Is there someone coming from outside the Holy Land? Before entering the 10,000 Stones Holy Land to explore, Lu Shu knew that during this exploration, his location was exposed. Therefore, before coming in, he laid out the wicks of street lamps nearby. Through the extra field of vision, Lu Shu sensed that a team of dozens of people was approaching nearby. It seems that the overall strength is quite strong. People from the Dark Knight Alliance. Glancing through the panels of these sacred tree masters, Lu Shu immediately discovered that the skills of these sacred tree masters are very similar to the organization of the Dark Knight Alliance. Now, the Sacred Tree Masters Guild recruits Sacred Tree Masters, and generally they select people based on their talents. The Xianyu Guild is responsible for recruiting Tree Masters with flat-type talents. The Guide Dungeon Guild specializes in selecting Tree Masters with different positions, forming a team, and conducting cooperative training. What position are the Tree Masters generally in? There must be one or two of these. The guilds of the Dark Knight Alliance mainly engage in sneak attacks and assassinations from behind. Many of the Sacred Tree Masters they recruit are those with weird and assassin talents. At a glance, most of this team of Sacred Tree Masters have similar talents. Moreover, the scale is not small. It is not difficult to judge that the team of Sacred Tree Masters in front of you may be related to the Dark Knight Alliance. Following a conversation, incoming Lu Shu's ears, he became more and more certain that these Sacred Tree Masters were members of the Dark Knight Alliance. Is this the place those people mentioned? Yes, I've been here. Although the undead in the video obscured some of my vision, I'm sure it's this coordinate location. You first detect the movement nearby, and when you find an army of undead, immediately activate the night formation and retreat. In the team, the leader, a man in black, with sharp eyes and vague decision-making power in the team, commanded. Although our strength is definitely impossible to defeat these monsters. But for this mission, we are going to find out whether this is the location of the Linyuan mission. If we can get some information, the Alliance leader will reward us with S-level fruits in the future, and then our strength will be raised to another level. Other members responded one after another and nodded. Everyone sets up a defensive formation and is on alert. Explore forward. Although the captain in black holds the trump card in his hand, he still acts very cautiously. After all, there are too many monsters in that video. Moreover, the levels of these monsters are not low at all. If you relax a little, you will be fine. There is a risk of the group being wiped out. Under the leadership of the captain in black, this group of people immediately began to explore the vicinity. Recently, many Sacred Tree Masters have joined the Dark Knight Alliance, also because Dark Knight has issued a heavy bounties S-level fruit. As long as you can complete the high-level bounty mission issued by Yi himself, you can obtain the Dark Knight fruit produced by the Dark Knight Divine Tree. For most of the Sacred Tree Masters, the strength that S-level fruits can increase is too strong. On the Lu tree this time, the intimidating power of the Dark Knight Alliance was wiped out. In order to inject new blood into the guild, Dark Knight had to pay a heavy price and use S-level fruits as conditions to transfer some more powerful gods to the guild. Tree Masters, pull them into the guild. Many Sacred Tree Masters saw the conditions and were immediately moved. Therefore, in recent times, the Dark Knight Alliance has had a quite obvious expansion. These Sacred Tree Masters are all for the Dark Knight. A hard-working chess piece. Divine Tree Masters with S-level talents can have such appeal if they can produce S-level fruits. This is also the reason why some Sacred Tree Masters give up personal exploration and instead establish guilds. After all, other Sacred Tree Masters take the lead in charging into the battle and clearing up wasteland for themselves, and the danger is greatly reduced. The guild leader who sits in the back and secures the benefits seems to have spent a lot of money, but in fact if it is done well, the benefits and returns obtained are also considerable. Holy Land of 10,000 Stones. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Through the wicks of the street lamp flowers, he could see that this team of Sacred Tree Masters had a strong ability to retreat. The leader of the team, the captain, has the power to turn into darkness. Different from the Netherworld, the Night Realm allows everyone nearby to blend into the night and become immune to physical and magical attacks. No wonder this group of Divine Tree Masters dared to challenge the Linyuan mission rashly. They had calculated the worst plan. Even if they could not successfully challenge the Linyuan mission, with the help of the Night Realm, this group of people would still have the capital and means to retreat. Unfortunately, they met me. Lu Shu smiled softly. His Netherworld army can completely ignore the Night Domain and attack these Sacred Tree Masters. The Netherworld monsters, with the Abyss Amplification, can ignore the Captain's Night Domain and cause attacks. Although the damage is not so intuitive, but there are too many, and Lu Shu can also support the weakening of illusions and curses from a distance. In this case, let me give you a gift. Take out the Undead Bone Staff and Soul Control Order. Lu Shu summoned tens of thousands of Netherworld troops. A huge teleportation array appeared on the ground. After eating the quick transfer fruit, Lu Shu could even make the range of the teleportation array extremely huge by consuming more mental power. A teleportation light curtain descended, very quickly. All the Netherworld army was instantly teleported to the outside of the edge of the Grey World. Lu Shu had no intention of letting these sacred tree masters get close to the edge of the Grey World. Although most of the divine tree masters are average in strength, there are so many types of superpowers. With so many divine tree masters, there will always be some with special skills who can break out of the encirclement and become a fish that slips through the net. If they were allowed to enter the Holy Land and expose the existence of the treasure map, wouldn't there be many more competitors in the future? Lu Shu directly airdropped an entire Netherworld army using his quick-passing ability. Although there was no guarantee that this group of divine tree masters would be annihilated, Lu Shu was still 99% sure. Why haven't you met a monster yet? Someone in the team made a confused sound. If the location in the video is this place, then shouldn't there be an army of undead monsters? Why did I walk for so long without even seeing a single monster? Arrive? Don't let your guard down, it's probably a Lin Yuan mission and something needs to be triggered to lure these monsters out. The captain in black frowned slightly, and immediately scolded the slightly relaxed team members. The last time you saw the sacred tree masters in that video, they didn't know when they were attacked by so many monsters. If you let your guard down and you are attacked by that kind of monster and don't react, you will die. These monsters are outside the scope of our experience, and they are even immune to the powers of the Holy Light system. This scolding made many sacred tree masters in the team start to be vigilant and not dare to relax in any way. The words of the captain in black reminded them that the monsters that appeared in the video even had Holy Light powers. Being immune, they are not normal undead monsters at all. But with the realm of night, the members of this team are not panicked. Even if these undead monsters are immune to attacks from the Holy Light system, can they still attack those in the night realm? Are they causing damage? If you can't kill these monsters, you can always run away, right? At this moment, a team member suddenly pointed forward and said, "Look, there seems to be a legendary crack there." Everyone looked up at the place they were pointing at. A crack appeared in their field of vision. It looked like the edge of the Grey World. It seemed that through that crack, one could reach somewhere outside the Grey World. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" one of the divine tree masters asked. When everyone was hesitating, suddenly, a huge teleportation array appeared under their feet. Before everyone could react, the next second, the endless Netherworld army suddenly appeared. Everyone present was surrounded. The captain in black changed his expression and roared. "This damn crack must be the mechanism that triggers the Lin Yuan mission." Chapter 110. The expressions of everyone in the team changed. What? We actually triggered the Lin Yuan mission. It's over, we're not going to die. The dense army of Netherworld is coming like a tide. This scene. In the eyes of this group of Dark Knight Alliance members whose strength is about average A level, it is tantamount to doomsday. Don't panic. The expression of the captain in black also changed. Faced with such a huge army, he was shocked when he suddenly appeared next to him, but his mental quality was obviously much better than the others in the team. "Shen Sheng," he yelled, "everyone come to me and enter the night realm." Only now did everyone react, and quickly moved towards the captain. Resistance was absolutely useless. Now, what they have to do is to try their best to leave here, and then send the memory images back to the Dark Knight Alliance. In this way, once you do it, you have completed Dark Knight's mission. Although you may not be able to get the reward of S-level fruit, the benefits are absolutely indispensable. The Dark Knight Alliance is so real, if you trade your life for benefits, you will definitely get what you deserve. Everyone in the team began to hide in the realm where night fell one after another. At this moment, they took a long breath and looked at the monsters outside the realm, and the expressions on their faces became a little more relaxed. They had all hid. They are in the realm of nightfall. These monsters can't reach them, right? However, something unexpected happened. The monsters outside the realm came to the night without any hindrance. In the realm, an undead holding a scythe hooked towards a young man from the Dark Knight Alliance who was facing an evil look. The young man had a sneer on his face. He was in the realm, and had become one with the night. "Can your attack hit me?" The next second, the sickle passed through the boy's heart. There was a bit of disbelief in the boy's pupils, and then his body slowly fell to the ground. How can it be? Seeing the scene in front of them, the other people in the team were stunned. Didn't the Knight Field as promised be able to protect others from being harmed by monsters? Why didn't it seem that this attack was not immune at all, but directly got killed instantly? "Captain, what's going on?" The members of the team couldn't hold back for a moment. Fear spread into everyone's heart again. The captain's face changed erratically, and then he seemed to realize something, and said with a look of horror. "Stop hiding in my domain. These monsters are not just undead. They are a mixture of netherworld monsters and undead. Therefore, not only are they immune to physical attacks, but they can also ignore the Shroud of the Night Realm, and they are also immune to ordinary holy light magic. This news, like thunder, shattered the dreams of all sacred tree masters. Physical immunity of the undead, plus ghost-type monsters that are immune to magic. What kind of combination is this? Isn't that equivalent to invincibility? The captain in black, his face became ugly at this moment. Nether monsters are monsters that can be assimilated into a specific field, so they can also harm all members in the Penite field. Even if they are immune to ordinary physical attacks, it makes no sense to be able to break the immunity of people like myself. Moreover, it can also have a certain resistance to attacks from the Holy Light system. This is too unbelievable. Even if it is the undead plus the netherworld, there shouldn't be any resistance to the attacks of restraint systems like the Holy Light system. Could it be that they also incorporate the attributes of cockroaches? In fact, the netherworld army rushing at the front is also fighting with the divine tree master. The souls of the undead are fused into one. For example, the undead holding the scythe is actually fused with the soul of an A-level tree master. The army of undead made from the soul of the tree master has certain resistance to holy light attacks. Resistance. Their abilities are transformation-specific skills. In addition, their spiritual power is already relatively powerful and is much more stable than ordinary spirit forms. Therefore, they also have a certain resistance to attacks from the Holy Light system. It cannot be said that there is no harm at all, but the restraining effect is not that great. It requires more advanced Holy Light magic to deal with this undead army. Unfortunately, the organization of the Dark Knight Alliance usually finds a Holy Light if you catch a Divine Tree Master, kill one. Their organization is a sworn enemy of the Holy Light Department. How is it possible to summon the relevant abilities? In this situation, everyone is helpless. They are not immune to the night domain. Under the circumstances, the expressions of the Divine Tree Masters present were all desperate. Their only hope was extinguished by these terrifying monsters. Along with the sound of wailing sounds, the Netherworld army killed them cleanly. That scene, it was like a nightmare unfolding in front of everyone. At that moment, everyone realized that these monsters were simply not something they could handle now. What are you waiting for? Let's go. The captain in black had a ferocious look on his face and shouted angrily. Only then did everyone realize that staying in the night realm had no effect. With so many people gathered together, it would be easier for them to be surrounded by the undead army and kill them. If scattered, there is still a glimmer of hope of escape. A sharp look flashed in the eyes of the captain in black. Die to me. The next second, a blade made of night appeared in his hand. With a sword light of night, it swept across all directions. The surrounding Netherworld army was actually pushed back half a step. Within the Holy Land, Lu Shu observed the battle ahead through resonance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the captain in black. This divine tree master is quite powerful. However, Lu Shu discovered that the other party's superpowers did not come from his own sacred tree, but a gift from the Dark Knight. His own sacred tree, which was a relatively common superpower, probably came from a certain mission, achieved outstanding achievements and therefore received the S-level power given by Dark Knight. Therefore, this team has good combat effectiveness. Just by accepting the gift of a fruit, you can fight in front of this Netherworld army, has a certain resistance ability. The talent of the Divine Tree Master at the top of the ranking is not bad. Of course. If it is a pure Netherworld army, it can still resist for a while. But if Lu Shu takes action, the ending is still instant kill. Activate Spiritual Resonance. In the Netherworld army, a monster's eyes suddenly glowed with a layer of purple pupil power. Cast the pupil power illusion. The next second, the black-clothed captain's face instantly became dull. After a moment, he stayed in place and stopped moving at all. The nearby monster immediately pounced on him. Within a few seconds, the opponent's body was penetrated by the weapons of the Netherworld army and fell to the ground. How so? When the other team members saw the death of the captain in black, their entire faces were distorted. In their field of vision, the captain in black stood strangely on the spot, just waiting to die. No one knew what he had suffered. What kind of attack? Without even understanding what happened, the most powerful combat force in the team just lost the ability to resist and was slaughtered by the monsters around him. This scene made everyone's brains go blank. Endless fear spread, swallowing up the reason of these people. They simply can't imagine when this terrible attack will fall on themselves. By then, will they face the same or even more terrible fate? The backbone of the team are all already dead. The remaining team members were completely reduced to a mob, running away in all directions without discipline. The entire combat system collapsed instantly. Without the cooperation between powers, Lu Shu's Netherworld army, slaughtered the process of this group of sacred tree masters became easier. Within a few minutes, only the last sacred tree master was left in the same place. Even if I die, someone will definitely come to take you in the future. The face of the sacred tree master was completely distorted. The only thing he did surprised Lu Shu. He actually uploaded the memory video of today's encounter to the world public screen. The last thing before his death. In a word, it was these monsters who killed him. Sooner or later in the future, other divine tree masters will come and solve this Linyuan mission. Lu Shu couldn't help but feel a little funny. Others have cleared the dungeon, and he has something to do with it. What's the relationship? It seems that others are specifically here to avenge this person. Moreover, in Lu Shu's eyes, if other sacred tree masters see this scene, it's another question whether they dare to come, even if they come. Well, it was just to add a few more troops of the undead army to Lu Shu's team. There were dozens more souls before death on the field. Lu Shu explored the Holy Land, and there was nothing else. Harvest came outside with a mighty army. Lu Shu did not waste the souls of these sacred tree masters, but used the ability of undead magic to refine them all into souls. In the team, there were more dozens of high-level souls were produced. Most of them were around A level in strength. The captain's strength was in S level. There were also several other S levels that were not that strong, and they were refined into an army of the undead. It is also a good combat unit. It has been joined by these sacred tree masters. The strength of Lu Shu's netherworld army has risen to another level. And when today's events were made into a memory video and uploaded to the world public screen, it also set off a wave of discussion. World public screen. Ding. Divine Tree Master Yifeng uploaded a memory video. When Divine Tree opened this video, they were all shocked when they witnessed the scene where the netherworld army caused the dozens of Divine Tree Master teams to completely collapse. What are these monsters? Oh my god, they are so scary. The number is so scary. They seem to be the sacred tree masters of the Dark Knight Alliance. How come such a video of being wiped out by a group was suddenly uploaded? Hey, don't you think this place looks familiar? It seems to be the place where those sacred tree masters were attacked by monsters last time. The reminder from upstairs seems to be, this place looks familiar, and these monsters also look familiar. I understand, the Dark Knight Alliance is targeting the Linyuan mission, so they sent a team to carry out the mission. Who knew they were killed instantly by a monster in turn? I feel that the strength of this team should be able to compete with an Abyss-level copy. However, in front of this monster army, there is no resistance at all. How difficult must the Lin Abyss mission be? Not only that, you see, the young man in black clothes in the picture has cast a field, and the bodies of all the sacred tree masters are hidden in the night. This state is very powerful and can be immune to damage, but these monsters ignore the field, can still kill them, which shows that the difficulty of this copy is beyond our imagination. Oh my god, it's impossible to go over and kill these monsters, right? Yes, wasn't it just a matter of seeking death in the past? What's the point of arranging such a difficult copy? For you, it means dying, but for the big guy, it means when you clear the level. Yes, the Linyuan mission is a special stage mission that is only opened after the first kill achievement of the Nightmare level dungeon is released. How can you say that the difficulty is lower than that of the Nightmare level dungeon? I understand, this is the difficulty of the Nightmare level copy, it is really Nightmare level. Fortunately, I have never been to such a place, otherwise I would not know how to die. Oh my god, the guild released a mission a few days ago, asking us to explore the Linyuan mission. Now I won't even go there even if I kill you. Whoever goes will be a fool. Do you think your life is not long enough? Mr. Lu Shu is very angry at your words. That's a bug, Mr. Lu Shu, can it be included in it? You see, they all seem to have seen that crack and were attacked by monsters. I understand, if I encounter any cracks in the grey world in the future, I will definitely get as far away as possible. Me too. As a lesson from the past and a lesson from the future, with the death of these people as a warning, I will never take another step closer to these cracks. Curiosity killed the cat. If you want to be someone's scapegoat, go ahead and quit the guild at worst. This video, not only did not play any role in guiding the sacred tree masters, but it also scared away a large number of sacred tree masters who wanted to try it. Try it or die. Even some big bosses began to frown when they saw the strength of these monsters. Many guilds have also cancelled these tasks. If they insist on publishing them, they will be regarded as fools by other sacred tree masters, should they be asked to die. Unless you offer a sky-high price. Otherwise I definitely won't go. Seeing this scene, Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. In this way, there will be fewer sacred tree masters entering the cracks, and the chance of finding the location of the treasure map will be much lower. Chapter 111. Dark Knight Alliance. And Yi frowned slightly when he saw this video. These monsters are difficult to deal with even if he takes action himself. If the entire Dark Knight Alliance is mobilized, there is still a chance to solve this copy. But the price paid is too high. And, putting aside the location of this dungeon, it is too far away from Dark Knight himself. Knowing that the Lin Yuan mission is so dangerous, many Divine Tree Masters of the Dark Knight Alliance are now unwilling to accept this bounty mission. Most of the Sacred Tree Masters who joined the Dark Knight Alliance were motivated by profit, but they were not fools. You won't give up your precious life just for an S-class fruit. It seems. If you want to complete this Lin Yuan mission, you must take a long-term approach. At this stage, it may be too early. And Yi thought for a moment. Maybe, after the next 2 Grey World attacks pass, with his own strength and the foundation of the Dark Knight Alliance, he can give it a try with the Lin Yuan mission. But if he continues like this, sooner or later he will be defeated by Lu Shu, who is number 1 on the list people, widening the gap. And Ye's eyes became gloomy. Another elite unit was lost. Moreover, the other party also uploaded the video of his death to the entire world public screen. Now everyone knows how the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance died. The deterrent effect on the entire guild has declined to a certain extent. When the time comes, when the recruitment of personnel is expanded, it may cost more. Dark Knight. Suddenly the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I can't figure out what this idiot on his deathbed uploaded the video to world public screen for. Can't it just be uploaded directly to Dark Knight? In fact, the development of Dark Knight Alliance, it is more similar to an Assassin's League. The cooperation between the members of the organization does not have much emotion at all, and is completely bound together by interests. Before dying, who would think about doing things for the organization? Upload to world public screen, it's just the selfish desire that other Sacred Tree Masters can deal with these monsters and avenge themselves. But in this way, it affects the development of the Dark Knight Alliance. This kind of guild founded by Dark Knight has existed like this from the beginning. The problem can be said to be deep-rooted by now. At this moment, the organizer can only look gloomy. After all, this is the guild development model he chose. All the consequences can only be swallowed with anger. But there is no good way. After all, the difficulty of the Lin Yuan mission is unbeatable. I can only give up for the time being. Muyu Pavilion. Muyu Tingfeng was also paying attention to all this. She frowned and passed on the order. Soon. Muyu Pavilion cancelled all reward plans related to Lin Yuan mission. Is the difficulty of Lin Yuan mission so high? According to the system prompts, it should not be as difficult as the nightmare level copy. But now it seems that the danger factor of this Lin Yuan mission is no less than that of a nightmare level dungeon. The attributes and resistance of these monsters are really exaggerated, right? Mu Yutingfeng's brows twitched deeply. Her ability and understanding of the Grey World are easily better than other Sacred Tree Masters. According to Mu Yutingfeng's guess, the Lin Yuan mission should be a nightmare level copy. The transition to the next dungeon. But for fixed dungeons, the abyss level alone requires a certain distance before a dungeon of this difficulty appears. Let alone the nightmare level. I am afraid that there is only one like this among dozens of coordinates. The 2 dungeons will definitely become more special when they reach the nightmare level. The number of Lin Yuan missions should be more than the nightmare level dungeons. Mu Yutingfeng used the rarity of the dungeon as a reference to divide the number into smaller ones. The difficulty of the copy should be lower. Then the Lin Yuan mission is prompted to all members. Obviously, the number should be such that everyone has the opportunity to get in touch with it. In this way, it will be more than the number of nightmare level copies. According to the rules, it should be smaller than the nightmare level dungeon. Who knew it could be so bad? Just an ordinary monster makes the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance unable to resist. Mu Yutingfeng, I estimate that my own Muyu Pavilion will not be able to do much better than this team. There are some Sacred Tree Masters of the Holy Light system who may cause some interference, but the video has shown that these monsters will not be afraid of the Holy Light to restrain attacks. If you go there rashly, you'll be giving away your life. What are the origins of these monsters? At this moment, Mu Yutingfeng couldn't help but have some questions flashing through his mind. According to the people at World Public Screen, these monsters are part of the completion of Lin Yuan's mission. But, why do I always feel that something is weird? Do you want to use it? Take a look at the superpower. Thinking about it carefully, Mu Yutingfeng suddenly gave up on this approach. For no other reason. I have been vomiting a lot of blood recently. Mu Yutingfeng even began to wonder if he had awakened an S-level superpower. The most useless superpower. Why not only can't you calculate anything, but you still vomit blood every day? This matter seems to have started from the last time when I predicted the tree-turning man. Since then, Mu Tingfeng has tried to predict every time. When eating something, it is easy to vomit blood, so much so that you don't even dare to use your own powers. It's a psychological shadow. But these monsters have nothing to do with tree-pulling people anymore, right? Mu Tingfeng had traded the fruit of the tree man. Although the other party may have hidden other fruits, he probably didn't have the ability to control the monsters in the grey world. Even if he could control it, it wouldn't be the ones in the video. The monster that defies the heavens, thinking of this. Mu Tingfeng can only temporarily make the members of the guild give up their thoughts on the Linyuan mission. Moreover, he warns them that if they enter the crack rashly, there will be consequences at their own risk. These two big guilds inside, more or less sacred tree masters from other guilds have been infiltrated. Seeing these two leading guilds of the sacred tree game, they have given up any idea about the Linyuan mission. Other guilds naturally gave up. The Linyuan mission has become a turning point that everyone was optimistic about at the beginning, and has now become a death zone that is basically equated with nightmare-level dungeons, and everyone avoids it. As long as you are a little more sensible. None of the sacred tree masters think that it would be a wise choice to go to the Linyuan mission. There are even some boring sacred tree masters who madly fabricated that they have a friend in the world public screen and entered the Linyuan mission, and what an exaggerated end they ended up in. It is not known what kind of mentality these sacred tree masters who made up stories randomly have. At least, during this period of time, most of the gods the tree masters are all discussing the Linyuan mission. But basically few of the sacred tree masters will actually go there. Some of the sacred tree masters saw the cracks and even avoided it from a distance, and would not even tell the location casually, to avoid causing trouble. Grey World. Lu Shu killed the Dark Knight Alliance team and collected all their equipment. Too poor. All are basically gold and platinum equipment. This captain only has a few pieces of diamond equipment on his body. Lu Shu shook his head with some disappointment. With this equipment output, it's better to grind a nightmare-level dungeon by yourself. Dozens of divine tree masters who had just been refined into undead were suspended not far behind Lu Shu. Hearing Lu Shu's words, these undead seemed to have the slightest meaning, and couldn't help but tremble. I wonder if they were trembling with anger at these words. Of course, Lu Shu threw all these equipment on the island. The 5-color altar inside. However, 3 sacred stones were activated. If you continue to search nearby dungeons, you can probably light up the sacred stones one more time. Then you looted some treasures from the corpses of dozens of sacred tree masters. Lu Shu suddenly took out a map from the pocket of the captain in black. Although there was no nightmare-level copy on it, a special area caught Lu Shu's attention. Door of Reincarnation. Coordinates sad face 100, 100. Danger factor, unknown, copy. Description, there is a special door here. Only by getting the key from the abyss can this door be opened. However, it is best to hold on to it when you go inside. The mentality of finding another way. The door to reincarnation. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The description of this place is easy for people to ignore. After all, it requires an abyss key to open it. There is only an ambiguous introduction to the relevant risk factors. But Lu Shu, from the nightmare-level copy, having obtained the key to the abyss, he naturally knew that this place was not ordinary. Lu Shu had been searching for nightmare-level or above copies in the Grey World for a long time, and had collected many maps, but there was no trace at all. The nearest nightmare nearby the level dungeon is already separated by hundreds of coordinate points. It would take a Grey World battle to get there. The journey is too long. Lu Shu's destination this time is to go to the next treasure map location. And the coordinates the Gate of Reincarnation, 100, 100, is also on the way. Lu Shu summoned an army of undead. While moving towards coordinates, 100, 100, I also did not forget to sweep the nearby dungeons. After a day or two of exploration, and searching for a lot of equipment and weapons, Lu Shu threw all the equipment to the 5-color altar, and successfully lit up all the sacred stones again. You get a chance for a lucky critical strike. Certainly. After searching a lot during this period, Lu Shu could not find the treasure map. It is also because all the treasure maps nearby have been searched by Lu Shu, so it is naturally difficult to find related treasures. Lu Shu didn't feel too anxious to keep this chance of a lucky critical attack. At this time, 2 reminders came to Lu Shu's ears. Ding! Your life fruit X100 has been hatched. Chapter 112. Finally come. There was a hint of joy in Lu Shu's eyes. He looked towards the direction of the sacred tree. Then, Lu Shu Dingqing took a look. Each golden life fruit gave birth to new life. The next second. One by one. A small creature, born from the fruit of life. This is. The creatures hatched from the fruit of life actually floated in the air like jellyfish. It seems to be still in a very primitive form. In front of Lu Shu, a pet panel appeared. Plankton. Type, Digimon. Power, acid bubble. Physical, D. Speed, D. Mental, C. Overall potential, D. It turns out to be a Digimon. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Regardless of the attributes of these panels, they don't seem to be very high. However, Digimon are pets that can continue to evolve. The upper limit potential is quite high. Plankton is only the most elementary form, but as long as by eating the growth fruit, you can evolve into Angelmon or even the final form of Shendraman. The upper limit potential can definitely reach the SSS level. The upper limit of pets such as Pikachu has reached the point where they already need to swallow the blood succession limit fruit. It has been further improved. The gap from SS level to SSS level can be said to be too big. You must produce fruits with superpowers for these pets to swallow before they have a chance to reach SSS level. But Digimon is different. The upper limit of possession is quite high. The room for evolution is very large. Lu Shu immediately gave the growth fruits produced by the special growth fruit tree to the plankton to swallow. The plankton had just been born, and with Lu Shu's spirit, a slight connection has been made. Sensing the good intentions conveyed by Lu Shu, the plankton immediately floated to the side of the growing fruit tree. I saw the plankton using jellyfish-like bodies to float over, and immediately brought 100A special growth fruit was split. The form of these planktons suddenly turned into a cute little creature with wings. A new panel popped up. Patamon. Ability, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon. Physical, B. Speed, C. Mental, B. Overall potential, B. The potential has actually been raised to be level. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Just after taking a growth fruit, Plankton skipped the stage of Digimon and directly evolved into Patamon. The next stage is Angelmon. 100 Patamon. After completing the evolution, I yawned immediately and fell asleep under the sacred tree. After evolving in such a short period of time, I will feel a little tired for a while. But as long as I have a good sleep and a good rest, I can recover better. Vitality. Let these little guys stay in the sacred tree island for now. Lu Shu smiled. He did not choose to let Patamon go to the Grey World immediately. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi are growing so fast that it will be difficult for Patamon to catch up in a short while. I don't know what talents this blood inheritance limited fruit will unlock. Lu Shu looked at the sacred tree with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Suddenly, a breakthrough light bloomed from the crane's body. Breakthrough? Lu Shu looked towards the direction of the Bodhi tree. He saw that the crane had reached the golden elixir realm. The Bodhi tree's enlightenment point had also reached the 50,000 point without knowing it. It was halfway to the holy tree. After reaching the golden core realm, the enlightenment crane's combat ability is even stronger. It's no less capable of fighting than those guys in the Grey realm. It can fight alone. In addition to the Bodhi tree, Lu Shu's sacred tree, the growth point has also been exceeded at the 50,000 mark. Half the distance to the growth of the holy tree has been passed. Go to the Shintong temple. After practicing for a while, Lu Shu swallowed all the remaining nascent soul fruits and advanced to the 3rd level of nascent soul. It can be said that he is getting closer to the 5th level of nascent soul that can control the Juxian sword. With the improvement of the enlightenment crane and the improvement of his realm, Lu Shu now feels that he can go to the Divine Power Palace and try to see if he can gain enlightenment. If he can gain enlightenment, then Lu Shu's strength will be improved to another level. Enter the Shintong temple. Every flower and tree here seems to have been influenced by the addition of other mythological buildings and has become more Taoist. Lu Shu looked around. The scope of this world was much wider than before. The Tianji array connects all the mythical buildings together, and also brings certain blessings to the Shintong pavilion. Lu Shu sat down cross-legged and concentrated. Enlighten the road. If before, the Taoist charm of this world was still elusive to Lu Shu's realm, then now, Lu Shu can already understand it. Under this realization, a trace of spiritual energy condensed in his body, and his cultivation and Taoism improved rapidly. Suddenly a sword came out. Lu Shu seemed to have sensed some kind of Taoist charm. He took out the holy war sword and tried to strike forward with the sword. The Yuan Ying's true energy condenses on the tip of the sword, and shoots out a sword of 10,000 feet. It is so powerful that it can kill thousands of demons. Strong. Lu Shu opened his eyes slightly. He followed the way the spiritual energy circulated in his heart and understood the power of this sword. Compared with the ordinary release of sword energy to sweep, using this method of condensing sword energy to attack the enemy, the power has at least tripled. If I were to go into the sea in person now, even if I didn't need to use Poseidon's trident, the power of this sword would probably kill the overlord of the abyss instantly. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. 2 or 3 days passed before I knew it. When Lu Shu walked out of Shintong Pavilion, he felt a little enlightened. Although 2 or 3 days is not a long time, there have been some changes on the Sacred Tree Island. They started playing around with each other and gradually became familiar with the environment of the Sacred Tree Island. Before they fell asleep, Lu Shu also prepared a lot of delicacies made from rare fish. The Patamons really enjoyed themselves. Totally fell in love with Sacred Tree Island. At this time, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, a prompt suddenly popped up. Your deep-sea fishing rod has caught a diamond-level treasure chest. Chapter 113. After about 4 days of waiting. Deep-sea fishing rod, and another harvest in the abyss. Squirtle wasn't idle either. Go down to the sea from time to time and do some exploring. Although not many treasure chests were obtained, as long as after a period of time, a school of fish would return to the 7,000-meter abyss. Lu Shu's perception range under the deep sea has reached 3,000 meters. Even if he encounters a heavyweight overlord of the deep sea with a wider perception range, a perception range of 3,000 meters is definitely enough for him to react and enter a state of challenge. The various rare fish and meat harvested not only satisfied the appetite, but also madly exchanged weapons and equipment on the trading interface. After this period of trading, the sacred stones of the 5-color altar can be lit up again. There are many benefits. Subsequently, Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the diamond-level treasure chest. Open the diamond-level treasure chest. Open advanced life essence. The growth of the sacred tree can be improved again. Lu Shu brought advanced life essence to the side of the sacred tree. Your sacred tree has absorbed advanced life essence, has 1,000 growth points, and -1 production cycle. Ding! You have obtained the blood succession limit fruit X1. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. After these few days of waiting, the blood succession limit fruit is only 1 day away from ripening. The arrival of advanced life fruit just shortened the production time of this day. Lu Shu immediately buried the blood succession limit fruit in the soil. Soon, a subspecies spiritual tree suddenly rose from the ground and broke through the ground. Blood succession limit fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, blood succession limit fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. You only need to wait for half a day, to harvest 100 blood succession fruits, the limitless fruit. Open the sacred tree panel. Products, devil fruit X1, special growth fruit X5, intermediate nascent soul fruit X1. Production cycle, 6 days, 3900650. I only have to wait 6 days before I can get a new devil fruit. And next I can harvest 5 special growth fruits. Enough for my Patamon to evolve into a higher level Angelmon. In addition, guys like Yumi, Pikachu, and Little White Fox can also evolve to see if they can hit the S level. Correct. Squirtle hasn't evolved for a long time recently, it's time to evolve. There was a hint of expectation in Lu Shu's eyes. The transition from Patamon to Angelmon can be said to be a stage of transformation. As long as it survives this transformation, Angelmon's combat effectiveness will completely improve. Next time you just need to wait slowly. After half a day passed, Lu Shu felt that in just the blink of an eye, a prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! Your blood inheritance limit fruit tree has reached the production cycle, blood inheritance limit fruit 100. The practice is so fascinating. It felt like half a day passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Shu looked towards the direction of the blood succession limit fruit tree, and saw 100 green fruits hanging on the tree, revealing the breath of life. These fruits. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. It's completely different from the Sharingan fruit. It's a new bloodbound fruit. What kind of bloodbound fruit is this breath of life? Open the panel to view. Wood escape fruit. Grade, S level. Function, by swallowing the wood escape fruit, you can obtain the superpower of wood escape blood inheritance, summon various wood escape attacks, and gain powerful life recovery and healing abilities. Wood escape fruit. However, among all the blood successor limitation fruits, wood release is a more powerful blood succession limitation fruit. Who should take it? Lu Shu thought about this question. His eyes moved to Badamon. Badamon has little interest in the wood release fruit, and it seems that he is not too interested in this kind of power. Evolve into future Angelmon. Padamon's attacks are more fire-based. It's a little inconsistent with Muduan's attributes and healing properties. Squirtle dives into the deep sea and does not have a great need for the wood release fruit. To deal with these abyss demon fish, I mainly rely on my illusions and abyss decay. So, let's give these fruits to Yumi. Lu Shu thought for a moment, and still felt that it would be best to use it on Yumi. Yumi was originally responsible for healing his teammates. After eating the Muduan fruit, the healing properties will be stronger. What's more, Yumi's shining fruit, physical attack it's not very high. When dealing with some boss monsters, its effect is relatively limited. And eating the wood release fruit not only makes up for the shortcomings of physical attack, but also gives the boss a bundled play if necessary. The benefits of combining his own illusion powers and controlling his opponents are extremely high. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately used his mental power to communicate with the large forces in the Grey World. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. The Abyss Illustrated book has discovered that there is an Abyss mission nearby. Intermediate Abyss. Coordinates Sadface 89, 85. Risk Factor, A. Abyss Progress, 35. Mission, kill the Abyss monster on the island. Reward, a Great Abyss treasure chest. Grey World. Lu Shu noticed the strange movement of the Abyss Illustrated book and took it out. Immediately I got information about the nearby Linyuan mission. A-level difficulty, not very high. However, the progress of the Abyss has reached 35. Although on the surface the difficulty seems to have only increased a little, the monster's strength may have improved a lot. Thinking of this, Lu Shu did not choose to immediately enter the location of Linyuan's mission. He carved a teleportation array on the spot. First, transfer the large army from the Grey World back to the Sacred Tree Island, and rest for a while. By the way, let 100s of Yumi swallowed the wood release fruit and gained new blood inheritance limit abilities. Chapter 114. A teleportation light curtain descended. Soon, the large army from the Grey World returned to the Sacred Tree Island to make some adjustments. The moment Pikachu saw Patamon, he couldn't help but run forward. I have to say, Patamon's appearance is somewhat similar to Pikachu. This group of little guys looked at each other with curious eyes, and then quickly became familiar with each other. Yumi turned into a flash of yellow light and instantly entered Patamon's body. Just going in and out like this. Yumi quickly became familiar with Patamon. Yumi, I have something for you to eat. At this moment, Lu Shu called Yumi to the side of the blood succession limit fruit tree. All these little guys ran over. When they first laid their hands on the Muduan fruit, Yumi and little stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. Lu Shu can be sure that Yumi is very interested in the wood release fruit. And the properties of the wood release fruit are also very compatible with Yumi. Let's all go and eat one. Lu Shu said with a smile. Since Yumi likes it, there is no need to think about anything. 100 Yumi nodded at the same time and ran over immediately. Bah! Bah! 3 times 5 divided by 2. Before long, all the wood the escape fruit was split by 100 Yumi. A radiance of life appeared on Yumi's body. The life levels of these little guys were also transformed because of swallowing the wood escape fruit. Pets popped up in front of them. Panel. Yumi. Type, Magic Cat. Powers, Hitting and Blocking, Fishing Missile, Yumi Possession, High Energy, Final Chapter of Grimoire, Shining Fruit, Would Release. Physical, A. Speed, A. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Yumi's potential has reached SS level. Lu Shu's eyes showed a hint of joy. Now, he has gained the new power of Wood Release. Yumi's potential has also caught up with Pikachu and Little White Fox. Although the positioning is different, the comprehensive potential of all pet troops they have all reached the SS level. They are only one step away from the final SSS level. At this time, it is estimated that all attributes need to be improved, and a few more powers need to be obtained. Lu Shu's Sacred Tree, continuously producing high-level superpower fruits, the SSS level is definitely not the end of growth. In addition to potential, there is more room for improvement in combat effectiveness and abilities. Boom! Suddenly, Yumi used Wood Release. Skill, Summoned a Tree. Lu Shu immediately felt the majestic breath of life from this power. At the same time, a special prompt appeared in front of him. Your Sacred Tree has absorbed the Wood Escape Breath, and its growth points 10. Has the growth rate of the sacred tree also been increased? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Mu Dun has the aura that promotes life acceleration. Therefore, the divine tree can also gain a certain increase. Open the sacred tree panel. Growth points, 51,221, for x10022140 day. Mu Dun amplification duration, 7 days. As long as Yumi comes back every 7 days to inject new vitality into the sacred tree, the growth can continue to accelerate. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. What surprised him the most was Mu Dun's growth rate and its duration were so long. Yumi doesn't even need to stay on the sacred tree island, she just needs to come back on time and give the gods treeing a buff can have the effect of increasing growth. At this stage, the growth points needed by the sacred tree have become more. In addition to advanced life essence, Yumi has obtained the magical power of the wood release fruit. Yes, it can also add more growth points to the divine tree. Now, the growth points of the divine tree have reached more than 2,000 points per day. If more advanced life essence can be explored, it will only take half a month, the sacred tree will hopefully grow into a holy tree. By then, both the fruit yield and the quality of the fruit will be improved to a certain extent. A day passed. Under the nourishment and protection of the sacred tree, all the pet army got a full rest. All the mental energy consumed by fighting in the past few days has been fully recovered. Yumi even gained the new power of Mu Dun, and her comprehensive potential reached SS level. The strength of Lu Shu's large army once again rose to a new level. Then, a teleportation light curtain descended. Continue exploring towards the Grey World. Using the power of the quick transfer fruit, Lu Shu directly teleported all the large troops to the location of the Linyuan mission. I have to say, it's really convenient to pass the superpower fruit quickly. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Shu arrived at the coordinates of Linyuan's mission. Start exploring, now. Lu Shu's perception range in the Grey World also reached thousands of meters. Use the resonance power, all the pets spread out, looking for gaps. Not long after, Lu Shu found the edge of the Grey World. As long as you cross that gap, you will be at the execution location of Linyuan's mission. Yumi, possessing Pikachu. Pikachu, you first copy the ability of the little white fox Void Crack. After I enter, I will give you instructions and follow them immediately. Do you understand? Lu Shu gave a few simple instructions. The smart little guys behind him immediately understood what Lu Shu meant and nodded. First, draw a teleportation array nearby. The pet troops will wait behind now. Lu Shu's clone go in first to investigate the situation and confirm the strength of the monsters inside, and then let the pet army in. Although the danger coefficient has only been raised to a level, facing the extremely dangerous Grey World, Lu Shu still will not let down any vigilance. As he's stepping into, the next second, an island that almost turned into an abyss appeared in front of me. The number of monsters on the island was as high as, however, most of their strengths are between B and A levels. There are also a handful of 3 S-class monsters, exuding ferocious power. Lu Shu focused his attention on the boss in the center of the island, and found that the opponent's danger coefficient was only S. It's not much more powerful than the last A-level boss. Now you can rest assured. Lu Shu immediately asked the pet army behind to follow him. Then, take out the undead bone staff and soul control token. The next second, countless armies immediately enveloped the entire Linyuan mission island. It seems that Lu Shu is the real big boss and has launched an attack on the island. Chapter 115. Abyss Island. The three-headed dog monster has a huge body spanning the center of the island. The body is surrounded by black magic flames. At a glance, it looks like a moving mountain of flames. Feel the breath of Lu Shu. The three-headed dog monster immediately raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Not only did the territory enter the enemy's territory, but it aroused the consciousness of fighting. The aura on Lu Shu's body was too powerful, posing a great threat to the three-headed dog monster. When a monster is threatened, it likes to roar to scare away the enemy. The information panel of World of Warcraft pops up in front of you. Three-headed demonic flame dog. Category, demons, orcs. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, island. Power, 2200, 2200. Speed, 2150, 2120. Defense, 1920, 4411. Skills, demonic flame raging, demonic sound roar, bloodline awakening, triple amplification, gift from the abyss, bloodlust, bloodline origin. Description: after swallowing the flame god tree, the power of the abyss and the demons merge together, evolving into a flame with the power of the netherworld. This kind of flame also has the property of being endless, so it is best not to be easily attacked by it. The demonic blood of the abyss fuses the blood of nearby demonic beasts with the three-headed demonic flame dogs. It is best to kill other demonic beasts first, and then kill this final boss. Are they of the same bloodline? Lu Shu narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed that the attribute panel of the three-headed demonic flame dog was higher than he thought. The skill of the same bloodline can make the attributes of the three-headed demonic flame dog match those of the nearby ones. Warcraft are superimposed together. Therefore, the attributes are quite explosive. The three-headed demon flame dog launched an attack on Lu Shu. The speed turned into an afterimage, so fast that it was difficult to react. As its attributes are continuously superimposed, it becomes extremely terrifying. Lu Shu guessed that the attributes of the three-headed demon flame dog should also be related to the attributes of the sacred tree it swallowed. Seeing that the three-headed demon flame dog was about to kill, the next second, 3 Dharma bodies suddenly appeared on Lu Shu's body. Imperial Domineering. The skills searched in 10,000 Stones Holy Land were released. An imperial domineering force that suppressed all things turned into a golden wind and roared out, sweeping in all directions. The three-headed demonic flame dog was attacked by the Emperor's Haki. Its attributes were weakened by 30, the abyss growth rate was reduced, and the synchronization of the same bloodline was reduced. The three-headed demon flame dog's attack suddenly became slower. The resistance has also decreased. Lu Shu showed a satisfied look. The 3 Dharma bodies, used in conjunction with the Emperor's domineering energy, the effect is immediately tripled. Under superposition, the three-headed demon flame dog's buff status was suddenly weakened a lot. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. You go and destroy the other monsters first. Use the fastest speed to clear the battlefield. Lu Shu immediately gave the order. The three-headed demon flame dog's defense attribute is quite high. The same bloodline makes this guy very difficult to kill. Kill all the monsters on the island first. In this way, the benefit effect of the three-headed demonic flame dog with the same bloodline will disappear. Sizzle. Soon, countless thunderous sounds echoed on the field. Pikachu activated the Sharingan, used Raikiri and 100,000 volts, and combined with Yumi's would release. The speed of killing the monsters was simply not too fast. Some monsters still tried to resist. As a result, Yumi's would release immediately wrapped around the opponent's body. Pikachu caught its weak point and killed it with one blow instantly. The little white fox activates the Dark Fruit ability and turns into an assassin on the field. Every time a monster passes by, the extinguishing black light immediately engulfs the opponent's body. The monsters on the field are dying in large numbers. The three-headed demon flame dog's bloodline homologous clan is dying on a large scale, and the bloodline homologous growth rate has been reduced by 20. The three-headed demon flame dog's bloodline homologous clan is dying on a large scale, and the bloodline homologous growth rate has been reduced by 50. The three-headed demon flame dog roared. Sensing the death of its own kind, it instantly became angry. The aura and blood on his body are increasing crazily. The three-headed demon flame dog turned on the violent mode, and its attributes were doubled. The three-headed demonic flame dog has activated the bloodline awakening mode, and its attributes are doubled. All monsters of the same bloodline family will gain the same amount of benefits in their attributes. This moment, the whole island is boiling. The arrogance of all the monsters has increased several times compared to before. With the benefits of doubling the attributes, all the monsters present are much more threatening than before. At this time, the Netherworld army begins to appear. These monsters originally have the resistance of the Netherworld. Directly drag down the nearby monsters, 100 Yumi, and release the wood release at the same time. Countless thick branches were entangled like horned dragons, suppressing the movements of the monsters. Lu Shu took out the Guanhan Qin. Turn on the power of purple chi pupil, cast illusion. SSS-level of mental power, combined with so many equipment and blessing effects, to release illusions on the three-headed demonic flame dog. The same bloodline can only make the three-headed demonic flame dog and the basic attributes of the surrounding monsters gain a superimposed effect. But, in terms of mental strength, the three-headed demon flame dog did not receive any bonus. After being hit by Lu Shu's illusion, he could only freeze on the spot. Just need to wait a moment. The three-headed demon flame dog's bloodline awakening time has passed and it has entered a weak state. The three-headed demon flame dog's violent time has expired and it has entered a super weak state. At this time, Lu Shu no longer held back his hand and struck directly with his sword. The cultivation of the nascent soul realm is completely released and opened. The three-headed demonic flame dog entered a weak state, coupled with the large number of deaths of the surrounding monsters, the effect of the same bloodline was basically ineffective, and its own defense was not high. With one strike of the sword, the three-headed demonic flame dog was instantly killed. Demon Flame Hound. Soon. The battle on the battlefield over the pet army also ended. The army of Warcraft was wiped out. A prompt finally popped up in front of me. You have killed the boss of this Abyss mission and killed all the nearby Abyss monsters. You have completed this Abyss mission. Ding. You got a Great Abyss Treasure Chest X1. Do you want to open it? Lu Shu immediately chose yes. The next second. A dazzling array of rewards are presented before your eyes. Chapter 116. When the Abyss Treasure Chest was opened, information about various treasures popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding. You get Heart of the Abyss X1. Ding. You have obtained Elementary Abyss Soul X2000, Intermediate Abyss Soul X500, and Advanced Abyss Soul X20. Ding. You got the Abyss Key X1. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Abyss Skills Illustration, Abyss Amplification. Ding. You got Island X1, do you choose to fuse? Enough materials to synthesize the Lord of the Netherworld. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the materials of Abyss Soul. The Abyss Heart and Curse aura needed to synthesize the Lord of the Netherworld have been collected. This time when opening the A-level treasure chest, another part of Abyss Soul I collected them. And there are extra. Do you want to combine Primary Abyss Soul X2000 into Intermediate Abyss Soul X200? Yes. Do you want to combine the Intermediate Abyss Soul X700 into a high-level Abyss Soul X70? Yes. When Lu Shu synthesized all the Abyss fragments into Advanced Abyss fragments, a prompt popped up in front of him. Detection, you have gathered all the materials needed to synthesize the SS-level monster the Lord of the Netherworld. Do you want to consume the Netherlord's Heart X1, the Netherlord's Soul X1, the Netherlord's Fragments X10, the Advanced Abyss Soul X100, the Cursed Breath X1, and the Abyss Heart X1 to synthesize the SS-level Lord-level monster the Netherlord? Following Lu Shu's thoughts, the next second. A huge white light appeared in the field of vision. Immediately afterwards. In the white light, a monster with extremely powerful aura walked out. The nightmare-level boss, the Lord of the Netherworld, was completely summoned by Lu Shu using the power synthesized from monsters. A monster panel suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. Lord of the Netherworld. Category, Demon, Netherworld. Danger Coefficient, SS. Power, 2900. Speed, 2950. Defense, 2920. Skills, Nether Body, Nether Concealment, Dark Cover, Violence. Skills and attributes are missing a bit. No income from the Abyss increase. But this is normal. After all, the Lord of the Netherworld was summoned by me. He did not have his back to the Abyss, so he naturally did not have the skills to increase the Abyss and kill the field. The risk factor is also reduced to SS-. However, the Lord of the Netherworld is already powerful enough. Lu Shu glanced at the Lord of the Netherworld panel and felt quite satisfied. It is normal for the synthesized boss to be weaker than the original boss. Otherwise, the skills of monster synthesis would have become at least an SS-level talent. Next. Lu Shu set his sights on the Advanced Abyss Skills Illustrated book. A prompt pops up in front of you. Do you want to learn the Advanced Abyss Skills Illustrated book, Abyss Amplification? The next second. Lu Shu received a more advanced Abyss Amplification. When using Abyss Weakness again, if combined with Advanced Abyss Amplification, it will produce better results. Etc. Upgraded my Abyss Amplifier to Advanced. It seems that it can be used on other targets at the same time. Lu Shu had a thought in his mind. He immediately tried to use the Abyss Amplifier on the Lord of the Netherworld. Your Lord of the Netherworld has received the gift of Abyss Amplification. Attributes are comprehensively improved. Temporarily unlock skills killing area. Duration, 5 minutes. This effect is quite good. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly showed a hint of joy. The 5-minute duration is not the key, being able to release the killing field is the key. If this skill of the Lord of the Netherworld is released, it can be said that it can be done in seconds. It's a matter of seconds. Now. Lu Shu's Netherworld army, except for the real nightmare-level dungeon, is relatively difficult to pass, and the other dungeons are completely flat. Do you want to choose Fusion Island? Boom! There was a sound of ground shaking coming from the Sacred Tree Island. With a tremor, quickly. Lu Shu discovered that the boundaries of the island had expanded a lot. The Sacred Tree can absorb more spiritual energy. Certainly. For Lu Shu himself, it can also promote the growth of cultivation, and the benefits are not too many. The most important thing is the sea. Lu Shu quickly moved to the observation tower. Looking towards the sea area above 3,000 meters, the expanded sea area has some more treasure chests. And there are some platinum-level treasure chests too. Squirtle, come and gather. Lu Shu immediately ordered all the squirtlets to gather at the beach and secure all the treasure chests after the sea area was expanded. You opened the silver-level treasure chest and obtained the primary water rune. You opened the gold-level treasure chest and obtained the intermediate-level water rune. You opened a platinum-level treasure chest and obtained high-level water runes. Another series of water rune harvests. Lu Shu once again set his sights below the sea. Now, the exploration range of the abyssal sea has increased from the original 7,000 meters to now, and it can now be dived to a distance of 8,500 meters. A-level abyss copy, the islands obtained are wider, and the sea areas are naturally increased. Soon. Through resonance, Lu Shu entered the body of one of the squirtlets. Then, he led the mighty Squirtle army and continued to explore more deeply toward the sea area below 7,000 meters. Not long after, a reminder suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. 1,000 meters ahead, a diamond-level treasure chest appears. Did you find the treasure chest so quickly? Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed towards the location of the treasure chest. Chapter 117. Rush towards the location of the treasure chest. At this moment, an abyss overlord suddenly stood in front of Lu Shu. At the 8,000-meter sea area, the number of abyss overlords also increased. Even a diamond-level treasure chest is guarded by S-level abyss devil fish. Seeing the abyss overlord rushing towards him. At this moment, Lu Shu directly released the Emperor's dominance. A golden light curtain instantly penetrated the scales of the abyss overlord. The abyss overlord's body suddenly shook, and all attributes were greatly weakened. Even the abyss amplification on his body has been weakened a lot. Lu Shu activated the purple AI power and once again controlled him with his mental power. Squirtle, come on. Lu Shu said. 100 squirtlets launched a collision and continuously attacked the abyss overlord. In just a few minutes, the abyss overlord has been solved. Open the treasure chest. I thought I got another advanced life essence. Unexpectedly, a jade pendant appeared in the treasure box. Sea Elf's Jade Pendant. Grade, Rare. Function, the spiritual token of the Sea Elves can resist the illusions of the Sea Elves, activate the ability of the Jade Pendant, and can control deep-sea creatures with a risk factor below a level. Sea Elves. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. This seems to imply that under the abyss, there are higher-level creatures besides the Abyss Overlord. A strange sound suddenly floated from all directions in the sea. Lu Shu his mind was slightly shaken. But as the Sea Elf's Jade Pendant emitted a burst of pure white light, it seemed to resist the singing sounds coming from all directions in the deep sea. At the same time, a prompt also popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You are being attacked by the disorienting songs of the sea spirits. Your Sea Elf Jade Pendant resists illusion effects. The Sea Elf's illusion has failed. Seeing that singing has no effect on Lu Shu, the Sea Elf appeared from the deep sea and looked at the Jade Pendant in Lu Shu's hand with anger on his face. Suddenly, the Jade Pendant sent out a strange wave. Actually translated the language of Sea Elf. Despicable human being, please return this Jade Pendant to me. That is something that belongs to the sea. Dirty human blood, don't come to pollute the sea. Understanding the meaning of the Sea Elf, Lu Shu raised his brows slightly. This Sea Elf looks like a peerless beauty. Except for the mermaid tail below, which is not very beautiful. Nothing. I thought my mouth could be so vicious. A monster panel popped up in front of me. Sea Elf. Mermaid. Category, Mermaid Tribe, Sea Elf. Danger Factor, S. Perception Range, 3,500 meters. Power, 2,300. Speed, 2,250. Defense, 1,420. Skills, Song Confusion, Tearing Grasp, A-Level Sea Control, Abyss Amplification. Description, one of the races of sea elves, with human upper bodies and fish tails. Their looks and songs are fatally tempting to humans. However, the nature of mermaids hates humans extremely. Anyone who dares to get close to them had better do it. Be prepared to pay the price with your life. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected. Monsters are monsters. Any tree master who has any illusions about them is risking his life. Lu Shu stepped forward without mercy and released his emperor's dominance. The mermaid suddenly exclaimed, and was immediately suppressed by this coercion, and the aura on her body also weakened a bit. Sea Elf was weakened by the emperor's haki, all attributes were reduced, and the abyss increase was reduced by 50. Despicable human being, what have you done to my body? The mermaid made an angry voice. The next second, her voice was no longer seductive, but instead emitted bursts of echo-like singing. It was similar to a magician's incantation. The Sea Elf's voice can be integrated with the power of the sea. It's time to activate the sea control technique. The surrounding seawater suddenly stirred crazily. Die, human. The mermaid's eyes are cold. She is confident that as the darling of the sea, she can rely on the power of the sea to tear everything apart. Ignorance. Lu Shu shook his head gently. Do you want to solve yourself in A-level sea control? It took you thousands of years to attain it. Take out Poseidon's trident and Dinghai Pearl. There are these two legendary levels of the sea. Treasure, Lu Shu's control over the sea water, if divided by sea control, can surely reach the level of S-level. The nearby sea water is not controlled by the sea elves at all, but is directed towards herself. Swept away. How could you possess these two treasures of the sea? The mermaid made a horrified sound. At this moment, she realized that the human beings in front of her were definitely not something she could handle. But, it was too late, the seawater turned into a cage, trapping the body of the sea elf completely imprisoned. Squirtle, come on. Lu Shu ordered. The physical attack from seawater is of little use against the sea elves. However, Squirtle's physique is different. This is a real physical attack. Although the sea elves have their own uniqueness in controlling the sea and some skills, in terms of physical fitness, they are inferior to the Abyss Overlord by several levels. Being bumped into by 100 squirt less. In just 1 second, the sea elf was instantly killed. A prompt also popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the sea elf mermaid, got the mermaid flute, elementary, and got mermaid tears X1. Chapter 118. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. It did drop some different treasures. Open the panel and view information. Mermaid flute. Level, Junior. Function, can play the music of the mermaids in the abyss. If the mental power is high enough, it can act as an illusion on the mermaids, making them think that you are the same kind. It turns out to be a piece of magic equipment. Lu Shu nodded in his mind. Although he has never played the flute, the Hichin art skills he learned also include knowledge of music theory. I can't say that I can play the flute very well, but if I blow it loudly, combined with the illusion fruit and SS-level mental power, controlling the mermaid is not a problem. Focus on another item. Mermaid tears. Category, deep sea consumables. Function, your mental power can travel through the abyss and sense nearby creatures. When you launch a mental power attack, it can penetrate the creatures in the abyss. What a good thing. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. The ability of mental power to penetrate the abyssal sea is actually equivalent to the increase in the range of mental perception. Lu Shu can also use his spiritual consciousness to capture the surrounding creatures without getting close to the 3,000-meter perception range. The aura. Moreover, it's not just living things, the spiritual consciousness can ignore the suppression of the deep sea. In this way, wherever there is a treasure chest, just use mermaid tears, and Lu Shu will know the location immediately. It is equivalent to the intensive class heart of the deep sea. He once again dived towards the abyss for a certain distance. The surrounding fish didn't know if they felt the death breath nearby, and ran away again. Lu Shu felt a little helpless. He came here to sweep for a while, the surrounding fish schools have become smarter and know how to run deeper into the sea. In this way, it is difficult for Lu Shu to find their location. In this case, Lu Shu simply used mermaid tears. A prompt pops up in front of you. You use mermaid tears, and your mental power can temporarily penetrate the abyss and sea, and gain the bonus of sea elves. Duration, 10 minutes. Lu Shu releases his spiritual consciousness and senses his surroundings. This dark sea could not stop Lu Shu's consciousness. It was a very strange experience and feeling. It was as if his spiritual consciousness had some kind of resonance with this sea area. Lu Shu could easily scan the entire sea area with his spiritual consciousness. Discovered immediately. Below, in the sea a few kilometers away on the right, there are several diamond treasure chests. In addition to the 2 deep sea overlords, there are also 3 sea elves and mermaids in the Guardian's treasure box. This lineup will bring some trouble to Lu Shu. He looked at mermaid flute. He tried to play the flute. With the bonus of mermaid tears, the sound of the flute could actually travel through the abyss and bring illusion effects to the mermaids below. Sea Elf, Mermaid. Squirtle, you and the mermaid maintain a distance of 3,500 meters. Come on, wait outside first. When I issue the order, you will come and attack again. Lu Shu commanded. After all, the level of this bone flute is only elementary. It can only make the mermaids mistakenly think that they are of the same race. If Squirtle passes by, it may arouse the mermaid's vigilance and cause the illusion to fail. Lu Shu plans to first. In the past, the mermaid was dealt with in an instant, and then the two abyss overlords were dealt with later. Squirtle nodded, kept a distance, and followed Lu Shu. And Lu Shu also walked slowly towards the diamond treasure chest swam over. When they arrived at the mermaid's 3,500 meter sensing range, it was just as expected. The mermaid just paid attention to Lu Shu, but did not attract much attention. Lu Shu casually swam behind a few mermaids as if they were passing by. At this moment, the Poseidon's trident and Ding Hai pearl were sacrificed. Lu Shu immediately launched an attack on the mermaid. The mermaid didn't react at all. First, she was weakened by the Emperor's Haki, and then Poseidon's trident suddenly penetrated the chest of a mermaid, accompanied by several scalp-numbing screams. The other two mermaids revealed their sharp fangs and bit into Lu Shu. With a cold expression on his face, Lu Shu controlled the Poseidon's trident and immediately created a turbulent sea water, completely confining the two mermaids. The other two abyss overlords, sensing the enemy's aura, also came towards Lu Shu to kill him. Lu Shu used Ding Hai Zhu on his backhand. Certainly. These two behemoths were immediately imprisoned in a cage of sea water. They could only struggle angrily and watch helplessly as the mermaid was attacked by Lu Shu. From this point of view, the sea elves seemed to have a transcendent status in the abyssal sea. The abyss overlord didn't show that much anger when he was attacked. But when he saw the mermaid being attacked by Lu Shu, he seemed to be going crazy. Lu Shu's eyes were calm. No matter how the abyss overlord struggles, the current situation is under his control. In his calculations, the three mermaids may still have some room to resist the power of the trident, but the two can do whatever they want. As for the two abyss overlords, use Ding Hai Pearl to control them first and then kill them later. Squirtle, come on. At this moment, Lu Shu finally issued the command to attack. 100 squirtlets came from the sea nearby and killed them. The expressions of the mermaids changed drastically. They felt the danger of death. They even screamed sharply. He didn't want to speak out anymore, he just wanted to escape as much as possible. Facing these monsters, Lu Shu would show no mercy. The mermaid tribe has a natural aversion to human beings, and they also have certain wisdom and their own language. Therefore, putting this kind of enemy back would be cruel to oneself. The seemingly flawless appearance could not cover up the inner ugliness of these monsters. 100 squirtlets launched an attack and killed the remaining two mermaids. Kill. Lu Shu once again obtained 3 bone flutes and 3 drops of mermaid tears. Then, used Poseidon's trident. Lu Shu used the power of sea water to immediately attack the two controlled abyss overlords. A violent attack. The differentiated seawater turned into a sea blade across the abyss of the sea. The extremely violent physical attack tore apart the huge body of the deep sea overlord in an instant. Blood suddenly filled the entire seabed. This area was nearby. The main enemy targets have all been eliminated. The ghost lantern fish and magic shark, who still dared to stay in this sea area, smelled the smell of blood and ran away instantly, not even daring to take a look. Then, come down. Lu Shu set his sights on the 4 diamond-level treasure chests. Chapter 119. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the diamond treasure chest. Select on. Ding. You have obtained Advanced Life Essence X3. Ding. You've earned a pass to the Water God's Palace. Pass. Lu Shu's eyes moved. In addition to the 3 high-level life essences, the diamond treasure chest in the 8,000-meter sea area has opened something different. Click on the panel to view the information. Pass to the Palace of the Water God. Category: Special Items. Function: necessary props leading to the Water God Palace, which can save a lot of trouble. The Palace of the Water God. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful look. He explored the 8,000-meter sea area, used his spiritual consciousness to explore, and suddenly discovered that there was an undersea cave similar to a stalactite here. 3,000 meters to 7,000 meters is a channel to dive into the abyss. But when we reach the 8,000-meter area, we have passed the passage and come to the real abyss. The range here is much larger than 3,000 to 7,000 meters, and there is a lot of room for exploration. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly and he judged the surrounding environment. At this moment, the effect of mermaid tears is almost over. Lu Shu immediately used the next drop of mermaid tears. The spiritual power passes through this 8,000-meter sea. Near 9,000 meters away, Lu Shu sensed 7 mermaids appearing there. Nearby, 3 abyss overlords were wandering. So many monsters attracted Lu Shu's attention. Use mental power to sense and go away. There is a legendary treasure chest. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. The legendary items from the legendary treasure chest are legendary items in the abyss. The infinitely powerful Ding Hai Pearl and Poseidon's Trident. They are all open from legendary treasure chests. Immediately rush towards the location of the sea area. The overlord of the abyss is relatively far away from the mermaid. Out of range of perception. You can deal with the abyss overlord first, and then let Squirtle deal with the mermaid. It took Lu Shu a short time to make a decision. He took out the Poseidon's Trident and Ding Heizu. The location of the mermaid was confirmed. Lu Shu specifically waited until the Abyss Overlord came outside the range of the mermaid, and then used 2 legendary deep-sea treasures to completely imprison him. 100 squirt less, the ability to launch a collision, very quickly. All the nearby Abyss Overlords were killed. Next, Lu Shu went to find trouble with the mermaid again. These 7 mermaids obviously didn't realize that the crisis had quietly enveloped them, and activated the ability of mermaid tears. Before the mermaid could sense him, Lu Shu immediately controlled the power of the sea and swept towards the mermaid. The mermaids suddenly lost their beauty. They did not expect that as the darlings of the sea, they would be imprisoned by the power of the sea today. Exhibit Emperor's dominance. Weakening the merfolk's armor again. As 100 squirtless packed it down hard. Soon. All the mermaids have been killed. You killed Sea Elf. Mermaid X7 Foot, got Mermaid Bone Flute, Elementary, X7, and got Mermaid Tears X7. Do you want to consume Mermaid Bone Flute, Elementary, X10 to synthesize an intermediate Mermaid Bone Flute? Can there be an intermediate Mermaid Bone Flute? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. He chose yes on the spot. As a white synthetic light curtain shone, and then the elementary bone flute turned into an intermediate bone flute. At this time, Lu Shu's illusion can still shielding the mermaid's vision and perception. In other words, Lu Shu can easily send all the squirtless to the mermaid, and then launch a sudden attack. Even when activating mental power, he can also control the mermaid. Continue come down. Lu Shu walked to the side of the legendary treasure chest. You got a legendary treasure chest X1. Do you want to enable it? Yes. The next second. Open the legendary treasure chest. A flowing costume appeared inside. It seems to be integrated with the sea water. Lu Shu's eyes moved. This is. Following his thoughts, an equipment panel popped up in front of him. Poseidon Robe. Category, Protective Robe. Grade, Legend. Attributes, Defense 2000, Water Resistance 80, Undersea Perception 1000. Skill, Integrate into the Sea. Integrate into the sea, you can integrate your body with the sea, flow rapidly in the sea water, and turn your body into water attributes to avoid a large amount of physical damage, or to block the enemy's perception. What a good thing. With the Poseidon Robe, not only can he be immune to water-type attacks, but he can also blend into the sea. In this way, there is no need to use mermaid tears. Lu Shu directly turns into sea water, you can explore and flow freely in this sea area. However, the more troublesome thing is that you cannot take the squirtless with you. The effect of using it to explore the path is quite good. Use a drop of mermaid tears again. Anyway. This Lu Shu also had a lot of consumables. He continued to release them and search the nearby sea area. At this moment, Lu Shu discovered that a palace seemed to have appeared in the sea area ahead. Could that be the Poseidon Palace? With a thought in his mind, Lu Shu immediately rushed towards the perceived palace. At this moment, a prompt popped up in front of him. You have reached the upper limit of the explorable range of the sea. Has the limit been reached? Lu Shu felt a little pity. There seemed to be a lot of space to explore in that palace. Now that he had reached the edge, Lu Shu casually explored the area, but didn't find many valuable monsters, so he returned. Back to Divine Tree Island. Lu Shu came to the side of the Divine Tree. He threw 3 high-level life essences into the Divine Tree for absorption. After a period of accelerated growth, the new fruit product has matured. Chapter 120. Ding. You got Devil Fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained Special Growth Fruit X5. Ding! You have obtained the Intermediate Nascent Soul Fruit X1. 3 consecutive prompts sounded. Looking towards the direction of the sacred tree, golden fruits are growing on the sacred tree again. Gently pick the fruits that are produced. Buried in the soil. Suddenly. 7 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. Devil Fruit Tree. Variety, subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Devil Fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Special Growth Fruit Tree X5. Product, Life Fruit. Remaining production times, 3. Intermediate Nascent Soul Fruit Tree. Product, Intermediate Nascent Soul Fruit. After half a day of waiting, finally. All subspecies of spiritual trees have reached their first production cycle. It's time for Patamon to swallow a wave of super growth fruits. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Patamon is only one step away from evolving into Angelmon. As long as it eats the special growth fruit and completes the final stage, it's not a problem at all. Little ones, go ahead and eat all those fruits. Lu Shu pointed to the special growth fruit tree and said to 100 Bada beasts. The Bada beasts were still playing with each other under the sacred tree. During this time, the sacred tree seemed to have a nourishing effect on the Bada beasts. Damon's physique has changed from the original B level to B level. Lu Shu did not expect that Patamon could automatically become stronger after staying with the sacred tree all day long. No wonder those little guys, everywhere if you don't go, you'll just play under the sacred tree all day long. After hearing Lu Shu's words, 100 Patamon immediately came to the location of the special growth fruit tree. Ba! Ba! Soon. Each of the Patamons got one. The special growth fruit. It was eaten in just 2 seconds. Suddenly. Patamon's body burned like a flame. An angel appeared in the sacred flames in a luxurious posture. No, there was more than one. The rest of the Patamon have also evolved in life level and turned into real angels. 100 angel beasts have all evolved. A new pet panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Angelmon. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Heavenly Fist, New. Physical, A. Speed, A. Mental, A. Overall potential, A. The improvement in attributes is huge. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. Patamon evolved into Angelmon, and every attribute has made a qualitative leap. Correct. And the devil fruit tree is ripe. I don't know what kind of devil fruit was produced. Lu Shu looked in the direction of the devil fruit tree. On the tree. Each fiery red fruit is like a flame. A devil fruit information panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Burnt fruit. Type, devil fruit. Function, after eating it, you can change your body into the form of fire, and you can also control the power of fire, attach various attributes to the fire, and strike the enemy in a wide range. The effect of Angelmon eating the Shiaki fruit seems to be quite good. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Angel Beast's attack originally carried the sacred attributes of an angel. But the disadvantage is that the target of the attack is usually relatively single and lacks large-scale damage. Moreover, Angel Beast's movement speed, not too fast. But if you swallow the burning fruit and gain this kind of power, not only can you turn your body into flames, move quickly, and be immune to physical damage, but you can also add your own sacred attributes to the flames. This way, as soon as Lu Shu can have a pet army that can cause holy attack attributes in a wide range. He doesn't need to use holy light magic one by one to eliminate the enemies in such trouble. The eyes of these little guys are wide open. There seemed to be some interest in the burning fruit tree. Go and eat. Lu Shu smiled. After getting permission, the angel beasts immediately swallowed the burning fruit. Not long after, all the angel beasts suddenly burst out with flames. With just a random movement, the surrounding fire the attributes began to spread crazily, burning everything. What a powerful fire attack. Lu Shu's eyes were filled with surprise. It's not just the fire attribute. Angelmon uses the burning fruit to create a large range of fire damage, and it also has the sacred attribute bonus. It can deal with the nether and undead types. Monsters have a strong restraint effect. Lu Shu releases the holy light explosion alone, and the efficiency is too slow. Even if Pikachu is given troops like Angel Blessing, the duration of the effect is limited. But with the addition of Angel Beast, it will be much easier for Lu Shu to clean up the nether monsters and enemy troops with Abyss increase in the future. At the same time, a new panel pops up in front of Lu Shu. Powers, acid bubble, air cannon, fist of heaven, burning fruit, new, holy flame, comprehension. Spirit, A. Overall potential, S. As expected of Angelmon. Swallowed the power of burning fruit. I actually learned a new skill. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The comprehensive potential instantly reached S level. You know, Angelmon is not the final evolutionary form yet. There are still several stages in the future where it can evolve. In other words, as long as you cultivate it patiently, Angelmon definitely has the qualifications to break through to the SSS-level comprehensive potential. You just need to wait for the sacred tree to grow into a holy tree and produce more advanced growth fruits. Oh, no. By then, it shouldn't be called the fruit of growth, right? It's time for the big army from the Grey World to come back. Lu Shu immediately asked the pets to pass through the teleporter, return to the sacred tree island, swallow the special growth fruits, and undergo another wave of growth. Chapter 121. A teleported light curtain descended. All the troops in the Grey World have returned to the sacred tree island. Pikachu, Yumi, and the little white fox excitedly ran under the sacred tree. These little guys seem to like being close to the sacred tree. This is because the sacred tree has been growing more and more in the direction of the sacred tree recently, and the nourishing breath has changed. It has something to do with getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Angelmon suddenly descended from the sky. Pikachu and the others were all shocked. The little white fox instantly hid in the crack in the void. Yumi was so frightened that she quickly possessed Pikachu. Angelmon suddenly felt a little aggrieved. I finally saw my friends back. Why are you still scared? After evolving, did he become so scary? After some sensing, I realized that Angelmon is the evolved form of Patamon. The Pikachus also reacted at this time, surrounding Angelmon one after another, their eyes full of curiosity. This is the first time I've seen a companion that can evolve. At this moment, a Pikachu discovered that Squirtle ran under the special growth fruit tree and secretly ate the fruit. Pick up. Pikachu shouted immediately, attracting all the friends around him. Lu Shu smiled and said, go and eat, there are still a lot of fruits there. You all have scored, don't worry. In the first growth cycle, a total of 500 special growth fruits were obtained. Patamon ate 100 of them and evolved into Angelmon. Squirtle ate 100 of them, and the remaining 300 were just enough. Pikachu, Little White Fox and Yumi divided it up. Look carefully. 100 Squirtless have all eaten the special growth fruits, and they have become quite huge. If we say that, the Squirtless in the past were a bit bigger, similar to the Golden Dragon Koi of the past. So, the current Squirtle is like a small moving island, and its growth shape is quite exaggerated. When walking through the territory of magical plants, you must be careful, for fear of stepping on it the flowers and plants there were smashed. Fortunately, there is a mobile defense fortress, which can be used as a ladder to carry the bodies of these big guys to the resting area on the coast. Lu Shu thought that he would simply send the fruit to Jie in the future. Forget about the turtle's habitat, so as not to move these huge bodies one by one, coming here and back again, it would be so hard to make 2 trips. Open the pet panel. Squirtle. Type, Pokemon. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Bubble Light, Water Fruit, Freezing Light, Megaton Boxing, New. Physical, S. Speed, S. Mental, A. Overall Potential, S. Lu Shu raised his brows slightly and couldn't help but admired, what a good guy, he has gained such a powerful power. The overall potential has also been upgraded to S level. This new power has explosive physical damage, which can cause terrifying effects even against the Abyss Overlord. 100 Squirtless released a million-ton punch at the same time. What is the concept of this? That is a billion-ton punch. Who can withstand it? Lu Shu couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Squirtle's initial the overall potential does not seem high, but the subsequent growth space is really amazing. Then, Pikachu, Yumi, and the little white fox all swallowed the special growth fruits. Soon, one after another popped up in front of them. New pet panel. Pikachu. Power, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Sharingan, Chidori. Physical, S. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Yumi. Type, Magic Cat. Powers, Hitting and Blocking, Fishing Missile, Yumi Possession, High Energy, Final Chapter of Grimoire, Shining Fruit, Would Release. Physical, A. Escape Fox. Type, Elf. Powers: Void Teleportation, Hostile Perception, Void Crack, Dark Fruit. Comprehensive Potential, SS. For Pikachu, Yumi and Little White Fox, a little improvement in attributes can no longer increase the upper limit of their potential too much. Certainly. Lu Shu was not too anxious. After reaching this height, it will naturally be difficult to go up again. Moreover, the comprehensive potential is just a reference. It still depends on the powers and effects of the superpower fruits produced by the sacred tree next. Lu Shu began to sit down cross-legged. After this period of precipitation, I can now sprint towards a higher nascent soul realm again. Sit down cross-legged. 100 newly obtained intermediate nascent soul fruits were placed in front of Lu Shu. Do you want to consume X100 of intermediate nascent soul fruit and synthesize it into X10 of advanced nascent soul fruit? Yes. The next second, 10 high-grade nascent soul fruits were placed in front of Lu Shu. First, swallow a high-grade nascent soul fruit, immediately. The majestic spiritual energy condenses in nascent soul. The golden light surrounding the 3 Dharma bodies is even more dazzling. The aura on Lu Shu's body increased after some time. Not enough. Muttering to himself in a low voice, Lu Shu swallowed 3 more nascent soul fruits. This time, the spiritual energy was enough. The spiritual energy that overflowed in an instant stirred up the surrounding wind, and the world was a strange phenomenon. Even the cranes couldn't help but stop. Cultivating, looking in the direction of Lu Shu. I saw a golden light bathing Lu Shu's body. The 3 nascent soul bodies on his body suddenly appeared out of thin air, turning into golden shadows, floating above, and the treasure chest was majestic. Boom! Accompanied by a strange sound of breakthrough. Lu Shu's cultivation level successfully broke through from the original 2nd level of Yuanying to the 3rd level of Yuanying. However, he only took 4 Yuanying fruits, and the spiritual energy was still moving towards a higher level of cultivation. Lu Shu immediately stopped hesitating and swallowed the other 6 fruits. The cultivation level in the body began to surge towards a higher level again. Chapter 122. As the 6 nascent soul fruits were eaten, the golden light on Lu Shu's body became more and more powerful. The 3 Dharma images suddenly buzzed, as if they were interacting with the great avenues of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the mythical building suddenly erupted with a burst of hazy brilliance. Colorful spiritual energy condensed in the sky above the sacred tree island, showing an auspicious omen. 3,000 strands of spiritual energy descended on Lu Shu like a waterfall, causing his cultivation level to increase rapidly. Skyrocketing, great improvement in strength. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. The avenue trembled with a sound like a bell. The 3 Dharma bodies are majestic in appearance. The golden light is overflowing, and the cultivation level is rising. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Shu's cultivation had already rushed from the 3rd level of Yuanying to the 4th level of Yuanying. Avenue. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Lu Shu's current spiritual consciousness seems to be able to capture a trace of Taoist rhyme, and there is a Taoist rhyme flowing. This level is quite rare in the nascent soul realm. It has even reached even in higher realms, one may not be able to glimpse the Tao Yun. However, the celestial map of the divine tree island, the connection with other mythological buildings, and the enlightenment attributes of the Bodhi tree. With the superposition of various opportunities, Lu Shu's progress is faster than ordinary people can imagine. As expected. It was the first time I saw Tao Yun at the 4th level of nascent soul. It's time to go to Shentong Pavilion. Lu Shu murmured softly. Shentong Pavilion, with its connotation of Taoist rhyme, can help him further consolidate his breakthrough. Step into Shentong Pavilion. It's like arriving in another world. It seems to have been influenced by the Tianji too. The Taoist rhyme inside the Shentong Pavilion is even more natural. Lu Shu took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and meditated for meditation. Those flowers and grass fell into Lu Shu's eyes and were no longer ordinary. It is like a painting of a saint, with different rhythms of Taoism. By understanding its natural laws, you can understand the profound meaning of heaven. Certainly. Lu Shu's current state is like seeing flowers in the mist, unable to see its true meaning. But being able to see it is already a big breakthrough. A flower contains a world. A blade of grass can kill the sun, moon and stars. See the macro from the micro, and reveal the way of heaven from all things. Suddenly, Lu Shu opened his eyes. The next second, he gently pointed forward. A burst of Ling Ran's sword intent broke out from his fingertips, and when it hit a point in the sky and earth here, it burst out. A ferocious crack appeared. Understanding the laws of nature, Lu Shu learned how to compress the spiritual energy to a point and release 10 times the attack power in an instant. At that moment, Lu Shu also understood a small magical power, the attack power big rise. This move is quite effective when used to deal with bosses that are not immune to physical attacks. Lu Shu took a deep breath and tried to understand the secret of magical power. He nodded slightly and his eyes were calm. He did not feel too much surprise about this breakthrough. Leave Shentong Pavilion. A thought came to my mind. Lu Shu suddenly took out the Zhu Xian sword. He felt that although his current cultivation level had not yet reached the requirements, he seemed to be able to initially control this divine sword. Buzz. A strange sword sound suddenly circulated between the heaven and the earth. The Zhu Xian sword seemed to recognize Lu Shu and was caught in his hand. What a strong sword spirit. Lu Shu showed a look of surprise. Just holding this divine sword in his hand, he only needed to wave it gently forward, and there seemed to be an extremely terrifying attack, bursting out from the tip of the sword, with devastating effects. The power of heaven and earth. Open the magic weapon panel. Zhu Xian sword. Category, weapon. Grade, myth. Attributes, attack power 10,000, pierce 1250, critical hit rate 80, immune ignore 50, retaliation ignore 50, restraint ignore 50. Skill, 1 sword Zhu Xian usage time limit, 10 minutes cooling time, 7 days. What a strong attribute. The moment he saw the attributes on the Zhu Xian sword panel, Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and he was shocked by the terrifying attributes of Zhu Xian's sword. Just the 5-digit bonus to the attack power was already enough. It's scary enough. None of the basic attributes are weak, they are all ridiculously high. And the various resistances and immunities that follow show that this sword has no monsters that can avoid its damage. As long as the Zhu Xian sword is used, regardless of whether you are the 9-heaven god Buddha or the demon lord of the abyss, you will be killed with the divine sword. Correct. If this sword matches the little magical power I have learned, the power exerted may be extremely terrifying. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. The small magical power he learned in the Shentong Pavilion can instantly condense all attacks into one point, gaining extremely terrifying penetration. Combined with the Zhu Xian sword, it can even ignore the enemy's physical resistance. Used to kill the boss, it can be said to be a divine aid. However, the power of this sword is too strong. Therefore, at the current stage, Lu Shu can only control it for 10 minutes at most. If his cultivation level increases in the future, the duration of use will be, and can be increased a lot. Open the Sacred Tree panel. Since the end of the last product, the products of the Sacred Tree have been updated again. Products, Enlightenment Fruit X1, Nascent Soul Immortal Magic Fruit, Nascent Soul Magic Fruit. Production Cycle, 6 days, 390-0650. After glancing at the products, it was not difficult for Lu Shu to guess that the next product would be related to various high-level skills in the Nascent Soul realm. However, the Immortal Magic Fruit it makes Lu Shu feel a little interesting. As for the Fruit of Enlightenment, is it still a fruit that improves understanding? In any case, you will know the answer after waiting for a while. At this moment, another reminder came to Lu Shu's ear. Ding! Your special growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the special growth fruit 100. Chapter 123. Ding! Your special growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the special growth fruit 100. During the period of Lu Shu's cultivation, unknowingly, during this period, the 5 special growth fruit trees completed 2 production cycles. Because I was too absorbed in cultivation, the day passed by like this, and I didn't even notice the fruit I produced last time. There are another 1,000 special growth fruits. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. With so many special growth fruits, it seems that the golden dragon koi can evolve. It's been a long time since I improved the attribute of luck. With a thought in his mind, Lu Shu turned into a stream of light and flew with his sword. But in the blink of an eye, he reached the coast of the Sacred Tree Island in an instant. The golden dragon koi seemed to sense something and hurriedly swam back towards the coast. This guy will never be absent if he has something to eat. Lu Shu couldn't help laughing, then took out a special growth fruit and threw it into the mouth of the golden dragon koi. The golden dragon koi instantly flipped, caught the fruit thrown by Lu Shu, and bit it down. A line of text suddenly popped up in front of me. The golden dragon koi swallowed a special growth fruit and gained 200 evolution points. Golden dragon koi evolves from level 5 to level 6. 100,000 evolution points are needed. Only 500 special growth fruits are needed to complete the evolution. Lu Shu saw that there was still more in the budget, and it seemed that he could upgrade his crane or phoenix. He fed the remaining 499 special growth fruits to the golden dragon koi. Soon, as prompts popped up one after another, the figure of the golden dragon koi suddenly began to expand. Suddenly, a shadow of a dragon emerged from the body of the golden dragon koi. Occasionally, there are illusory dragon roars, echoing between heaven and earth. That moment, the sky above the sacred tree island turned into a golden cloud. There seems to be an auspicious sign, bringing blessings to all directions. The luck of the golden dragon koi can actually bring blessings to the entire sacred tree island. Lu Shu showed a slightly surprised look, marveling at the huge changes that had taken place on the golden dragon koi. That phantom of a dragon seemed to indicate that the bloodline of the golden dragon koi was getting closer and closer to the legendary real dragon. Tianmen suddenly sensed a trace of mythical blood and exuded a transcendental aura. It had a connection with the golden dragon koi, and even Tianmen seemed to be further reviving. All these scenes made Lu Shu feel somewhat satisfied. In front of him was also a new pet panel appears. Golden Dragon Koi. Category, Mythical Creature. Level, 6th level. Blessing Aura, Luck 300, Domain Luck 100. Evolution Points, 2500. Evolution Points required to upgrade to level 7, 1 million. Field Luck. Lu Shu immediately noticed this new attribute. As the name suggests, the entire Sacred Tree Island can now receive the bonus of Domain Luck. Luck is different from luck. If luck is only temporary, then luck is in a certain period. These big nodes can bring about different opportunities. Misfortunes and blessings depend on each other. Luck is a special attribute that can turn misfortunes into blessings. It is also an attribute that other divine tree masters can only dream of. What a good thing. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. The golden dragon koi has evolved to the 6th level, and even the entire sacred tree island can be protected by luck. There is also a Tianji array to coordinate the laws of yin and yang and gather the 5 elements. In the future, the sacred tree island is afraid that it can develop to a point beyond his expectation. After the golden dragon koi evolved, it became faster and even began to swoop towards the sea area below 3,000 meters. When he came to that when the abyss whirlpool, Lu Shu originally thought that the golden dragon koi would stop there, and he would need to use Ding Hai Pearl to get over this hurdle. What he didn't expect was, that thing appeared on the golden dragon koi's body again. The phantom of the golden dragon. In an instant, it turned into a golden stream of light and escaped into the abyss of the sea. This scene made Lu Shu marvel. Perhaps, after the golden dragon koi evolved, it gradually awakened the ability of the ancient legendary true dragon, and also had the ability to stir up the world. In this case, Lu Shu had to let go of the golden dragon and koi carp. That creature was not low in intelligence and strength, and it was also protected by luck. How could it be his turn to worry? Subsequently, Lu Shu found Wutongfeng. With the remaining 500 fruits, Lu Shu planned to upgrade Wutongfeng's level first. At this time, the large army in the Grey World had already left the Holy Land and began to move towards the Gate of Reincarnation at coordinates, 100, 100. After practicing for such a long time, the large army has returned to the Grey World, and is getting closer and closer to this location. After upgrading the Enlightenment Crane, the understanding gained will not be of much use to Lu Shu for the time being. My understanding has completely overflowed. Therefore, Lu Shu does not plan to upgrade the Enlightenment Crane for the time being, but plans to upgrade the level of Wudong Phoenix again and obtain a higher level Divine Fire. And after Wutongfeng's level is upgraded, the improvement in combat effectiveness is also quite obvious. After feeding the remaining 500 special growth fruits, a phoenix cry completely filled the world. Wudong Phoenix was reborn in the fire again, with a divine wind posture. In those piercing eyes, fire burst out, and the pupils seemed to burn the entire flaming world. Open panel. Wudong Phoenix. Level 6. Skills, Divine Fire, Level S, Divine Fire starting a prairie, Level S, Fengming Jiutian, S. Evolution Points, 2000. Evolution Points required to upgrade to Level 7, 1 million. Chapter 124. Fengming Jiutian. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the new skills Wutongfeng had acquired. SA-level skill, it seems like it should be a range-type damage ability. The power is extraordinary. The next time the Grey Realm attacks the Sacred Tree Island, we can try to see what level Wutongfeng's combat power has reached. Open panel. Countdown, 8 days. Very soon. It's time to meet the next ranking list. At this moment, the large army from the Grey World had arrived at the Gate of Reincarnation. Lu Shu's attention immediately focused on Grey Realm. Location, Gate of Reincarnation. Coordinates sadface 100, 100. Danger coefficient. Description, there is a special door here. Only by getting the key from the abyss can this door be opened. However, when going inside, it is best to have the mentality that there is no way to come out again. The large army of the Grey World. The mighty Netherworld army swept away the nearby copies. Finally, we arrived at the Gate of Reincarnation. In front of you, a door made of void appeared. It smells of the abyss. This door probably has something to do with the abyss. A trace of suspicion emerged in Lu Shu's eyes. He left a teleportation array in place and sent all the pets back to the Sacred Tree Island. It was the first time he entered a place like this, and he was not sure what dangers there were. Lu Shu did not want to let the pet army in rashly. Use the clone first, go in and see the situation, and then make a decision. Do you want to use Abyss Key X1 to open the door to reincarnation? Yes. The next second. This door made of void transformed into a passage. Please enter the Gate of Reincarnation within 1 minute, otherwise the passage will be closed. It was a clone anyway, and he could imprint another teleportation array upon entering. Lu Shu was fearless and went in headfirst. If it were other Sacred Tree Masters, they would probably hesitate when they saw this scene. And this door was also very rogue, and only gave the Divine Tree Master 1 minute to consider it. Some Sacred Tree Masters who cherish their lives, seeing that the danger ahead is unpredictable, might have missed this opportunity after hesitating. Lu Shu possesses the art of cloning, so he naturally has no hesitation. Pass through the passage of Netherworld. Suddenly, Lu Shu felt that his field of vision was quickly compressed. Tip, you have entered the reincarnation area of the Grey World. The field of view is compressed by 99. There will be reincarnation area natives here, please be careful. Looking around, Lu Shu found that his field of vision was compressed to only about 10 meters. It was almost the same as when he first entered the Grey World, but the searchlight source in his hand suddenly emitted a burst of light. The sacred flame dispelled the surrounding darkness and illuminated the surrounding scene for 100 meters. Wilderness. Weed. Ruins. Lu Shu tried to imprint a teleportation array on the spot. Fortunately, it was completed successfully. And I tried it and found that it can indeed be transmitted. In this way, even if something unexpected happens to your clone, you can just send another clone back at any time and that's it. Lu Shu walked forward. Suddenly, a shadow of a soldier appeared in front of him. The moment the soldier saw Lu Shu, he came over with a spear and killed him. A monster panel pops up in front of you. Samsara Silhouette. Guard. Category, Samsara Shadow. Danger Factor, A. Perception Range, 100 meters. Power, 1200. Speed, 1150. Defense, 920. Skills, Dragon Dance Spear, Samsara Silhouette, A-level martial arts. Description, they were once the best in the Holy City soldiers. Unfortunately, these ruins have been swallowed up and polluted by the abyss, and all the former existences can only reappear in the world as distorted silhouettes of reincarnation. Lu Shu's eyes turned cold, and a burst of Ling Ran's sword intent suddenly burst out from his fingertips, and his cultivation at the nascent soul realm suddenly blossomed. But a strange scene happened. When this sword energy landed on the guard, it actually penetrated through his body. The reincarnation silhouette is immune to non-divine attacks. The guards rushed towards Lu Shu. Lu Shu moved his toes, and with his amazing dodge ability, he immediately dodged the guard's attack. Although there was nothing he could do about the guard was so fast that he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Interesting. Lu Shu smiled. According to the description on the panel, the monsters here are all monsters from the silhouette of reincarnation. In other words, although they were once warriors of the Holy City, because this place has been swallowed and polluted by the abyss, so, these soldiers have actually died long ago, and the reason why they can appear here again is closely related to the pollution power of the abyss. In this case, these guards are just monsters, only appearing in the form of reincarnation silhouettes, which is more troublesome attributes. Therefore, some special attack methods are needed. Coincidentally, Lu Shu is not without divine attacks. He raised the searchlight source in his hand. The next second, the majestic sacred flame suddenly enveloped the guards. In just a few seconds, the guard was attacked by the sacred fire source and died on the spot. You kill the Samsara Silhouette guard and get Samsara Shadow 1. The Shadow of Reincarnation. Lu Shu immediately checked the attributes. Shadow of Reincarnation. Type, Material. Function, used to make or enhance reincarnation-type weapons and equipment, or to synthesize monsters in reincarnation copies. In Lu Shu's eyes, the synthesis panel of reincarnation silhouette. Guard appeared. Consume the shadow of Samsara X10 to synthesize a silhouette of Samsara. Guard. Chapter 125. Lu Shu continued to explore forward. In this wasteland, a few guards will appear from time to time. Using the Master Fireball technique, Lu Shu directly used the power of divine fire to kill. Anyway, the attributes of these monsters are not very high, and their fighting methods are single. In addition to the divine fire, Lu Shu also has the Zhu Xian sword to use. This mythical weapon originally comes with divine damage. When Lu Shu entered this reincarnation area, in addition to the divine fire that could cause damage to these monsters, the Zhu Xian sword was the second trump card in his hand. After a period of exploration, the guards who came from the reincarnation area were all killed by Lu Shu one by one. You kill the Samsara silhouette guard and get Samsara Shadow 1. Several prompts popped up in front of me. Before he knew it, Lu Shu had gathered 20 Shadow of Samsara. Do you want to consume Shadow of Samsara X20 to synthesize? Yes. As 2 synthesized light curtains lit up. There were 2 more guards beside Lu Shu. It's just that, these 2 guards are monsters under Lu Shu's command. Use resonance. Lu Shu's vision was connected with the 2 guards. The field of vision suddenly expanded to 300 meters. Placing 2 guards in front will allow you to explore more space. Gradually, a dilapidated road appeared ahead. After exploring all the way from the wasteland, there are already some signs of civilization nearby. Roar. Suddenly, at this moment, a roar of a demonic dragon came from the left. The guard in front was suddenly attacked by a burst of dragon flames. It suddenly turned into nothing and disappeared. Lu Shu looked towards the place where the guard was attacked. On top of a city gate, a figure covering the sky and the sun suddenly appeared. That behemoth had the wings and body of a demon dragon. It could spit out demonic flames from its mouth, and its breath had unparalleled intimidating power. The guards around him also rushed towards Lu Shu with spears in their hands. It turned out that we had arrived at the city gate. Lu Shu walked forward a few meters again and saw a city gate nearby. Since his detection range was too small, he needed to be very close to the city gate to see it. This is the role of the perception range. The most troublesome part of the reincarnation area is that only divine items will work. Ordinary searchlight sources will be suppressed by this special space. Roar. It roared again. The demon dragon had noticed Lu Shu's existence and rushed towards his direction. Only at this time did Lu Shu see the monster panel of the demon dragon. Reincarnation silhouette. Demonic dragon. Category: Shadow of Reincarnation, Demonic Dragon Clan. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 300 meters. Power, 3200. Speed, 2150. Defense, 3920. Skills: Reincarnation Silhouette, Demonic Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Flame Breath. Description: This kind of monster was originally the guardian of the holy city, and the dragon flames it spewed out had sacred properties. It's a pity that in the twisted form of reincarnation, all attributes are reversed when they appear in this world. Lu Shu dodged sideways and dodged Long Yen. He raised the search fire in his hand. Releasing the Master Fireball technique, a burst of divine fire swept towards the surroundings. However, the flame fell on the demon dragon, but it only caused the other party to let out a painful wail. But it didn't cause much damage. Lu Shu frowned slightly. The magic dragon originally had the ability of fire attribute. Therefore, there is quite a bit of resistance against fire. If you just use the fireball technique to deal with it, you don't know how long it will take to kill it. Nearby, a large number of guards were rushing towards here. In addition to the most ordinary guards before, there were also guard commanders with a risk factor of S-level. There were also various guards holding swords, knives, and guns, heading towards rushing here. Lu Shu frowned slightly. When he got close to the city wall, the alarm of the holy city had been triggered. All the guards and dragons here regarded themselves as enemies. Such a large-scale scene, if just using the fireball technique, I don't know how long it will take to defeat all these enemies. He pondered for a moment. Finally, Lu Shu took a deep breath and thought. The next second, a sword light opened up the world, it turned into a long rainbow and broke through the darkness nearby. Come out, the Zhuxian sword. When the divine sword was sacrificed, the world suddenly changed. Everything, in front of this supreme sword light, seemed extremely small and insignificant. Fragile. A vortex surged in the sky. The nearby void also trembled and vibrated violently due to the appearance of the Zhuxian sword. It seemed to have the power to open the sky. Lu Shu held the Zhuxian sword. At this moment, his whole body was surrounded by with the sword intention that wants to penetrate the sky. The three Dharma bodies turn into phantoms and float in the air, like the gods of war descending to earth, making people worship. Activate the cultivation of the whole body. The spiritual energy suddenly sweeps all around. The sword intention causes the surrounding space to crack inch by inch, and the wind turned into ripples that covered the sky and swept the sun in all directions, causing the soil in the samsara area to begin to crack in all directions like a spider web. Lu Shu did not hesitate to concentrate all the realm of Yuanying on the sword. Above the tip, the sword light of the Zhuxian sword is getting stronger and stronger. If there is a divine tree master here, he can feel the sword light condensed by Lu Shu, as if he is going to destroy the whole world. That is worse than facing a nightmare-level boss. A desperate attack, the surrounding demonic dragons and guards were unaware of death and rushed towards Lu Shu desperately. Although there were signs of civilization on their bodies, after all, they were just projections from the reincarnation area. It's just a monster. Lu Shu swung his sword. At that moment, the light of the sword turned into a huge aftermath, sweeping away all the enemies. Chapter 126. The indestructible sword energy swept across thousands of miles, and all the monsters affected were destroyed by this sword. A series of ferocious ravines suddenly appeared on the ground, and even the plains were broken into canyons. The city gate was only swept away by the aftermath of the sword energy and turned into ruins. All the guards and soldiers in the vicinity, including the demon dragon, were swept away by the sword energy of the Zhuxian sword, and none of them were spared. Lu Shu looked at the scene of ruins, and his mind was slightly shaken. Even he himself had never thought that when the Zhuxian sword was activated, one sword Zhuxian, the power burst out would be so terrifying that even the terrain of mountains and rivers would be instantly changed. Even if he reaches the level of nascent soul, Lu Shu may not be able to launch an attack of this level if he does not activate the Zhuxian sword. A mythical weapon that lives up to its reputation. A series of prompts popped up in front of my eyes. You killed the silhouette of Samsara. Guard X1080 and obtained the shadow of Samsara X1080. You killed the silhouette of Samsara. Demonic Dragon X1, and got the Demonic Dragon Heart X1. The Heart of the Dragon. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and then he clicked on the information panel of this item to see what the newly obtained item did. Dragon's Heart. Type, Reincarnation Consumables. Effect, has 50 immune disregard. Duration, 24h. In short, just by using Demon Dragon Heart, Lu Shu can cause damage to enemies appearing in the reincarnation area. The duration is also relatively long, lasting a day. When encountering monsters next, Lu Shu can use this item to gain the attribute of Immune Ignore. With his nascent soul realm cultivation, as long as he can cause damage to these monsters, it will only be a few %. It's just a reference number. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on Shadow of Reincarnation. There are thousands of shadows of reincarnation. Hundreds of guards can be synthesized. Lu Shu immediately chose synthesis. Hundreds of white light curtains covered this area. Suddenly there were 100 more guards around Lu Shu. Use resonance. The vision was connected. Next, Lu Shu controlled the hundreds of guards to spread out and explore various parts of the Grey World. This way, the scope of exploration has changed from the original 100 meters to tens of thousands of meters. After the sword was cleared, all the nearby guards had disappeared. After entering the holy city, after some exploration, no more enemies were found, and Lu Shu could check the situation of the holy city more carefully. An ancient house with the remains of some kind of sacred civilization. There are shops next to the street, including blacksmith shops, medicine shops, inscription shops, etc., but the things inside only exist in the form of silhouettes and cannot be truly obtained. Everything tells that inside this gate of reincarnation, there once was a civilization of a holy city. But now, all the prosperity can only be known in the form of projection by the sacred tree masters who come later. And all the noble guards and soldiers in the holy city turned into silhouette monsters due to the erosion of the abyss. Lu Shu continued to explore the holy city for a while. At this moment, several notification sounds suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! You got a Shadow Assassin fruit. Ding! You have obtained a Necromancer fruit. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu opened his eyes. After so many days of growth, Shadow Assassin fruit and Necromancer fruit have finally been collected to 10. Do you want to consume X10 Shadow Assassin fruit and synthesize it into S-level Shadow Assassin fruit X1? Should I consume X10 Necromancer fruit and synthesize it into S-level Necromancer fruit X1? Yes. Yes. A thought came to my mind. The next second. In front of Lu Shu, a career panel popped up. Occupation. Name, Shadow Assassin. Level, Extraordinary Level 1, upgraded to Level 9. Attributes, Attack Power 520, Speed 1020, Dodge 375. Available skill points, 20. New skills. Killing Shadow Knife, LV1. Your weapon can be attached with the attribute effect of Killing Shadow, and has 10 immunity to ignore. Duration 10 minutes, cooling time 1 hour. Lu Shu immediately chose to put all 20 skill points on the new skill. The immunity attributes of the monsters in the reincarnation area were exactly what gave me a headache. The Shadow Assassin has reached the extraordinary level, and the newly acquired weapon enchantment skills actually have the effect of immunity and ignore. The skill points left before, combined with the upgrade to the extraordinary level, immediately came into effect. Soon. With a burst of upgrades. Lu Shu opened the Shadow Assassin's skills panel again. Skills. Integrate into the night, LV2. In the dark, blend into the night, 100 immune to physical damage, movement speed 50. Shadow Escape, LV2. Teleport within a range of 1 kilometer. Shadow Movement Speed, LV3. Transform into a shadow, movement speed 200. Demon Knife 1000 Blades, LV8. Your weapon blade can be split into 1,000 fragments, each fragment causing 30 damage to the enemy. Shadow Kill, LV4. Summon a shadow, gain 55 of the body's attack power and full stealth effect, and assassinate the enemy. Killing Shadow Knife, LV21. Your weapon can be attached with the attribute effect of Killing Shadow, and has 70 immunity. Duration, 50 minutes, cooling time, 1h. 50 minutes duration, 1 hour cooldown. This is almost no cooling time. Just a few more levels, my immunity is ignored, and I can even use it seamlessly. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he looked at the profession panel of the Necromancer. Chapter 127. Occupation. Name, Necromancer. Level, Extraordinary Level 1, upgrade to Level 9. Attributes, Spirit 1000, Perception 300, Magic 2000, Special Perception 50. Available skill points, 20. New skill. Disappear, LV1. Designate an area, and the Grey World monsters in this area will disappear in the long river of time. If this area existed in its past form, it would completely collapse, range of 10 meters, cooling time of 30 minutes. Disappearing skills can also cause damage to monsters in the reincarnation area. Seeing how useful this skill was, Lu Shu tried to add a few skill points to Disappear. Soon. The range becomes 20 meters, and the cooldown time becomes 28 minutes. This bonus is quite good. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. He used 10 skill points in a row. The casting range of Disappear has become 100 meters, and the cooling time has also become only 10 minutes. However, when a skill point is used again, except that the range becomes 110 meters, the cooldown time becomes 9 minutes, which is only reduced by 1 minute. After thinking for a moment, Lu Shu continued to add 5 more points. However, when the cooling time reaches 5 minutes, it will no longer decrease. Lu Shu focused on the remaining 4 points on the soul magic. View the career panel again. Skills. Undead Perception, LV2. You can sense the breath of the undead within a range of 5,000 meters. Undead Magic, LV9. Consumes spiritual power and magic power to summon an undead with an SS-level danger coefficient. Undead Control, LV8. You can control undead whose danger coefficient is SS level and below. Undead Storm, LV8. Control up to 4,500 surrounding undead with danger coefficients below SS level, and launch attacks at the corresponding target. Undead Refining, LV4. You can collect the recently deceased souls of the living and refine them into undead for control. The higher the level of the living, the stronger the refined souls will be. You can refine souls with a risk factor of up to S level. Undead Control, Professional Exclusive. Defeat an undead, completely control it with spiritual power, and cultivate undead monsters. Disappear, LV17. Designate an area, and everything in this area will disappear in the long river of time. If this area existed in its past form, it would completely collapse, range 160 meters, cooling time 5 minutes. In addition to the short cooling time, which can be used repeatedly in a battle. Lu Shu's Undead Magic also summons SS-level Black Shadows. Moreover, the SS-level Black Shadow can also copy some of Lu Shu's skills. Among them, the Dark Knight Assassin's shadow killing skills can be copied. But, the realm of cultivating immortals is not good. This also shows that the profession of cultivating immortals is special. At this time, Wu Tongfeng suddenly spit out a blast of divine fire. The divine fire glowed with more sacred attributes and slowly floated into Lu Shu's hand. The attributes contained in this divine fire will not have any impact on Lu Shu. Divine fire source. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and then he took out the searchlight fire source and fused it with the divine fire source bred by Wudong Phoenix. Buzz. As a strange sound echoed in all directions, the fire sources merged together, and suddenly a majestic divine fire burst out, covering all directions and spanning the sky. At this time, Angelmon came to Lu Shu's divine fire and actually absorbed it. Can the sacred flames of these little guys also acquire the properties of divine fire? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. In this way, if Angel Beast follows him to the reincarnation area, it can cause damage to the enemy. Let Yumi possess Angelmon. Most of Angelmon's attributes should be able to reach S-level. And Angelmon's potential can almost reach S-level. Go to the reincarnation area and fight, it's not a big problem. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately used his mental power to communicate with the clones in the Grey World, carved a teleportation array, and sent Yumi and Angelmon there. Although Pikachu and Little White Fox also wanted to go, considering that the monsters in the reincarnation area were too if they are too special, these attacks will have no effect on the monsters. Soon, a teleportation light curtain descends. 100 angel beasts arrive in the reincarnation area. Open the panel, countdown, 6 days left for Lu Shu to explore, not a lot. Grey World. Reincarnation area. 100 angel beasts, bathed in sacred flames, appeared from the teleportation array. These little guys came to the battlefield for the first time. Although they didn't know much about the surrounding situation, they evolved into Angelmon. The fighting spirit flowing in their blood gave Angelmon a good fighting consciousness. Under Yumi's guidance, he was able to quickly adapt to the Grey World's fighting rhythm. Focus on the searchlight source. Divine fire source. Level, intermediate. Attributes, Divinity 12, Holy 2, Immunity Ignore 10, Fire Attribute 100. At this moment, a guard was suddenly attacked. Lu Shu looked around and saw a priest in grey robes, chanting an obscure spell. When the light curtain fell on the guard's figure disappeared immediately. Are they high-level monsters in this area? Although Lu Shu's resonance vision disappeared, from the last picture, he could see the face of the monster. The temple was located 2,000 meters ahead. Angeman, follow me. Lu Shu turned his head and said something to Angel Beast, and then rushed towards the direction of the temple. Chapter 128. The temple reveals dim lights, and buildings with various statues of gods are scattered in all directions. They are carved with statues of goddesses and statues of gods with human heads and snake bodies. There used to be a divine civilization here. Lu Shu walked towards the interior of the church. A figure wearing sacrificial attire held an ancient mystical book in his hand, but his eyes were extremely empty, looking deeply at the direction Lu Shu was coming. When he saw the sacrifice, a monster panel immediately popped up in front of Lu Shu. Reincarnation Silhouette. Sacrifice. Category, Shadow of Reincarnation. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 1,000 meters. Power, 3,200. Speed, 2,150. Defense, 2,920. Skills, Reincarnation Silhouette, Sacrifice of the Living. Description, a former sacrifice in the Holy City, controlling the power of prophecy. After being distorted by reincarnation, they also have this incredible ability. Stupid humans. You've come to a place you shouldn't have come to. From the mouth of the sacrifice, a monster roared. The next second, endless black traces spread towards Lu Shu like a tide. Light the sacred fire. The fire source in Lu Shu's hand suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Spreading around, dispersing the black tide. Then, cast the killing shadow blade. The ink-colored blade turned into a deep light, emblazoned on the tip of Lu Shu's sword. Then, the holy sword of war in Lu Shu's hand suddenly it split into thousands of fragments and turned into 1,000 blades of the magic knife, whizzing away in the direction of the sacrifice. With the added effect of the killing shadow blade, each piece of the magic knife was accompanied by a dead black light, as if it could pass through the cycle of time. The past history was also killed in the silence of the sword. The blade that spanned the long river of time made the priest feel the fatal threat, and roared again. A large area of ink appeared on the priest's body like a tide, which was strange. The ground covered the entire sky, as if it was going to swallow up all the blades completely. However, the killing shadow blade didn't care about these fancy tricks at all, and instantly passed through the black mist, heading towards the sacrifice without any hindrance. As the nirvana the blades pierced into the body of the priest one by one. The black wave nearby disintegrated in a second. The priest made a hoarse and unpleasant voice, I will definitely make you fall into reincarnation, and you will never become a god. An extinct sword light flashed through again. Lu Shu's expression was cold. He was already on the verge of death, yet he was talking so much nonsense. He controlled the magic sword and gave the opponent the final blow. Lu Shu's face also popped up smoothly. A tip. You have killed the silhouette of reincarnation. Sacrifice. Get reincarnation candle X1. Get Book of Prophecy X1. Get the Samsara robe X1. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on the reincarnation candle. Reincarnation candle. Category, Special Consumables. Function, use the reincarnation candle to project the rough outline of the reincarnation area. Duration, 10 minutes. Simply put, this is a tool similar to a lookout. Can temporarily obtain the entire appearance of this area. In this way, there is no need to waste the strength of the guards to investigate the situation nearby. Lu Shu thought about it and chose to use it. The next second. From the burning of the candles, the entire holy city was revealed. At the end of the holy city, a huge demonic dragon phantom was suspended in the air. There were also some people wearing more advanced sacrificial clothes and a man holding the scepter of God standing beside him. Boss area? Although there is no prompt popping up yet, Lu Shu can easily judge that the core area of the holy city, that is, the sacrificial platform where the group of monsters are located, is where the boss battle will take place. Focus on the Book of Prophecy. The monster from the abyss that controls reincarnation will bring a huge blow to the kingdom of God. No one can resist the power of reincarnation. We can only wait until that monster inherits the will of the abyss and spreads the erosion of the abyss of reincarnation in all directions. Only by breaking through 7 reincarnations and collecting all the breath of reincarnation can the destined one have the possibility of defeating the abyss lord-level monster. But there are very few people who can do all this. Because, so far, no war god can face the power of the abyss. It turns out that the gate of reincarnation is a lord-level monster from the abyss. It controls the power of reincarnation and spreads the abyss. This lord-level monster has a very special ability. It turns other places into reincarnation gates to spread its power. It can be said that this reincarnation area is a special abyss. Only by passing through the 7 gates of reincarnation can this lord-level monster be killed. If the reincarnation lord is killed, then maybe he can come into contact with the real abyss. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. From the last sentence in the prophecy, it is not difficult to see that in addition to this reincarnation area, there are 6 other reincarnation gates that need to be passed through. This is just one of them. The rest, the reincarnation robe, is also extraordinary equipment, but since it has no set effect, Lu Shu left it alone for the time being. His eyes shifted to the boss area. As long as the monsters in this area are solved, the gate of reincarnation may be broken. Got it. Angelmon, let's go. Lu Shu led 100 angel beasts and walked towards the area where the boss was fighting. Soon, the monsters in the boss area noticed Lu Shu's presence and instantly launched attacks one after another, sweeping towards Lu Shu. Past. Chapter 129. There are thousands of figures standing in the huge square like a sacrificial platform. Densely packed guards were stationed in the square, and several ferocious dragons were imprisoned in iron chains. Once. This is the highest combat power of the holy city. The priest standing in the middle of the sacrificial altar holds a scepter and possesses divine power. The top of the scepter bloomed with golden light, reflecting the brilliance flowing all over the priest's body, as if he was bathed in divine light. Lu Shu came to the altar and focused on the priest. A boss panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Reincarnation silhouette. Divine envoy. Type, Reincarnation shadow. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 1,500 meters. Power, 5,200. Speed, 4,150. Defense, 3,920. Skills, Reincarnation Silhouette, Destiny Sacrifice, Reverse Reincarnation, Overlapping Shadow. Description: Holy City. The former divine envoys were able to control the power of divinity. When they became silhouettes of reincarnation, the power of divinity also transformed into the power of the abyss. Come within the monster's perception range. Nearby. All the guards sensed Lu Shu's arrival. The monsters in these holy cities have certain intelligence and know how to use language to notify their accomplices when encountering enemies. In a blink, thousands of guards, under the instructions of the divine envoy, rushed towards Lu Shu. Yumi, possessing Angelmon. Angelmon, use Holy Flame. Clear out all nearby monsters. Lu Shu commanded calmly. The moment Yumi possessed Angelmon, a panel popped up in front of her eyes. Angelmon. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Fist of Heaven, Burning Fruit, Holy Flame. Physical, S. Speed, A. Spirit, S. Overall potential, S. After being possessed by Yumi, Angelmon, his mental power has been strengthened from a level to S level. The consumption of using various powers is relatively small. Boom! Lines of divine flames descended from the sky, like world-destroying fireballs, covering the sacrificial platform. All the guards affected were burned to death by the divine flames in a short period of time. Most of the scene was cleared in an instant. The angel's eyes turned slightly cold. When he saw that Angel Beast's fire attack had divine attributes, the scepter in his hand immediately pointed in the direction of the demon dragon. A twisted black light curtain shot out from the top of the scepter, cutting off all the iron chains that imprisoned the demonic dragon. Click. Along with the sound of the chains being untied, the dragon let out an angry roar. Its first reaction was to bite the divine envoy to death. This creature doesn't seem to be an easy monster to tame. However, the divine envoy silently recited a sacrificial incantation. The demon dragon's pupils gradually became blurred, and its consciousness was gradually controlled by the divine envoy. It moved its huge figure, spread its wings, leaped into the air, blew out a jet of black dragon breath, roared upwards, and rushed towards the angel beast. Thinking too much. Lu Shu directly sacrificed the holy sword of war in his hand, and enchanted it with the skill effect of Killing Shadow Blade. There was only 10 minutes of cooling time, and it had already been cooled down on the way here. 1,000 blades, immediately, it tore apart the nearby demon dragons. Their bodies were still in mid-air, and Lu Shu's blade launched various slashes mercilessly. After reaching the realm of Yuanying, Lu Shu's attack power was not at all like those of these demons. The dragon could withstand it. Even if the blade's damage was only about 30, it still caused huge damage to the demon dragon. The figures of the demon dragons fell towards the ground. At this time, Angelmon, the sacred flames released had almost completely wiped out the surrounding guards. You have offended an existence that cannot be provoked. The divine envoy had a cold face and a hoarse voice. He said a meaningless word, and he just raised his scepter. Suddenly, the space next to the divine envoy suddenly became distorted. Lu Shu's body suddenly burst out with a burst of energy. A huge amount of magic power. Activate, disappear. The bone staff in your hand was gently tapped in the direction of the divine envoy. The next second, the space around the divine envoy suddenly turned into a colorless gray. You. The angel's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to understand why a human could possess such a skill. Before the divine envoy could react, the gray space suddenly became distorted. In just the blink of an eye, the body of the divine envoy was involved in the dust of history due to this strange distortion. The silhouette of reincarnation suddenly turned into nothing. Without even releasing a single skill, the divine envoy was instantly killed by Lu Shu. Ding! You killed the boss of the Gate of Reincarnation this time. You have obtained the Book of Reincarnation. You got the Abyss Key X2. You got the Reincarnation Staff, Extraordinary Level, X1. You have obtained the Mark of Reincarnation X1. Several reward reminders popped up next to Lu Shu. With the death of the divine envoy, the nearby silhouette of reincarnation suddenly turned into nothing. What followed was the disintegration of the entire space, the surrounding images were shattered like a dream. Everything was fading away. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Shu suddenly found that he appeared at his original position in the Grey World again. And the place where the Gate of Reincarnation was originally located suddenly disappeared. It turned into a huge hole. The searchlight source in his hand burst into light again at the moment the reincarnation area collapsed, lighting up the surrounding space for thousands of meters. An abyss appeared in front of Lu Shu. And this is the true face of the Gate of Reincarnation. At this time, Lu Shu looked at the map again. The information on it had changed. Grey Realm. Location, Abyss of Reincarnation. Coordinates sad face 100, 100. Danger coefficient, SS. Boss, Divine Envoy, killed. Description: this is the Abyss created by the Reincarnation Controller of the Abyss, and that is the Lord of the Abyss level monster. Like this Abyss, it has 6 more. At the same time, an achievement prompt pops up. Congratulations to the player, Lusharan, who received the reward for clearing the Gate of Reincarnation for the first time and received the Reincarnation Pendant, Special. Chapter 130. Congratulations to the player, Lushuren, for getting the reward for clearing the gate of reincarnation for the first time. This reminder didn't just ring in Lu Shu's ears. At the same time, it still echoes throughout world public screen. Hearing that Lu Shu had won the reward for passing the gate of reincarnation for the first time, all the sacred tree masters were excited again. Did the tree lumping boss get his first achievement reward again? This is too awesome. The door to reincarnation. Does anyone know what this is? Why haven't I heard of it? It sounds very powerful, isn't it a special copy? We got a Linyuan mission last time, but we haven't found the whereabouts of the Linyuan mission yet. Why does Mr. Lu Shu seem to have gotten something new? Absolutely, the progress of Lu Shu boss has surpassed all the sacred tree masters in the Shinshu game. There are 1 billion sacred tree masters, and not even one of them has touched the copy of Lu Shu boss. Don't say it so categorically, there may be some big guys who know about the gate of reincarnation, but who is willing to tell you here? Tens of thousands of messages scroll through every second. The fact that Lu Shu obtained the gate of reincarnation achievement has also spread throughout the entire sacred tree game. In fact, some of the sacred tree masters responsible for opening up wasteland in the Grey World have actually visited the remaining gates of reincarnation. But they discovered that opening this door required special props such as the Abyss Key. This kind of place had only been marked, but they had never been there. Lu Shu opened the door to reincarnation and achieved great achievements, which attracted the attention of these sacred tree masters. A sacred tree master is none other than Muyu Tingfeng. Sacred Tree Island. Muyu Tingfeng frowned slightly. I didn't expect the tree lover to have reached this level. That's right. Through a series of precognitive abilities, Muyu Tingfeng gained a little understanding of the Gate of Reincarnation, a Lord-level monster from the True Abyss. And this abyss is not the same concept as the Abyss-level copy. It is very likely that the secrets of the entire Grey World are hidden. How was the civilization in the Grey World buried? Why did these grey fogs appear? Perhaps everything has something to do with this abyss. What Muyu Tingfeng wants to do is explore the abyss. But as she continued to explore the holy ruins of the Grey World, she discovered more and more that the existence of this abyss might be far beyond her imagination. Any monster that comes out of the abyss has the ability to destroy the Tree Master. With the current overall progress and strength of the Tree Master, if you want to compete with the abyss, you are simply seeking death. Muyu Tingfeng guessed that since this abyss is related to the emergence of the Grey World, it may also be related to the progress of the entire Sacred Tree game. Perhaps, the overall progress of the Divine Tree Master must keep up with the progress of the spread and invasion of the abyss, in order to be able to complete the mission. The fight between the Sacred Tree Masters may be just a cover, the purpose is that the Grey World wants to suppress the overall development of the Sacred Tree Masters. After all, during Muyu Tingfeng's investigation, it was discovered that the abyss was constantly expanding in all directions, so sooner or later, the Divine Tree Master might be captured. By then, if the overall strength of the Divine Tree Master is suppressed by the abyss, then even the monsters in the Grey World will not be able to defeat it, and becoming a god will be a joke. Therefore, Muyu Tingfeng chose to organize some of the Sacred Tree Masters first to form Muyu Pavilion. With her strength and prediction ability, she had a unique advantage in identifying talents. After a period of development, all the Sacred Tree Masters who were suitable for development in Muyu Pavilion were retained. However, some of the Sacred Tree Masters with malicious intentions either died mysteriously under the secret guidance of Muyu Tingfeng's ability, automatically withdrawing from the group. Today's Muyu Pavilion is even looming above the Dark Knight Alliance. However, what Muyu Tingfeng didn't expect was that the Lu Shuren had already begun to conquer the abyss that he couldn't even explore. As for the Gate of Reincarnation, as an Abyss Lord-level monster, even if it is a randomly derived copy, it is definitely not something that ordinary Sacred Tree Masters can taint. The fact that Lu Shu was able to obtain the achievement showed that his progress was completely ahead of the other Sacred Tree Masters. This was what Muyu Tingfeng was extremely worried about. If Lu Shu speeds up the progress of the entire Sacred Tree game, then this also means that other Sacred Tree Masters will face more dangers in disguise. You know, once Abyss realizes that Lu Shu is growing too fast, he will definitely take action against other Divine Tree Masters. By then, if Lu Shu can withstand Abyss, then other Sacred Tree Masters can withstand this. A level of offense? If this continues, Muyu Tingfeng feels that his life and the safety of others will be in danger because of Lu Shu's existence. Think of this. Muyu Tingfeng sent a message to Yi. Dark Island. Opening his eyes, Yi saw the chat box in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He replied, "You can actually send me a message." Muyu Tingfeng, what? Are you surprised? Yi, tell me, if something happens, since you are willing to take the initiative to find me, then you must tell everyone it's related to the sacred tree game. Mu Yu Tingfeng took a deep breath and explained the current situation of the sacred tree game and Lu Shu's influence. If you don't want this plug-in character to threaten all our sacred tree masters, then it's best to suspend the fight with Mu Yu Pavilion now and find a way to deal with the tree master first. And Yi laughed and said, "Are you sure you can deal with the tree raider?" Mu Yu Tingfeng said, "You should be one of the sacred tree masters who want to deal with him most, right?" And Yi was silent for a moment. Mu Yu Tingfeng was right. If there is anyone who wants to kill the tree lover the most, then this person must be Yi. Chapter 131. After all, the relationship between the Dark Knight Alliance and the Tree people is basically known to everyone. Mu Yu Tingfeng also grasped this point and planned to temporarily ease the conflict between Mu Yu Pavilion and the Dark Knight Alliance. The two super guilds of the Divine Tree game have been fighting back and forth for a while, but no results have been achieved. On the contrary, the resource consumption has been quite serious. In this way, the distance between them was kept getting wider and wider. And Yi, how do you plan to deal with the tree-turning man? He can get 3 times the points of crushing you in the rankings, and many of my subordinates also died in his hands. This is not an easy character to deal with. Mu Yu Tingfeng took a deep breath. If it weren't for cooperation, she would really want to kill Yi. Is there something wrong? Let's talk about cooperation, Why do we need to talk about triple points crushing again? Isn't this why the pot should be lifted if it is not opened? Mu Yu Tingfeng, after my dungeon investigation, there are 7 gates of reincarnation in total, and they are related to dungeons of nightmare level and above. And Yi, you mean, we organized the Divine Tree Master to specialize in the gate of reincarnation. Are you going to intercept and kill the tree-pulling people nearby? Mu Yu smiled and said, "That's right. I have to say that chatting with smart people is indeed a pleasant thing. Now that Lu Shu has obtained the achievement of passing the gate of reincarnation once, he will definitely conquer the other 6 gates of reincarnation as well. By the time. As long as you stay near the gate of reincarnation, you will definitely be able to wait for the tree raider. No matter how powerful the tree lover is, he is still alone when moving in the grey world. As long as there are enough divine tree masters, are you afraid that you won't be able to deal with one tree puller?" And Yi pondered for a moment, and then asked, "So, how many troops does Mu Yu Pavilion plan to send out?" Mu Yu Tingfeng said, "Don't use all the troops for now, but send some cannon fodder to guard near the gate of Samsara. Let's take a look. How strong is the tree man, and then we decide whether to take action." And Yi pondered for a moment, and from Mu Yu Tingfeng's words, he guessed that this woman really wanted to kill the tree man. To be honest, when Mu Yu Tingfeng sent the message for the first time, and Yi didn't completely believe it. Who knows if this woman will join forces with the tree lover to get rid of herself. But if they just sent some cannon fodder to test the tree-raising man's ability first, but did not choose to act immediately, then this means that Mu Yu Tingfeng did have the intention to kill the tree-raising man. What was the reason that made Mu Yu Pavilion give up its original strategy and instead target the tree man? I'm afraid it has something to do with the progress of the Divine Tree game. And Yi actually guessed Mu Yu Tingfeng's ability. This woman has a unique ability in gathering information. And this ability is also lacking in the Dark Knight Alliance. Maybe Mu Yu Tingfeng realizes that the tree man will be a huge threat. And Yi pondered for a moment, looked at the chat box with burning eyes, and then replied, "I can try to cooperate with you." Mu Yu Tingfeng didn't say much, and just sent a copy of the location of the Gate of Reincarnation. To be honest, even if an agreement is reached, Mu Yu Tingfeng is still wary of Yi. At that time, the two sides will at most join forces to deal with the tree lovers. If they want to truly cooperate with integrity, the relationship between the two guilds can only be described as tacit. Obviously, Mu Yu Tingfeng and Yi are not as simple as reaching an agreement to cooperate. Both sides have plans for each other. However, this time Mu Yu listened to the wind's intuition and told her that the threat from the tree master was even greater. With the issuance of an order, both the Dark Knight Alliance and Mu Yu Pavilion dispatched divine tree masters towards the Gate of Reincarnation. Direction, rush towards Grey World. Lu Shu's mind moved. A staff suddenly appeared in front of me. Reincarnation Staff. Type, Weapon. Grade, Extraordinary Attributes. Magic 1500, Spirit 1000, Spell Penetration 500, Reincarnation Restraint 10, Reincarnation Crit 10, Skill Cooldown Reduction -20. Skill, Tear Reincarnation. Set Effect. Samsara 3-piece set Sad Face 38. Set Effect, Samsara Resistance 150, Samsara Restraint 100, Netherworld Samsara 50, Samsara Gain 70, Samsara Critical Hit Rate 20, Blessing 100, Divine Power 50. My vanishing now only takes 4 minutes to use. Lu Shu held the staff, feeling the majestic magic power contained in it, and nodded with satisfaction. In addition to the magical properties of various explosions, the reduction of the cooling time is also a very useful ability. The 5 minutes of elapsed cooling time, with the blessing of the staff, it becomes 4 minutes. Of course. The skills of other professions cannot be affected by the CD reduction effect of the staff. The properties of the staff seem to only help the skills of the mage, but for other professions, and other skills and abilities have no effect. Lu Shu is not surprised by this. After all, the Shinshu game has professional mechanisms. These mechanisms are independent of each other. If they can be integrated, it will be chaotic. And his eyes then focused on the reincarnation pendant. In addition to being able to form a reincarnation suit, this piece of equipment can contain everything about reincarnation. For example, the silhouette of reincarnation summoned by Lu Shu. As the pendant burst out, a burst of grey light burst out. All the silhouettes of reincarnation were sucked into the pendant. It was easier to carry these guards with you. Then, Lu Shu turned his attention to the Book of Reincarnation. The positions of the other 6 reincarnation gates suddenly appeared on it. Chapter 132. On the map, 6 door-like patterns suddenly appeared. Coordinates Sadface 110,111, 112,116, 120,121, 130,121, 120,131, 101,121, a total of 6 coordinates, distributed throughout the Grey World. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and then he looked at his reincarnation mark. Having the mark of reincarnation is equivalent to being marked by reincarnation. There is no need to consume the Abyss Key to enter the Gate of Reincarnation. Lu Shu summoned the army of the undead and the army of the underworld, and entered various gates of reincarnation to explore. That's right. What he wants to do is to pull all the monsters from the Gate of Reincarnation into his sacred tree island. The Gate of Reincarnation seems to be 2 spaces with the Grey World, but in fact, it is just a very special space. Moreover, Lu Shu still has the mark of reincarnation on his body. Once marked by this mark, the monsters in the reincarnation area will be regarded as the number 1 enemy. In this way, all the monsters in the reincarnation area can be pulled into the island to fight. It will be easier to fight these monsters on my sacred tree island. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After investigating the Gate of Reincarnation, he found that the monsters inside were not too difficult. He simply pulled him into the sacred tree island and killed them all. The mighty Netherworld army suddenly came towards. He rushed towards each Gate of Reincarnation. Lu Shu himself rushed towards the location of the next treasure map. There are still 5 or 6 days before the invasion of the Grey World. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Shu planned to go to the treasure map location to explore a wave of resources and upgrade various city defense buildings. Carve a teleportation array on the spot. 100 angel beasts and the Yumi hanging on them all return to the sacred tree. Take a rest. Lu Shu's shadow assassin awakens to the transcendent realm at an incredible speed. The deadline and time to explore the dungeon are also shortened a lot. Therefore, if the angel beast follows, it will slow down Lu Shu's action speed. Return to God on the tree island, go through a teleportation array. When you need to fight, just use the teleportation array to return. As for exploring the Grey World copy, just leave it to the Netherworld army. Lu Shu carved a teleportation array. Immediately. Quickly teleport to a place 5 coordinates away. In the remaining few days, Lu Shu will carry out a wave of harvesting as quickly as possible. Sacred Tree Island. Pikachu and the little white fox continue to live in the sacred tree. The little white fox is becoming more and more proficient in using the void crack. Sometimes he shuttles around the sacred tree. The figure looks uncertain, like a creature from the void. The figure is mysterious and unpredictable. However, Pikachu, who had his Sharingan activated, seemed to see through the little white fox's movements. When the little white fox came out of the void, Pikachu was extremely fast and pounced on it in an instant. But the little white fox has also learned a lot, and knows that Pikachu's reaction speed and agility are beyond his imagination. When he finds the landing point, only half of his head pokes out. Seeing a lightning-like figure attacking, the little white fox immediately retracted its white head into the crack in the void, and suddenly disappeared again. Lu Shu has been sitting there cross-legged, practicing. From time to time, he glanced sideways, watching the little white fox and Pikachu playing, and smiled knowingly. These little guys are having a lot of fun. As if there were no worries, he would play after beating the monsters, go to sleep when he was tired, and eat when he woke up. During the time that Pikachu and the little white fox stayed on the sacred tree island, they enjoyed a lot of Lu Shu's food. Craft. Recently, Jinlong Koi has salvaged a batch of fresh fish from the deep sea. You can add meals. Lu Shu scoured the grey world and found some ingredients. Anyway, if the undead army went out to sweep like this, some dungeons with a lower risk factor would definitely produce a lot of ingredients. Buzz. A beam of teleported light lit up next to Lu Shu. 100 angel beasts also returned to the sacred tree island. Lu Shu had already prepared a lot of delicious food and invited these little guys to come over and eat. When Wu Tongfeng saw Angelmon back, she seemed to feel a familiar attribute, and gradually became familiar with Angelmon. Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that when Angel Beast and Wudong Phoenix were close, Wudong Phoenix's more advanced divine fire seemed to have a certain improvement effect on Angel Beast's fire attribute. This is the role of the Tianji array, right? Lu Shu suddenly smiled. The Tianji array can coordinate the yin and yang of the sacred tree island and bring together the 5 elements, and the attributes of the Wudong Phoenix and the attributes of the angel beasts have the same source of fire. In this way, these pets interact with each other. When in contact, attributes also nourish each other. In addition to cultivating feelings, strength can also be promoted. This is a good thing. Ding! Your deep-sea fishing rod fell into a diamond-level treasure chest. At this moment, a notification sound came from Lu Shu's ear. A thought came to my mind. A diamond treasure chest opens. As the brilliance flows, an advanced life essence continued to appear in the treasure box. Soon, Lu Shu brought the essence of life to the sacred tree for absorption. As a green radiance circulates in all directions, the sacred tree absorbs the advanced life essence and accelerates its growth. At this time, after a period of cultivation, the sacred tree has absorbed the advanced life essence several times and produced the next product. Ding! You have obtained the Enlightenment Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Nascent Soul Immortal Magic Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Yuanying Shenfa Fruit X1. Chapter 133. Sacred Tree. Half of the leaves have now turned into a brilliant golden color. As if pregnant with divinity. With a breeze blowing, the waves, like leaves, made a swishing sound. On the tree, 3 distinctive fruits grew. One of the fruits bloomed with bright white brilliance, just like the Bodhi fruit, which has the effect of enlightenment. The other 2 fruits are golden in color, corresponding to the Nascent Soul Immortal Technique fruit and the Nascent Soul Body Technique fruit respectively. You only need to eat the fruits of Immortal Technique and Shandharma to obtain the corresponding operation methods. You cannot sell them if you plant too many. As long as you eat the fruit of enlightenment, your understanding will increase. It can be planted into a subspecies spiritual tree. Lu Shu first buried the fruit of enlightenment in the soil. Soon, with the blessing of a 100-fold increase, a subspecies spiritual tree rose up from the ground in an instant. At the same time, a panel also appeared in front of Lu Shu. Enlightenment Fruit Tree. Variety, subspecies spiritual tree. Product, enlightenment fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Subsequently, Lu Shu first swallowed the Yuanying Shenfa fruit. Ding! You swallowed a piece of Yuanying Shenfa fruit and obtained the heaven-level Yuanying Shenfa. Take 9 steps. As a burst of movement memory was transmitted in his mind, the moment Lu Shu opened his eyes, his figure suddenly became ethereal. The next second, Lu Shu stepped out, as if tearing the void apart. In just the blink of an eye, his figure suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away and stepped out of the void. The divine tree space seems to be a little unable to withstand this change. The little white fox was so frightened that he couldn't help but look sideways. When he saw Lu Shu's side, his little eyes were full of doubts. Just now, it was clear that Lu Shu used the movement technique of stepping through the void. Isn't this a unique skill that the little white fox only knows? Did Lu Shu actually learn it too? That's right. Closing his eyes, Lu Shu felt that at that moment, he had actually stepped through the void and had undergone a sudden displacement. As for the void realm, in the realm of immortal cultivation, magical powers can generally be used only after returning to the void. However, the 9 steps to step into the void that Lu Shu practiced, as a high-grade movement method on the heavenly level, although it cannot travel in the void like magical powers, it can step on the void in 9 consecutive steps and teleport with the help of the void. Moreover, in this teleporting void, Lu Shu can be as immune to damage as the little white fox, which can be said to be extremely powerful. After learning this movement technique, I can move faster in the grey world. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. If other sacred tree masters heard Lu Shu say this, I don't know what they would think. Generally speaking, shouldn't this kind of skill be used to kill boss instantly? Why did it turn into a map running skill in your mouth? However, for Lu Shu, it really only has so much effect. You don't need to know too many instant kill skills. This Taksugyo step is not very expensive. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, you can take any number of steps. The Yuanying technique practiced by Lu Shu divides the Yuanying into 3 Dharma bodies. The amount of his own spiritual energy is also in the realm of ordinary Yuanying. 3 times as much. Using the nascent soul movement, the consumption is much smaller in comparison. This movement can be used casually on the road. Coupled with the movement attribute of the Shadow Assassin, in the next day, more than 10 people will be able to travel. Coordinates are not impossible. Next. Lu Shu swallowed the immortal magic fruit. Ding! You swallowed the immortal magic fruit and obtained low-grade immortal magic. 3 flowers gather at the top. Absorbing all the tricks of the immortal magic. Lu Shu's eyes opened slightly, revealing a smile. I see. Immortal magic is actually a kind of mysterious Taoism that is second to supernatural powers. It's just that it's closer to the origin of the great avenue of heaven and earth than ordinary exercises, so it's called an immortal method. Absorbing the profound meaning of 3 flowers gathering at the top from his mind, Lu Shu began to sit down and comprehend it carefully. Suddenly, 3 strange flowers were suspended above his head. These petals seem to contain Taoist charm, although it looks ordinary, it gives people a mysterious feeling of being the number of the Great Road. The aura on Lu Shu's body is becoming more and more mysterious. Rumor has it that magical powers can determine the universe, and immortal magic can connect the 5 elements. If it is said that if you control magical powers, you can turn your hands into clouds and turn your hands into rain, then if you practice immortal magic, you can control the power of the natural laws of heaven and earth and transform the aura of all things for your own use. What is outstanding is the mysterious ability. And the magic of immortality. The attack method is even more special. Even the monsters in the reincarnation area can ignore their special attributes. Concentrate and condense the spiritual energy. Lu Shu took a deep breath and mobilized all the Yuanying spiritual energy. On his head, an image appeared immediately. The shadow of one of the flowers appeared. However, the next second, the flower's shadow had just condensed to half, and suddenly collapsed. Not even close. Lu Shu frowned slightly. He felt that he lacked a little bit of firepower to use the immortal magic. Moreover, although the secret of the operation of the technique has been absorbed, the Taoist rhyme and meaning contained in it are not fully understood. The difference between immortal magic and martial arts is also reflected in the fact that immortal magic requires more understanding of Taoism before it can be used. It is not a simple application of Reiki. To put it simply, Lu Shu's current Taoism still needs further practice. In fact, there are very few monks who can practice immortal magic in the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Lu Shu's ear suddenly heard a reminder. Ding! Your enlightenment fruit tree has reached the production cycle, enlightenment fruit 100. Chapter 134. Fruit of Enlightenment. Category, Consumables. Function, taking the fruit of enlightenment can quickly enter a state of enlightenment. Practicing any magical powers will have great benefits. Lu Shu glanced at the function of enlightenment fruit, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turns out to be the fruit of entering a state of enlightenment. I happened to encounter a small bottleneck when I was studying the immortal method. I don't know how effective this epiphany of the fruit of enlightenment can be. Thinking of this, Lu Shu gently picked off one of the enlightenment fruits on the tree and put it into his mouth. He took a bite. The moment the enlightenment fruit melted in his mouth, Lu Shu suddenly felt that his mind felt like he was traveling in outer space. As his soul became more and more clear, Lu Shu suddenly seemed to see the essence of the world in front of his eyes. Everything in his eyes seemed more transparent, as if the essence of everything appears before our eyes. Is this the function of the fruits of enlightenment? Feeling his own mind, he entered a mysterious and profound state of enlightenment. Lu Shu immediately closed his eyes and focused all his attention on comprehending the immortal magic. When he tried to gather his mental power again, the top of his head on the top, 3 petals suddenly condensed into shape. The color of the petals was gilded, bathed in divinity and flowing with brilliance. It looked like a flower that could only be possessed by gods and Buddhas. As Lu Shu thought, this was as high as 3. The flowers 10 feet long suddenly condensed into shape, with a powerful Taoist charm, suppressing everything. If a monster from the Grey World appears in front of Lu Shu, even if it has the attribute of reincarnation silhouette, it can be immune to most of the damage. If it encounters the attack of the golden flower phantom may be suppressed to death in an instant. The effect of the fruit of enlightenment is indeed powerful. Lu Shu nodded slightly, with a hint of joy in his eyes. He swallowed the fruit of enlightenment and entered a state of enlightenment. Even the mysterious magic formula of the immortal method can be understood instantly. There are still 9 Lu Shu plans to keep the 19 fruits of enlightenment and slowly swallow them in the future. Open the sacred tree panel. Products: Blood Succession Limit Fruit, Special Growth Fruit X3, Advanced Nascent Soul Fruit X1. Production Cycle, 6 days, 390-0650. There are still 4 days before the invasion of the Grey World. If you use the deep-sea fishing rod, you can catch some more diamond treasure chests, but you can catch the Grey World before it starts to attack the island. Produce these fruits. At this moment, Lu Shu's clone in the Grey World has arrived at the location of the treasure map. Grey Realm. Location: Lost Jungle. Coordinates: Sadface 101, 122. Danger Factor: S-Class. Boss: Thorn Tree Demon. Description: In this dangerous misty jungle, there are countless murderous vines. Yumi, possessing Angelmon. Angelmon, use fire attribute attacks to burn all these vines. Pikachu and Little White Fox, you are responsible for paying attention to the nearby monsters. When they attack the angel beasts, kill them immediately. Lu Shu used his spiritual mind to transmit sound quickly. All the pet troops took action quickly at this time. The entrance to the treasure map is a thorn copy with an S-level danger coefficient. Not only are there various types of warcraft, the truly deadly monsters are the ubiquitous thorns. All the thorn tree demons, after being contaminated by the abyss, turned into monsters more terrifying than the warcraft. If ordinary flames are used, they cannot be purified. The abyss increased. At this time, the power of the angel beast's sacred flame was displayed. A raging flame spread towards the surroundings. The surrounding thorns were instantly burned to ashes. The nearby monsters sensed the attack made an extremely angry roar. Zitzi. Thunder light overflowed, and the thunder dragon roared. Pikachu used 100,000 volts, and the lightning instantly enveloped the nearby monsters, leaving a mess wherever it passed. That agile the silhouette was like a flash of light, accompanied by the dazzling thunder, leaving a brilliant arc in the air. Raikiri crossed the body of the monster, and a pair of Sharingan with 3 Magatama, staring coldly at the weak points of the monster, he launched a fatal attack that killed him with one blow. After many rounds of life and death experiences, Pikachu opened his Sharingan and was able to use the most crisp and clean means to accurately stab the fatal attack. Entering the most vulnerable part of the monster. Waves of wailing sounds sounded. The nearby monsters fell to the ground one after another, dropping a series of strange high-level ingredients. Occasionally, some rare types could also explode rare ingredients. Fortunately, these ingredients it does not come directly from Warcraft, but is dropped by the system. Therefore, as long as it is marked as an ingredient, there will be nothing wrong with eating it. Of course. These ingredients must be processed by cooking skills before they can be used. Otherwise, even if they are released, nothing will happen, but the taste will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Get rid of all the nearby thorns, and Lu Shu will also drop some thorn seeds. Take them to the Sacred Tree Island, and you can plant some flowers and plants with magical plants, the defense line of the Guardian Tree Island. After everything was dealt with, Lu Shu immediately asked the pet army to launch an exploration formation. After a period of searching, finally, a Pikachu was disconnected from Lu Shu resonant connection. Found it. Lu Shu was very familiar with this feeling. His eyes lit up and he immediately looked for the place where the Pikachu disappeared. Sure enough, the intersection leading to the Immortal Vault Holy Land was right in front of him. Chapter 135. Activate the Purple Chi Power. Lu Shu's gaze instantly penetrated the fog and saw the direction in which Pikachu disappeared. With the help of mental power that is far beyond ordinary people, Lu Shu will soon be able to find the intersection of Xinqiang Resort. It's actually the mist of fantasy. Lu Shu showed an interesting look. The fog in front of him looked like a field of thorns that choose people to eat. However, who would have thought that as long as you pass through this psychedelic field of thorns, you can go to the Holy Land. Pikachu's Sharingan can see through reality and reality, so it will naturally not be affected by illusions. Sure enough, after coming in to explore, he found the intersection of the Immortal Vault Holy Land. Come and gather, everyone. Lu Shu led the vast army of pets into the Holy Land of Immortal Vault. Suddenly, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. A piece of Immortal Family Holy Land was revealed in front of him. In the distance, the palace of Qianglu Yuyu was filled with immortal energy. The auspicious clouds gathered together, reflecting the five-color divine light brick by brick, reflecting dreamy light and shadow like glass, making the world look magical. Lu Shu took a deep breath and felt the aura nearby was extremely rich. His eyes suddenly lit up and he murmured, "Road. The aura around here is much richer than that of the previous holy places. There will definitely be no shortage of corresponding treasures. Pikachu, little white fox. Start collecting." As soon as Lu Shu finished speaking, these little guys started searching various holy places with excited expressions. Within a moment, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. A legendary ore glazed stone appears ahead. Glazed stone, a legendary ore, is like a five-color divine stone that can only be seen in dreams. It condenses the natural secrets of heaven and earth, reflects the light of various attributes, and is born from the nurturing of heaven and earth. It is an extremely rare ore. Its grade is even higher than the Tianxian ore and Xuanwu ore that Lu Shu had collected before. Lu Shu instantly opened the warehouse and swept away all the glazed stones nearby. It would be a pity for such a good treasure to remain in the Holy Land. If it is collected by other sacred tree masters, it may expand and provoke a lot of monsters in the Grey World. As a result, it will overestimate its capabilities and lead to trouble. In the end, such a good treasure will be destroyed. The ore was wasted and turned into rations for monsters in the Grey World. Wouldn't this be a waste of treasure? Lu Shu collected it himself, not only making full use of the materials, but also giving full play to the destiny and mission of glazed stone as a stone. This is a great achievement. Ding! You have obtained the legendary ore, glazed stone x 50,000. Tip, the legendary ore, Tianxian stone appears ahead. Tip, a Tiandao stone tablet appears ahead. After several prompts in succession, Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Not only can you find the legendary glazed stone, but you can also find the Tianxian stone and the Tiandao stone tablet together. Collect. 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 Suddenly, a lot of legendary stones appeared in Lu Shu's warehouse. This is a city defense building that others only dream of and find hard to find. It is already very rare for an ordinary divine tree master to obtain rare ores. Although there are many of these resources in the Grey World, good materials are difficult to find. Not to mention other divine tree masters who are frantically sweeping away normal and difficult level dungeons. Now there are also some divine tree masters who can successfully clear the abyss level dungeons. The top guilds have initially begun to have the ability to explore nightmare-level dungeons. The competition for resources has become more intense. Every day there are sacred tree masters in the Grey World, fighting each other in order to snatch resources. Only the Holy Land of the treasure map can explore such rich resources. Just make a wave of fat and take off. After all the Tianxian stones were collected, the huge sacred mountain, which was built with the original sacred stones, now became empty, just like a handsome man with long flowing hair who went bald overnight. Looking around, go and have an unobstructed view of the entire sacred mountain. And a stone tablet that reveals the aura of eternity appears in the hinterland of the sacred mountain. After all the ores have been collected, you can see it at a glance. Lu Shu's figure turned into a stream of light and flashed past, and he immediately came to the vicinity of the Tiandao stone tablet. It seemed that there was a similar aura on Lu Shu's body, exactly the same as last time. The Tiandao stone steel trembled. Buzz. The sound of the avenue continues to clank. It circulates between heaven and earth, making everything nearby reveal an aura of vicissitudes of time. This heavenly Dao stone tablet is actually more complete. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. If he could move the Tiandao stone steel to his own sacred tree island, perhaps, this Tiandao stone steel could bring about different changes. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately moved the Tiandao stone steel to your own sacred tree island. For Tiandao stone tablets stand near Tianmen. Buzzing buzz. With the addition of this Tiandao stone tablet, the nearby Tiandao stone tablets are connected to each other and are inductive to each other. Each mythical building, under the influence of the heavenly secret formation, gathered together, and suddenly the divine light burst out. And the four heavenly Dao stone tablets once again revealed an aura of eternal vicissitudes, as if they contained the supreme Tao. A sense of suppression, coming through eternity, crushing everything. Although Lu Shu was the master of the island, he felt the changes in the Tiandao stone tablet, and his heart was filled with excitement. The next second, a prompt popped up in front of his eyes. You have gathered 4 Tiandao stone tablets and initially unlocked the power of the Tiandao stone tablets, ancient suppression. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the 4 Tiandao stone tablets suddenly merged together. On the stone tablet, an ancient Chinese text is slowly engraved. Shortage. Chapter 136. Lu Shu took a deep breath. The moment he saw desolation, a sense of coercion from the ancient times enveloped him instantly. Does it still have something to do with that powerful person? This thought couldn't help but flash through Lu Shu's mind. He is now a little curious, what kind of civilization history has been covered up in the past of the Grey World? The glory and supreme power contained in these holy places seems to be greater than what appears on the surface of the Grey World. The monster is countless times more powerful. However, even an existence like the Tiandao stone tablet will be sealed in the Holy Land, let alone the glorious mythical civilization of the past. Lu Shu's brows frowned slightly, and he couldn't help guessing that what kind of world exists that can bury these civilizations in the ruins of the Grey World. A panel pops up in front of you. Mythological ruins. Ruins, Tianmen, incomplete, Tiandao stone stele, deserted, 5-color altar, Shantong pavilion, Bodhi tree. Attribute increase, attack power 900, defense 700, spirit 400, critical hit 40, puncture 200, blessing 75, comprehension 30, domain suppression 25, domain amplification 5, immunity ignore 10. Skill, ancient suppression. Ancient suppression. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on skills. The mythical building actually has an extra skill. As expected, this should be the effect brought about by the addition of the Tiandao stone tablet. Ancient suppression. Function, activate the heavenly secret array to suppress all enemies with the majestic force of myth, causing all monsters that capture the island to have their attributes weakened by 50, and immunity in the area to be ignored by 50. Duration, 5h. Cooling time, 7 days. Lu Shu's eyes focused on the immunity-ignoring attribute, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled. I didn't expect that the addition of this fourth Tiandao stone tablet would actually incorporate a Tiandao stone tablet with complete text. Immune to the attribute of being ignored, it has an extremely powerful effect against monsters at the gate of reincarnation. Not only that, the bonus of domain suppression has also been improved a lot because the ancient stone tablet has the attribute of suppression in it. The ancient stone tablet of desolation is located under the Tianmen. The word desolate engraved on it blooms with powerful coercive power. When the invasion of the Grey World begins again, as long as the monsters from the gate of reincarnation enter the island, all attacks here will be destroyed. It has the effect of being immune to ignorance. Not only the attacks of Pikachu and Little White Fox can cause substantial damage to the Samsara silhouette, but even magical plants and psychic cannons can receive bonuses from these attributes. By the way, upgrade the building. Lu Shu remembered that there were still a lot of ores in his hands that were not used. Come to the coast. The basalt mine located on the outermost side was disassembled and moved to the second line of defense. The first line of defense has been changed to the most powerful glass ore. If basalt ore is only relatively strong, then the properties inside the glazed stone can even have a counter-injury effect. If a monster rashly attacks this line of defense, it will be counterattacked by the magical properties stored inside the glazed stone. Seriously injured. Not only can it be effective against ordinary large monsters, but high-level grey monsters such as Warcraft, Samsara silhouettes, and undead will also trigger counter-injury effects. In this way, without the need for other combat power, the glazed stone can first kill a large number of relatively weak grey monsters with a risk coefficient below B level. The fourth line of defense built later is located very close to the magical plants. Under the protection of the basalt mine, the magical plants can also deliver long-distance firepower more safely. The purple spirit mine was moved to the third line of defense, followed closely by 2 lines of defense from the Tianling mine, forming the strongest defense line for the Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu used the extra high-grade ores to upgrade psychic cannons and mobile defense fortresses. Do you want to consume X10,000 of high-grade ores to upgrade the A psychic cannon X18 to an S-class psychic cannon? Yes. The next second, the power of all psychic cannons was increased to S level. Certainly. This level is no longer very strong for the monsters that currently have S-level strength in the reincarnation area. In a sense, Lu Shu's city defense buildings did not keep up with the pace of exploration in the Grey World. However, this time, in addition to glazed stones, Lu Shu also collected 50,000 Tianxian stones. These stones can upgrade the psychic cannon into a more powerful Tianxian cannon. Do you want to spend 30,000 glazed stones to upgrade the S-class psychic cannon X18 to the Tianxian cannon, SS-class? Yes. Lu Shu's mind moved, and a white light shone like daylight at the position of the psychic cannon. The surface of the 18 psychic cannons suddenly took on a new look and turned into the form of Tianxian stone. The power of Tianxian cannon is many times more powerful than ordinary psychic cannon. The main attribute of Tianxian stone is chilling, which has an extremely powerful lethality gain effect on city defense buildings such as upgraded artillery shells. Now, if a Tianxian cannon fires down, even S-class monsters will be killed by this cannon. Even an S-level boss comes from the reincarnation area and has the damage immunity effect of the reincarnation silhouette. If it is hit by a powerful lethal weapon such as the Tianxian cannon, after a few shots, it will be seriously injured even if it does not die. After upgrading the defense line. Next, Lu Shu's clone continued to explore the Immortal Vault Holy Land. At this moment, Lu Shu frowned slightly. He sensed his own netherworld army, and when he went to explore the Gate of Reincarnation, he met several Divine Tree Masters guarding the door. Chapter 137. Divine Tree Master. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the panel. Although the skills of these sacred tree masters are not very strong, they can guard next to the Gate of Reincarnation, which instinctively makes people feel that there is something wrong. Now that these sacred tree masters have discovered the location of the Gate of Reincarnation, they must die. Lu Shu's choice is also very decisive. Just kill him. Although the Gate of Reincarnation is not a special place, but it is guarded here as a treasure by the Divine Tree Master. Lu Shu can't do it in front of these people, sending monsters from the Grey World to the Gate of Reincarnation. This is too strange. Lu Shu directly chose to take action and kill all these Divine Tree Masters stationed nearby. The door to reincarnation. A 16-year-old boy yawned and said with a dissatisfied look on his face, "Didn't you say that this door has some secret? What the hell is the key to the abyss? You can't open the door without the key. What is the purpose of letting us come here? What is it? You kid, stop talking nonsense. Anyway, you will be rewarded for completing the mission, allowing you to stand here for a while without dying. Yes, this is a neutral area, not a dungeon, and I checked the area nearby. There are no cracks or other deceptive things, which means that the monsters from the Linyuan mission will not appear." From not far away, a woman with fiery red hair walked over. She was responsible for checking the situation nearby. She found that there was nothing unusual around her. She smiled and said. The young man's eyes looked a little wary. He had awakened the power of danger perception. When he came here, he always had an uneasy intuition, pushing him to leave. At this moment, a large wave of undead army suddenly appeared in the field of vision. Even before the sacred tree masters here could react, the S-class ghost monster at the front was already holding a deadly sickle and cut off the life of one of the sacred tree masters with one blow. Not good. Monster attacks. A second later, the young man roared and ran away without even thinking. However, before he could run a few more steps, the grey mist next to him once again killed a group of netherworld troops and surrounded him. How could Lu Shu possibly will these sacred tree masters have a chance to escape? Just calculate the range of these sacred tree masters and quietly distribute all the monsters everywhere to form an encirclement. Taking advantage of the difference in vision, you can completely surround these sacred tree masters. With so many divine fires integrated, Lu Shu's perception range alone reaches thousands of meters. He can completely block the vision and determine the positions of these sacred tree masters. Come down. You don't even need to use the Marauder's map. This is the advantage of vision. The young man's face turned pale and he staggered back a few steps. What to do? These divine tree masters are considered inconspicuous cannon fodder in the guild. But in fact, these sacred tree masters are more or less undercover agents from other guilds, or they joined in, and they were not pregnant in the first place. What good intentions? Therefore, they were arrested by Miyu Pavilion and Dark Knight Alliance to talk about the truth and truth. Arranging these sacred tree masters in the form of tasks will not arouse any suspicion. Anyway, the guild often sends such who would have thought that this time it would be a dangerous mission to clean up the people in the guild who were deliberately trying to plot. Of course, these sacred tree masters also have some abilities. After the young man was surrounded by the undead, instantly using teleportation skills, the figure moved quickly to 1,000 meters away. Teleporting 1,000 meters, that is considered an A-level power. And the boy kept this trump card undiscovered by others, and also hid his own strength. However, when the young man launched the teleportation, in the grey mist, a small army of hundreds of netherworld troops came towards the young man again. Where did so many monsters come from? The young man's face was extremely pale. When he investigated the situation earlier, didn't he find not a single monster? So where did these monsters appear out of thin air? In despair, the young man immediately sent the video back to the guild. In an attempt we can move some reinforcements back. After all, this time, in order to kill the tree people, and you is actually still nearby, and deployed an elite team of sacred tree masters, just to rush around and kill the tree people in time. The picture was transmitted back to the chat box of the Dark Knight Alliance. Dark Knight's brows instantly frowned. The densely packed monsters in that picture reminded him of the Linyuan mission. This damn woman. A hint of chill suddenly appeared in Ye's eyes. At a certain moment, he really thought that this woman wanted to cooperate with him sincerely. Fortunately, the Divine Tree Masters sent out were all problematic Divine Tree Masters. They are dead. He's dead. Until now, does Yi still know that the so-called Gate of Reincarnation is actually related to the Linyuan mission? This woman is really good at calculating. She wants to consume the Linyuan mission's troops first, so just reap the benefits. All Sacred Tree Masters obey orders. Eliminate all the Sacred Tree Masters in the nearby Muyu Pavilion. Since that woman wants to plot against us, there is no need to be polite to them. Yi said coldly. The nearby Sacred Tree Masters listened to the order and quickly moved towards other locations, preparing to intercept other reincarnation gates and install the Sacred Tree Masters in the nearby Muyu Pavilion. According to some shadow assassins, this once, the Dark Knight Alliance actually locked the position of the elite Sacred Tree Masters of Muyu Pavilion. Naturally, these Sacred Tree Masters who were stationed on the surface were too lazy to kill. The Dark Knight wanted to target the core members of Muyu Pavilion. As for the ones sent to station in Samsara, the cannon fodder of the door is dead when it dies. No matter how terrifying the scene is on the other side of the video, Dark Knight ignores it. These monsters, the elite team may not be able to leave when they encounter them. Want to save people? It is simply a fantasy. Chapter 138. Muyu Pavilion. Several other gates of reincarnation. About 3,000 meters away from Mo. Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly and said, "It seems that someone from the Dark Knight Alliance came over to check our position." Next to him, a little girl with purple hair and purple eyes walked up. Lee blinked her curious eyes and asked with a puzzled expression. Didn't those guys say they would cooperate with us? Why don't they go explore the location of the Gate of Reincarnation and come over to see what we are doing?" Lu Feng shook his head and gently poked the little Lolita's nose with his finger. "Zeman, you are too naive. The Dark Knight Alliance has fought so many times with Muyu Pavilion. If they can sincerely cooperate with us, there will be trouble. It is essential to be on guard against others, especially these guys. They are not so simple as humans, they are just a bunch of demonic wolves. Even if this time, our task is to find a way to deal with the Tree Raiders, the Dark Knight Alliance must be guarded against." At this moment, a chat box suddenly popped up in front of Lu Feng. Muyu Tingfeng said, "The Dark Knight Alliance has changed its mind. They are moving in your direction and are going to launch an attack." Lu Feng, damn it. I knew they had no good intentions, what should I do now? Muyu Tingfeng, I didn't expect why they suddenly got so crazy. According to my prediction, it seems that there are some unknown variables in the middle. The cause and effect is a bit complicated. I can't figure it out for the time being. Now you need to move forward as soon as possible. Move in the direction of coordinates, 100, 111, where the troops are weaker. Lu Feng, holy shit, you're running away again. I'm not happy. These idiots are riding on our Muyu's head for no reason. It's not like they can't be beaten. I want to kill them directly. Muyu Tingfeng said, "You only have a 40 chance of winning." Lu Feng, a 40 chance of winning is also a chance of winning. Sacred Tree Island. Muyu Tingfeng's eyes burst out with a burst of white light. She was calculating this event, something went wrong. Originally, the reason why Muyu Pavilion wanted to deal with the Lu Shu this time was because Muyu Pavilion had suffered too many losses recently. The long-term struggle with the Dark Knight Alliance has made Muyu unable to expand and develop. Muyu Tingfeng chose to cooperate with the Dark Knight Alliance to intercept and kill the Lu Shu because Muyu Tingfeng wanted the Dark Knight Alliance to shift its target. Moreover, with her own computing power, she might be able to use the Lu Shu to plot against the Dark Knight Alliance. As a result, I wonder what went wrong in the middle. The people from the Dark Knight Alliance suddenly came to kill Muyu Pavilion. If he retreats again and is forced to be beaten, then the influence Muyu Pavilion has recently established will drop by an unknown number of levels. After pondering for a moment, Muyu Tingfeng could only helplessly send a message to Lu Feng. In that case, you move to the coordinates of 110, 115. Use illusions as much as possible to guide the people of the Dark Knight Alliance over there. I speculate that there is a turning point there, but I don't know what kind of turning point it is. Whether you can turn things around depends on you. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Okay." Grey World. There was a trace of fighting spirit in Lu Feng's eyes. Mud. The Dark Knight Alliance is a group of people with brain problems. If you want to fight, just say so. Why are you pretending to cooperate? Sister Mu has the ability to speculate. Do these Sacred Tree Masters think that by pretending to cooperate, they can make Muyu Pavilion relax its vigilance? That's too naive. Lu Feng also felt a little unhappy. Muyu Pavilion doesn't want to fight you, but your Dark Knight Alliance still insists on coming here to die, so don't blame Grandpa, I'm rude. Although the fruit he awakened was an illusion type, Lu Feng also had a bad temper and was beaten all the time. Who was so happy? Everyone listen. This time, the Dark Knight Alliance took the initiative to seek death. Let's move towards the transfer point mentioned by Sister Mu first, and then we can think of ways to deal with these people. Although those Divine Tree Masters have something special about their abilities, we at Muyu Pavilion are not vegetarians either. Lu Feng turned his head and said in a serious voice to the teammates behind him. Everyone nodded. Zeming shook his cute little mind, exposed his big white tiger teeth, and said with a smile, okay. Fight. Fight. The people on the side looked at this little loli speechlessly. This is a fierce battle. The little girl is really not afraid of tigers. But, thinking that this little girl's master is the madman Lu Feng, it seems that these two divisions did the disciple's character seem to fit in. Everyone immediately moved towards the place where Muyu Tingfeng mentioned it. When the figure left, suddenly, a black shadow landed here. That black shadow, his eyes were full of vigilance. He looked towards the direction where the Muyu Pavilion team was leaving. After a while, he opened the chat window and sent the situation here to the people in the Dark Knight Alliance. The leader of the alliance, everyone in Muyu Pavilion, is moving in the direction of coordinates, 110, 115. Should we follow up and give chase? Soon. A reply came from the Dark Knight. You lock their position first, let's not rush to intercept them. These bastards seem to have used the power of that woman to know that these places have a mission to Lin Yuan. Keep a distance from them first, observe the surrounding situation, and don't be fooled by them, especially Lu Feng's illusion, which has made great progress recently. Receive. The black shadow nodded quickly and kept a distance from everyone in Muyu Pavilion. With his talent, he can still lock the target's position even if it is not within the range of perception. Chapter 139. Lu Feng, someone has noticed our presence. In the gray world, on the way to escape, Zeming raised her cute face, looked at Lu Feng's side face, and said seriously. I know. Lu Feng shrugged helplessly, but we can't deal with him. Why? Zeming was puzzled. There is only one person on the other side. If we all take action, we should be able to kill them quickly, right? Sister Mu sent me a message, saying that Yi also took action personally, and now our chances of winning have dropped to less than 0-10. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. It can only be said that Muyu Tingfeng is too far away. She herself will not come to the gray world easily. Therefore, it takes a certain amount of time to control all the calculated information. It just so happens that Yi also carried some treasures that could evade prediction-type powers, which delayed Muyu Tingfeng's powers for a while. If he had known this news earlier, Lu Feng would have run away quickly. He would not have to go there in person. Dealing with the monster Dark Knight, now. Lu Feng also knows the direction of the team's movement and is locked by a black shadow. Of course, if they are ruthless and all dispatched, they can also kill the Dark Shadow. But the Black Shadow is not the Dark Knight Alliance. The members are just one of the superpowers. Even if the Black Shadow is eliminated, their position will still be locked by the Dark Knight Alliance using other means. Moreover, if they take action directly, it will be equivalent to completely breaking up with the Dark Knight Alliance. The two sides are ready to start a big battle. Most of the Sacred Tree Masters selected by the Dark Knight Alliance have sufficient talents in pursuit and hunting. It is absolutely difficult to escape their pursuit. Now, the only way to go to the turning point mentioned by Muyu Tingfeng is to there is a chance to escape. Fortunately, according to Muyu Tingfeng's prediction, even if it is a Dark Knight, this transfer point can bring unlimited possibilities to Lu Feng. I just don't know what this transfer point will bring. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in front. From the shadows, a troop of assassins instantly shot out and killed Lu Feng and others. Lu Feng's expression changed instantly. Start fighting immediately. Formation, everyone from the Dark Knight Alliance is coming to kill them. Zemeng's eyes suddenly erupted with a burst of purple dreamy luster. The next second, the entire team was enveloped in a dreamlike purple light. The eyes of the Divine Tree Master who fell into the Zemeng space suddenly showed confusion, lost in mind, like lost in an illusion. We already know you're the most troublesome character. A cold voice, murderous intent quietly emerged from behind Zemeng. The next second, the bloody blade slit the little loli's throat. But to everyone's surprise, the little loli's voice just turned into a bubble disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the assassins rushed into the crowd of the team, killing everyone. Everyone died in the hands of the assassins. But the strange thing is that there was no blood on their bodies, just turned into a bubble and disappeared. At this moment, a figure turned into black ripples and appeared next to the assassin. As if coming from the deepest night. It was the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance, Dark Knight. Illusion. The corners of Anye's mouth slightly raised, and he was not surprised by this. According to the recent information from the investigation team, Lu Feng's illusion has reached the state of turning illusion into reality. Even if the sky eye is turned on and the mental power reaches S-level, you may not be able to see through this guy's illusion. At this stage of the development of the Sacred Tree game, the top Sacred Tree Masters can also possess S-level mental power. Of course, most of the Sacred Tree Masters are still at a relatively low level. Only the top Sacred Tree Masters in the rankings can practice to this level. And Yi was not too surprised by the scene in front of him, and said calmly to the assassins next to him, Lu Feng's illusion of turning the void into reality, it can only be released 3 times at most. Keep following their scent. There are only 3 or 4 days left before the invasion of the Grey World. No more time to play hide-and-seek with them. If you have the chance, kill him immediately and don't waste your energy and time in returning to the island to prepare for war. Yes. The surrounding assassins responded respectfully, and then continued to turn into shadows and attack in the direction of the Miyu Pavilion team. In a short period of time, they once again found another person through the tracking system's abilities. The location of an illusion. It was broken again. With the tracking ability, it once again sensed another location, and Miyu Pavilion's troops appeared. Of course, this was the last phantom. As long as they were destroyed, the true form of Miyu Pavilion's troops would be revealed, will be exposed to the tracking system's superpower. Soon. The assassins of the Dark Knight Alliance, rushing with all their strength, these fastest shadow troops have already killed around the last phantom. Follow the same pattern. Continue easily hunting. Illusion does not have much combat power in the first place, and it can be easily crushed by the Shadow Army's combat power. Report the current coordinate position. Coordinates sad face 110, 115. Great, where is the enemy next? It seems that they are just 1 coordinate away from us, and they seem to be observing us. Damn it, look to the side, what the hell is that? Suddenly, a member of the Dark Knight Alliance pointed to the grey fog on the left and exclaimed. I saw a huge netherworld army suddenly pass through the grey fog and came towards the people of the Dark Knight Alliance to kill. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 140. Immortal Vault Holy Land. Lu Shu once again collected a batch of skill illustrations. Ding! You have obtained the top skill illustration, Carpentry. Ding! You have obtained the master skill illustration, Carpentry. Ding! You have obtained the top skill illustration, Decomposition. Do you choose to study? Yes. 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 Soon, several skill panels popped up in front of him again. Lu Shu's carpentry has reached master-level craftsmanship. Next, he can build the mansion on the Sacred Tree Island again. Transform into a more luxurious villa. Not only that, Pikachu also found rare firewood in the palace, Tianling wood. This kind of firewood can absorb spiritual energy, and if you live in it, you can even enjoy a rich spiritual energy bath. Not only is it of extremely high quality, but it is also spiritual, can assist in spiritual practice, and has extraordinary effects. Of course, rare-level firewood also requires a master-level carpenter to build it. In the Sutra Pavilion in the palace, Lu Shu found a lot of skill illustrations. Not only did he gain master-level carpentry skills, but he also upgraded his advanced decomposition to top-level decomposition. Of course, the effect of the bonus is that the decomposition speed is faster, which is not a big promotion, but it is very pleasant to save this time and use it for practice, drink some tea, and eat some delicious food. In Shinshu game, time is a priceless treasure. At this moment, Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. People from the Dark Knight Alliance. Through the perception of resonance, Lu Shu saw the Dark Knight Alliance appearing in the Grey World from the perspective of the monster army. No, not only the Dark Knight Alliance, but also the Divine Tree Master of Miyu Pavilion was also being hunted. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. Although he didn't know why Miyu Pavilion and Dark Knight Alliance appeared in this place at the same time, he didn't want anything about the Gate of Reincarnation to be known to these two behemoths. You know, what he plans to do next: control the Netherworld army and enter the Gate of Reincarnation. The Divine Tree Master who came here knows too much. Kill. Lu Shu had a thought. All the Netherworld armies were heading towards these Sacred Tree Masters to kill. Not only the Dark Knight Alliance, but also the people from Miyu Pavilion. Anyway, none of these big guilds are good. Moreover, these people sooner or later, he will become an opponent. At this moment it is possible that he will notice his secret. Of course, Lu Shu does not intend to release any survivors. The mighty Netherworld troops immediately moved towards the assassins of the Dark Knight Alliance and killed them. In the Grey World, where do the assassins of the Dark Knight Alliance still have the cold-bloodedness and calmness they used to have when they were bloodthirsty? Facing such a huge Grey army, no matter how crazy the Divine Tree Master is, his soul is almost scared out of his mind at this moment. He didn't even want to resist, he just ran away. While running, he also made a cursing voice. Damn it! Why do so many monsters suddenly appear here again? It's strange. Weren't they still 20 coordinate points away just now? Why did they suddenly come over? How do we know this matter? These monsters are like ghosts and suddenly burst out of the grey fog. Doesn't it make sense at all? Damn it, isn't this a neutral dungeon area? Where did so many dangerous monsters come from? How do I know? You ask me, I will die first and ask God for you. Stop talking so much nonsense, run away quickly, and meet Lord and ye first. Don't send any messages, lest those cold-blooded guys abandon us and run away first. At this stage, although the assassins of the Dark Knight Alliance are working for the Dark Knight, they have already understood the unkind, cold-blooded, and selfish character of this guild. If they encounter a crisis, they must not inform your accomplices first, otherwise you will find that your companions are running faster than you. At this time, you should say nothing and go back to the team directly, and then drag everyone in the team into the water together. In this way, we are all grasshoppers on a rope, no one can escape first. And Yi frowned slightly. He muttered, shouldn't these assassins have solved their illusions? Why haven't they come back yet? In the grey fog, these familiar figures suddenly passed through the grey fog and came to the front of the Dark Knight. How's your mission going? Anyez's face darkened and he asked quickly. He didn't expect that the Sacred Tree Masters in the team would come back so soon. However, after killing these illusions, shouldn't they report the situation through the chat box first, and then after reporting the location of the opposite side, can we all go after them together? As a result, Yi discovered that these Divine Tree Masters actually stepped over them and ran towards behind them. Yi, are these people crazy? Don't you even listen to yourself? What the hell? At this moment, in the team, a cry of surprise rang in Anyez's ears. Damn it! They are the monsters who offended Li Nguyen's mission. What? Everyone quickly turned their heads. Only to see tens of thousands of densely packed Netherworld troops suddenly heading towards the direction of the Dark Knight Alliance to kill them. And Yi couldn't help but cursed. These bastards. They didn't even give any notice and actually led the monsters into the lair. When they go back, they must kill all those guys. And Yi is going to be mad, but before he could angrily accuse his cheating teammates in the team, the dense and tidal army of Netherworld was already rushing toward the team. Chapter 141. Damn it! I'm a big boss. What are these monsters? Could this be the turning point that Sister Mu mentioned? In the distance, Lu Feng looked at the terrifying Netherworld army behind him, and his face turned pale with fright. There were so many monsters that even the Dark Knight would make him cry. No wonder it was said to be a turning point. It turned out that the co-author was relying on these monster armies, flush the Dark Knight Alliance. As expected of Sister Mu, she could think of such a way to deal with the people of the Dark Knight Alliance. Sister Mu, YYDS. Hahaha, this boy Yi has been showing off every day, and now he is being charged by the Netherworld army. I'm afraid it won't be easy. It's so exciting. It's the first time I've seen Dark Knight so deflated. It's so satisfying. Back to the Sacred Tree Island, I want to squeeze some juice to cheer me up. The team in Muyu Pavilion looked happy. Before they could be happy for a long time, suddenly, the heads of the Netherworld army turned towards them. The laughter on the field stopped suddenly. Everyone in Muyu Pavilion froze. Lu Feng barely cracked a smile and said weakly, these lovely friends, your enemies should be those Bichi of the Dark Knight Alliance, not us. The one who responded to them was the figure coming from the Netherworld army. Why are you standing there? Run! Lu Feng turned around and yelled at the people in the team. Everyone just woke up from a dream and started running wildly. Damn it! If these monsters catch up, they will die. They will definitely die. God knows where these monsters come from. Why are they so terrifying? Not to mention the scale, Lu Feng continued to use illusion attacks on those monsters. However, no matter what level of illusion attacks fell on these spirits, it has no effect on the body at all. The monsters of the undead system are restrained by the magic tree masters of the illusion system. They are already dead, and they still expect to use illusions to interfere with their actions. This is impossible. Zimeng's eyes, a burst of purple dreamy luster suddenly burst out in his eyes. When some of the undead monsters touched the purple barrier, their bodies suddenly stopped and could no longer move forward. This skill seems to be quite useful. Muyu pavilions. Everyone saw that some of the undead were blocked out, and the expressions on their faces gradually regained some color. But before they could be happy for a long time, the troops that merged with the nether monsters, including several S-class gods, the undead spirits of the tree masters rushed towards them. Along the way, many people from the Dark Knight Alliance were killed, and dozens of S-level ghost troops were obtained. It took no effort to dispatch such a level of troops. Penetrating the purple barrier, he continued to kill the people in Muyu Pavilion. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? Lu Feng couldn't hold back anymore and couldn't help but cursed. The face of Zemeng little lowly didn't have the playful expression of the past at all, and her purple pupils were full of panic and fear. Open the chat box. Lu Feng, Sister Mu, do you have any hope now? He hesitated for a long time. Lu Feng was almost anxious to death. Isn't Sister Mu a god? Think of a way. Otherwise, our troops will be hunted to death by the terrifying Netherworld army. Although dragging Yi into the water seems to be quite satisfying, Lu Feng doesn't want to die yet. After waiting for a while, a reply came from the other side of the chat box. Muyu Tingfeng, I'm sorry, I calculated for you a chance to defeat the Dark Knight, but I forgot to calculate a chance for you to get out alive. Now, the chance of you all surviving is so low that it can be ignored, or, wish yourself luck. Lu Feng. It turns out that their sister Mu is counting on a chance to defeat Dark Knight. But I didn't consider letting them live. It's over. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said such nonsense. Just run away and it'll be over. I also brought here a teleportation talisman from Master Guiyin. At this moment, a fat man in the team suddenly took out a talisman and said. Lu Feng couldn't help but cursed, damn fat man, you just came up with this thing now, why didn't you take it out earlier? Ahem, this talisman of mine cannot teleport all my teammates away. The fat man said helplessly, we can only teleport 3 people at most, but now we have 10 people here. Lu Feng was speechless. At this moment, Zemeng opened his eyes and said, my Zemeng space will be fully opened later. Fatty, Lu Feng, you stay to protect me. The remaining 7 use the teleportation array directly to return to the Sacred Tree Island. When my purple dream space is almost fully supported, Fatty, you can use the teleportation talisman to move us to the furthest place. In this way, we still have a glimmer of hope. After hearing Zemeng's words, everyone in the team's eyes lit up. It was as if they saw a glimmer of hope out of despair. Lu Feng couldn't help but grinned and said, as expected of my little Meng Meng, what I thought of the method is good. The fat man rolled his eyes at Lu Feng. You are a waste, you are not as useful as your own apprentice, what are you pretending to do all day long? Lu Feng's face suddenly froze, and he smiled. It was good to find a solution after all. The next second, Zemeng opened the Zemeng space with all his strength, and prepared to act according to the plan. At this moment, on the other side of the grey fog, the people from the Dark Knight Alliance actually rushed over. Chapter 142. Damn it! Why did the people from the Dark Knight Alliance rush over at this time? Damn it! They will interrupt our plan to return to the city. The people in Muyu Pavilion suddenly became anxious. People from the Dark Knight Alliance suddenly appeared here, which looked extremely scary. Zemeng's mood also became a little nervous. It is definitely not a good thing for people from the Dark Knight Alliance to appear here. You don't want to be buried in the grey world with these guys. Although everyone knows that everyone will die, but to be buried with the enemy, that is to die in peace. On the other side, Dark Knight's whole face is distorted. Get up. Along the way, these ghost monsters were madly chased and beaten to death. God knows where these monsters came from. What shocked him? Yi the most was that if these monsters were on a Linyuan mission, then, how powerful should the tree-pulling man be after he completed the Linyuan mission? Dark Knight's eyes were as gloomy as water at this time. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? He was obviously here to kill the tree-pulling man, but it turned out that he could kill him. He was on the Linyuan mission, and he was chasing him so ruthlessly. And he still had no way to deal with these monsters. The various immunities made the Dark Knight people almost numb. In fact, the current Netherworld army, it's more than just a spirit body. The various reincarnation silhouettes fused by Lu Shu merged with the Netherworld army and gained new attributes. It can be said that this monster army is basically invincible. It also has the immunity of reincarnation attributes. If there are no points from the source of divine attributes, there will be no way to deal with these monsters. At this moment, Yi turned around and saw that another Divine Tree Master's army had appeared on the other side of the Grey World. Damn it! He's from Muyu Pavilion. And Yi gritted his teeth with hatred. Until now, how could he still not know that it was these bastards who led him here? Kill them. And Yi said with a ferocious expression. At this time, he didn't want to pay attention to the monsters beside him. He just wanted to kill the people in Muyu Pavilion with his own hands, and he wanted to kill them quickly. Lu Feng's eyes suddenly burst into a burst of white light. Next seconds. The people of the Dark Knight Alliance were collectively imprisoned in place, unable to move. Even Dark Knight just used all kinds of killing methods to kill the nearby ghost monsters one by one, but they never came towards the people from Muyu Pavilion. Go back quickly. Lu Feng scolded the 7 people behind him. The 7 people immediately used teleportation powers and quickly returned to their sacred tree island. The expressions on their faces were about to turn pale. Originally, to deal with this group of monsters from the Grey World, it's an extremely dangerous thing. In the Grey World, people from the Dark Knight Alliance suddenly came to kill. How could this mission be so dangerous? Didn't we agree to target the tree-lumping man? Now, the tree-lumping man hasn't been seen yet. Fighting against the Dark Knight Alliance makes me drunk. More and more monsters appear around me. They all rely on Lu Feng to hold back the Dark Knight Alliance, and Zimeng to hold back the nearby monsters. Hold on to. The fat man cheered from the side. Finally, the 7 teleportation light curtains around him exploded. The 7 sacred tree masters of Muyu Pavilion successfully escaped. At this time, the fat man also took out the talisman, and a burst of light burst out at this time, and Yi had been freed from the illusion. He found that he had been attacking the air, and instantly became extremely angry. Kill. And Yi rushed towards Zimeng. However, the next second, the talisman in Fatty's hand burst out with a burst of light. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Lu Feng, Fatty and Zimeng also disappeared. And Yi suddenly jumped into the air. The most terrible thing is that the monster in front attacked Yi. At this time, Yi no longer cared about the lives of his teammates and could only run away. The assassin behind him saw Yi running away alone, couldn't help but cursed loudly. What a bullshit leader. This guy saw a monster from the Grey World and ran away alone. I shouldn't have joined this hot chicken guild in the first place, but now I haven't gained anything or gained anything, and instead I've given my life away. Send this picture to the world public screen. I want all the sacred tree masters to see what kind of guild the Dark Knight Alliance is. These members of the Dark Knight Alliance before they died directly uploaded the memory video of Dark Knight's escape to the world public screen. Immediately, it triggered a controversy among a group of sacred tree masters. Damn it, the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance, that's it. It made me laugh. Before, who would have boasted that the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance was ranked 3rd in the rankings, but it turned out that he couldn't even defeat the monsters in the Grey World. Just forget it if you can't defeat him. He abandons his subordinates and just runs away. I have never seen a more useless alliance leader than this. Whoever joins the Dark Knight Alliance in the future will be a fool. Yes, if the leader of the alliance who can't even protect his subordinates sacrifices his life for him, isn't that a fool? I'll see who else will join the Dark Knight Alliance in the future. Stop talking, I already regret joining the Dark Knight Alliance, now I don't want to pay attention to the people in the guild, just quit. Add me and I will quit the Dark Knight Alliance too. I was so screwed, I thought there was something in the 3rd place on the ranking list, but I turned out to be a coward. Chapter 143. Ding. You have obtained the Blood Succession Limit Fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained Special Growth Fruit X3. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Nascent Soul Fruit X1. 3 prompt tones sounded in Lu Shu's ears. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu opened his eyes. I saw a few more mysterious fruits on the sacred tree. All the fruits were buried in the soil, quickly. 3 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. At the same time, several panels popped up in front of Lu Shu. Blood Succession Limit Fruit Tree. Variety, Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Blood Succession Limit Fruit. Period, 0, 5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Special Growth Fruit Tree. Product, Special Growth Fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 3. Advanced Nascent Soul Fruit Tree. Product, Advanced Nascent Soul Fruit. There are only 3 days left before the invasion of the Grey World. Lu Shu opened the panel, checked the countdown, and murmured softly. Then, he opened the world public screen to see what the Divine Tree Masters on it were talking about. The Dark Knight Alliance is really a bunch of hot chicks and a bunch of cheaters. Everyone has clearly seen the true face of this guild. They are still indifferent towards other sacred tree masters and the people in their own guild. He even cheated the members of his own guild, and even the leader in the rankings, Bah. How could such a sacred tree master be allowed to be on the ranking list? It's so stupid, the sky is blind. I have withdrawn from the Dark Knight Alliance. If I break the contract, I will break the contract. It is better than waiting to die there. That's right, those of the Dark Knight Alliance who haven't gotten into too deep yet should quit this guild as soon as possible. You think you have joined a strong organization, but in fact others are waiting for you to work hard and then die. There is no harm without comparison, Muyu Pavilion is much more reliable. That's right, brothers who want to find a guild in the future can join Muyu Pavilion more often. The Dark Knight Alliance encountered such a disaster. It can be said that this guild is almost useless. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The Divine Tree Masters of the Dark Knight Alliance are too disunited, right? Before you die, you have to think about cheating your own guild. The success of Muyu Pavilion depends entirely on the support of your peers. Of course, the essence of the guild is to cut the leaks of the Divine Tree Master. It can only be said that in this era of poor performance, what Muyu Pavilion does is passable, but it is not a good thing either. It's almost time before the Grey World invades. This wave of fruits is ripe, let's improve our strength first. The monster army on the other side of the Grey World has almost explored all the gates of reincarnation. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After waiting for a long time. Ding! Your blood inheritance limit fruit tree has reached the production cycle, blood inheritance limit fruit 100. Ding! Your special growth fruit tree X3 has reached the production cycle, and the special growth fruit 300. Ding! Your advanced Yuanying fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the advanced Yuanying fruit 100. It has reached maturity. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he immediately turned his attention to the blood succession limit fruit. Sharingan fruit again. Unexpectedly, the blood succession limit fruit tree produced the Sharingan fruit again. Could it be that this time, the little white fox should also open the Sharingan? At this moment, a pop-up appeared in front of Lu Shu, a tip. Sharingan can be evolved by swallowing the same Sharingan fruit. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. I see. Let Pikachu swallow the same Sharingan fruit to evolve the Sharingan. Maybe, Pikachu's Sharingan can one day evolve into the invincible Rinnegan. If you can really evolve into the Samsara Eye, you will be truly invincible. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately called these little guys over. Pick up. 100 Pikachus, sensing Lu Shu's call, ran over one after another. Sensing the scent of the Sharingan fruit, the Pikachus' eyes suddenly lit up. Their faces showed expressions of wanting to eat. Lu Shu said with a smile, let's all go and eat. 3 strikes and 5 divided by 2, it didn't take long, all the Pikachus ate the Sharingan fruit. Ding! Pikachu X100 has swallowed the Sharingan fruit, and the Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The next second. Pikachu's eyes instantly changed from Magatama form to kaleidoscope form. Lu Shu looked directly into Pikachu's eyes and felt that these little guys' illusions could actually threaten him. Hurry up and open the pets panel. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Powers, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Chidori, Mangekyo Sharingan, Evolution. Physical, S. Speed, S. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. Pikachu activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his mental power instantly reached SS level. Moreover, the comprehensive potential has reached the 3 S's. Is this too fierce? Lu Shu's eyes showed a bit of shock. No wonder Pikachu can threaten him. Good guy. He has become so strong. Chapter 144. With the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Pikachu also gained the abilities of Genjutsu, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. If you activate the Susanoo form, you will become a Pikachu that can fly a mecha. Pikachu, try using illusion on me. Lu Shu wants to try Pikachu's illusion to see what level it can reach. He has SS level mental power. Let's verify that Pikachu has also reached SS level mental power now. How strong is the illusion? Pick up. Opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Pikachu's eyes became blurred and dreamy. It seemed as if staring into those eyes would cause some terrible consequences. At this moment, Lu Shu felt his mind swaying slightly. After a while. Turn on the power of the purple chi pupil. His sea of spiritual consciousness suddenly burst out with a burst of light. The 3 Dharma bodies condensed into golden shadows, hovering above their heads, blooming bursts of precious light. With the consciousness of cultivating immortals to protect the mind, plus activating the purple eye power. Pikachu's Sharingan only made Lu Shu lose his mind slightly, which was equivalent to being dazzled for a second. However, just being able to do this was enough to surprise Lu Shu. How many Divine Tree Masters are there in the Divine Tree game now that can reach SS-level mental power? What's more, even if you reach SS-level mental power, you may not have Lu Shu's Immortal Cultivation Realm body protection and the Divine Consciousness opened up by the power of the Purple Chi Pupil. Protect the mind. Even Lu Shu will be affected by illusions, so other Sacred Tree Masters will probably encounter dozens of times the impact. You know, this is just a Pikachu using illusions on Lu Shu. If it is how about 100 Pikachus in total? Plus Yumi's possession bonus? In this way, I'm afraid no Tree Master can resist the illusion released by 100 Pikachus. By the way, special growth fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After half a day passed, the special growth fruit also matured. With 900 fruits, Lu Shu gave 100 little white foxes, Yumi, Pikachu, Squirtle and Angelmon respectively. Swallow one each. In this way, the 500 special growth fruits were consumed in an instant. However, for the levels of the little white fox, Yumi, and Pikachu, the role that special growth fruits can play is also limited. Not a lot anymore. Pikachu's physique has reached S level from the original S level. Yumi's physique has reached a level from the original A level. The little white fox's physique has reached S level from the original A level. As for Squirtle's attributes, they have been comprehensively improved, and a new ability has been unlocked. Squirtle. Type, Pokemon. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Bubble Light, Water Fruit, Freezing Light, Megaton Boxing, Blizzard, New. Physique, SS. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Now, Squirtle's strength has reached the comprehensive potential of SS level. Lu Shu had to sigh with emotion. Squirtle's comprehensive potential growth rate was really fast. Next came the Angel Beasts. When 100 Angel Beasts swallowed the special growth fruit, a scene that surprised Lu Shu happened. Angelman's body was actually bathed in flames, as if it had been transformed and reborn. The next moment, Angel Beast's whole body was condensed with sacred flames, looking sacred and inviolable. Evolved? Lu Shu felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Angel Beast would evolve so quickly. And it also gained transformation. He quickly opened the pet panel to check. Seraphman. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Fist of Heaven, Burning Fruit, Sacred Flame, Seventh Heaven, New, Covenant, New. Physical, S. Speed, S. 3 attributes, fully upgraded to S level. Acquired 2 new powers. Angelmon, no, it should be said to be Seraphman now, and its overall potential has reached SS level. Moreover, the 7 heavens can condense 7 extremely huge energy light balls, with attacks of divine attributes, causing huge range damage to the enemy. 100 Seraphim Beasts release the 7th level of heaven. It is not as simple as 7 levels, but 700 levels. Who can withstand this? They are simply a team capable of destroying heaven and earth. As for the new ability's Covenant, Seraphman explodes with supreme damage at the cost of its life, and it cannot be used for the time being. When Lu Shu is resurrected or has other means of avoiding damage, Seraphman can release its ultimate skill without paying any price. Covenant, you can consider. Can the remaining special growth fruits be synthesized into higher-level growth fruits? A question arose in Lu Shu's mind. After all, after the advanced growth fruit, it was only said to be special grade, not top-notch. Maybe it was reserved for subsequent growth fruits. Right now, there are still 500 growth fruits. The fruit was not used. Lu Shu could also evolve the Enlightenment Crane from the 5th level to the 6th level, but it didn't feel like it was of much significance. It would be better to try synthesis, maybe there would be a discovery of a new continent. Lu Shu tried to combine 10. The special growth fruit was fused, and the result, a synthetic light curtain successfully appeared in front of Lu Shu. It was accompanied by a prompt. You consumed X10 of the special growth fruit and synthesized X1 of the God-level growth fruit. Due to the divinity setting of this book, Holy Angelmon is pushed back 1 level. Chapter 145. There are actually God-level growth fruits. Lu Shu looked slightly surprised when he saw the prompt in front of him. God-level growth fruit. This is not ordinary. At present, the comprehensive potential of Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi has reached the bottleneck period. The comprehensive potential of Squirtle reached the SS level. Angelmon also evolved into SS level Seraphman. With the God-level growth fruit, it means that these pets can continue to move up a higher level for a certain distance. It only takes 1 day. Wait, the remaining 1,800 special growth fruits are about to arrive. Take advantage of this time. Lu Shu set his sights on the advanced nascent soul fruit. The tree is covered with 100 golden nascent soul fruits, which look like the shape of nascent soul. Pick all the fruits immediately. Do you want to choose synthesis? Yes. Before this, Lu Shu had already taken a lot of advanced yuanying fruits and reached the 4th level of yuanying. Moreover, after entering the Shintong Pavilion, he understood the secrets of heaven and earth, and was able to control the Zhuxian sword in advance before reaching the 5th level of nascent soul. After obtaining 100 advanced nascent soul fruits, Lu Shu synthesized 10 top nascent soul fruits without hesitation. Swallow one of the fruits, immediately. Lu Shu felt that his cultivation level was improving rapidly. The phantoms of the 3 Dharma bodies once again condensed above the head, blooming with precious light. The luster of the Dharma body is getting stronger and stronger, and the aura on Lu Shu's body is getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Just by swallowing one fruit, Lu Shu's cultivation level has already been promoted to the 5th level of nascent soul. It is indeed a top-notch nascent soul fruit, the effect is great. The eyes brightened slightly. Lu Shu did not intend to make any stops, and decided to go all out to completely improve his cultivation. He took the 3 top nascent soul fruits again. The precious light on his body suddenly became strong, and his aura the climb continues. Nascent soul level 6. Take another 6 pills. Yuanying level 7. At this moment, when the aura on his body slowly stagnated, Lu Shu's cultivation realm was completely different from the past. The improvement in the nascent soul realm is much greater than the improvement before cultivating immortals. In the distance, the Bodhi tree bloomed with white light, which seemed to be in response to Lu Shu's cultivation, and continued to condense new enlightenment points. Spiritual tree. Name, Bodhi tree. Level, Advanced spiritual tree. Attributes, Comprehension 200. Enlightenment points, 67,500, 500 enlightenment points day. Distance to next stage, Holy tree, 100,000 enlightenment points. Unknowingly, the Bodhi tree has reached the 67,000 enlightenment point. We have already walked more than half the distance to the holy tree. So fast. Lu Shu turned his head and looked at the enlightenment crane. He discovered that his own crane had also cultivated to the realm of the golden elixir without knowing it. He has caught up with his cultivation. The realm of the golden elixir is quite impressive even in the grey world. Combat power. At least without considering any factors, the risk factor can reach S level. If it is in the sacred tree island, with the blessing of various mythical buildings, then the danger factor of the crane may have to go up a step. Who would have thought that the elegant and easygoing crane could be so violent in a fight? Buzz. A sword light and a sword cry that shook the world bloomed from Lu Shu's body. Killing immortal sword, come out. Suddenly, the sky of the divine tree island changed. Opening the panel again, the properties of the Zhuxian sword have also been enhanced due to Lu Shu's improvement in cultivation. Zhuxian sword. Category, Weapon. Grade, Myth. Attributes, Attack power 11,000, Pierce 1450, Critical hit rate 80, Immune ignore 55, Retaliation ignore 55, Restraint ignore 55. Skill, 1 sword Zhuxian usage time limit, 30 minutes. Cooling time, 6 days. Lu Shu glanced at the information on the panel, showed a satisfied smile, and commented lightly, the basic attributes have been comprehensively improved. The usage time limit has also been extended to half an hour, which is almost the standard time for a boss battle. The most important thing is, as my cultivation level increases, the cooldown time is reduced by 1 day. Perhaps, when my cultivation is strong enough, the cooling time of the Zhuxian sword will not exist, and the duration will become permanent, and I can use it at will. If the immortal killing sword can be used at will, the entire grey world may be able to walk sideways. And most of the lord-level monsters in the abyss may not be able to withstand Lu Shu's attack. At this moment, Lu Shu's in my ears, a reminder suddenly popped up. Ding! Your special growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, special growth fruit 100. Unknowingly, after a period of practice, Lu Shu's special growth fruit has completed the production of the next 2 times. The number of special growth fruits in Lu Shu's warehouse has accumulated to 2,300. 200 god-level growth fruits can be synthesized. Do you want to consume special growth fruit X2300 and synthesize god-level growth fruit X230? Yes. Thousands of synthesized white lights lit up in front of you Lu Shu, the next second. 230 God-level growth fruits appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Chapter 146. Can I give 2 pets an upgrade? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. First, he looked at Seraphman. Seraphman just swallowed the special growth fruit and evolved from Seraphman to Seraphman. God-level growth fruit can also bring Seraph Beast an opportunity to upgrade. Lu Shu did not forget that most of the monsters he pulled were monsters in the reincarnation area. Although all pets can obtain immunity and ignore attribute bonuses in the field, Seraph Beast's flames have sacred attributes. It will be easier to sweep away the monsters that invade the Grey World next. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately chose to give 100 God-level growth fruits to Seraph Beast first. Little ones, come and eat. Lu Shu first summoned Seraph Beast. After the evolution of Seraph Beast, its temperament has become completely different. It is much more mature and stable than Pikachu, Little White Fox, etc. After learning that he has God's super growth fruit can be eaten. What Seraph Beast shows is more of a sense of responsibility and mission. Not long after, 100 Seraph Beasts will all swallow the God-level growth fruit. After taking it, immediately, the sacred flames covered the body of Seraph Beast. At that moment, the bloodline of 100 Seraph Beasts was completely evolved. The flames on the body became more sacred and had divinity. That the extremely noble gesture was reborn from the flames, and came bathed in the flames with the supreme sacred aura. Ding! Your Seraphman X100 has swallowed the God-level growth fruit and evolved into Holy Seraphman. In front of Lu Shu, a brand new pet panel suddenly opened. Holy Seraphman. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Fist of Heaven, Burning Fruit, Sacred Flame, 7 Heavens, Covenant, Gate of Heaven, New. Physical, SS. Speed, SS. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. All attributes have reached SS level. Moreover, the new skill Gate of Heaven acquired can even send enemies into another dimension. A bit similar to the ability of Reincarnation Silhouette. Gate of Heaven also has an additional passive blessing effect, which allows all attacks of the Holy Seraph Beast to be 80 immune to ignore. Coupled with the mythical building bonus of the Divine Tree Island, the immunity of the Holy Seraph Beast can reach 100. Lu Shu took a deep breath and felt the huge transformation brought about by the evolution of Holy Seraph Beast. 100% immunity to ignore. This means that monsters from the reincarnation area will not have any immunity in front of Holy Seraph Beast any advantage. You will definitely encounter 100 attack. After evolving into the form of Holy Seraphman, all attributes have reached the SS level. After several rounds of evolution, Holy Seraphman has actually become the pet with the strongest basic attributes. It's just that Holy Seraphman has relatively few additional abilities, so it hasn't reached the SSS level yet. After all, Pikachu's Sharingan can even be copied by other pets. And when it evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan, the number of abilities that can be copied at the same time has increased to 2. The plugin is really too big. Even the abilities of Holy Seraphman can be copied, so it can reach SSS, a perfect evaluation of level. If you can find additional skills suitable for Holy Seraph Beast, then with the current attributes, you can be promoted to the SSS level of comprehensive evaluation. Of course, the current comprehensive evaluation level, for Lu Shu the significance is not very big. At this stage, it just depends on the fruit of the sacred tree, which kind of fruit is more suitable for these little guys. I fed the Holy Seraph Beast 100 God-level growth fruits. As of now, there are still 130 pills left in Lu Shu's warehouse. It can also be given to a pet to raise its overall strength to a higher level. For whom? Lu Shu was thinking. Finally, he set his sights on Pikachu. Pikachu's current comprehensive potential has reached SSS level. However, there are still some shortcomings in the basic attributes. To put it simply, the potential has increased, but with the current attributes, it may not be able to be fully utilized. The mental power is only SS level. If you copy the skills of Holy Seraphman and use other powers, the mental power of this level is not enough. What's more, there are Susanoo, Amaterasu and other powers that can be used, so Pikachu's basic abilities must be enhanced. Using God-level growth fruit only improves the basic attributes of pets, which is undoubtedly quite luxurious. But the potential that Pikachu now has is worth Lu Shu's investment. Come here, little ones. Lu Shu called 100 Pikachu over. Each one was assigned a God-level growth fruit. Soon, all the Pikachu swallowed the fruit. A panel popped up. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Power, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Chidori, Mangekyo Sharingan. Speed, SS. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. Chapter 147. There is only one day left for the invasion of the Grey World. Pikachu's attributes and distance have been comprehensively improved. The newly unlocked Mangeki Sharingan and stronger powers can now be released at will. It will become easier to clean up the monsters in the Grey World. Lu Shu opened the Sacred Tree panel. Products, Life Fruit, God Level Growth Fruit X3. Production Cycle, 4 days, 390-0650. There is the Fruit of Life again. Lu Shu's eyes showed a hint of joy. I don't know what the next pet will be like. The Netherworld army in the Grey World has completed the exploration of various reincarnation gates. Now, Lu Shu's clone has returned, recovered through the Undead Bone Staff and the Soul Control Order, and returned to the Grey World. There are also 30 God-level growth fruits. Lu Shu looked at the Enlightenment Crane. Among all the mythical pets, only this crane is still at level 5. Xianhe broke through to the Golden Elixir realm, and his cultivation speed also slowed down. It's time to develop a new level of understanding. Feed the God-level growth fruit to the crane. The enlightened crane swallows the God-level growth fruit X1 and gets 3,000 evolution points. Just by swallowing one fruit, you can instantly gain a bonus of 3,000 evolution points. You know, one special growth fruit can only add 200 points. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. It is indeed a God-level fruit, the effect is great. 30 God-level growth fruits, which can add a total of 90,000 evolution points. Logically speaking, going from the 5th level to the 6th level requires 100,000 evolution points. However, Enlightenment Crane accumulated 10,000 evolution points during this long period of practice. As long as you swallow 30 God-level growth fruits, you will reach the 6th level in no time. Not long after. Lu Shu fed all the God-level growth fruits to the crane. The enlightened crane swallows the God-level growth fruit X1 and gets 3,000 evolution points. The enlightenment crane has reached 100,000 evolution points and has evolved to the 6th level. Suddenly, a burst of hazy brilliance burst out from the crane's body. Revealing a hint of heavenly secret, it pervades the Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu was surprised to find that the enlightenment crane had been promoted to the 6th level and had further strengthened its connection with the Bodhi tree. The bloodline inherited from mythology contains a celestial variable. The bloodline talent of the Enlightenment Crane is different from that of the Golden Dragon, Koi, and Wudong Phoenix. It is related to understanding, and it is naturally in line with the Tao. When he evolved to the 6th level, Lu Shu discovered through his spiritual consciousness that Tao Yun appeared on the crane's body. At a glance, the crane seems to form a whole with the Sacred Tree Island, blending into the nature of the world. Although it looks ordinary, it looks more and more mysterious. Mythical creatures may really come from the mythical era of the God Tree game. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. From the Golden Dragon, Koi Carp to the Enlightened Crane, they all brought different shocks to him. Then, a pet panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Enlightenment Crane. Category, Mythical Creature. Level, 6th level. Cultivation level, Golden Elixir level 3 Blessing Aura, Comprehension 500. Skill, Enlightenment with one thought. Evolution points, 1,000. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 6, 1 million. An epiphany? Lu Shu looked at the panel and saw the newly added skills of the Enlightenment Crane. One Thought Epiphany. During the practice period, you can instantly enter the state of 1 hour epiphany, with a cooling time of 7 days. It seems that the crane is taking off again. Lu Shu couldn't help but sighed. Originally, Xianhe's cultivation talent was quite good. Now he can enter the stage of enlightenment at any time. If he doesn't practice fast enough in the future, might he really be surpassed by Xianhe? Wrong. Suddenly, Lu Shu remembered something. Didn't he have the power of spiritual resonance? When the crane entered the state of enlightenment, he would use spiritual resonance to connect to the crane and share the effect of the enlightenment with the other party. In this way. After all, the newly acquired skill of the crane is his own skill. The next second, the crane sat down cross-legged, Taoist charm flowing on his body. The elegant figure under the Bodhi tree glowed with hazy fluorescence, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment, attracting the attention of those around him. Spiritual energy, transformed into a vision. Enlightenment. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly moved. The next second, he activated the power of resonance. The crane is his pet, and together with the Tianji formation in this world, it is connected to the entire island. Lu Shu naturally can easily the earth completed the resonance, and at the same time it would not disturb the crane's state of enlightenment. When the resonance was completed, Lu Shu suddenly felt that his thoughts seemed to merge with the way of heaven, and entered a state where the way followed nature. At that moment, he feeling the infinite Tao rhyme of heaven and earth, so close, right beside you, you can reach out and grab it. Before the state of enlightenment, these rhymes are like mirror flowers and water moon. No matter how hard Lu Shu tries to understand, he can't touch it. When he enters the epiphany state, after the state, Lu Shu immediately entered the Shintong pavilion. The next second, 3 Dharma bodies bloomed on his body again. No, it was more than that. The 3 Dharma bodies suddenly changed their hands and condensed the Tao seal. 3 flowers enlightenment. The Dharma body seems to have come alive, able to connect with each other and cooperate with each other to display magical powers of the magic circle. Chapter 148. In this world, the golden lotus of enlightenment suddenly appeared. 3 golden lotuses, transformed with the help of each Dharma body, actually realized that trace of Taoism. The next second, the golden lotus transformed by the Dharmakaya keeps hovering in the air, intertwining into different forms, as if it is evolving all things. The sounds of mantras spit out from the mouth of the Dharmakaya are ethereal between heaven and earth, making people feel like they are worshipping. After a moment, Lu Shu opened his eyes. The next second, he absorbed a Taoist rhyme in his breath. 3 golden lotuses were taken back into the body at the same time. This moment, Lu Shu's Dharma body has fully understood the rhyme of the Tao and can set up a 3-flower enlightenment array. From the surface, the 3 flowers enlightenment formation looks like a strange landscape of heaven and earth, which is pleasing to the eye. But in fact, this formation has infinite variations and can evolve into attack, defense, gathering, union, Tao, and killing formations with different functions. When the 3 flowers enlightenment formation transforms into the killing formation, the world will be awe-inspiring, with endless murderous intent, and the earth will rise and fall. Take a deep breath. Lu Shu understood the 3 flowers enlightenment formation, and his strength once again rose to another level. And his cultivation has naturally broken through the 8th level of nascent soul, and his Taoism seems to be more in line with the way of heaven. After this opportunity of enlightenment, there will be no bottlenecks from nascent soul to the realm of returning to virtual reality. Wait for the fruit to mature and everything will fall into place. Warn. There's only 1 day left for the Grey World invasion. The Sacred Tree Masters who are still exploring in the Grey World are asked to return to the Sacred Tree Island immediately, otherwise they will bear the consequences. This reminder came to the ears of all the Sacred Tree Masters. World Public Screen. It was really dangerous. It was so dangerous that I managed to get back to the Sacred Tree Island in time. A familiar race against time. Damn it, I don't want to go to the Grey World anymore. Every time I am on the line of reincarnation of life and death, the cycle is endless. I'm afraid it will overturn one day. Don't worry upstairs, with a death countdown chasing you like this, it will be difficult for you to die. Think back to when you were in class, you could make sure you didn't overturn when the bell rang. Now that the god of death is chasing you, you must be more focused. I don't know what's on the ranking list this time. The tree-lugging boss is about to reach the top again. This time on the plate, I must buy the highest one. All the Sacred Tree Masters, during this waiting time, are once again active on the world's public screen. However, they did not express their real concerns. When some of the Tree Masters returned to the island, they looked at the distant coast. No one knew whether there would be a battle for the Tree Master Island after the invasion of the Grey World. If this happens, I'm afraid the crisis we will face will be huge. Moreover, once more Sacred Tree Masters know about this matter, it may have a certain impact on the concepts of future Sacred Tree Masters. No one knows what the future will be like. However, the only thing that is certain is that as long as you have strong strength, you have enough choices. Even if you encounter a battle for the island of the Divine Tree Master, if you can defeat the opponent, it will also be a great improvement to your own potential. Come on, the monsters are starting to take over my island. I was so nervous. The last time I got lost, I accidentally entered the abyss-level dungeon and was chased wildly by the monsters inside. I basically covered the entire map. Now that I finally returned to the Sacred Tree Island, I had to face familiar enemies again. Chase. Damn it, this is too miserable upstairs. A moment of silence for this poor friend. I was chased by monsters in the Grey World, and now I have to return to the dungeon and be chased and killed by the monsters inside again. This is too miserable. The Grey World is so scary. Don't believe his lies. This guy is among the top 30 masters in Muyu Pavilion. Now the top 50 players in Muyu Pavilion all have the ability to sweep abyss-level dungeons. The disgusting stinky boss, who specializes in teasing us newbies, shameless. I can no longer believe these people's lies about being miserable. They say they are worse than everyone else, but in fact they are higher than everyone else in the rankings. Reject Versailles. Say no to the stinky boss. While everyone was talking about it. On the Sacred Tree Island, the grey mist in the sky surged. Then the sun was blocked. The entire island suddenly became dark. A reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The first day of the Grey Realm invasion has begun. Then, densely packed monsters came over from the other end of the Sacred Tree Island. Many of them are Abyss-level dungeon monsters. The risk factor has reached level A. Compared to other Sacred Tree Masters, it is unbelievable that an A-level monster appears on the first day. But for Lu Shu, the A-level monster is just cannon fodder now. Even the forts in the center of the island were too lazy to use. The glazed stone isolated in the outermost layer directly reflects the spiritual energy. Most of the monsters were suppressed to death by the first layer of defense. The few monsters that could get through the first line of defense suddenly became slower when they entered the territory of the Sacred Tree Island. Ancient suppression. The cooperation between the mythical buildings formed an extremely powerful suppressive force, reducing all the attributes of the surrounding monsters by a lot. Nearby, the mobile fortress was equipped with magical plants, and it fired wildly at the monsters, very quickly. Monsters with a risk factor of around a level faced the fate of dying crazily and having no power to resist. Chapter 149. Soon. The first day's fighting was over. Just relying on magical plants and cooperating with the attack of the mobile defense fortress. Along the way, a large number of Grey World monsters poured into Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island, and they all faced the fate of being swept away. Even the defense line of magical plants did not pass, and all the monsters were killed instantly. You killed the A-level flame magic armor, and your defense points 100,000. You killed the A-level scarecrow, and your defense points 100,000. Defense points, 5,222,111. 5 million defense points. Just for the resistance on the first day, the points have already exploded. Certainly. The danger coefficients of the monsters on the first day are controlled within a certain range, so the defense points gained will be relatively limited. 5 million defense points are already established because the scope of exploration is terrifying enough. Lu Shu's army swept all around to obtain such a high amount of points. World public screen. Alas, now on the first day, I don't even have 1 million points. It seems that the gap with the big guys is getting bigger and bigger. Damn it, the boss upstairs started Versailles again, with a goal of 1 million, wouldn't that be hundreds of thousands? It's too scary, my defense points on the first day were only 100,000, which is incomparable to these big guys. I might be hopeless after paying 10,000 points on the first day. 5,000 thousand-year-old housekeepers are here. I envy you that you have such low scores and don't have to work so hard. Damn stinky boss, you are so envious. I don't know how terrifying those big guys on the rankings are. Last time, the number of kills reached tens of millions. This time, the big guys in the rankings may have scored 1 million points on the first day. Not necessarily. The risk factors of the monsters on the first day are all controlled. Most of the Sacred Tree Masters will not exceed B level at most S-level monsters should not take action at this time. Therefore, it still depends on the next 2 days. I don't know how terrifying the rankings will be this time. The next day came the Grey World invasion. A new wave of monsters begins to capture the Sacred Tree Island. The danger coefficients of this batch of monsters are all above S-level. Moreover, there are many monsters that have reached S-level. They are all swept from the advanced copies of the Grey World. Monsters that reach S-level or above can easily break through the glazed stone's defense line. And the current firepower of the magical plants is a bit insufficient. Lu Shu holds the Undead Bone Staff and Soul Control Order. The army of undead like a sea of ink was summoned, looking as if it was going to destroy the world. With the blessing of the Tianji formation, the overall strength of the Netherworld army has become extremely terrifying. Moreover, after mopping up many troops of the Dark Knight Alliance, harvesting the souls of a wave of Divine Tree Masters, and refining the undead, the overall strength is even more terrifying. The surging Netherworld army, following Lu Shu's call, pounced on the group of monsters. A brutal fight is underway. Countless S-class monsters, under the rule of this Netherworld army, were completely destroyed without even the slightest ability to resist. You killed the S-level Endless Nightmare, and your defense points 1 million. You killed the S-level Eternal Nightmare, and your defense points 1 million. Countless kill prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. Some S-level monsters also began to arrive in the later stages. For other Sacred Tree Masters, it would be unimaginable for an S-level monster to appear the next day. S-level monsters are usually put on the third day. If a Super Lord level boss comes to attack the Sacred Tree Island, it's hard to say whether it can be blocked. The S-level appeared the next day, which was an incredible pace. At this time, Lu Shu also noticed that the Netherworld army had been torn open, and it was difficult to resist this surging Lord-level monster. Lord of the Netherworld, enter. At this time, Lu Shu first sent the Lord of the Netherworld to attack. The attributes of the Lord of the Netherworld are extremely terrifying. Although in the normal state, it only has an S-level danger coefficient, if the Netherworld domain is opened and blessed, it can obtain SS-level combat power. It showed its ferocious fangs and tore apart all the monsters that appeared. You killed the S-level Nightmare Lord, and your defense points 5 million. You killed the S-level Freezing Demon Lord, and your defense points 5 million. At this time, the defense points that can be obtained by killing S-level Lord monsters have reached an extremely exaggerated 5 million points. You only need to get those two to earn 10 million defense points. And Lu Shu just sent out the Netherworld army. His main pet army has not yet taken action at this time. End of the second day. Lu Shu opens the panel. Defense points, 30,222,111. 30 million defense points. This is only the second day. If on the third day, we wait until the monsters in the reincarnation area come over, the defense points will reach an exaggerated level. After all, the monsters in the reincarnation area are quite special. Lu Shu glanced at the world public screen and found that most of the Divine Tree Masters on the second day were still around 1 million defense points. A small number of big bosses who came out of Versailles can reach 2 to 3 million defense points. I just don't know what kind of numbers those big guys on the rankings can achieve, but it's pretty good if they can reach a fraction of Lu Shu's. Chapter 150. Finally. It's time for the third day. In the grey world of the island, silhouettes of reincarnation began to appear one after another. Although there is ancient suppression, which can cause immunity and ignore the effect of these monsters, but facing the monsters in the reincarnation area, the output of magical plants is beginning to be insufficient. Tianxian Cannon, prepare to bombard. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Near the Spirit Gathering Tower, Tianxian cannons were placed one by one. Upgraded with the blessing of legendary ores. Lu Shu's current Tianxian cannons can cause countless damage with just one shot. Small damage. Tianxian cannon has a certain effect on these special monsters. Fire. Boom. 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 Continuous gunfire sounded. Lu Shu instantly caused a lot of damage to nearby monsters. Films of reincarnation silhouettes turned into bubbles and disappeared instantly. You kill a reincarnation silhouette and get 500,000 defense points. Just an A-level reincarnation silhouette has 500,000 defense points. Lu Shu's eyes revealed a slightly surprised look. Not all reincarnation silhouettes are so powerful. Some ordinary guards have a risk factor between a level to a level. Usually, monsters with this attribute can be killed by one, just adding 100,000 defense points is enough. However, because these monsters have the bonus of reincarnation attributes and are immune to normal damage, they are much harder to deal with than other monsters. If other Sacred Tree Masters encounter this, even if the attributes of this kind of monster are only A-level, if you don't have the means to restrain them, you can't kill them. If you encounter this kind of monster, you can only be chased crazily and have no ability to resist. The gain of defense points is higher than that of ordinary monsters. The number of monsters increased 5 times, which was a matter of course. Tianxian cannon blasted. The silhouette of the reincarnation in the front was instantly blown to pieces. But at this moment, several terrifying figures descended on the Sacred Tree Island. Lord-level monsters with SS-level danger coefficient. After sweeping through 6 reincarnation areas, all Lord-level monsters appeared. Yumi, possessed by Angelmon. Angelmon, release the 7th heaven. Pikachu, use the Sharingan to copy Angelmon's abilities and attack these enemies. Lu Shu commanded quickly. Soon. Yumi turned into a flash of light and possessed Angel Beast. Angel Beast's attribute skyrocketed again. Use the superpower, 7 heavens. Suddenly. 7 heavens covering the sacred flame of the sun was projected into the sky, immediately covering the sky. Withstanding the test of this blazing flame, the earth instantly turned red. All monsters with strength below S-level encountered the fatal blow of the Holy Seraph Beast and were instantly destroyed. Instant kill. No one can survive. Except for a few S-level monsters and Lord-level monsters in the reincarnation area. Roar. Those monsters roared after encountering extremely terrifying attacks. All of them entered a violent state. Their attributes were doubled. Although these monsters looked extremely terrifying, in fact, they suffered this fatal injury. Already dying. 3 flowers enlightenment. The next second, it was Lu Shu's turn to take action. 3 Dharma bodies appeared above the sky, suppressing everything. The lotus of enlightenment enveloped the entire world. The ancient stone tablet seemed to have received some special induction, and at the same time it released a suppressive aura. Towards he followed the lords of the reincarnation area and suppressed them. Your 3-flower enlightenment produces a suppressive effect and offsets the violent state of the SS-level Lord Boss. Suddenly, the auras of several Lord-level monsters on the field became much weaker. A sword energy broke through the sky and earth, coming from Lu Shu's body and sweeping in all directions. Killing immortal sword, come out. The cultivation level has reached the 8th level of nascent soul, and the attributes of the immortal killing sword have been improved again. When this divine sword appeared in the world, the grey mist in the sky above the divine tree island surged into a whirlpool with this terrifying divine power. Even an SS-level Lord-level monster couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of his heart when encountering this terrifying attack power. Even the monsters in the grey world will feel the power of fear. One can imagine. Lu Shu's current attack power has reached such a terrifying level. His figure was suspended above the 9 heavens, his eyes as indifferent as a god. Kill the immortal with one sword. The next second, a sword was drawn out. The extremely bright sword light immediately enveloped these Lord-level monsters on the ground. The sword energy covered the entire sky above the sacred tree island. All the monsters in the grey world that were affected were torn apart mercilessly like paper. Even SS-level Lord-level monsters cannot escape the fate of being killed instantly. The ancient suppression launched the most powerful suppressive aura. The entire Tianji formation began to move rapidly at this moment. Wherever the sword energy passes, everything becomes empty. When the sword energy sweeps out, all the demons are scattered. The sword energy gradually disappeared. As far as the eye could see, all the monsters were killed instantly. You killed the Lord of Reincarnation, Qi Shao, and your defense points 5 million. You killed the Reincarnation Lord Tianlong, and your defense points 5 million. Countless prompts popped up in front of you, Lu Shu. Then, a ray of sunshine appeared over the sacred tree island, and everything began to grow again. And Lu Shu opened the panel again. Defense points, 90 million. Chapter 151. You successfully resisted this attack from the grey world. Defense points, 90 million. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS level. SSS exclusive rewards are being unlocked for you. Open SSS level rewards. A dazzling array of prizes suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained the mythical lore, Sky Mending Stone X1000. You have obtained a building upgrade, Tianling Tower X1. You have obtained the city defense prop Jinchuan Cannon X3. You have obtained a rare seed, Twin Sunflowers X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Ice Watermelon Pitcher X100. You got a rare seed, Corn Cannon X100. You got a rare seed, Giant Nut X100. You got a rare seed, Sea Mushroom X100. The area of your sacred tree island has expanded by 10 million square kilometers. Ranking rewards will be issued when ranking points are announced. Sky Patching Stone. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a mythical ore. Compared with any legendary ore, the Sky Mending Stone is more powerful. Even monsters with an S-level danger factor can be blocked from outside the defense line. The Spirit Gathering Tower was upgraded to the Heavenly Spirit Tower. The aura of the Divine Tree Island has become more intense. The addition of some new plants has also added new members to the army of magical plants. Corn cannons, ice watermelon pitchers, all in one stroke. And the giant nut has stronger defense. The twin sunflowers absorb twice as much sunlight as ordinary sunflowers. Whether it is the strength of the magical plant or the growth speed of the sacred tree, it is all because of the addition of the twin sunflowers, got a 10% increase. Finally, sea mushroom. This kind of plant is quite special. It can only be planted in water. Lu Shu thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly turned to the sea, and his heart moved. The golden dragon koi carp was recently on the coast, a breeding line was set up specifically to raise fish for Lu Shu. Most of these fish have relatively gentle temperaments. But they will also encounter problems. Most of the fish are in the eyes of other ferocious fish. There is food in it. Therefore, Lu Shu's breeding farm will encounter attacks from deep-sea devil fish from time to time. The golden dragon koi is very active by nature and will not stay in one place for a long time when it enters the sea. Lu Shu also needs to practice, there is no time to take care of the fishery. In this way, the sea mushroom can become the defense line of the fish farm. In addition, if other sacred tree masters come to attack Lu Shu's island rashly, the sea mushroom can also lurk on the island. Nearby, from time to time, you can give the enemy a nasty shot. The effect must be good. At this moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed in Lu Shu's ear. Divine Tree Game starts the island battle mode. Your Sacred Tree Island is connected to 7 nearby Sacred Tree Master Islands. Remaining Sacred Tree Master Islands, 7. If you are willing to form an alliance with other Sacred Tree Masters, the information will be opened and you will have the option to chat with the Sacred Tree Masters. If you choose to fight, you will hide your identity and choose to capture the island within 7 days. Is there still a choice? Lu Shu naturally chose to fight. Forming an alliance with other Sacred Tree Masters does not exist if you put it here. Just kill him and that's it. He also doesn't plan to form an alliance with any Sacred Tree Masters. You have chosen your battle. When the island battle of the Divine Tree Master started, the entire Divine Tree game was shaken. World Public Screen. Divine Tree Master Island Battle. How come this setting appears? Damn it, what the hell is this? I guess I haven't matched with the Divine Tree Master upstairs yet, right? Does anyone have some knowledge on what the hell is this battle for the island about? To put it simply, as long as the boundaries of the Grey Mist begin to expand, your island will be connected to other Sacred Tree Masters. When the time comes, you will have to choose whether to attack the opponent or form an alliance. It must be an alliance. Otherwise, would it be fun to fight and kill all day long? Idiot, you are too naive. If you choose to form an alliance, your Sacred Tree Island will be integrated with the islands of other Sacred Tree Masters. By then, everyone will be indistinguishable from each other and will have to stare at each other all day long. The Sacred Tree Master may not be happy. Do you really think everyone is willing to form an alliance? Moreover, killing your island will not only get your sacred tree, but also further expand the area of the island. The growth rate of the sacred tree will also increase with the expansion of the island. Most of the Sacred Tree Masters, I am afraid they will all choose to attack. The Sacred Tree Master on my side has chosen to attack. Is there a cute girl Divine Tree Master who can form an alliance with me? I am 20 years old, I have first-class looks, good skills, handsomeness, and I also have A-level Divine Tree talent. Are you sure you're here to form an alliance, not a blind date? When the battle on the Sacred Tree Island started, no one had reacted yet. Many Sacred Tree Masters still have an alliance mentality. But these are the thoughts of the weak. Not many Divine Tree Masters with truly powerful talents would even think of forming an alliance. The fruits of the Divine Tree Master's talent are all his secrets. Who is willing to let a stranger come to him? Unless they have known each other for a long time. However, through the content of the chat box, Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that a member of Mu Pavilion's guild was actually matched to compete for a Sacred Tree Island. In this case, the Sacred Tree Masters will form an alliance with each other. Because there are guild restrictions in it. Lu Shu couldn't help but wonder, could this be the purpose of Mu Yuga's choice to expand its membership? Chapter 152. Boom. At this moment, Lu Shu's consciousness sensed the sound of plate collisions coming from the merging of islands in the nearby sea. With a thought in his mind, he came to the observation tower. The observation tower has been upgraded so that it can not only see the situation in the sea, but also detect the situation of other islands if there are new Sacred Tree Master Islands nearby. In sight. After negotiation, the two Sacred Tree Masters agreed to merge the islands together. Are there still 7 Divine Tree Masters? Lu Shu muttered in his mind. To be precise. In the battle for the island he encountered this time, including Lu Shu himself, there were a total of 8 Sacred Tree Masters. With so many Sacred Tree Masters, some of them must be weaker. The Sacred Tree Masters will choose to form an alliance with each other. After forming an alliance, there will be a contract that cannot harm each other. Once the contract is violated, the Sacred Tree will wither immediately. The islands are integrated together, and as long as the other Sacred Tree Masters die, then the soil on the island will wither in an instant. In this way, it is equivalent to being bound to the fate of other Sacred Tree Masters. Unless they have known each other for a long time and have had certain cooperation with the Sacred Tree Masters, they will not easily choose to form an alliance. Or maybe some relatively weak Sacred Tree Masters encounter a scene like today. There are too many Sacred Tree Islands nearby. For the safety of their lives, they have to choose to form an alliance. Otherwise, how do you know whether it will happen next? Are the Tree Masters attacking? After forming an alliance, at least they will look bigger and not easy to provoke, and maybe they can avoid the thoughts of other Tree Masters. This is what the 2 Tree Masters who chose the island fusion thought. The other 5 Sacred Tree Masters, 3 are still waiting and watching, not knowing what the battle for the island means. There are also 2 Sacred Tree Masters with good talents, one of whom directly chose to take the initiative to attack, while the other did not plan to. They formed an alliance, but did not intend to attack, and adopted a defensive posture. They looked like they were not afraid of anyone. Let's start with you first. Lu Shu looked at the tree master who was in a defensive posture and showed a death-like smile. This tree master's island has gathered a huge amount of ore resources. Moreover, the talent of the tree master, although not direct, the defensive building has been upgraded, but it has the ability to control the 5 elements. Simply put, the opponent's abilities are related to the 5 elements, and it is almost a profession like a magician. Although Lu Shu now has no shortage of elemental attack methods, he has no ability to attack elemental types. There is a certain demand for superpowers. If you have fire attribute superpowers, you can not only improve the ability of Fireball, but also enhance the divine fire. To put it simply, the divine fire gifted by Wutongfeng to Lu Shu, if it has the 5 elements superpowers, will have a stronger effect. Yumi, possessing Squirtle. Squirtle, prepare to go to sea and go to the islands of other tree masters. Pikachu, Little White Fox, Angelmon. You all should follow. As soon as Lu Shu finished speaking, these little guys, sensing that they could cause trouble, immediately came over. At this moment, several notification tones rang in Lu Shu's ears. Ding! You got the life fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained 3 god-level growth fruits. As usual. Lu Shu immediately buried these fruits in the soil. Subspecies of spiritual trees rise from the ground one after another. Life fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, life fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. God-level growth fruit tree. Remaining production times, 1. But Lu Shu did not choose to wait until these fruits matured before setting off. The battle for the sacred tree island will only last for 7 days. It's best to deal with all these enemies before we start. Even if you don't have the divine tree master talent you like, it can expand the scope of the island and add a certain amount of space for the deep sea exploration scope behind Squirtle. No matter what, getting rid of other enemies is a sure way to make money. With Yumi's blessing, Squirtle's movement speed has been greatly increased. The mighty pet army began to move towards the sacred tree island as fast as possible. 5 Elements Island. A young man with hair as colorful as a rainbow sat in the center of the island. As his thoughts moved, the 5 elements in this island were immediately mobilized. At first glance, I really thought that this young man was like the god of the island. Can call upon the wind and rain, omnipotent. Can control everything. In fact, the 5 elements divine tree has a certain domain halo effect. Just like the Tianji formation. The divine tree master only needs to stay on the island to enjoy the blessings of the domain and control the 5 elements. The boy summoned the power of the wind and sensed the movement around him. Once something happens around him, he will immediately control all the elements to form a 5-element formation and kill the enemy immediately. Anyone who dares to enter my realm is seeking death. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect to be able to fight for the sacred tree island and gain too much. But if someone dared to offend him regardless of life and death, then he would let the other person know what the pain of death is. The next second, 100 squirtless suddenly appeared around the boy.